She was called to heal a king. Instead, she became a tool for execution. Every death she caused bought the court's gratitude, drawing her deeper into a world of intrigue and horror. What happens when mercy becomes a weapon, and the healer must decide how far to go? The Mercy Ledger, a web novel, dark fantasy. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. They found her on the last road before Gethrem, where the chalk turned to cobblestone and the rain never quite stopped. Two men in royal gray, no colors, no explanation. Just a sealed order with Chancellor Mallender's signature and a horse waiting saddled. Linnet had been walking a fever case through the bone-setter's yard when they arrived, her sleeves still rolled past the scars, her little black book tucked against her ribs. The bone-setter had tried to argue, but the gray men did not answer arguments. They simply stood in the doorway until she gathered her satchel and climbed onto the horse. The palace rose from the mist like a bruise. Gethrem's outer walls were clean limestone, the kind that gleamed in the rare sun. But the inner passages she was led through smelled of damp stone and something older, something that had been bleeding under ceremony for a very long time. The gray men walked ahead of her and behind her, and they did not speak names. They spoke directions. First door, iron-bound oak with a slot at eye level. A face appeared in the slot, scanned her, and the bolts slid back. The gray men did not slow. Through the door, down a corridor lined with tapestries that showed hunts and harvests, the threads dark with age. Second door, smaller, black iron, no window. One of her escorts pressed a key into the lock and turned it twice. The mechanism clicked like a jaw resetting. Beyond it, the air changed. Warmer, thicker. A scent of wine and sweat and something metallic that she recognized from long nights in village sick rooms when a wound had gone bad under the bandage. Third door. This one had no lock at all. It was just a slab of dark wood that swung open when the lead gray man pushed, and beyond it lay the king's bedchamber. Linnet had expected grandeur. Embroidered curtains, carved pillars, a throne disguised as a sickbed. Instead, she found a room that was almost small. Tallow candles burned on every surface, their light trembling over stacks of ledgers, half-empty cups, bandages piled in a copper bowl. A fire crackled low in the hearth, but the heat did not reach the bed. The bed dominated the space. 4 posters draped with hangings that had once been blue, now stained gray-brown at the edges. The sheets were twisted into ropes. And in the center of the tangle lay King Berengar. He was not a king. He was a man being eaten alive by something that did not have the decency to finish. His face was the color of tallow, slick with sweat. His eyes rolled back far enough that she could see the veins in the whites. His hands clawed at the blankets in a rhythm that matched nothing. From his mouth, from his nose, from the corners of his eyes, dark filaments bled into the linen, threads of black rot that moved, pulsing with a life of their own, as if they were rooted in something deeper than his flesh. Linnet stopped breathing. 4 physicians stood at the foot of the bed, their robes stained, their faces hollow with the look of men who had run out of answers. They did not look grateful to see her. They looked at her the way farmers looked at a promised rain that came too late. And then a man stepped from the shadow beside the hearth. Chancellor Wybert Mallender was not tall, but the room contracted around him. Iron-brown hair gone silver at the temples, pale gray eyes that did not blink often enough. A thin burn scar traced his right jaw like a brand, and his fingers were marked with ink stains that had faded to blue-gray ghosts of old columns. He held no paper. He did not need to. Healer Harrow. His voice was calm, the calm of a man who had already done his weeping in private. The king has been declining for 17 days. On the 8th day, the threads appeared. On the 12th, he lost speech. On the 15th, he began to recognize no one. He has not slept since. I was told he was sick. Her voice came out steadier than she felt. Not that he was dying. He is both. Mallender did not move. We have tried purges, poultices, prayer, and a trepanning that cost us a physician's hand before we stopped it. Nothing touches the rot. The blood does not carry it. The flesh does not resist it. It seems to live inside him like a tenant that will not leave, and every day it takes more rooms. The physicians shifted. One of them, the oldest, with a beard stained yellow at the chin, spoke without looking at her. We heard about the marrow-fell healer who pulled a wasting sickness out of a child's lungs and put it into a goat. We heard the goat survived 2 days, and the child is still alive. 3 days, Linnet said. The goat lasted 3. Then you understand the principle. She understood. Mallender understood. The whole room understood. Touch him, Mallender said. Not a question. Linnet walked to the bed. The king's hand was hot and dry when she took it, the skin papery over knuckles that felt too large. The dark filaments pulsed where her fingers met his palm, and she felt it at once, the shape of the burden waiting inside him. Mercy was not a trick. It was a gravity. When she opened herself to a sickness, she became its new home. The old home emptied, the new one filled. That was the law of it. She opened. The rot hit her like a wave of black oil. It was not a fever, not a wound, not any sickness she had ever touched. It was old, layered, compacted into his bones and organs and the spaces between his thoughts, and it was hungry. It poured into her chest, her lungs, her stomach, and she felt her body try to digest it, to fight it, to burn it away. Her knees buckled. The king's hand did not let go. The filaments spread across her arms. Pull her off, someone said. She is still connected. The burden is too large. She will stop her heart. She could not breathe. The rot was not killing her. It was occupying her, pushing her own blood aside to make room for itself. She had taken fevers that would have felled a horse, taken a lung rot that had made her cough blood for a week, taken a child's bone fever that had left her unable to walk for 2 days. This was different. This was an ocean poured into a cup. She was going to fall, and the king would still be dying. Stop, Mallender's voice cut through the haze. Release her. The physicians moved. Hands grabbed her shoulders, pried her fingers from the king's grip. The connection snapped. She collapsed onto the stone floor, gasping, the rot already receding from her limbs, retreating back into the king's flesh, but leaving trails of black filigree under her skin that faded slowly. She coughed. The taste of copper filled her mouth. On the bed, Berengar screamed. Not a human scream, a sound that came from a place where words had already been burned away. His back arched, the filaments flaring bright, and the physicians stepped back from the bed as if the bed itself might catch fire. Linnet pressed her palms to the floor and tried to stand. It will not fit, she said. His burden, I cannot hold all of it. I could take part, a third perhaps if I had time to prepare, if I could dose it over days. Mallender looked down at her. His pale gray eyes held something that might have been pity, or might have been the memory of a similar calculation made long ago. We do not have days, he said. The king will not survive the hour. Then bring me someone strong, a guard, a servant, someone whose body can carry what I cannot. She meant it as a plea. She meant it as a healer's honest request. The Chancellor did not answer. Instead, he turned and nodded toward the door. The third door opened again. 2 guards walked in, and between them they dragged a man in chains. He was thin, hollow-cheeked, with a shaved head and the dead eyes of someone who had already been sentenced. His wrists were bound in iron, ankles linked by a short chain that made him shuffle. He did not resist. He did not seem to see the room at all. Linnet's breath caught. What is this? Mallender did not look at her. He looked at the chained man with the same clinical attention a butcher gave a hanging carcass. His name is Wybert Mallender, convicted of murdering a merchant's family in the lower city, sentenced to death 7 days ago. Tomorrow he was to hang. The man's eyes flickered at that. He knew what tomorrow meant. He knew what this room meant. Linnet turned to Mallender. You planned this. Planned is a strong word. I made arrangements for the possibility that your gift would require more than one vessel. The vessel is here. The king is dying. You have 5 minutes. No. The word came out before she could shape it. She was on her feet now, her legs shaking, the black filigree still fading from her forearms. I do not transfer into unwilling bodies. I bear the cost myself, or I find volunteers. That is the rule. That is mercy. Mallender's face did not change. He pointed at the king. That is the king. Without him, the Regency bloc will tear the succession apart before Princess Esme is old enough to speak her first address. The northern garrisons will march within a month. Famine districts that depend on the crown's grain allocations will starve. If you let him die because you cannot take all his pain and will not share it, you are not a healer. You are a witness. The chained man made a sound. A laugh, maybe. A sob. Hard to tell. Linnet looked at him. He was young. Younger than she had first thought. The hollow cheeks and the dead eyes had made him look old, but he was barely past 20, with a scar splitting his left eyebrow and a jaw that had been broken once and healed crooked. He did not look like a killer. But she had learned long ago that killers did not have a look. "She going to gut me?" he asked. His voice was rough. "Or is this the new hanging?" Neither guard answered. Linnet looked at the king. Berengar's chest was barely moving now, the dark threads pulsing slower, thicker, as if the rot was consolidating for a final push. His face had gone the color of wet bone. He did not have an hour. "He will die a clean death tomorrow," she said. "A hangman's drop. Quick, painless for him. If I do this, he dies in this room, carrying pieces of the king's rot." "He dies anyway," Mallender said. "The question is whether the king lives." She shook her head. "I do not decide who suffers. That is not my role." Mallender stepped closer, close enough that she could smell the ink on his fingers, the wool of his coat, the faint trace of something floral from a woman's perfume he had not yet washed off. "You have already decided," he said. "You decided the moment you took the fever from the child and put it into the goat. You decided when you first opened your gift and chose a vessel. The only difference between that goat and this man is that the goat could not choose, while the man chose to kill a family. The accounting was not clean, but it is better than letting the kingdom bleed." She wanted to argue. She wanted to say that a goat and a man were not the same, that a condemned prisoner still had a soul, that she had built her life on the belief that her hands could remain clean if she bore the cost herself. But Berengar's chest shuddered, and the threads grew darker, and she knew she could not bear this alone. "You will pay his family," she said, "whatever he was owed for the work he did. His sentence commuted before the transfer. He dies as a free man, not a condemned one." Mallender did not hesitate. "Done. You will not record his name in the court ledgers. Whatever happens in this room stays between us. Done. And after this, you will not produce another vessel for my use without my consent." Mallender's pale gray eyes held hers for a long moment. Then he nodded. Linnet turned to the chained man. "What is your name?" He blinked, as if no one had asked him that in a long time. Jareb. I am going to touch you. You will feel pain, a great deal of it, and then you will die. I cannot promise you that it will be quick, but I can promise you that your family will not hunger, and that no one will speak of you as a murderer." He stared at her. The dead eyes flickered with something that might have been fear, or hate, or the ghost of a man who had once had a different life. "Will it hurt less than hanging?" She did not lie to him. "No." He nodded, a small, final motion. "Then do it." She took his bound hands in hers. The connection was immediate, a bridge between three bodies, the king feeding rot into her and her channeling it into Jareb. She felt Jareb's body resist, felt his heart stutter, felt the dark filaments spread through his veins like ink through water. His breath stopped, started, stopped again. His hands went cold in hers. She pulled the transfer tight, concentrating, shaping the burden smaller, fitting it into the space this man's life had left. She wanted it to be quick. She wanted it to be kind. It was neither. Jareb Runnel seized. His back arched. The chains rattled against the stone floor. A noise came out of him that was not a scream, because he had no breath to scream with, and then his body went still. Linnet released his hands. The dark filaments had stopped moving. They lay across Jareb's skin like black embroidery, already fading, already done. He was dead. It had taken less than a minute. On the bed, Berengar drew a clean breath. The first clean breath in 17 days. The physicians rushed forward, checking his pulse, his pupils, the color of his nails. One of them began to cry. The oldest, with the yellow beard, put his hand on the king's forehead and whispered words that might have been a prayer. Linnet stayed on her knees beside Jareb's body, gray eyes that would never move again, a crooked jaw, a scar through his left eyebrow. She did not know his story. She did not know whether the family he killed had deserved their fate, whether the court that judged him had been just, whether there was a woman somewhere who had loved him despite the violence in his hands. She only knew that she had taken his life to preserve a king's, and that she had done it with her eyes open. Mallender appeared beside her. He held a cloth, damp and clean. "Your hands," he said. She looked down. The black filigree had stained her palms, thin traces like the roots of a fungus she could not scrub away. She took the cloth and wiped. The stains faded, but they did not vanish. "You will need to clean them properly," Mallender said. "Oil and salt water 3 times, or the residue will crack your skin." She looked up at him. "You knew I could not hold it alone." "I suspected." "Then why did you let me try?" Mallender's face was unreadable. "Because you needed to know that you could not, and because I needed to see whether you would stop before you killed yourself." He held out his hand to help her rise. She did not take it. She stood on her own, her legs barely steady, her hands still damp with the ghost of Jared Brunel's death. On the bed, King Berengar's chest rose and fell with the rhythm of a man who had been given back his life by someone else's ending. And Linnet realized, with a cold clarity that settled into her like another kind of rot, that the Chancellor had not been testing whether she would share the burden. He had been testing whether she would say no. She had said nothing. She had touched the condemned man, named him, and killed him with her gift. And somewhere deep inside her chest, beneath the grief and the horror and the shame, there was a quiet, terrible relief that the king was alive. She did not know yet whether that relief was mercy or poison, but she knew it would not be the last time she felt it. Chapter 2. Jared Brunel's body still held the warmth of the living. Linnet felt it through her palms, the fading heat of blood that had not yet decided to cool. She should let go. She should stand. She should do something other than kneel beside a dead man with her hands still wrapped around his. But her fingers would not obey the command to release. Behind her, the physicians whispered in a language of relief. One of them, the youngest, was crying. The Yellowbeard kept his hand on the king's forehead, and his voice cracked through a prayer that named saints she did not recognize. Berengar's chest rose, fell, rose again. Each breath clean, unlabored, the rhythm of a man who had forgotten what it cost to fill his lungs. On the sheets, the dark filaments had begun to dry. They flaked like old paint, crumbling into black dust that the servants would sweep away before morning. No one would see where the rot had lived. No one would know it had merely moved. "Release him, healer," Mallender's voice, quiet and precise, close to her ear. She opened her hands. Jared's arms fell to the stone floor with a sound like dropped meat. The chains rattled. The noise was ordinary, undignified, the kind of sound a body made when it no longer had to pretend at grace. Linnet looked at her palms. The black filigree remained. Not the deep stain of the king's rot, but surface traces, the imprint of what had passed through her. She pressed her thumb into the lines and felt nothing. No pain, no residue, just the shape of a transaction she had already finished. "You are fortunate," Mallender said. "Some bearers carry the signature for days." She looked up at him. "Is that what you call it? A signature?" "I call it what it is." He offered her the cloth again, and this time she took it, wiping her palms with slow mechanical motions. The black came away in thin smears. She folded the cloth and set it beside Cherub's head. A strange courtesy, as if the dead needed cleanliness. "He needs to be buried," she said. "He will be, with his family, not in a pauper's pit." Mallender tilted his head. "I told you I would see his family paid. I did not promise his body. He was a man? He was a murderer, one who had already forfeited his life to the crown. You merely changed the manner of his death." He paused. "But yes, I will see that he is buried with dignity, and that his family receives the silver. You have my word." She wanted to believe the word of a man who had planned this before she arrived. She wanted to believe that his word meant something, because if it did not, then she had killed Jared Brunel for nothing more than a Chancellor's convenience. She stood, her legs held, barely. The room swayed, then steadied. Her body was still her own, even if it felt like a vessel that had been filled past its seal. The Yellowbeard physician approached. His eyes were red, and he smelled of sweat and old wine. "Healer Harrow," He took her hand, turned it over, studied the fading filigree. I have never seen a body bear transfer of that magnitude. You should be dead. I nearly was. Yes. He released her hand. I am Physician Aldrich. I will need to examine you properly. The residue, the strain on your organs, the vascular stress, there are protocols for this. Protocols. For the king's safety. If the bearer carries lingering traces, the burden can rebalance. He glanced at Mallender. The Chancellor asked me to prepare a quarantine chamber. Linnet turned to Mallender. You planned to keep me. I planned to protect you. His voice was calm, unhurried. The rot that passed through you is not fully understood. If it has left fragments behind, they could spread. To you, to the staff, to the court. A quarantine of 3 days will allow us to confirm that you are clean and to study what the king's illness truly is. You want to study me? I want to understand what you carried. He stepped closer. The king's condition was not natural, Healer Harrow. It was compacted, layered, decades of burden pressed into a single body. I have seen mercy transfers before. I have never seen anything like what was inside him. Decades of burden. The phrase settled into her chest with a weight that had nothing to do with exhaustion. You knew what he was carrying. I suspected. Mallender's pale gray eyes held hers. I needed you to confirm it. And if I had died, then you would have died knowing you tried. He said it without cruelty, which made it worse. He meant it. He had calculated her death as an acceptable outcome, and he had proceeded anyway. She should hate him. She should feel the clean, righteous anger that her village mentor, Mother Sarah, had taught her to reach for when the world demanded too much. Instead, she felt tired, and beneath the tiredness something smaller and more dangerous. The quiet satisfaction of having been necessary. The young physician had stopped crying. He stood at the foot of the bed, staring at Berengar's face, watching the color return to the king's cheeks. 17 days, he said. 17 days, and we could not touch him. Your work was not wasted, Linnet said. You kept him alive long enough for me to arrive. The young physician looked at her. His gratitude was naked, unguarded, the relief of a man who had been carrying a death sentence and had just been pardoned. She had done that. She had taken a man's life, and she had given this physician back his hope. The two facts sat inside her, side by side, refusing to cancel each other out. Mallender touched her elbow. The gesture was light, almost courteous, but she felt the pressure of his fingers through her sleeve. The quarantine chamber is prepared. You will rest, eat, allow Physician Aldrich to examine you. In 3 days, if you are clean, you will be free to move about the palace. Free. Within reason. He released her elbow. You are now the only person in Marrowfell who has touched the king's illness and survived. That makes you valuable. And valuable people attract attention. From whom? Everyone. He smiled, a thin expression that did not reach his eyes. The Treasury, the army, the chapel of the last lamp, the Regency block, the half-dozen families who have been waiting for Berengar to die so they could carve the kingdom into portions. You have just become the most valuable asset in Gathrem. Asset, not healer, not person, asset. I did not come here to be an asset. No, you came here to heal a king. He stepped back, giving her space she had not asked for. You have done that. The rest is what comes after. The young physician approached with a lantern. I will escort you to the quarantine chamber, Healer Harrow. It is in the east tower, close to the physician's quarters. You will have a bed, a wash basin, and a window. She looked back at the bed. Berengar's face was peaceful. The lines of pain had softened. He looked like a man who had finally been permitted to rest. In Marrowfell, she had healed farmers with broken hands, children with fever, women who had bled too long after birth. She had taken their pain into her own body and borne it until her knees buckled and her vision grayed, and she had called that mercy. This was not mercy. This was arithmetic. One more thing, Healer Harrow. She turned. Mallender stood beside the bed, his ink-stained fingers resting on the sheets where the rot had been. The candlelight carved shadows into his face, and for a moment he looked older than she had first thought. a man who had been doing arithmetic for a very long time. The king will wake within the hour. He will be confused, weak, and frightened. He will ask what happened. Mallender paused. When he does, I will tell him that a healer from Marrowfell saved his life. I will not tell him how. Why? Because that is a conversation you will have with him yourself. He met her eyes. You saved his life. You decide what he knows about the cost. The cost. She looked down at her hands. The black filigree had faded further, but the memory of Jereb Rinnell's pulse, the last stutter of his heart piercing fingers, was not something she could wipe away. I will think about what to tell him, she said. Do! Mallender turned toward the door. But think quickly. The king will wake soon, and when he does, he will want to meet the woman who holds his life in her hands. He left. The physicians moved around her, checking the king, preparing the room for his awakening, gathering the stained sheets and the black dust that had been the rot. Linnet stood beside the bed and watched Berengar breathe. Clean, even breaths. The breath of a man who had been given back tomorrow. She had done that, and she had done it by killing a man who had already been marked for death. The distinction felt important. She held on to it, even as she knew it was a lie dressed in better clothes. Healer Harrow? The young physician stood at the door, lantern raised, waiting. She followed him into the corridor. Behind her, Jereb Rinnell's body lay in the room that had become his tomb. The servants would come for him soon. They would wrap him in linen, carry him to the pauper's yard, and lower him into earth that had already accepted 1,000 other bodies that the kingdom had decided to forget. She did not stop walking. She did not look back. And in the quiet dark of her own chest, the relief that the king was alive whispered again, softer this time, like a door she had closed, but not locked. Chapter 3. The quarantine chamber was smaller than she had expected. A bed, a wash basin, a window that looked out onto a stone courtyard where nothing grew. The walls were bare limestone, scrubbed clean of any mark that previous occupants might have left. The only color came from her own hands, where the black filigree had faded to a pale bruise beneath the skin. She sat on the edge of the bed and watched the light change across the floor. Morning became afternoon. Afternoon became the long gray dusk of Gathrim, where the rain started and did not stop. No one came. She had expected physicians, questions, examinations. She had prepared herself for needles and poultices and the careful prodding of men who wanted to understand how she had survived what should have killed her. Instead, silence. The silence was worse. It gave her time to think. She thought about Jereb Rinnell's pulse, the way it had stuttered beneath her fingers like a bird hitting a window. She thought about the relief that had flooded her chest when Berengar drew that first clean breath, and how that relief had felt exactly like victory. She thought about Mother Sarah, who had taught her that mercy was a burden you carried yourself or not at all. The gift is not permission, Sarah had said, her hands stained with dandelion sap and patience. It is a responsibility. You do not move suffering because you can. You move it because you must, and only into a body that has agreed to receive it. Linnet looked at her hands. The filigree had almost vanished now. Soon there would be no trace of what she had done. That felt like a second death. The door opened on the second evening. She looked up from the bed where she had been tracing the grain of the limestone with her fingers and found Mallender in the doorway. He carried no lantern, no papers, no retinue. Just himself, in a plain gray coat, his ink-stained hands empty at his sides. "You look well," he said. "I look tired." "That too." He stepped inside and closed the door behind him. "Physician Aldrich tells me you are clean. No trace of the rot remains in your blood. You will be released tomorrow morning." She waited. He did not sit. He stood by the window, his back to the gray light, and studied her the way she had studied the grain of the wall. "You have questions," he said. "Many." "Ask them." She had prepared for this. She had spent 2 days sharpening her questions like knives, arranging them in order of importance. But now that he stood before her, the first one that came out was not the one she had intended. "How many?" Mallender's expression did not change. "How many what? How many men have died so that this kingdom could keep breathing?" The silence stretched. She watched his face, looking for the flinch, the tell, the crack in the composure that would tell her she had struck something real. He gave her nothing. "The answer is more than you want to hear," he said finally, "and fewer than you would guess." "That is not an answer." "It is the only answer I have." He turned from the window and faced her fully. 30 years ago, a blight swept through the eastern grainlands. The harvest failed in 3 provinces. The crown had stored grain, enough to feed the affected districts through the winter. I was a junior clerk in the Treasury then, and I argued that the grain should be distributed freely, without rationing, without price. I believed that mercy meant giving everything you had to everyone who needed it. He paused. The court agreed to release the grain, but they set a price, a low one, because they believed that even a token payment preserved dignity and order. The people of the eastern provinces could not afford even that token. They rioted. The riot spread to the granaries, and the granaries burned, and by spring, 17,000 people had starved because my mercy had not been structured enough to survive its own consequences. She said nothing. My sister was among them. His voice did not change. It remained flat, measured. The voice of a man who had recited this story so many times that the grief had worn smooth. She was 12. She died in the 3rd month of the famine, after the grain was gone and the riots had stopped, and the crown had decided that the eastern provinces were a manageable loss. Linnet's throat tightened. "I did not tell you this to earn your sympathy," Mallender said. "I tell you so that you understand. Kingdoms do not survive on innocence. They survive on triage, on choosing who bears the cost so that the whole does not collapse. I have spent 30 years building a system that keeps the suffering structured, measured, and survivable. It is not clean, it is not holy, but it has kept Marrowfell from tearing itself apart. And Jared Brunel was a murderer, condemned by law, sentenced by a court, awaiting execution. His life was already forfeit to the crown. I merely redirected the method of his death from the hangman's rope to a purpose that saved the king. That is not mercy. No. Mallender met her eyes. It is arithmetic. She did not sleep that night. She lay on the narrow bed and listened to the rain and thought about arithmetic. Arithmetic was what she had done in Marrowfell, recording each patient in her little black book, tracking symptoms and treatments and outcomes as if numbers could make the chaos of suffering into something orderly. Arithmetic was what she had done in the sick room, dividing Berengar's burden between her own body and Jarep's, calculating how much death could be carried before the vessel broke. She had always told herself that her book was accountability, that writing down names was a way of honoring the lives she touched, but Mallender had called it arithmetic, and the word fit. He returned the next morning, just after dawn. She was sitting on the bed, her little black book open in her lap, the names of her Marrowfell patients staring up at her from pages that already felt like they belonged to someone else. "You will be released today," he said. "But before you leave this chamber, I need to know, will you continue?" She looked up. "Continue what?" "Using your gift." He stood by the door, his hands clasped behind his back. "The king is stable, but he is not cured. The rot will return. It is not a disease, Healer Harrow. It is a consequence, a burden that has been building in the royal line for generations, passed from body to body, always transferred, never resolved. The physicians do not understand this. They think the rot is a sickness that can be purged. It cannot be purged. It can only be moved." She felt the words settle into her chest like stones. "Moved where?" "That depends." He stepped closer. "The king's burden is vast. You cannot carry it alone. You proved that in the sick room. But you can split it, dose it, distribute it across multiple vessels over time. The condemned, the debtors, those who have already been marked as losses the realm can afford." "No." "Think carefully before you answer. I will not be the one who decides who suffers. You already have." He pulled a folded paper from his coat and held it out. "The prisoner manifest for next month's executions. 17 names, all of them guilty, all of them sentenced to die by law." She did not take the paper. "You are not asking me to heal the king," she said. "You are asking me to become an executioner. I am asking you to become something far more valuable." His voice was soft, almost kind. "I am asking you to become the person who decides where the pain goes, so that no one else has to guess, so that the structure remains intact, so that the kingdom does not burn because we were too pure to use the tools we have." She looked down at her hands. The filigree was gone. The skin was clean. There was no trace of what she had done. But she remembered. She remembered the weight of the rot, the ocean that had tried to drown her. She remembered Jereb Runnel's pulse beneath her fingers, the moment it stopped, the relief that had flooded through her when Berengar breathed clean. She remembered how good it had felt to be necessary. "I need time," she said. Mallender lowered the paper. "You have until the king wakes. The king wakes every hour." "Not this time." He folded the paper and returned it to his coat. "He has been asleep for 2 days. The physicians say it is healing rest. I say it is the last peace he will ever know. When he opens his eyes, he will have questions, and you will need to have answers." He walked to the door and paused with his hand on the frame. "Think about arithmetic, Heir Harrow. Think about what happens to a kingdom that refuses to do the math." He left. The door closed, and Linnet sat alone in the gray light, her black book open in her lap, the names of her patients staring up at her like accusations she had not yet learned to read. She did not take the paper, but she also did not say no. Chapter 4. She wore a borrowed gown of deep blue silk that belonged to a woman whose name she did not know. The fabric whispered against her legs as she walked, and the scars on her forearms stood out pale against the elegance the dress demanded. Mallender had sent the gown with a note written in the same careful hand she was learning to dread. "You are not a curiosity tonight. You are a statement. Behave like one." The great hall of Gathram blazed with silver candlelight. Hundreds of candles burned in iron chandeliers, their flames reflected in polished marble, in wine goblets, in the eyes of courtiers who turned to watch her enter. She felt their attention like a physical weight, a pressure against her skin that made her want to shrink, to hide behind the nearest column. But Mallender was watching from a table near the dais, and the king was seated beside him. Berengar looked hollow. His cheeks had caught some color, and his eyes were clear, but the flesh beneath them was bruised with exhaustion. He wore a gold circlet that seemed too heavy for his brow. When he saw her, he lifted his goblet in a salute that no one else noticed. Linnet bowed. The court watched her bow, and then they watched her straighten, and then they watched every step she took toward the table where Mallender had placed her seat. She felt the scrutiny like a blade held flat against her throat. Behave like one. She had no idea what a statement looked like. A steward pulled out her chair. She sat, and the table rearranged itself around her. To her left, a man with silk-soft voice introduced himself as Lord Sivan Rakes. He was Treasury, Mallender had warned her, which meant he would speak of lives as numbers and make it sound like sympathy. "Heir Harrow." Rakes smiled, his teeth small and even. "We are all eager to thank you. The king looks better than he has in months." "The physicians deserve the credit," she said. "I only did what I was asked." Modesty. Rakes lifted his wine. "A rare quality in Gathram. I hope you keep it." She did not trust the hope in his voice. She drank water instead of wine and watched the room around her. The tables were arranged in a long U, with the king at the curve. Nobles filled the sides, their faces turned toward Berengar like flowers toward the sun, but their eyes kept sliding to her. She caught phrases in the murmur of conversation. "The Marrowfell woman, the one who touched him, they say she nearly died." Mallender was right. She was not a curiosity. She was a territory. The woman who sat 2 places down wore a gown of pale amber that caught the candlelight like honey. She was not introduced, but every time Linnet glanced her way, she found the woman already watching, her mouth curved in a smile that showed nothing at all. Lady Mirelle Quist. Mallender had mentioned her too. The Queen's former mistress of ceremonies, now a broker of secrets. The woman who smiled while arranging advantages that kept everyone indebted to her. When the first course was cleared, Mirelle rose and moved around the table as if she had business everywhere. She stopped at Linnet's side with the ease of someone who had never been denied access to any conversation. "Heir Harrow." Her voice was warm, almost affectionate. "You must be exhausted." "I am well," Linnet said. "No, you are not." Mirelle's smile deepened. You are sitting in a room full of people who want to know whether you can be bought, threatened, or married. That is exhausting even for those of us born to it. Linnet said nothing. Mirelle leaned closer, her perfume reaching Linnet before her voice did. I am not your enemy, Healer Harrow, but I am not your friend either. I am simply someone who believes that knowledge should be shared before it is weaponized. If you ever want to know what someone is planning before they try to use you, you know where to find me. She touched Linnet's shoulder once, light as breath, and moved on. The warmth of her palm lingered like a brand. A minor lord introduced himself and asked how she had learned her craft. She told him she had been apprenticed to an abbey healer since childhood. He asked if she had ever failed to save someone. She said yes, many times. He asked if the king would have died without her. She did not answer. The lord's smile flickered. He excused himself to find more wine, and she watched him retreat into the crowd, wondering what he would tell whoever had sent him to ask. A woman in emerald silk approached as the second course arrived. She carried a cup of something dark that smelled of spices, and she did not bother with introductions. My husband serves on the Regency Council, she said. He tells me the king's condition will require ongoing attention. Are you planning to stay in Gathrim indefinitely? I have not decided. Decide quickly. The woman's smile was thin and precise. The court does not tolerate uncertainty. You are either in the wall or on the wall, Healer Harrow. Pick your side before someone picks it for you. She left before Linnet could respond. The meal stretched like a wound being dressed too slowly. Linnet ate without tasting. She answered questions with the barest civility, watching the faces of the people who asked them, trying to memorize names and alliances she could not possibly track. The candles burned down. The conversation grew louder. The king spoke once, briefly, asking for water, and the room quieted the way a forest quiets when a predator moves unseen. She hated it. She hated the silk dress and the silver candlelight, and the way every smile hit a blade. And beneath the hatred, quieter and more shameful, she felt something else. Thrill. She was being watched, weighed, valued. In Marrowfell, she had been the village healer, useful, respected, but never fawned over. No one had ever needed to know whether she could be bought or threatened or married. No one had ever considered her worth a faction's attention. Here she was currency. Here she mattered. She hated how much she liked it. The banquet ended with the king's departure. Berengar rose, leading on a steward's arm, and the court bowed as he passed. He stopped at Linnet's table, and she looked up to find his eyes on her, lucid and tired. You saved my life, he said. I did what I could, your grace. He lovely expressed to him a mass Heir. He studied her with an attention that felt older than his years. I will need you again, sooner than I would like. I am at your service. No, he shook his head, emotion almost too small to see. You are not at my service. You are at the court's service. There is a difference. He left her with that, trailing stewards and whispers, and she watched his back as he walked through the silver candlelight, a man who had been saved and did not know yet what it had cost. I hope that the Tepital Thir shared at the joud just so counting among the rest, she vangelly little suit. She stayed at the table after the hall emptied, watching the servants clear the dishes. Mallender appeared beside her, silent as smoke. You survived, he said. My head is neverly words all musk, still it tells me. I was not aware I was at risk. You were at a banquet, in Gathrim. Every banquet is a risk. He sat in the chair the king had vacated, his ink-stained fingers resting on the table. Tivon Rex asked about your availability. Morella Quist touched you. Lady Harville asked whether you were staying. That is, 3 factions in one evening. How do you know what Lady Harville said? I know everything that is said in this hall. He did not smile. You did well. You told them nothing, and you showed them nothing. That is a skill most courtiers spend years learning. It was not skill, she said. I simply did not know what to say. Better than saying the wrong thing. He stood. You will be tested again tomorrow, and the day after, and every day until the king is dead or cured, and I suspect neither of those will happen cleanly. She looked up at him, and the thrill she had felt earlier curdled into something colder. How long until he wakes? He is already awake. The question is how long until he was lucid enough to realize he has been healed by a system he never agreed to. Mallender turned toward the door. Rest while you can, Healer Harrow. The arithmetic is just beginning. He left. The hall creaked with the cooling of the candles, and Linnet sat alone in the silver light, her black book pressed against her chest, feeling the weight of a kingdom that had already begun to count her as one of its tools. Chapter 5. The third course was still being cleared when the screaming started. Linnet rose before she knew she had moved, her chair scraping stone. The sound came from somewhere beyond the great hall, muffled by walls and distance but unmistakable. A woman's scream, cut short. The servants froze mid-reach. A goblet tipped, splashing wine across white linen. Then more screams. Closer. The clash of metal. Someone shouted, "Close the doors!" And the great hall became a cage of 50 panicked bodies pressing toward the exits. Linnet was pushed sideways, her shoulder striking a pillar. She caught herself, black book still pressed to her chest, and forced her way against the tide toward the sound. She did not know why. She only knew that somewhere in this palace someone was hurting, and she had hands that could take it. The corridor beyond the hall was a different world. The candles still burned, the tapestries still hung, but blood painted the floor in long red smears, and a guard lay crumpled against the wall with his throat opened ear to ear. His eyes were still open. Linnet's boots slipped in the wet as she passed him. Ahead, more guards clustered around a fallen shape. An overturned brazier scattered coals across the stone, and the air smelled of smoke, copper, and something floral from a shattered perfume bottle. "Where is she?" someone shouted. "The healer, where is she?" Linnet stepped forward. "Here." The guards parted. The shape on the floor was a woman in servant's gray, her belly torn open by a blade that had punched through cloth and skin and muscle. Blood pumped between her fingers where she tried to hold herself together. Her mouth moved, but no sound came out. Linnet knelt. She did not ask permission. She placed her palms over the wound, feeling the wet heat of it, the pulse of a life leaking away. "Stay with me," she said. She closed her eyes and named the injury aloud, the way Mother Sarah had taught her. "A laceration across the lower abdomen, penetrating the peritoneum. Hemorrhage. Name the wound and call it." The servant's blood was warm on her hands. The wound was hungry. Linnet began to pull. Fire. It seized her low in the belly, a tearing sensation that made her gasp. She took the wound into herself and felt the flesh part, the blood vessels open, the shock of exposure to cold air on organs that should never be exposed. She took it. She took the pain, too, the blinding animal pain that made the servant howl, and she swallowed it like a mouthful of broken glass. The servant gasped. Her hands fell away from her stomach. Linnet doubled over, clutching her own abdomen, blood soaking through her borrowed blue silk gown. She had done this before in Marrowfell, taken wounds into her own body and waited for them to heal, the mercy slowly knitting her flesh back together over days. But this wound was deep, and the bleeding would not stop just because she had moved it. She looked up. The servant was alive, pale, trembling, but alive. The wound was gone. Linnet's own blood pooled beneath her knees. "Healer!" A guard grabbed her arm. "You're bleeding." "I know." She pressed her hand to her stomach. The edges of the wound burned. "I need to get to the infirmary. I need bandages and a needle and time." A new voice cut through the chaos. "Clear the corridor." It was not loud. It did not need to be. Linnet looked up to find a man striding through the smoke and the blood like he walked through it every day. He wore a soldier's leather over cord velvet, and his face was all sharp angles and hard lines, with eyes that assessed the scene in a single sweep and dismissed everything that did not matter. He was not handsome in the way of courtiers. He was handsome in the way of things built to endure. He stopped in front of her, looked at the blood spreading across her gown, and said, "You are the healer who saved the king." It was not a question. "Linnet Harrow," she said. "Marshal Corn Bly." He crouched, bringing his face level with hers. His eyes were brown, the color of packed earth, and they held no polish. "The gallery is not secure. The assassins may still be inside the walls. You cannot stay here." "I cannot walk." "I can carry you." She stared at him. He stared back. "I do not make offers I do not mean," he said. "There are wounded in the soldiers' wards, more than we have surgeons for. If you can help them, I will get you there." Linnet looked at her hands. The servant's blood mixed with her own, dark and wet. The wound in her belly throbbed. "Put pressure on it," she said, and pressed his palm against her stomach. He did not flinch. He wrapped an arm around her back and lifted her as if she weighed nothing, her legs folding, her head falling against his shoulder. He smelled of leather and sweat and cold air. "Move," he said to the guards. "Secure the east wing. If you find anyone without a uniform, hold them for my question." "Yes, Marshal." He carried her through the blood-stained corridor, past the dead guard with his open eyes, past the overturned brazier and the broken bottle, and the servant who was being helped to her feet by two shaking maids. Linnet's blood soaked through his doublet. "You are bleeding on me," he said. "You told me to help." "I did." He did not sound angry. He sounded like a man stating a fact. "The wards are 2 floors down. You will have 30 seconds to decide whether you can help before I put you on a cot instead." She closed her eyes. The wound burned. The thrill she had felt at the banquet felt like it belonged to a different woman. Chapter 6. The soldiers' ward smelled of rot and old linen, of vinegar and the sweetish undertone of fever sweat that never quite left a room where men died slowly. Linnet's wound throbbed with every step as Corin carried her through the doorway, the torn flesh in her belly burning against his arm. The room was long and low-ceilinged, lined with cots packed so close a man could not turn without touching his neighbor. Lanterns hung from iron hooks, casting yellow light across bandaged limbs and hollow faces. A surgeon looked up from a table where he was cutting into a man's thigh. His apron was black with old blood. "Marshal, we have no beds." "Then make space." Corin set Linnet down on an empty cot near the door, his hands lingering a moment longer than necessary. "She is the healer who saved the king." The surgeon's eyes widened. "The one from Marrowfell?" Linnet pressed her palm to her belly, feeling the wet slide of blood. "I need bandages, a needle, 2 assistants who can follow instructions. You are bleeding through the gown." "I am aware." The surgeon looked at Corin. Corin said nothing. "I will show you the worst first," the surgeon said. Linnet stood. The wound screamed. She ignored it. The first man had a festering gash across his ribs, the flesh gone yellow at the edges, the smell of rot thick enough to taste. Linnet touched his arm and felt the infection humming beneath his skin, a warm tide of poison that had been building for days. "This will hurt," she said. He nodded. He was too tired to speak. She named the wound, called the infection into her palm, and watched it bead up through his pores like dark sweat. The wound went clean. The fever in his cheeks began to fade. Linnet's hand trembled. She moved to the next cot. For 2 hours, she worked. She took a shattered collarbone into her own shoulder and felt the bone grind as she finished resetting a different man's arm. She drew pus from a lung and coughed it into a basin, the taste of it copper and rot in her throat. She pulled the splinters of a crossbow bolt from a man's chest by naming each fragment and coaxing them into her own flesh, where they lodged like hot needles beneath her skin. The soldiers watched her. They did not speak much. They stared at the blood on her borrowed gown and the concentration in her gray eyes and the way her hands moved like she had been doing this her whole life, which she had. Corin stayed. He moved through the ward behind her, carrying water, holding lanterns, lifting men too weak to sit. He did not ask questions. He did not offer comfort she did not want. He simply existed in her periphery, solid and quiet, a wall at her back. At some point, she stopped shaking. The wound in her belly had stopped bleeding. She noticed it while she was stitching a gash on a young soldier's forearm. The pain had faded from a scream to a dull ache, and when she pressed her hand to her stomach, her palm came away dry. The mercy was healing her. Slowly, but it was healing. She stared at her hand for a long moment, then turned back to the work. The ward was quieter now. The worst cases had been stabilized. The dead had been carried out, their faces covered with cloth. The remaining wounded lay still in their cots, breathing easier than they had when she arrived. Linnet sat on the edge of an empty cot and let her hands fall to her sides. They were shaking again. Corin appeared beside her, holding a cup of water. "Drink," She took it. The water was cold, and it hurt going down, and she drank it all. "How do you do it?" he asked. She looked up at him. His face was hard to read in the lantern light. "Do what?" "Take the pain. Decide who gets better and who does not." "I do not decide." She set the cup down. "I take what I can bear. The rest stays where it is." "That is still a decision." She had no answer for that. He sat beside her on the cot, leaving a hand's width between them. His knee brushed hers through the fabric. "The court will tell you that you saved lives tonight," he said, "and you did. But they will also tell you that you owe them the same service, and that is a different thing. You speak plainly. I do not know how else to speak." She turned her head to look at him. His profile was sharp in the lantern light, the line of his jaw tight, his attention fixed on the wounded men around them. "My father served in the border wars," he said. "He came home with a wound that never healed. A surgeon opened him up and found rot deep in the bone. They cut off his leg, but the rot was already in his blood. I am sorry, I do not tell you this for pity." He looked at her. His eyes were brown and unguarded. "I tell you because the surgeons who treated him were good men. They did what they could. They did not have a gift that lets them move suffering from one body to another." "No, they did not." "Would you have taken his pain if you could?" "Yes, even if it meant you carried it for the rest of your life." She looked down at her hands. The shaking had stopped. "Yes." He nodded, like that was the answer he had expected, like he had known it before he asked. "That is what I mean," he said. "The court will use that about you." "I know. Do you know how to stop them?" She looked up at him. The question hung between them, sharp and honest and impossible. "No," she said. He did not look away. "Then I will stay close," he said. The silence that followed was not uncomfortable. It was charged, the way air is charged before a storm. Linnet felt his presence beside her, the warmth of his arm, the steadiness of his breath. She wanted to lean into him. She wanted to close her eyes and let someone else carry the weight for a moment. She did not. Instead, she said, "You should have guards with you, if the assassins are still inside the walls." "I have guards. I do not see them. Neither do the assassins." She almost smiled. Almost. But before the smile could reach her lips, a rasping cough cut through the quiet of the ward. Linnet turned. A soldier 3 cots away was trying to sit up, his hands clutching his chest, his face twisted with pain. His lips were wet with blood. She was on her feet before she knew she had moved. The soldier was young, maybe 19, with a bandage wrapped around his ribs and a sheen of sweat on his face. His breath came in ragged gasps, each one shallower than the last. "What is your name?" Linnet asked. "Gareth." He coughed. Blood flecked his chin. "Something is wrong inside. I can feel it moving." She touched his chest. The moment her skin met his, she felt it. A dark pulse beneath the ribs, hot and wet and wrong. It was not a wound. It was not an infection. It was something else, something that felt familiar. "Marshal," she said, her voice flat, "I need you to look at something." Corin was beside her in an instant, his hand on her shoulder. "What is it?" Linnet did not answer. She was staring at the dark stain spreading through the white of the soldier's bandage, and she was remembering the way the black rot had pulsed in King Berengar's veins. Chapter 7. The summons came before dawn. A steward in royal blue found Linnet in the ward corridor, still wearing the stained smock from the night before, her own wound a dull ache beneath the bandages. "The king is awake," the steward said. "He is asking for you." Corin moved to follow. The steward raised a hand. "Alone." Linnet touched Corin's arm. A brief press, nothing more. "It is all right." His jaw tightened, but he did not argue. She followed the steward through the gallery, past the place where the blood had been scrubbed from the stone, into the wing where the corridors narrowed and the tapestries grew heavier, the air thicker with incense and old sickness. 2 guards opened the doors to the king's bedchamber. Berengar sat propped against pillows, his face the color of tallow, his hands folded on the blanket. The room smelled of rue and sweat and something metallic that clung to the back of the throat. He looked smaller than he had at the banquet. "You came," he said. "You summoned me." "Yes." He gestured to a chair beside the bed. "Sit." she sat. The silence stretched. Berengar studied her the way a man studies a map before a journey. His eyes were clear, for now, the gray of winter water, and they missed nothing. "You are the one who saved me," he said. "I am one of the ones." Mallender told me a physician from Marrowfell performed a rare treatment. He did not tell me the details. The king tilted his head. "I am asking you instead." Linnet held his gaze. "What do you want to know?" "Everything." She could have lied, could have softened the edges, called it a difficult procedure, let him believe the cost had been paid in skill alone. The words formed in her throat, ready to be spoken. She did not speak them. "A man died," she said. "A condemned prisoner named Jared Runnel. The rot was too much for my body to bear, so Chancellor Mallender had him brought in. I transferred a portion of your burden into him. He died within minutes. You stabilized." Berengar's expression did not change. "And you agreed to this." "I did not agree. It was done before I could refuse." "But you did not stop it." The words landed cleanly, without accusation. That made them worse. "No," Linnet said. "I did not stop it." Berengar looked down at his hands. The knuckles were too large, the skin papery and thin. "I have been king for 23 years, he said. "Do you know what I have learned?" She waited. "The worst harm in Gathrem is always done by people calling themselves necessary." The words settled in her chest like stones. "The grain hoarders call themselves necessary," Berengar continued. "The generals, the treasury men who redraw district lines and call the dead collateral. Mallender calls himself necessary." He looked up at her. "And now you have started calling yourself necessary. I did what was needed to keep you alive." "Yes, and in doing it, you learned that you could." His voice was quiet, almost gentle. "That is the lesson that never leaves you. Once you know you can decide who lives and who dies, the decision becomes easier each time." Linnet said nothing. "I know Mallender's arithmetic," Berengar said. "I have known it for years. I let it continue because I was too weak to stop it and too afraid of what would happen if I did." His breath caught. He pressed a hand to his chest. "But you are not me. You still have a choice about what you become." "And what am I becoming?" "Ask yourself that question when the next crisis comes." His eyes held hers. "Because it will come, and you will be ready with a reason." The room felt smaller than it had a moment ago. Linnet's hands were cold. "Why are you telling me this?" she asked. "Because I see it in you. The same hunger I saw in Mallender when he was young. The need to be the one who bears the burden, because if you do not bear it, someone else might do it worse." He shook his head. "That need will eat you alive." "Then what do you want me to do?" "I want you to ask yourself, before every act of mercy, whether you are saving a life or building a cage." The words hung in the air. Linnet opened her mouth to press him further, to ask what he knew about the rot, about the prisoners, about the system that had been running beneath the throne for decades. But Berengar's face changed. The clarity drained from his eyes like water from a cracked vessel. His breath hitched. His hand went to his chest again, fingers curling against the fabric of his nightshirt. "It is coming back," he whispered. "What is coming back?" He did not answer. His body arched against the pillows, a shudder running through him from skull to heels. His mouth opened, and a sound came out that was not quite a scream, not quite a cough, something wet and deep and wrong. "Guards!" Linnet called. "Get the physicians!" The door opened, but it was not physicians who entered. It was Mallender. He crossed the room in 3 smooth strides, looked at the king's contorted face, and turned to Linnet. His pale gray eyes were calm. "The last transfer is wearing off," he said. "I told you the rot would return." He was lucid. He was speaking. That is what his lucid hours are for, to remind us what we are losing. Mallender glanced at the king, then back at her. "But it is worse than I expected. The pain is rising faster than the last transfer bought us." Linnet felt her stomach tighten. "How fast?" "Fast enough that we need to decide what comes next." He held her gaze. "The prisoner manifest is still on my desk. 17 names. They are still condemned." The king moaned. His fingers clawed at the blanket. Linnet looked at Berengar's face, at the veins beginning to darken beneath his skin, and she heard his voice again in her mind. Ask yourself whether you are saving a life or building a cage. I need time, she said. You do not have time. Mallender's voice was soft. He does not have time. The realm does not have time. The king screamed. It was a raw sound, torn from somewhere deep, and it did not stop. Chapter 8. The king's scream did not stop. It went on while Mallender spoke, while Linnet stood frozen at the bedside, while the candles guttered and the shadows stretched and the rot darkened the veins in Berengar's throat like ink bleeding through paper. The sound was not human. It was something the body made when the person inside had already left. Linnet pressed her palms against her ears. It made no difference. Mallender touched her shoulder. His fingers were cool and dry. Come, there is nothing you can do for him tonight. He needs treatment. He needs rest, and so do you. He guided her toward the door. The crisis will not break until morning. Use the hours. She let him steer her into the corridor. The door closed behind them, muffling the scream to a distant animal sound. Linnet leaned against the stone wall. Her hands were shaking. There is another way, Mallender said. She looked at him. The condemned prisoners are one option, but there are men and women in Gathram who would accept measured suffering in exchange for silver for their families. Debtors, desperate people, people who would choose it. Choose it? Consent, Mallender said. The cleaner line. The words felt like a trap dressed in velvet. You have already arranged this. I have prepared the possibility. His voice was calm. 23 names, men and women who owe sums they cannot repay. Each has been offered a contract, accept a measured portion of the king's burden, and the crown settles their debt and provides a death gift for their household. A death gift? The transfer kills them, Linnet. I will not pretend otherwise, but they will die knowing their children will not starve. She stared at him. You call that consent? I call it a choice. They are condemned by poverty either way. This way, their families survive. He held her gaze. It is the cleanest option we have. Linnet thought of Berengar's voice. Ask yourself whether you are saving a life or building a cage. But the king was screaming, and Mallender was offering a door. She did not sleep. The hours until dawn passed in the narrow bed of her tower chamber, the black book open on the sill, the pages blank. She had not written in it since Marrow fell. The village names felt like they belonged to another woman. When the light came gray and weak through the window, she washed her face and went down to Mallender's study. The Chancellor was already working, ink on his fingers, a stack of contracts on the desk. He slid them across without looking up. Read the terms. Each volunteer has signed. The silver will be paid to their named kin within the hour. Linnet picked up the first contract. The handwriting was uneven. The letters pressed hard into the paper as if the writer had been trembling. I, Harlan Tesh, in exchange for 30 silver marks to my wife and 2 children, accept the transfer of the king's affliction into my body. I understand the procedure results in my death. Her throat tightened. He has children, she said. 2, a boy and a girl. The wife works in a weaver's shop that will not survive the winter without the debt cleared. Mallender's voice was flat. Read the rest. She did. 23 names, 23 families. Each contract specified the amount, the recipient, the death gift. The arithmetic was clean and precise, a ledger of lives. The condemned prisoners could not consent, Mallender said. These can. It is not perfect, but it is better. Is it? You tell me. He leaned back. The king will wake screaming in 2 hours. His pain will be measurable. The transfer will take roughly 7 volunteers to stabilize him. That leaves 16 for the next crisis, which will come within a fortnight. Linnet looked at the contracts. The names, the trembling handwriting. Harlan Tesh, a man who had held the pen and pressed until the letters bled through the page. A man who had signed his own death for 30 silver marks. Is the silver enough? She asked. It keeps their families alive through spring. Through spring. Spring is more than they had yesterday. She looked at Mallender. His face was unreadable. The burned scar on his jaw caught the candlelight. I need my book, she said. She wrote the names. Her hand shook as she opened the little black book to a fresh page and pressed the nib against the paper. Harlan Tesh, Scylla Moore, Jaron Hask. Each name went down in her careful village hand, each name followed by the amount of silver, the number of kin, the date of the contract. She did not look at Mallender. She did not look at the king. She looked at the names and wrote them, one after another, and the shaking in her hand stopped before the page was full. She did not notice when it happened, but as she wrote the 8th name, the pen steady, the ink flowing clean, she realized her fingers had stopped trembling. The fear had not left, but something else had taken its place. A quiet certainty, a hollow resolve. She was not saving lives. She was assigning costs. The worst harm in Gathram is always done by people calling themselves necessary. She closed the book. "Bring them in," she said. The volunteers came in 2s and 3s, ushered by a steward with a ledger of his own. They were thin, they were tired, they smelled of damp wool and river water, and the kind of poverty that never washed out. Harlan Tesh was the first. He was younger than she expected, maybe 30, with a beard that did not fill in and eyes that looked at the floor. "The healer will touch you," the steward said. "It will not hurt." The man nodded. Linnet stepped forward. She did not know what to say to a man who had traded his death for his children's winter. "I will make it quick," she said. He looked up. "Make sure the silver reaches my wife." "I will." She placed her hands on his chest. She could feel the rot already, a warm thrum beneath his skin. Mallender had prepared the vessel, opened the body to receive the king's burden. All she had to do was move it. She focused on Berengar, on the weight of dark filaments pulsing in the sick room 2 floors above. She pulled. The rot flowed through her like oil, heavy, hot, old beyond measure. She pushed. Harlan Tesh's eyes went wide. His mouth opened. A sound came out, a low gurgle, and then his body shuddered and went still. Linnet stepped back. The steward made a mark in his ledger. "1 complete. Scylla more, please." She did not look at the body. She looked at her hands. The black book was on the table, open to the page with the names. She had stopped shaking. She did not know whether that was strength or the first sign that she was no longer the woman who would have wept. The last volunteer was a woman named Killa Venner, past 50, with hands gnarled from a lifetime of textiles. She had no children, no husband. The silver was for her sister's grandchildren. "I cannot feel them," she said, before Linnet touched her. "The transfer, does it hurt?" "It is over quickly," Linnet said. "That is what they told my Ned, when they took him for the fever season 4 years back." Killa Venner's eyes were dry. "He died screaming." Linnet said nothing. "Will I scream?" "I will try to make sure you do not." The woman nodded. "That is more than they gave my Ned." Linnet placed her hands on the woman's chest. The rot was already waiting, heavy and dark, coiled behind her navel like a second heart. She pulled. The transfer was smooth, the death was quick. But as the woman's body sagged, Linnet felt something else in the rot. A shift, a pulse that was not the king's burden, not Killa Venner's flesh. Something deeper, something that recognized her. It tasted her name. She pulled her hands away. The steward was already making his mark. 23 complete, sir. The king's condition is stable." Linnet looked down at her palms. No black filigree, but she could still feel it. The rot, the hunger. It knew her now. She looked at the black book, at the 23 names, at the silver amounts listed beside each one. Her hands were steady. The king was alive, and the debtors' families would eat through spring. Chapter 9. The rot settled like a thing that had found its nest. Linnet stood in the treatment chamber as the last body was carried past her, Killa Venner's gnarled hands swinging loose, and the steward's ledger closed with a soft thump. 23 names, 23 bodies. The king was quiet above them, his breath a clean rhythm that carried through the floorboards. She looked at her palms. Clean, but she could still feel it, the pulse, the recognition. Mallender appeared in the doorway with fresh papers. "The physicians report full stabilization. His lucid hour will return by evening." She did not turn. "You said the transfer wears off faster each time." "It does. Then we will need more." 23 stabilized him for now. Tomorrow we begin the schedule." She picked up the black book. The names stared back at her. Harlan Tesh, Scylla Moore, Killa Venner. She had written them with a steady hand. She would write more. "Split the burden," she said. Mallender tilted his head. "The rot is heavy, too heavy for a single vessel." She heard her own voice as if from across the room, clinical, distant. "If I measure the dose, spread it across several debtors, the strain on each body is less. The death is faster, cleaner. The procedure must be exact." "I can be exact?" She said it without hesitation, without the tremor that would have lived in her voice a week ago. She said it the way Mallender said everything, like arithmetic, like truth. He studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded. "I will prepare a new manifest." By midday, she had developed the method. She worked in a smaller chamber off the sick room, a windowless space with a stone table and a single brazier. The steward brought debtors in batches of 5. Linnet touched each one, measured the rot's weight, calculated the fraction each body could bear. She split the king's burden like a loaf. The first batch took 3 hours. 5 men, 5 women, each receiving a measured dose of the darkness that lived in Berengar's blood. They died in sequence, one after another, their bodies shuddering and stilling in the space of a breath. Linnet wrote their names. Her hand did not shake. She noticed that. She noticed the absence of shaking the way a sailor notices the absence of wind. Something should have been there, some resistance, some part of her that flinched. It was not. She wrote the next 5 names. Word came from the infirmary in the afternoon. Corin found her in the chamber. He stopped at the threshold, taking in the stone table, the brazier, the row of covered bodies against the far wall. "The king is stable," she said. "I heard." His voice was careful. "The surgeons say the rot in Gareth has receded. They do not know why." She understood before he finished speaking. The king's condition was improving, and the black rot that had been spreading through the soldiers' ward was weakening. Her work here was saving lives she would never see. "Dozens are recovering," Corin said. "Men who were vomiting black bile this morning are sitting up, asking for water." She should have felt something. Joy, relief, pride. She felt the absence of shaking. "That is good," she said. He stepped closer. "Linnet, what are you doing in here?" She looked at the names in the black book. 38 now, including the Mourning batch. Each one followed by a silver amount, a family count, a date. "Treatment," she said. He waited for more. She offered nothing. The 4th batch came at dusk. A man named Pell Warden, past 50, with a stoop in his back and a cough that rattled like loose stones. He signed the contract with an X. His daughter held his hand at the door. "You will not feel it," the steward said. The daughter looked at Linnet. "He raised 6 of us. He taught me to read." Linnet said nothing. She placed her hands on Pell Warden's chest. She had done this so many times now that the rot felt familiar. It moved through her like a current she could steer. She measured the dose, calculated the weight, pushed the fraction into his lungs. His body sagged. The daughter made a sound, a small animal noise, and then the steward was leading her out. Linnet wrote the name. Pell Warden, 40 silver marks. 4 surviving children. She looked at her hands, still clean, still steady. She was writing the 43rd name when the steward's voice changed. "Sir." She looked up. He was standing over the last debtor, a young man, maybe 20, with a thatch of red hair and a laborer's shoulders. The man was still alive. He was coughing. Dark threads curled from his lips, thin and slick, like strands of wet silk, twisted in the air and dissolved before they touched the floor. Linnet stood. "That is not possible," the steward said. The man coughed again. His eyes found Linnet's. They were not afraid. They were knowing. His lips moved. She heard it. Her name. He could not have known it. She had never met him. He was a name on a contract, a body on a table, a vessel. But his lips shaped her name, and the dark threads kept coming. Chapter 10. The steward took a step back. His hand went to his mouth, an old gesture, a man who had seen enough death to know when something was wrong. The red-haired debtor coughed again. The dark threads curled from his lips like living things, twisting, reaching. Linnet's name still on his mouth. She moved before she thought. Her hand closed around the steward's wrist, and she pulled him toward the door. "Get Mallender." "Sir, the man is still—" "Get Mallender." The steward went. The door swung shut. Linnet stood alone with the coughing man and the brazier, and the smell of rot that was not blood, not sickness, something older. His eyes tracked her. She had seen death take 100 faces, the slackening of muscle, the fogging of the pupil, the moment when the body became a thing. This was not that. He was watching her the way a patient watches a healer, with trust and fear and something else, something she could not name. She should leave. She should wait in the corridor until Mallender arrived. She stayed. The man coughed and the threads dissolved against the stone floor. His lips moved again and she heard her name, soft, like a question. "How do you know me?" He could not answer. His throat was full of darkness. But his hand lifted from the table, trembling, and reached toward her. She took it. The rot surged beneath his skin, hot and alive, and she felt it recognize her. Not like the last time, not a taste, a greeting. This was different. This was a hand reaching back. Mallender arrived with 2 guards and a length of chain. He took in the scene with a single sweep of his pale eyes. The debtor still breathing, Linnet holding his hand, the dark threads clotting on the floor. "Leave us." The guards hesitated. Mallender did not repeat himself. The door closed. There were 3 in the small chamber. The brazier hissed. "He should be dead," Mallender said. "He is not." Linnet released the man's hand. His fingers curled, empty, reaching for something she had taken away. Mallender moved to the table. He studied the debtor the way a farmer studies a sick animal, clinically, without sentiment. Then he looked at Linnet. "The rot is learning. That is not possible. You felt it recognize you. You told me." She had. In the darkness of the transfer chamber, when Kella Venner's body had shuddered and the rot had tasted her name, she had told him because she thought it was exhaustion, a trick of her own failing mind. "I need to examine him," she said. "He will be examined. Not by guards, by me." Mallender's jaw tightened. The burn scar pulled white along the bone. "Very well, tonight, after the king's lucid hour." He turned toward the door, then stopped. "There is a visitor waiting in your chambers. I told her you would be occupied until dusk." "Who?" "Lady Mirelle Quist." The name settled in Linnet's chest like a stone dropped into still water. "She wants to offer you lessons in survival," Mallender said. "I suggest you accept." The debtor was taken to a locked room 2 floors below the sick room. Linnet watched them carry him out, his eyes still open, his lips still moving. Then she washed her hands. The water ran clear. The black threads dissolved and vanished. Her skin was clean, unmarked, the same hands that had touched 43 bodies in a single day. She walked to her chambers. Mirelle was sitting by the window. She wore gray today, a high-necked gown with silver threading at the cuffs, and she looked at Linnet the way a cat looks at a door it knows how to open. "You look tired," Mirelle said. "I am tired. That is not a confession you should make in this palace. Tired is weak. Weak is a wound." Linnet sat on the edge of her bed. The fire had burned low and the room was cold. "What do you want?" Mirelle smiled. It was a practiced smile, warm and empty. "To give you information you do not have. In exchange for information you will not miss. I have nothing to trade." "You have a gift the entire court wants to own. That is not nothing." Linnet said nothing. Mirelle rose and crossed to the washstand. She poured water into a basin and dipped her fingers, watching the ripples. "Treasury is moving. Rakes has prepared a proposal for the Regency Council. He wants mercy classified as a crown resource, subject to the same oversight as grain stores and armories." "Mercy is not grain." "To Lord Rakes, everything is grain. Input, output, yield. He wants to count how much suffering you can move and quice it accordingly." The words settled. Linnet felt them the way she felt the rot, as something that should not be inside her. "You do not understand what he is proposing," Mirelle said. "He is not trying to control you through Mallender. He is trying to remove Mallender from the equation entirely. If Mercy becomes a Treasury asset, you report to him. Your schedule, your recipients, your records, all of it." "And Mallender?" "Mallender will fight, but Mallender is a Chancellor, not a king. The Regency Council outranks him. If Rakes secures enough votes, he wins." Linnet looked at her hands. Clean, steady. Why are you telling me this? Mirelle turned from the basin. Her face was pleasant, unreadable. Because I want you to owe me. Not today, not tomorrow, but when the crisis comes, and it will come, you will remember who warned you first. And if I tell Mallender you spoke to me? Mirelle's smile did not waver. You will not, because you know he would use that information to destroy me, and I am more useful to you alive than dead. She crossed to the door. Her hand rested on the handle. One more thing. The red-haired man in the locked room, the one who survived. The Treasury clerks already know about him. By morning, every faction in Gathram will have a name for him. His name is in my book. His name is irrelevant. What matters is that he lived. That means the rot can be survived. And if it can be survived, it can be studied, controlled, sold. Mirelle opened the door. You are no longer a healer, Linnet Harrow. You are a resource, and resources do not choose who uses them. The door closed. Linnet sat in the cold room and watched the fire die. She thought of the red-haired man reaching for her hand. She thought of the threads curling from his lips. She thought of Lord Rakes counting her gift in silver and grain. The absence of shaking, she was still not shaking. That was the worst part. Chapter 11. The knock came soft, too soft for a servant or a guard. Linnet looked up from her black book. The ink was still wet on the 43rd name. She had been staring at it for minutes, watching the letters dry. The knock came again. She crossed to the door and opened it. A girl stood in the corridor, 11 years old, maybe 12, with dark hair braided tight against her scalp and eyes the same pale gray as King Berengar's lucid hour. She wore a plain wool dress, no jewels, no crown. But she carried herself like someone who knew the weight of a throne she had not yet sat on. Princess Esme. Lady Harrow, the girl said. May I come in? Linnet stepped aside. Esme walked past her into the workroom, her gaze moving over the ledger, the ink pot, the chair where Linnet had been sitting. She did not touch anything. She stood in the center of the room with her hands clasped in front of her, the way a courtier stood before a superior. You should have guards with you, Linnet said. I dismissed them. Your father. My father is unconscious. My uncle is in the East Wing with his mistresses. The guards report to the Chancellor. Esme's voice was steady, too steady for her age. And I wanted to speak to you alone. Linnet closed the door. The girl watched her the whole time. I heard what you did, Esme said. In the sick room, with the debtors. Who told you? Everyone tells me. They think I do not listen. Esme's mouth curved, a ghost of a smile. I listened to everything. Linnet felt the cold air from the window settle against her neck. The fire had burned out hours ago, and she had not relit it. Is my father going to die? The question landed like a blade. Linnet opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. I am trying to keep him alive. That is not what I asked. No, it was not. Esme watched her with those gray eyes, patient, waiting. She was not a child asking for comfort. She was an heir asking for truth. I do not know, Linnet said. The words tasted like rot. Esme nodded, a small, precise movement, as if she had already known the answer and only needed to hear it spoken aloud. The court says you can take any pain into yourself, that you are blessed. She paused. But they also say you put my father's sickness into other people and they die. Linnet's hand found the edge of the table. The wood was rough under her fingers. Yes. And the people who die. They are volunteers, debtors, people who sign papers for silver. Yes. Esme was quiet for a long moment. The candle on the table guttered, sending shadows across her face. Who chooses? She asked. Chooses what? Who suffers? Esme's voice did not waver. Who dies? My father is the king. He did not choose to be sick. The debtors are poor. They did not choose to be hungry. You moved the pain from him into them, but you did not make the pain. You only move it. She stepped closer. So who chooses where it goes? The question hung in the cold air. Linnet thought of the condemned prisoners she had never touched, the debtors whose names she wrote without shaking, the red-haired man in the locked room, coughing threads that knew her name. "I choose," she said. Esme looked at her. There was no accusation in the girl's face, only curiosity, sharp and terrible. "And that does not frighten you?" Linnet's hands were steady at her sides. "It did," she said. "At first. And now?" She thought of the Mourning, the measured doses, the volunteers lined up in their wool and linen, the bodies carried out on canvas stretchers, the absence of shaking in her hands when she wrote the names. "Now I am not sure," she said. Esme held her gaze. "My mother used to say that power was like a knife. It does not matter who sharpens it. What matters is who holds it when the blade cuts. Your mother was wise. She died when I was 7. The physicians said it was a fever, but I remember her hands. They were covered in black marks, like ink that would not wash off." Linnet's breath stopped. Esme was watching her. The girl's face was calm, but there was something beneath it, a knowing that should not belong to a child of 11. "She had the mercy?" Linnet asked. "She had something." Esme looked down at her own hands. "I do not know what it was, but the physicians burned her sheets. They burned her mattress. They took everything she touched and put it in a fire." "Why?" "Because they were afraid." The candle went out. They stood in the dark, the princess and the healer. Between them, the memory of a woman who had died with black marks on her hands. "I should go," Esme said. "The Chancellor will notice I am missing." She moved toward the door. Her hand touched the handle, but she did not turn it. "Lady Harrow?" "Yes. I do not know if you are good or evil. I do not know if what you are doing is mercy or murder, but I know my father is alive, and I know you are the reason." She turned the handle. "When the time comes, I hope you choose well." The door opened. Esme slipped through, and the corridor swallowed her. Linnet stood alone in the dark. She thought of a Kryn who died with black marks on her hands, a child who had learned to ask questions before anyone could teach her what the answers meant, a woman in a gray gown who told her resources did not choose who used them. She thought of her hands, clean and steady. She lit the candle again. The flame caught, and the light fell across the open page of her black book. The 43rd name, the 42nd, the 1st. She touched the paper. Then she heard a sound from below. A crash, metal hitting stone. A shout that cut off too fast. Linnet was at the door before she thought, her feet carrying her down the stairs toward the locked room where the red-haired debtor lay waiting. Chapter 12. The sound guided her. A crash that had already finished. A shout that had already stopped. Linnet's feet found the stairs without her eyes, stone worn smooth by generations of servants who had learned to move unseen. The torch in her hand threw shadows that stretched and shrank with each step. Below, silence. She reached the corridor. 3 doors. The middle one stood open. The room was small. A cot, a chair, a man in the corner with his back against the wall, his hands pressed flat to the stone as if the wall could swallow him. The red-haired debtor. He was alive. His lips moved. A wet whisper she could not catch. She stepped closer and saw the threads. They lay across his chest like spilled ink, dark and glistening, pulsing with a rhythm that matched the motion of his throat. They had come up from inside him, and now they rested on his skin, waiting. "Can you hear me?" she asked. His eyes found hers. They were the color of winter ice, pale and cracked. "You know my name," she said. "Tell me how." His mouth opened. The threads stirred. Then footsteps in the corridor, heavy, measured. Mallender appeared in the doorway. "The king is asking for you," he said. "His lucid hour has come early. He is alive. I can see that." Mallender's gaze moved past her to the debtor, lingered, returned. "And I can see what he carries. The guards will stay outside. He will not be harmed. He is not a prisoner. He is a witness." Mallender stepped back. "The king will not wait." Linnet looked at the debtor. His eyes were still on her, pale and cracked, and she thought she saw something in them. Not recognition, not accusation, certainty. She left. The king's chambers were quieter than she remembered. The physicians had been dismissed. The candles burned low. Berengar sat propped against pillows, his face the color of old paper, his eyes clear. "You came," he said. "You asked. I always ask." He smiled. It cost him something. "That is the last freedom. I can still ask." She took the chair beside his bed. The rot was visible at his temples, dark tracery beneath the skin, but his gaze was steady. "Tell me about the woman at the gate," he said. "Which woman?" "The one who came for her husband Silver. The widow with 2 children. She has been standing in the courtyard for an hour, and the guards will not let her in." Linnet's hands went still. "I did not know." "Of course you did not. That is the point." Berengar's voice was soft, but the words had edges. "You write the names. You move the sickness. But you do not see what comes after." "Her husband signed the contract." "Yes. He signed it so his children could eat through spring, and now the spring is here, and the silver has not reached them." Linnet said nothing. Berengar watched her. "The Chancellor will pay her. He always pays. That is not the question." He paused. "The question is whether you will let yourself see her face, whether you will let yourself know the name of the woman who stands in the courtyard and wonders if her husband died for nothing." "I know the names." "You know the names you write." Berengar leaned forward. "You do not know the names they leave behind." The room was quiet. The candles flickered. "Go," he said. "See her, and then come back and tell me if what you are doing is still mercy." She found Mallender in the corridor outside the great hall. He was speaking with the steward, his voice low and precise. When he saw her, he dismissed the man with a gesture. "The widow," she said. "Yes. I want to see her." Mallender studied her. His face gave nothing. "That is unwise. I do not care. She will ask questions you cannot answer. She will demand explanations you do not have. And she will leave angrier than she arrived." "Then let her be angry." Mallender was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded. "Follow me." The courtyard was cold. The rain had stopped, but the stones were wet, and the air carried the smell of damp wool and horses. A woman stood near the gate, her shawl pulled tight around her shoulders, 2 children pressed against her skirts. She was young, younger than Linnet. Her face was raw with weeping. "You," the woman's voice cracked. "You are the one. The healer." "Yes." "Was it you? Did you put the sickness in him?" Linnet's throat closed. "He signed a contract," she said. "He signed because we were hungry, because the tithe took everything, because the children were crying at night." The woman stepped forward. "He did not sign because he wanted to die. He signed because you made dying the only way to live." The children watched. The younger one, a girl with dark hair and her father's eyes, held a piece of bread in her small fist. Mallender moved past Linnet. He held a leather pouch, heavy with coin. "The silver owed to your husband," he said. "Paid in full, as agreed. There will be an additional allowance for the children's schooling, paid quarterly until the elder reaches the age of 16. The woman stared at the pouch. She did not take it. "He wanted to see the spring," she said. "He kept talking about the planting, about how the fields would look when the barley came up. He gave his life for yours." Mallender's voice was level, without cruelty. "That is what the contract means. That is what he chose." The woman took the pouch. Her hand trembled, and then she looked at Linnet. "I will remember your name," she said. "I will teach my children to remember it, so that when they ask how their father died, I can tell them." She turned. The children followed. The gate opened, and they were gone. Linnet stood in the wet courtyard. Mallender was beside her. "Accountability," he said, "means the realm remembers what it spends. The silver was owed, the silver was paid. That is the ledger." She did not answer. He was silent for a moment, then his voice changed. "Will you continue?" Linnet looked up. The sky was the color of iron. The rain would begin again soon. "Yes," she said. Mallender nodded, and then he walked away, his ink-stained hands clasped behind his back, leaving her alone in the cold with the ghost of a name she had written but never known. Chapter 13. The cold had settled into Linnet's bones by the time Mallender's footsteps stopped. She had not moved from the courtyard. The widow's name was still forming in her throat like a question she could not swallow. Talia Venner. She had learned it from the gate guard after Mallender walked away, and now it sat in her chest beside the 43 names already written. "You are still here?" Mallender's voice came from the archway. He had not gone far. He stood with his hands clasped, the silver pouch replaced somewhere inside his coat, watching her with those pale gray eyes that gave nothing and held everything. "I wanted to see if you would leave," he said. "Most people leave after the first widow." "Where would I go?" "Back to Marrowfell, back to your abbey, back to being a healer who never has to see what her choices look like from the other side of a gate." He stepped into the courtyard. The wet stones caught the torchlight. "You stayed." "I said I would continue. Saying and staying are different things." Linnet turned to face him. The cold had made her fingers stiff. She pressed them into her palms and felt the calluses, the ridges of old work, the places where her skin had thickened from years of holding wounds that were never hers. "You knew," she said, "when you brought me here. You knew what I would become. I knew what you could become." Mallender stopped a few paces away. The torchlight carved shadows across the burn scar on his jaw. "I did not know if you would let yourself. And now?" He was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was different, lower, less polished. "There was a province called Villain 30 years ago. Do you know of it?" Linnet shook her head. "Few do. It was east of the Spine Hills. Wheat country, good soil, reliable rains. The kind of place that kept the granaries full while the rest of the realm scraped through lean years." He paused. "Then the blight came. Not rot like the king's, something slower. It touched the grain in the ground, turned the stalks black at the root, and by harvest there was nothing left to cut. The tithe had already been taken. The crown had already counted its share. When the granaries opened, they were empty." "I have heard of grain blights," Linnet said. "You have heard of them as weather, as misfortune, as something that happens when the gods turn their faces away." Mallender's voice sharpened. "I have heard them as a girl screaming for bread while her brother stood in a noble's hall and begged." Linnet's breath caught. "I was that brother. I was 18, a clerk's apprentice, small enough to be overlooked, smart enough to read the ledgers no one thought I could understand." He took a step closer. The scar on his jaw caught the light. "I found the hoard. 3 granaries full of wheat, hidden in the eastern cellars of House Rennick's keep, marked as spoilage in the Treasury records. And I thought I had found salvation. You exposed it. I walked into the Regent's court and told them everything. The names, the dates, the false ledgers. I thought the truth would burn through the corruption like fire through dry grass." He laughed, and there was no humor in it. "The court thanked me for my diligence. They seized the grain, they distributed it to the starving districts, and then they arrested me for unlawful entry and destruction of crown property. That is not justice. That is how power protects itself." Mallender's voice dropped. "I spent 3 months in a cell while the grain was parceled out, and then the riots began." Linnet felt the cold rising through her boots. The nobles who lost their hoard wanted compensation. The crown, embarrassed by the scandal, refused. The districts that received the grain had already lost their planting season. They had seed, but no fields. They had bread, but no future. He paused. And so, they fought. Not against the crown, against each other. Against the villages that got more grain than theirs. Against the merchants who raised prices. Against anyone who had something they did not. "And your sister, Mira," he said the name like it cost him something. "She was 12. She had my mother's eyes. She followed me everywhere, even into the clerk's quarters, even when I told her to stay home. She was in the market square when the first riot broke. The grain carts had just arrived. People were fighting over the sacks, and she—" He stopped. "She was crushed against a wall, trampled. She died before anyone could reach her." The courtyard was silent. Mallender's hands were still. His ink-stained fingers hung at his sides, uncurled, empty. "I tried mercy without calculation," he said. "I tried truth without triage, and 17,000 people died over the next 3 months. Famine, riot, infection, displacement, and a 12-year-old girl who only wanted to see the grain carts arrive. He looked at Linnet. That is what unstructured mercy costs. She wanted to say something, that he was wrong, that he was twisting the story to justify what he had become, that one tragedy did not make atrocity inevitable. But she had stood in the sick room. She had written the names. She had watched the debtors die and felt the rot reach for her and told herself it was necessary. "I do not tell you this for absolution," Mallender said. "I tell you so you understand. When I say the kingdom survives by selective suffering, I am not inventing a philosophy. I am describing what I have seen with my own eyes in the blood of my own blood." He turned toward the gate. "Talia Venner will teach her children that you killed their father. That is her truth, and she is entitled to it. But ask yourself this. If the rot had been left untreated, if Berengar had died in his bed 3 weeks ago, how many more widows would there be today? How many children would be standing in a courtyard, holding bread they cannot eat because the grain never arrived?" He walked away. Linnet stood alone in the cold. The rain began again. Chapter 14. The ward smelled of salt, sweat, and the sweet rot of healing wounds. Linnet moved between the cots with a clean linen roll under her arm, changing dressings, checking sutures, breathing through the familiar rhythm of other people's pain. 16 soldiers since midday. 3 with fever spiking through their bandages. 1 whose leg had gone black at the edges, and the surgeons had already marked him for the saw. She had not used mercy once. Not because she could not. Because she had stood in the courtyard until the rain soaked through her collar, and something in her had closed like a door. The last cot belonged to a boy no older than 18, from a village she recognized by the way his accent bent the vowels. Marrow fell. One of hers. His ribs were bound in stained linen, and his eyes tracked her as she approached. "Healer," he said, "and I'm going to save you too." She checked his bandages, adjusted the splint on his arm, and moved on before he could ask another question. Before he could look at her the way the villagers used to look at her, like she was something holy. She did not feel holy. She felt hollow. Cleaned out, like the rain had washed everything away except the shape of what she had become. By dusk her hands were steady, but her shoulders ached. She found an alcove at the end of the ward, a narrow stairwell that led nowhere useful, and sat on the bottom step with her elbows on her knees and her forehead pressed against the stone wall. The cold helped. The dark helped. She counted her breaths the way she used to count pulse beats in a patient's wrist. 1, 2, 3, 4. The steps creaked. She did not turn. She knew the weight of his tread, the way he moved like a man who had learned to be quiet but chose not to be. "Linnet!" Karin's voice was low, rough at the edges, the way it got after a long day in the yard. "I am fine," she said. "You are hiding in a stairwell." "I am resting." He did not leave. She heard him shift, heard the creak of old wood as he settled onto the step above her, close enough that she could smell the leather of his jerkin, the wool of his cloak, the faint iron tying that clung to soldiers even when they had not drawn blood that day. "I saw you in the ward," he said. 6 hours, no break, no food. I ate an apple, standing up while the sergeant was still talking to you." She almost smiled, almost. "You watch too closely, Marshal." "Someone has to." He paused. "You looked like you were holding something together with your bare hands." The words hit exactly where the rot hit, in the deep place, the one she kept battened down under obligation and motion. She said nothing. "I am not asking what it is," Karin said. "I am asking if you need someone to hold it with you." Linnet pressed her forehead harder against the wall. The stone was rough. Grit bit into her skin. It was real, and she needed something real. "The king's treatment," she said. "The debtors, the transfers. You know enough to guess the rest. I know you save lives. I know soldiers who would be dead or drinking broth and asking for tobacco. I know the men in the ward call you the best thing that came out of Marrowfell. And you know there is a cost." He was quiet for a long moment. "I know there is always a cost," he said. "The question is whether the person paying it can live with what they spent." She turned then. He was close, closer than she had realized. His face was half in shadow, half in the thin gray light that filtered through a high window. The hard lines of his jaw, the packed earth brown of his eyes, the way he looked at her like she was not a resource, not a tool, not a ledger entry waiting to be balanced. "I do not know," she said. "I do not know if I can live with it." He did not look away. "Then we find out together." His hand moved, slow enough that she could have pulled back. His palm settled against the side of her face, calloused and warm, and he pressed his forehead to hers. The contact was light, barely there, but she felt it in her chest, in the tight knot behind her ribs, in the place that had been holding everything together with will alone. "You do not have to be the thing they are making you," he said. "You can still choose." "What if choosing is not enough?" "Then you choose again. And if that is not enough, you choose a third time." His thumb traced the line of her cheekbone. "That is what honor is. Not one decision, 1,000 small ones, made again and again until they become who you are." She closed her eyes. His breath was warm against her forehead. "Torin." "Yes. If I tell you what I have done—" She stopped. The names were there. 44 of them, plus the 23 before, plus the man who had died in the locked chamber on her first night. Jareb Runnel, who she had never asked. "If I tell you everything, you will not look at me the same way." He was still. "Try me." "I killed them," she said. 44 debtors, 23 on the first night, the rest in batches with measured doses so each died faster. I wrote their names in my book. I watched their hands go still, and I stopped shaking before the first page was full. She opened her eyes. Corin had not pulled away. His face was unreadable, but his hand stayed on her cheek, and his forehead stayed pressed to hers. "Did I have a choice?" he asked. "I chose." "Could you have chosen differently?" She wanted to say yes. She wanted to believe it, but the answer sat in her throat like a stone. "I do not know," she said. "Every time I thought about stopping, there was a reason not to. The king would die. The succession would fracture. The famine would spread. The army would break. And every time," she swallowed, "every time the reason was true." "That is the difference between you and the men who built the system," Corin said. "You are still asking the question." She nearly laughed. "What does it matter if I keep asking and keep doing the same thing?" "It matters." His voice dropped. "It matters because if you stop asking, you stop being able to feel the weight. And once you stop feeling it, there is nothing left but the arithmetic." The weight. She had felt it in the courtyard, in Talia Venner's voice, in the rain that soaked through her collar and did not wash away a single name. "Stay," she said. "Just for a moment. Stay." His arms slid around her shoulders, and she let herself lean into him. The stone wall was cold. His chest was warm. The stairwell smelled of dust and leather and the faint salt of a man who had spent the day training recruits. They did not speak. Above them, the palace hummed with the machinery of power. Servants moving through corridors, guards changing posts, clerks tallying accounts. Somewhere in the East Wing, Mallender was probably still awake, reading reports, planning the next transfer, measuring the kingdom's survival in bodies. But here, in the dark, with Corin's arms around her and his heartbeat steady against her ear, Linnet let herself feel the weight. It was unbearable, and she bore it anyway. "Marshal?" The voice came from the top of the stairwell. A runner, out of breath, his boots scuffing against the stone. "Marshal Bly, message from the frontier outpost." Corin's arms tightened around her for half a second before he let go. He stood, and she felt the cold where his body had been. "What message?" "Border Patrol got hit. Heavy losses. The garrison at Thornwood is calling for reinforcement and surgeon support. They say the fever is moving faster than the fighting." Corin looked at her. The moment stretched. "Go," she said. "Linnet. I will be here when you return. Or I will be in the wards." or I will be somewhere else in this stone cage doing what needs to be done." She met his eyes. "Go. They need you." He hesitated. 1 heartbeat. 2. Then he moved. His hand caught hers, squeezed once, and then he was gone up the stairs, his boots loud against the stone, the runner's voice fading as they moved into the corridor above. Linnet sat alone in the dark stairwell. The cold crept back. She touched her forehead where his had been, still warm from the contact, and she thought about all the reasons she had given herself to keep going. She thought about Talia Venner's children. She thought about the red-haired debtor in his locked room, coughing threads that knew her name. And she thought about Corin, riding toward a border that was already bleeding, carrying her promise that she would be here when he returned. The weight settled back into her chest. She bore it. She did not know how much longer she could. Chapter 15. She did not know how long she sat in the stairwell. The cold climbed through her dress, settled into her ribs, and still she stayed, her forehead pressed to the place where Corin's had been, as if warmth could be borrowed by memory alone. Above her, the palace churned with the business of survival. Below her, the locked room held a debtor who coughed threads that knew her name. She was still there when footsteps came down the corridor. Not a runner this time. Slower. Measured. The tread of a man who did not hurry because he had learned that hurrying never changed the outcome. Mallender stopped at the top of the stairwell. He did not come down. He simply stood there, ink-stained fingers resting on the stone arch, and looked at her with those pale gray eyes that had seen 17,000 dead in a single famine. "The frontier messenger reached the palace an hour ago," he said. "Marshal Bly sent a request for additional surgeon support. He specifically named you." Linnet did not move. "He asked for me?" "He asked for the healer who saved the king. He asked for the woman who pulled his soldiers back from the rot. He asked for mercy." Mallender paused. "I have already drafted the travel order." She rose slowly. Her legs had gone stiff from the cold stone, and she felt every year of her age in her knees. "You want me to go?" "I want you to see what the kingdom looks like when the arithmetic fails." Mallender's voice was quiet. "You have been in the palace, the sick room, the ward. You have seen the cost of saving one man. Now you will see the cost of saving no one." She thought of Corin, riding hard toward a garrison that was already bleeding, carrying her promise that she would be here when he returned. "I told him I would be here." "You will be here when he returns." Mallender stepped aside. "But first you will go to him. He needs you. The garrison needs you. And I need you to understand that the system you are helping me build is not cruelty dressed as policy. It is the only thing that keeps the frontier from collapsing into the capital." Linnet climbed the stairs. The corridor was empty. Mallender held a folded paper in his hand, sealed with the crown's mark. "There is a cot waiting at the west gate. Supplies, bandages, a field kit, and one more thing." He extended the paper. "A signed warrant authorizing you to use mercy on any prisoner, debtor, or condemned soldier in the Thornwood jurisdiction." She took the paper. The seal was fresh, the ink still dark. "I did not ask for this. You will need it." Mallender met her eyes. "The fever is moving faster than the fighting. By the time you reach Thornwood, there will be more dying men than healthy ones. The surgeons will beg you to save the officers first. The quartermasters will ask you to choose who gets the last doses of medicine, and the enemy will keep pushing because they know we are too weak to hold the line." He reached into his coat and pulled out a second paper, unsealed, his own handwriting. "This is the name of every condemned prisoner in the Thornwood stockade, 23 men. Most of them will hang within the fortnight regardless." He held it out. "Use them as you see fit." Linnet stared at the list. 23 names. She could already feel the shape of them in her black book, written in her own hand, added to the tally that kept growing no matter how many times she promised herself it would stop. "I have not said yes yet." "You have not said no." Mallender placed the list on top of the warrant. "The cart leaves within the hour. Take the debtor if you want. He will travel better than he has in that cell." She looked up. "The red-haired man." "He is stable enough to move, and I suspect you want to study what is growing inside him." Mallender's mouth curved, but it was not a smile. "Take him. Keep him. Learn what the rot becomes when it survives. Linnet folded the papers and slid them into her coat. She went to the locked room first. The debtor lay on the cot, his breath shallow, his eyes half open. The dark threads across his chest had receded, pulsing faintly beneath the skin like veins that should not exist. When she entered, his gaze found her, and his lips moved. Harrow. Not Linnet. Harrow. She knelt beside the cot. I am taking you with me. His cracked mouth stretched into something that might have been a grin. Good. She did not ask what he meant. The packing took less time than she expected. Her black book, a change of clothes, the warrant and the list, a roll of bandages she took from the ward without asking permission. She left the blue silk gown hanging in the wardrobe, a relic of a night that already felt like someone else's memory. The cot was small, covered with oiled canvas, drawn by a single horse. The debtor was already inside, shackled to the frame, his wrists wrapped in cloth so the iron would not chafe. A driver sat on the bench, hooded against the rain. Linnet climbed onto the bench beside him. She did not look back at the palace. But before the driver could snap the reins, a voice called out from the gate. Healer! Lord Rakes emerged from the shadow of the arch, his silk coat dry despite the mist, his small, even teeth showing in the torchlight. A word before you ride. Linnet did not dismount. Rakes approached the cart, his hands clasped behind his back, his voice pitched low enough that the driver would not hear. You are going to Thornwood to save the army. That is what everyone believes, but I want you to understand something before you leave these walls. He stopped beside the wheel. Whoever saves the army commands the Regency's future. Not the Treasury, not the court. The person who brings the soldiers home alive. He let the words settle. Mallender thinks he is sending you as his instrument. And you are, for now. But the moment you walk through that garrison gate and start pulling men back from the fever, you become your own power. The soldiers will remember your name. The officers will owe you their command. And when you return, the Regency will have to reckon with what you have become. Linnet watched him. Is that a warning? It is an offer. Rakes smiled. Come back alive. We will talk. He stepped back into the rain. The driver snapped the reins. The cart lurched forward, wheels grinding against the wet stone, and the palace of Gatham slid behind a curtain of mist and drizzle. Linnet did not turn to watch it disappear. She sat with her hands in her lap, the warrant and the list folded inside her coat, her black book pressing against her ribs. Behind her, under the oiled canvas, the debtor began to hum. It was a low sound, shapeless and off-key, but it carried a tune she almost recognized. She closed her eyes. The ledger was going with her. The only question was how many names she would add before she came back. Chapter 16. The rain had not stopped in 3 days. Mud swallowed every step, thick and sucking, pulling at boots like the ground wanted to keep what it took. The camp stretched along a ridgeline that offered no shelter and no view worth holding, a sprawl of wet canvas and dying fires, and men who moved like ghosts through the gray curtain of drizzle. Linnet had not slept. She had tried, the first night, curled in a corner of the surgeon's tent with her black book pressed against her ribs. But the fever had called her name in the dark, 100 throats rasping in unison, and she had risen before her eyes closed. The surgeons were good men, harried, hollow-eyed, but competent. They had learned to triage before she arrived. Who could wait? Who would die anyway? Who might hold long enough for a miracle? They did not know she was not a miracle. They did not know what she had brought in the cart. The debtor lay in a locked storage tent near the stockade, chained to a supply crate, his wrists wrapped in cloth that had gone black with something that was not blood. The threads across his chest had receded to a faint map of lines, pulsing only when she touched him. She had touched him once. His eyes had opened, winter pale, and he had smiled. You are counting, Harrow. She had pulled her hand back and walked away without answering. Now she stood at the mouth of the fever tent, watching a young soldier cough blood into a rag, while the surgeon beside her named the impossible. 47 men down with the fever since yesterday, another 30 showing signs. I have 2 assistants and a dwindling supply of willow bark and prayer. He wiped his forehead with the back of his hand. If we cannot break the fever cycle in the next 3 days, the command collapses. The enemy will walk through the gap. Linnet looked past him, into the rows of pallets. 47. She could feel the weight of that number pressing against her chest, demanding an answer. I need to see the stockade. The surgeon blinked. The stockade? There is nothing there but prisoners. Camp followers caught selling to the enemy, deserters picked up by patrols, a few thieves. How many? 20, maybe. I do not keep count of dead men. Linnet turned and walked toward the cages before he could ask why. The stockade was a square of sharpened stakes driven into the mud, lashed together with rope that sagged under the weight of wet. Inside, men huddled under a torn canvas sheet, their faces blank, their hands resting on their knees, as if waiting for something they had long stopped fearing. A guard recognized the warrant she carried and unlocked the gate without a word. She stepped inside. 10 faces looked up at her. She counted them twice. 10. Where are the others? The guard shrugged. This is all we have. The rest were executed last week for killing a supply officer. 10 men in the cage, plus a woman in the corner who was caught stealing bread. Linnet looked past the men to a figure wrapped in a stained cloak, pressed against the stakes at the far end. A woman, maybe 30. Dark hair matted with rain, eyes that did not look away. Bring her forward. 2 of the prisoners shoved her toward Linnet. The woman stood with her chin raised, her hands bound in front of her. I stole bread because my children were hungry. If you are here to hang me, do it fast. Linnet turned to the guard. Unbind her. Bring her to the surgeon's tent. The guard hesitated. She is condemned. The order says, I am the order now. The silence stretched. Then the guard reached for the woman's ropes. It took 13 prisoners to save 47 soldiers. Then it worked through the night, moving from pallet to pallet, her hand resting on each fevered chest, her mind reaching for the heat inside and pulling it free. Behind her, the surgeon held the prisoners in place, one by one, while the fever flooded into their bodies and took them. The first prisoner died in silence. The second begged until his voice broke. The third was the woman, and she did not make a sound. She just looked at Linnet with eyes that asked nothing, and when the fever took her, she slumped forward like a sack of grain cut loose from its rope. Linnet wrote her name in the black book. She did not know the woman's name, so she wrote, The bread thief. Mother. No. 11. She kept writing. By dawn, the fever tent was quiet. 47 soldiers sat up, drank water, asked for bread. The surgeon stared at the bodies being dragged to the burial pit and did not speak. Koina found her outside the tent, her hands still trembling from the last transfer, her black book smeared with rain and ink. Linnet! She looked up. He was pale. His eyes moved past her to the bodies being stacked at the edge of camp, and she watched him understand. How many? 13. 10 prisoners, 3 more from the stockade. She held up the book. I saved 47. Corin took a step closer. What did you use? She did not lie. Condemned prisoners, camp followers, anyone who was going to die anyway. He stared at her. The surgeon said you worked a miracle. He did not see the cost. Corin's jaw tightened. He looked at the bodies again, then back at her, and something in his face cracked. You should have told me. Would you have stopped me? He did not answer. The silence stretched between them, wet and heavy, and Linnet felt the ledger pressing against her ribs like a second heartbeat. I saved your army, Corin. At what price? She did not have an answer, but somewhere behind her, in the locked storage tent, the debtor began to hum. The tune was low, shapeless, wrong, and this time Linnet recognized it. It was the same tune the bread thief had been humming under her breath as Linnet placed her hand on her chest. She had not noticed until now. She turned and looked toward the storage tent. The debtor's hum continued, threading through the rain, a song that had followed her from Gathram to the frontier. And for the first time since she left the palace, Linnet wondered if she was the one being saved. Chapter 17. The rain did not stop. It fell through the canvas, through the bandages, through the cracks in the surgeon's voice as he told Linnet the numbers were worse than Dawn had promised. 3 more soldiers down since she last counted. 2 with wounds that would fester before nightfall, 1 with a belly cut that had already begun to bloat. She stood in the mouth of the surgeon's tent, watching the sky turn the color of old iron. "How many can you save if you do nothing?" The surgeon's question hung in the wet air. "I can save none of them with bandages and prayer," he said. "But you could save all of them." Linnet looked at her hands. The black book was in her pocket. The warrant was in her chest. The debtor's hum was still crawling through her skull, a tune that had followed her from Gathram to this mud-choked frontier, and she did not know if she was carrying it or it was carrying her. "Bring me the enemy wounded." The surgeon blinked. "We have none." The prisoners were moved to the stockade at Eastwood, 3 miles south. They are still being questioned. "Then bring me the ones who will not survive questioning." He understood. He was gone before she could change her mind. Linnet sat on a crate near the tent flap and waited. The rain drummed against the canvas. Somewhere in the camp, a man laughed, then coughed, then fell silent. She counted her breaths to keep her hands still. The stockade at Eastwood held 40. 31 enemy soldiers captured in the last engagement, their wounds already turning black at the edges. 9 more who had been taken during the retreat, too weak to walk, too broken to question. The surgeon's men dragged them into the clearing in 2s and 3s, their wrists bound, their eyes empty, their bodies leaking blood that smelled of rot and bad meat. Linnet stood. "Line them against the fence." The guards looked at her. "Do it." They obeyed. She walked down the line, counting faces. 31, 9, 40 bodies that would be dead by morning anyway. 40 bodies that would rot in a pit, or feed the crows, or serve as examples for the next wave of enemy scouts. 40 bodies that could become something else. She stopped before the first prisoner. He was young, maybe 19. His left arm was wrapped in a blood-soaked rag that did not cover the place where his hand should have been. His face was gray. His lips were cracked. He looked at her without recognition, without fear, without anything at all. "What is your name?" He did not answer. She did not need it. She placed her hand on his chest and called the wound into him. The transfer took seconds. The prisoner's body jucked once, twice, and then the wound that had been eating a soldier's thigh from the inside out flooded into his lungs. He puffed blood onto her sleeve and went still. Linnet moved to the next prisoner, and the next, and the next. She did not count them as people. She counted them as containers. The first 10 died quickly. Their bodies were already broken, and the transferred wounds finished what the battlefield had started. The next 15 lasted longer, their eyes staying open through the transfer, their mouths shaping sounds that might have been words. She did not listen. By the time she reached the 27th prisoner, her hands had stopped shaking entirely. She noticed. She kept going. It took 4 hours to transfer wounds from 23 soldiers into 40 enemy prisoners. When it was done, the surgeon stood at the edge of the clearing, his face the color of ash, his hands clutching a roll of bandages he had not used. All of them? All of them. He looked at the bodies. "You did not leave a single one alive." Linnet said nothing. She walked past him, past the guards, past the line of empty eyes, and found a bucket of rainwater at the corner of the surgeon's tent. She washed her hands. The water turned red, then pink, then clear. She wrote the names in her black book. She did not know their names, so she wrote, 23 soldiers saved, 40 enemy prisoners used. The line holds. The words looked clean on the page. She closed the book and went to find Corin. He was standing at the command tent with a map spread across a crate, his back to her, his shoulders tight under the weight of wet canvas and bad news. 3 officers stood with him, men she had saved in the fever tent the night before, their faces still hollow but their eyes clear. Corin turned when she entered. "Linnet." The wounded are stable. He looked at her for a long moment. "The surgeon said you used prisoners. Enemy prisoners, captured, condemned." She met his gaze. "They were going to die anyway. Now 23 soldiers will live." The officers exchanged glances. One of them spoke. "The command could not hold without them." Corin said nothing. He looked at Linnet, and she watched him search her face for something he had seen there once, in the stairwell of the palace, in the ward that Cathraim, in the hours when she was still someone he could recognize. "I saved your army, Corin." He held her gaze. I know. He said it like a wound. She turned and walked out into the rain. The debtor was waiting. She found him in the storage tent, chained to a stake driven into the ground, his chest threads pulsing faintly beneath the oiled canvas that covered him. He looked up when she entered, and his lips curved into something that was not quite a smile. You are counting, Harrow. She did not answer. You are counting, and you are winning, and you do not know what you are losing. She knelt beside him. What tune were you humming? His eyes flickered. The same tune she hummed. The bread thief, the mother, the one you killed. How do you know her? I do not know her. His voice was soft, almost gentle. But the rot knows her. It knows all of them. It remembers every body it has touched. Linnet's hand went to the black book in her pocket. Then tell me what it wants. The debtor smiled. It does not want, Harrow. It is. He closed his eyes, and the humming began again, low and shapeless, a song for somewhere she could not reach. She backed out of the tent and stood in the rain, her hands empty, her ledger full, the debtor's name pressed into her mind like a brand. She had drawn a line. She had sworn it would go no further. And tomorrow, when the next skirmish flooded the field hospitals with broken men, she would draw on another line and swear again and mean it just as much. Chapter 18. The rain had not stopped by the time the messenger found her. Linnet was standing at the edge of the burial pit, watching the last of the 40 bodies being lowered into the mud. The prisoners had no names on her ledger, only numbers, and the guards did not bother with prayers. They rolled the bodies into the trench and spread lime over them, quick and efficient, like clearing spoiled meat from a larder. The messenger was a boy, no older than 15, his face pale under the soaked hood of his cloak. Surgeon Harrow. She turned. The boy held out a folded scrap of paper. The forward post. Captain Ordell. He says you need to come now. She took the paper and opened it. 3 lines, written in a hand that shook. 27 officers down. Rotted wounds. Fever in the blood. The battery cannot hold another day without you. She folded the paper and put it in her pocket next to the black book. The boy was watching her with wide eyes. They said you saved the soldiers last night. All of them. Some of them. They said you touched the dying ones, and the dying ones got up. Linnet said nothing. She walked past him, toward the horses. The forward post was 2 miles east, a hilltop breastwork overlooking a valley where the enemy had been massing for 3 days. The fighting had been brutal and indecisive, a grinding war of trenches and sorties that bled both sides dry without either breaking. Captain Ordell met her at the edge of the camp. He was a heavy man, with a gray beard and the hollow eyes of someone who had been watching men die for too long. You came. You sent for me. He nodded, once. The fever is in the officers' tent. 7 sergeants, 5 lieutenants, 3 captains. The rest are wounded from yesterday's push. If they die, the battery falls apart. Showing. The officers' tent was larger than the common sick room, but it smelled the same. Blood, sweat, rot, the sweet undertone of flesh turning against itself. The men lay on cots arranged in rows, their faces flushed with fever, their bandages dark with seepage. Linnet moved through them, touching, sensing. The black rot was not here. This was common fever, battlefield fever, the kind that came from sleeping in wet ditches and eating spoiled rations. It was aggressive and fast, already deep in their blood, but it was not the ancient hunger of Berengar's affliction. She could save them. She knew how. Captain Ordell stood at the tent entrance, watching her. How many can you save? All of them. His face cracked just slightly, with something that might have been hope or fear. The prisoners we have left are not enough. Maybe 10, maybe 12. You used the last of the stockade this morning. I know. Then how? Linnet looked at the rows of sick men. I will do it differently this time. She walked to the back of the tent, where a cart of supplies was stacked against the canvas. She found a surgical saw, clean and sharp, and a coil of bandages. She brought them to the nearest cot and sat down. What are you doing? Ordell asked. Taking the fever into myself. Into yourself? That will kill you. No. She pressed her hand to the officer's chest. I can carry more than one. I can carry one deep enough to let the others survive. She did not explain further. She closed her eyes and called the fever into her own body. The heat hit her like a wall. The officer's fever poured into her chest, her blood, her bones, and she felt her body light up with it, every joint aching, every breath burning. She held it, let it settle, let it find a place inside her where it could be contained. When she opened her eyes, the officer was breathing cleanly, his color already improving. She moved to the next cot. 2 more hours. That was how long it took. She transferred the fevers from 27 officers into her own body, one by one, holding each dose until her blood was thick with heat and her muscles screamed with the effort. She did not stop. She could not stop. The moment she stopped, the fevers would merge inside her and become something she could not contain. When the last officer was breathing cleanly, she stood up, swayed, and vomited bile onto the mud floor. Captain Ordell caught her before she fell. "Gods above," he said. "You saved them all." She wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. "I saved them." She walked out of the tent into the rain. The fever burned inside her. She could feel it moving through her body, looking for a place to settle, and she knew she had hours, maybe less, before it fully manifested. She needed a vessel, a prisoner, anyone. She found Corin at the command tent, standing over the map with a cup of cold tea in his hand. "You look terrible," he said. "I need a prisoner." His hand tightened around the cup. "The stockade is empty." "Then find me one. A condemned man, a deserter, anyone." Corin set the cup down. His face was unreadable. "The field executions are tomorrow. 3 men, deserters. They are in the holding tent. Take me there." He did not move. "You are burning up, Linnet. You cannot keep doing this." "I will stop when the army is safe." "The army is never safe. You know that." She met his eyes. "Take me to the holding tent, Corin, or I will find it myself." He held her gaze for a long moment. Then he turned and walked into the rain. They walked in silence, the rain soaking through her clothes, the fever pulsing in her blood. The holding tent was at the edge of camp, a low canvas shelter guarded by 2 soldiers with crossbows. They stepped aside when they saw Corin's face. Inside, 3 men sat chained to a central post. They were young, barely out of boyhood, their faces thin and hollow. They looked up when the canvas opened, and Linnet saw the fear in their eyes. She knelt in front of them. "Which one of you has a family?" The middle one spoke. "I have a wife in Redmore. She is expecting." "Good." She turned to Corin. "Leave us." "No, Corin, I am not leaving you alone with them." She looked at him. The fever was pressing against her thoughts, making them slow and thick. "Then stay, but do not interfere." She placed her hand on the young man's chest. "I am sorry," she said. She called the fever out of her body and into his. He convulsed, once, twice, and then went still. The fever left her blood in a rush, and she gasped with the relief of it. The young man's body slumped against the chains, his face already slack. She stood up. The other 2 deserters were staring at her, their mouths open, their eyes white with terror. She looked at them. "Tell them what you saw," she said. "Tell them the angel of Marrowfell came for your friend. Tell them she will come for anyone who runs." She walked out of the tent. Corin followed her. "Linnet!" She did not stop. "Linnet!" She turned. His face was wet with rain, his eyes dark with something she could not name. "They are calling you that," he said. "The soldiers. They are saying you saved the battery. They are saying you are an angel." She stood in the rain, the fever gone, her hands empty, the words settling into her like a stone dropping into still water. Angel. She had wanted to be necessary. She had wanted to be valued. She had not known she wanted to be holy. "The battery holds," she said. "The officers live. That is what matters." "Is it?" She did not answer. She walked back toward the surgeon's tent, the rain washing the blood from her hands, the name following her like a shadow she could not outrun. That night, she sat alone in her tent, the black book open on her knees, and wrote, 27 officers saved, 1 deserter used. The battery holds. She closed the book. The debtor's humming drifted through the canvas from the storage tent, low and shapeless, a song from somewhere she could not reach. She pressed her palm against the book and felt the names pressing back. Angel. The word settled deeper. She let it. Chapter 19. The rain had stopped, but the mud remembered everything. Linnet stood at the edge of the camp where the ground sloped into a shallow gully and 40 bodies lay in rows, covered with canvas that had soaked through and clung to their shapes like a second skin. The burial detail had stopped when the enemy broke contact at midday. Now the air was thick with the smell of wet wool and the slow work of flies. She had not moved for an hour. The battle was over. Thornwood had held. The battery had not broken. But the cost of holding it was still being counted, and she knew the numbers would not balance. Footsteps behind her. Heavy. Measured. Corin. "The prisoners are secured," he said. "How many?" 80, maybe 90. They are still counting." She turned. His face was streaked with blood and dried blood that was not his own. He had been in the trench line, at the front, where the fighting had been closest. His hands were raw, wrapped in linen that had turned brown. 80, she repeated. "The captives. They surrendered an hour after the battery held. Most are wounded. Some are barely breathing." She heard what he was not saying. "Some are dying." "Half of them, I think." She looked back at the canvas-covered rows. Her hands remembered the feel of the deserter's chest, the heat of the fever leaving her body into his. She could do it again. She could walk into that gully and touch every dying prisoner, and they would die faster, and her soldiers would live. The surgeon had found her an hour ago. His eyes were hollow, his hands shaking. "We have 43 wounded who will not see dawn without you," he had said. 43, and the prisoners are filling the rest of the beds. She had told him she needed time. He had laughed, a dry, broken sound. "Time," he had said. "We have until the infection sets in. That is all the time we have." She had walked to the edge of the camp instead of answering. Now Corin was here, and she knew what he would ask. "I want to send a rider to their command," he said. "Offer terms, surrender of the remaining forces in exchange for safe passage for the wounded. Their command will not accept. Then we hold them until they do. And the dead are buried with honor." She looked at him. His eyes were dark, steady, the color of packed earth. She had seen those eyes in the stairwell when he pressed his forehead to hers and told her she could still choose. She had seen them in the holding tent when he watched her kill a man for his wife's child. She had seen them every time she tried to find the person she used to be. "The surgeons need bodies, Corin." "No. 43 of our men will die tonight. Then we treat them without the mercy. The mercy is the only treatment that works. You know that. I know that you are using the wounded as an excuse." The words hung between them, sharp and final. Her hands were shaking. She looked down at them, at the scars on her forearms, at the ink stains on her fingers. The shaking had stopped during the transfers. It came back now that she was still. "I am not using them as an excuse." "Then what are you doing, Linnet?" "I am trying to save the army." "You are trying to save yourself from having to watch them die." She looked up. "Yes." The word came out before she could stop it. "Yes, I am. Because I can stop it. I can walk into that tent and touch every wounded soldier and take the infection into myself and then give it to someone else. And they will die instead of my men. And I do not know how to choose not to, when the choice is between a stranger and someone I have bandaged and comforted and promised to save." Corin's face did not change, but something in his posture shifted, a subtle loosening, like a man setting down a weight he had carried too long. "I know," he said. "The surgeon says if I do not act within 2 hours, the infection will spread beyond what the mercy can hold. Then we have 2 hours. What will you do with them?" "Send the rider. Wait for an answer." "And if they refuse?" He was silent. The debtor's humming drifted from the storage tent, low, shapeless, a song that did not belong to anyone. She pressed her palm against her chest where the fever had burned and felt nothing but the steady beat of her own heart. 80 men, she said. "That is a lot of lives. It is a lot of honor. Is there a difference?" He took a step closer. His hand rose, hesitated, and then fell back to his side. "There has to be." he said. "Otherwise we are just butchers who happen to be winning." She wanted to tell him that the distinction had already blurred, that the Angel of Marrowfell was not an honor. It was a name for someone who did what others could not stomach. She wanted to tell him that she had stopped feeling the line between necessary and monstrous the moment her hands stopped shaking. But she did not. Instead, she said, "Send the rider. I will. If they refuse, I will have to use the prisoners. You will have to choose." "I know." He held her gaze for a moment longer. Then he turned and walked back toward the camp, his boots sucking at the mud with every step. She watched him go. The debtor's humming continued, steady as a heartbeat, a thread of sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. She had heard it in the storage tent. She had heard it in the execution yard. She had heard it in the bread thief's dying breath. It connected them all, the dead, the dying, the ones who hummed without knowing why. She did not know what it meant yet, but she would find out. She turned back to the canvas-covered bodies. The mud held her steady, a horse's hooves pounding fast, coming from the east. She looked up. A rider was cresting the ridge at full gallop, his horse lathered, his face white. He pulled up short, threw himself from the saddle, and ran toward the command tent. She followed. By the time she reached the tent, the officers had already gathered. Corin stood at the map table, his hand flat on the parchment, his face hard. "Riders from the east would advance. The next enemy push has begun." The words reached her before the messenger finished speaking. "How many?" Corin said. 3,000, maybe more. They are moving through the East Pass. They will be at the stockade by dawn." Dawn. Her mind moved through the arithmetic. 80 prisoners, 43 wounded, 3,000 advancing. The battery was already exhausted. The command was barely holding. She looked at Corin. His hand was still on the map. His knuckles were white. "Linnet, I know. The prisoners, I know. The surgeons are waiting." She closed her eyes. The debtor's humming was inside her now, a song without shape, a thread connecting her to every body she had ever touched. She could hear the surgeon's voice, thin and desperate. "Use them, before infection claims the victors. Use them, or we lose everything." She opened her eyes. Corin was watching her. She turned and walked toward the prisoner's tent. Chapter 20. The tent was larger than she expected. Canvas stretched over rope ribs, walls that billowed and snapped in the night wind. Inside, the wounded lay in rows. 43 men, laid out by triage, their bandages darkening as she watched. The air smelled of rot and copper and the thin, sweet stench of infection spreading through flesh that could not hold. The surgeon stood at the tent mouth, his hands red to the wrists. "They are waiting," he said. She walked past him. The prisoners were in the next enclosure. She had seen them earlier, through gaps in the stockade slats. Broken men, bloody men. Men who had screamed for water until their voices cracked and died. 80 of them. Half were dying already. She stopped at the rope line that divided the two tents. The surgeon was watching. The guards were watching. Corin stood at the command tent, 30 yards back, his hands still flat on the map, his face unreadable in the torchlight. She could feel the debtors humming in her teeth, a vibration that did not come through the air but through the ground, through the bones of the camp itself, as if the song had been here before any of them arrived. She unlaced the rope, stepped through. The first prisoner looked up at her. He was young, 20 maybe, dark hair plastered to his scalp, a wound across his ribs that had been wrapped in cloth gone brown with age. He said something in a language she did not speak. She did not answer. She moved down the row. The wounded Marrowfell soldiers lay on the far side of the canvas, separated by nothing but intention. 43 men who had bled for Thornwood. 80 men who had bled for some other cause, some other lord, some other reason that did not matter now because reason had nothing to do with what she was about to do. She knelt beside the first prisoner, put her hand on his chest. The mercy rose in her like a second heartbeat. She had spent her life believing it was a gift, something given to ease suffering, something that marked her as chosen, as worthy, as someone who could bear what others could not. But kneeling in the mud, with the dying and the dead and the advancing army pressing against the horizon, she understood. The mercy was not a gift. It was a ledger, and she was the one who decided what each line cost. She closed her eyes and began. The first transfer was the hardest, not because the wound was large, not because the prisoner fought. He did not. He lay still, his eyes on her face, and when the pain left his body and entered hers, he gasped once, and then his breath evened out. She held it in her chest for a count of 3, then she moved to the next man. The second transfer was easier. The third easier still. By the 10th, she had stopped counting. She was not transferring wounds anymore. She was moving pieces of a puzzle, fitting them into bodies that would not survive the night anyway, arranging suffering like coins in a purse. The surgeon brought the first Marrowfell soldier to her side. She touched him. The collected pain flowed out of her and into him, then through him, then out of both of them into the next prisoner she touched. The dance became automatic. Touch, take, hold, move, release. Touch, take, hold, move, release. She did not know how long it lasted. Time had stopped meaning anything. The torchlight flickered. The canvas walls breathed. The humming continued, low and shapeless, a thread that bound her to every body she had ever touched. At some point she realized the debtor was standing at the rope line. Not chained, not guarded, standing. His chest threads pulsed faintly in the torchlight. His red hair caught the flame and held it like copper wire. "Harrow," he said. She did not stop. "The dawn is coming." She did not stop. "The army is waiting." She did not stop. She moved through the rows like a woman possessed. The prisoners did not resist. They lay in the mud and let her take what she needed because they were dying anyway, because they had no choice, because she had decided that their lives were worth less than the men who had fought beside her. By the time she reached the end of the row, 50 of the 80 prisoners were dead. 20 more would die before morning. 10 might survive, and she would have to look at them tomorrow and remember what she had used them for. She stood in the center of the tent, her hands hanging at her sides, her body trembling with exhaustion. The surgeon was staring at her. The guards were staring at her. The debtor was staring at her. She turned and walked out of the tent. The camp had changed. It was quieter now. The wounded were no longer screaming. The fever had broken in the battery. The officers were standing, walking, giving orders. The command structure had not collapsed. The army had not shattered. She had saved them. She had saved them all. And when the soldiers saw her, they cheered. The sound rose from the camp like a wave. Hats thrown into the air. Names called out. "The Angel of Marrowfell," they shouted. And she felt the name settle into her like a second skin. She walked through the crowd without seeing them. Her hands were still. Her heart was steady. She reached the command tent and stopped. Corin stood at the entrance. His face was lit by the torch. His eyes were on her. The cheering continued behind her. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Then he said, "The army is saved." "I know. You killed 50 men. I know. They will call you a saint." She met his eyes. "Will you?" He stared at her, and then he did something she had not expected. He smiled. It was not a happy smile. It was not a proud smile. It was the smile of a man who had seen something he could not name and was trying to find the words for it. "The army is saved," he said again, as if repeating it would make it true. "Yes," she said, "and the enemy is still coming." "Yes, 3,000 men. At dawn." She looked past him, into the tent, at the map spread across the table. The Eastwood Pass, the stockade, the ridge where the dead lay in canvas rows. She thought of the debtor's tune, of the bread thief's humming, of the prisoners who had died with their eyes open, watching her as if she were the last thing they would ever see. And she knew she would do it again. The dawn was coming. She would be ready. Chapter 21. The journey back took 4 days. Linnet spent them in the wagon bed, wrapped in a canvas that smelled of horses and old blood. The debtor sat across from her, unchained, his chest threads pulsing beneath the grime of his shirt. He did not speak. He hummed. The tune was always the same. She had stopped asking what it meant. The army marched ahead of her, the men who called her Angel, the officers who had watched her kill 50 prisoners and then saluted her for it. Corin rode at the column's head. He had not come near the wagon since the second day. She did not blame him. Gathrem rose from the rain like a stone fist. The gates opened. The streets were lined with people. They had been told about the victory, about the frontier, about the enemy driven back, about the miracle that had saved the army. They cheered when the column passed. They threw flowers. Someone shouted her name. She sat in the wagon and watched them cheer. The debtor hummed. The palace was worse. A formal ceremony had been prepared. The great hall was hung with banners. The Regency block stood in ordered rows, silk and wool and calculated faces. Lord Rakes watched from the Treasury bench with a smile that measured everything. Lady Mirelle Quist stood near the dais, her hands folded, her eyes tracking every movement. Mallender was at the center. He wore a formal coat of iron-gray wool. His ink-stained fingers were clean for the first time since she had known him. He spoke. She heard the words without hearing them. Service to the crown, sacrifice beyond measure, the debt the kingdom owed, the mercy that had saved Marofell's sons. The word mercy sat in her chest like a stone. They gave her a medal, a silver disc on a ribbon stamped with the royal crest. Mallender placed it around her neck with hands that did not tremble. His pale gray eyes met hers. The kingdom thanks you, Healer Harrow. She looked at the medal. You mean the Angel of Marofell? His mouth did not move, but something in his eyes shifted. Yes, that is what they call you now. The court applauded. She stood in the center of the sound and felt nothing. Princess Esme was watching from the gallery, dark hair braided tight, pale gray eyes like her father's, small hands gripping the rail. Linnet met her gaze. Esme did not smile. The applause ended. The court dispersed. Linnet walked through the corridors without seeing where she was going. The metal was heavy against her chest. She reached her chamber and closed the door. The room was the same. The bed, the window, the table where she had written the first names in her black book. The book was still there. She had not opened it since Thornwood. She sat on the edge of the bed and stared at the wall. She did not answer. The door opened anyway. Mirelle Quist entered in a gown the color of honey, her face arranged in careful sympathy. You look terrible. I look like someone who killed 50 men in a single night. Mirelle's expression did not change. You look like someone who saved an army. The court sees what it needs to see. What do you see? Mirelle crossed to the window. The rain had started again, tapping against the glass like impatient fingers. I see a woman who has become too valuable to be left alone. Lord Rex is already drafting proposals for your permanent appointment. Treasury oversight, regular quotas, a department. A department. The office of the Crown Mercy. He wants to formalize what you have been doing. Linnet laughed. It came out dry and broken. An office. For killing prisoners. For triage. That is how he will phrase it. The language will be clean. The numbers will be precise. There will be clerks and ledgers and annual reports. Like Mallender's system. Mirelle turned. Mallender's system was a secret. Rakes wants it public. Codified. Respectable. He wants to own it. He wants to own you. The words hung in the air. Linnet looked at her hands. They were clean. She had washed them 4 times since the stockade. They were still clean. When will he move? Soon, before the king's condition worsens again. He has allies in the Regency bloc who want the Mercy under formal control before the succession crisis begins. Does Mallender know? Mirelle smiled. It was not a kind smile. Mallender knows everything. The question is whether he can stop it. She left without another word. The door clicked shut. Linnet sat alone in the silence. The medal was still around her neck. She touched it. The silver was cold, stamped with a crown she had never wanted to serve. A knock came again. This time it was a chamber page, a boy of 12 with a sealed note. She broke the wax. The king's seal. "My lucid hour is in 1 bell. Come alone." She folded the note and placed it in her pocket. The walk to the royal chambers was familiar now. The guards let her through without question. The doors opened. Berengar was awake. He sat propped against pillows, his face pale, the dark tracery at his temples more pronounced than before. His eyes were clear. She had seen that clarity before. It meant he had 1 hour before the rot took him again. "Sit." She sat. He studied her for a long moment. Then he said, "They gave you a medal." "Yes." "For killing prisoners. They call it saving the army." "They would." He closed his eyes. His hands lay on the sheets, thin and veined, the hands of a man who had carried too much for too long. "Do you know what I thought when I heard what you had done at Thornwood?" "No." "I thought, she is ready." The word landed like a blade. Ready for what? To inherit. She stared at him. "The mercy is in our blood," he said. "The royal line, the bastard branches. It has always been there, passed down through generations, growing heavier with each transfer. My father used it, his father before him. They did not heal the kingdom, they fed it." "Fed it how?" He opened his eyes. "Every outbreak that spared the capital, every blight that took the eastern villages instead of the granaries, every wasting season that culled the districts that could not pay their tithes. That was mercy. My ancestors moved the suffering where it would do the least damage to the throne." "You are lying." "I am dying," he smiled. It was a terrible smile. "Why would I lie?" She could not breathe. The room was too small. The walls were pressing in. "The kingdom is praising you," Berengar said, "for becoming what it always intended." "Is that what you summoned me to tell me?" "No." He reached beneath his pillow. His hand emerged holding a key. Old iron, black with age. "There is a room in the archive basement," he said, "locked, sealed. Inside you will find the ledgers. Every transfer done in the crown's name for 60 years. Every outbreak, every blight, every name." He held out the key. She did not take it. "Why are you giving this to me?" "Because you are the only one who can choose whether it continues." He pressed the key into her palm. His fingers were cold. His eyes were clear. And in the silence of the sick room, with the rain tapping against the windows, King Berengar of Mirelle said, "Burn it, or use it, but do not pretend you do not know what it is." She looked down at the key in her hand. The metal was worn now. The metal was cold against her chest. She did not know which one felt heavier. Chapter 22. The key sat in her palm, black iron, older than anything she had ever held. Berengar watched her. His breathing was shallow, each breath a measured cost, but his eyes held the terrible clarity of a man who had waited too long to speak. "You knew," she said. "All of it. The debtors, the prisoners, the villages that wasted while the capital ate. You knew. I knew, and you let it happen." He did not flinch. "I let it happen because I was too weak to stop it and too afraid to die. Does that answer satisfy you?" It should have. It did not. She closed her fingers around the key. The metal bit into her skin. "How long?" 60 years of records, maybe more. The earliest ledgers are written in a hand I do not recognize, a language I cannot read. The transfers were already happening when my grandfather took the throne." "Your grandfather?" "Bastard blood runs through this line deeper than anyone admits. The mercy appears in us every few generations. Sometimes it skips one, sometimes it takes two, but it always returns." He paused. "And it always leaves marks." He held up his hands. The dark tracery at his temples pulsed in the candlelight. "The rot is not a disease," he said. "It is a residue, accumulated, compacted. Every transfer my ancestors made, every wound they moved, every fever they redistributed, it left something behind. Not in the vessels, in us." Linnet stared at him. "The rot is mercy turned inward," she said. "Yes, centuries of it. Generations." His voice dropped. "Do you understand now why I gave you the key? The ledgers do not just record what Mallender has done, they record what the Crown has always been. She thought of the archive basement, of the locked room, of the names stacked inside like bones. What did they do? Berengar closed his eyes. Every outbreak that spared Gothrem, every blight that took the eastern villages while the granary stayed full, every wasting season that culled the districts that could not pay their tithes. My ancestors did not just govern suffering, they cultivated it. They learned which regions could absorb a plague without collapsing the realm. They mapped the kingdom like a body, and they cut where the flesh was thickest. She wanted to look away. She could not. 3 districts, Berengar said. That is what the earliest ledgers show. 3 villages that died of a sweating sickness in my great-grandfather's reign, so the capital could hold its harvest fair. The physicians called it a natural outbreak. It was not natural. It was arithmetic. Who chose them? My great-grandfather, his Chancellor, a clerk who wrote the names in a book, like my book. The thought came unbidden, cold and certain. She pushed it down. The rot you carry, she said. It is all of them, all the transfers, all the villages, all the names. Yes, every wound they moved, every fever they spread, every village they sacrificed. It is still inside you. Yes, and it is still alive. Berengar smiled. It was a thin, exhausted smile. You already knew that, did you not? She thought of the debtor, the threads that spoke her name, the tune that moved through the ground. Yes, then you know why I am giving you the choice. He leaned forward. The effort cost him. His hands trembled on the sheets. Burn the ledgers. Let the truth die with me. Let the realm face its next crisis without the machinery that made it cruel. Or use them. Learn from my ancestors' mistakes. Find a way to carry the burden without becoming what they became. And if I cannot, then you will become what I became. A vessel, a container, a king who watched his kingdom eat itself because he did not have the courage to starve. The word hung between them. Courage. She had thought she was brave on the frontier. She had held the transfers steady while prisoners died at her feet. She had told herself it was strength. Now she was not sure. What would you do? She asked. If you were me. I was you. His voice was barely a whisper. 30 years ago, a different chancellor, a different crisis, the same choice. I chose to preserve the throne. I chose to let the system continue. I told myself it was the only way. He met her eyes. I was wrong. How do you know? Because I am dying, and the rot that is killing me is the same rot I helped spread. I fed it. I sheltered it. I called it necessity. His voice cracked. And now it is eating me from the inside, and I have nothing left to show for it except a daughter who will inherit a kingdom that does not know how to stop. The pale gray eyes that did not smile. You want me to end it? I want you to choose. He sank back against the pillows. His breath was ragged. The lucid hour was draining. The key is in your hand. The ledgers are in the basement. The truth is waiting. And if I choose wrong, then you will be ready with a reason, just like I was. He closed his eyes, just like Mallender was. The rot surged. The dark tracery at his temples thickened, spread, pulsed upward into his hairline. His jaw tightened. The scream did not come, but Linnet saw it building in the cords of his neck. She stood. The key was still in her hand. She walked to the door. The guards let her through without a word. The corridor was empty. The candles flickered in their sconces. She looked down at the key. Then she looked toward the archive door at the end of the hall. Chapter 23. The key was cold in her palm. She stood at the end of the corridor, the archive door dark against the stone. The candles flickered behind her. No guards, no footsteps. The palace had withdrawn into its night rhythm, breathing slow behind closed doors. The lock took the key without resistance. Iron turned against iron with a sound like a bone settling. The door swung inward. Darkness. She found a candle on a shelf just inside the threshold. Her hands were steady as she struck flint. The flame caught, spread, illuminated a narrow room lined with shelves. The smell was old. Paper, dust, something beneath it, metallic and thin like dried blood on a blade. She stepped inside. The ledgers stood in rows, their spines cracked, their leather bindings dark with age. She ran a finger along the nearest shelf, counting. 20 volumes, 30. More beyond, stacked in shadows the candle could not reach. She pulled the first one free. The binding crumbled at the edges. She opened it carefully, the pages brittle against her fingers. The handwriting was precise, measured. The ink faded to brown. Spring, year 14 of King Aldrich's reign. Transfer to North Marches. Sweating fever outbreak. Concentrated in 3 villages along the River Gal. Recipient designation, seasonal laborers, no permanent residence. Yield, 187 bodies over 14 days. Capital infections, 0. She read the entry again. Yield, 187 bodies, like a harvest. She closed the ledger. Her hands were still steady. She noticed that with a distant, clinical detachment. She should be shaking. She was not. The next shelf held older volumes. She pulled one at random, opened it to a middle page. Autumn, year 3 of King Harville's reign. Blight transferred to East Riding. Grain rot distributed through 7 mills. Recipient designation, debt-bonded families. Tithe default villages. District Hesk. Yield, insufficient. Further distribution ordered. Insufficient. They had wanted more dead. She set the ledger aside and took another. Then another. The names blurred together. Districts she had never heard of. Diseases she had only read about in Mother Sarah's old texts. Numbers that made no sense as human lives. But they were human lives. She found the entry for Berengar's great-grandfather. The sweating sickness. 3 villages. She traced the names with her finger. Mayorbrook, Thorn Hollow, Low Cross. 3 villages, gone so the capital could hold its harvest fair. She thought of the fair. She had seen the preparations in Gathram's market square. Banners, stalls, children running between the legs of horses. None of them knew the ground they danced on was soaked in the breath of the dead. She turned the page. A loose sheet fell out. She caught it before it touched the floor. The handwriting was different, sharper, urgent. They're asking questions about the ledgers, about the old transfers. The court physicians are not fools, whatever Mallender believes. If the truth surfaces, the Regency bloc will use it. They will paint the crown as murderers, and they will be right. Burn the records, burn them all. Let the dead stay dead. There was no signature. She turned the sheet over. Nothing. Just the plea, pressed into paper like a confession. She looked at the ledgers around her, the rows of spines, the years they represented, generations of arithmetic, masked as fate. Burn them. Berengar had given her the choice. She could take the candle, touch the flame to the nearest shelf, watch the whole room curl and blacken, seal the knowledge in ash. But the knowledge would not stay sealed. It lived in Berengar's rot, in the debtor's humming, in the tune that moved through the ground. And in her hands. She looked at her own palms, the scars from years of mercy, the calluses from work that had never felt like violence until this room. She had killed 68 people. No, she had killed more. The frontier prisoners, the deserters, the men in the stockade who had died without names she bothered to learn. She had become the arithmetic. She set the loose sheet back in the ledger, closed the book, placed it on the shelf. She needed to know more. She took a different volume, older than the rest, the leather cracked and powdery. The pages were not bound in the same hand. The language was different, angular, older. This was what Berengar had described, the earliest ledgers. She held the candle closer. The letters were unfamiliar, shaped like knives, like the marks a dying man would scratch into stone. She could not read them, but she could feel them. The same weight she felt in the debtor's threads, the same ancient presence that pulsed beneath the kingdom's skin. She traced one of the symbols with her fingertip. The ink was warm. She jerked her hand back. The candle trembled. The flame steadied. She looked at her finger. No mark, no stain, but the warmth remained. She turned the page, more symbols, rows of them, and beneath them, names. Not districts, not villages, names. Alun, Berta, Cassian, Doran, Ilara, Fenris. She read them aloud. The sounds felt old in her mouth, heavy. Gareth, Hesta, Ivor, Jessa, Kale. A list of names, a ledger of recipients. Before there were districts, before there were quotas, before there was arithmetic. Just names. She counted them. 47 on this page alone. 47 names, each with markings beside them she could not interpret. She turned the page. 62 names. She kept turning. The list went on. Hundreds of names, thousands. She reached the end of the volume. The final page held only one entry. A single name, written in a different hand. Shaky, desperate. Mira. Linnet's breath caught. Mira. Mallender's sister. The girl who died in the Velen riots. The wound he carried behind his ink-stained calm. Why was her name in this ledger? She held the candle closer. The ink was fresher than the rest. Added later, decades later, by someone who had access to this room, by Mallender. She stared at the name. He had come here. He had opened this book. He had written his sister's name among the old sacrifices, as a memorial, or as a reckoning. She did not know which was worse. A sound, behind her. She turned. The door was closing, slowly, deliberately. She lunged for it, but the gap was already too narrow. The iron met the frame with a soft, final click. The lock engaged. She was sealed inside. Chapter 24. She pounded until her palms went numb. The iron held. The lock did not budge. No footsteps answered from the corridor. No guard's voice calling to ask who trapped her in this tomb of old ink and older guilt. She pressed her forehead to the cold metal. Breathed. The candle guttered in her grip, the flame halved by her own panicked exhalation. Calm. She forced the word through her chest like a splint. She was not going to die here. The night warden would change shifts. Someone would open the door. She had the key. She had Berengar's trust. She had 60 years of ledgers she had not finished reading. And she had Mira. She turned back to the shelf. The oldest volume lay open where she had left it, the final page still bearing Mallender's sister name in that shaky, fresher ink. She set the candle down, ran her fingers over the letters. Why here, Mallender? Why among the nameless? A scrape. She froze. The scrape came again, metal on metal. The lock. She spun. The door swung inward. A figure stood in the threshold, backlit by the corridor sconces, small and solid in a healer's plain wool habit. Gray-streaked hair pulled tight, hands raw from work, not ceremony. Mother Sarah Dujardai. Linnet's breath abandoned her. The woman who had taught her to bind wounds, to set bones, to record every life she touched. The woman who had said mercy must only move into a body that agreed to receive it. Sarah stepped inside. Her eyes swept the room, the ledgers, the candle, the open page with Mira's name. She said nothing. She closed the door behind her. How did you find me? Linnet heard herself ask. The words came thin, like wind through a cracked window. The palace talks about nothing else. Sarah's voice was the same as ever, flat, practical, carved from years of watching people die anyway. The healer who saved the king, the angel of Marrowfell. They hang your name in the market like a harvest banner. I did not ask for that name. No, you earned it. Sarah crossed to the shelf. Her fingers brushed the old leather, the cracked spines, the volumes written in the angular tongue Linnet could not read. She did not open any of them. She did not need to. I traced the rumors, she said. The debtors, the prisoners, the bodies stacked outside Thornwood like firewood. I told myself it could not be you. The girl I taught would rather take a wound into her own flesh than ask another to bear it. Linnet said nothing. I walked 3 days to reach Gathram. Every village I passed had a story about a red-haired man who hums under the ground, about threads that move in the dark, about the woman who decides who lives. Sarah turned. Her eyes were the color of river stones. They held no anger. That was worse. Show me your hands. Linnet hesitated, then she held them out. Sarah took them, turned them over, traced the scars on the forearms, the calluses, the faint lines where the black filigree had once bloomed and faded. "You are not shaking," Sarah said. "No. You used to shake after every transfer, even the small ones, even the ones that saved children." "I know. When did it stop?" Linnet pulled her hands back. She looked at the ledgers, at Mira's name, at the symbols she could not read but could feel, pulsing like a second heartbeat in the room. "When I stopped counting the cost," she said, "and started counting the yield." Sarah closed her eyes. Just once. A long, slow blink, like a woman watching a house she built go up in flames. "The yield," she repeated. "The kingdom lives because someone decides," Linnet said. The words came faster now, carrying momentum she had not known was gathering. "Mallender built a system. Berengar let it run. The villages burn so the capital breathes. I did not create that arithmetic. I only learned to read it. And then you started writing it." Sarah opened her eyes. "Is that what you tell yourself?" "It is what I know. You know nothing." Sarah's voice cracked, just at the edge, a fault line in the stone. "You know how to take a fever from a soldier's lungs and push it into a prisoner's throat. You know how to split a king's rod across 40 bodies so none of them die too fast. You know how to write names in a black book and call it mercy." She stepped closer. Her hand came up, not to strike, but to touch Linnet's cheek. The fingers were rough, warm. "But you have forgotten how to ask the question that matters." Linnet swallowed. "What question? Who chose you?" The silence stretched. Sarah let her hand fall. "You were a village healer, Lynn. You had a gift that could take pain from one body into another, and you used it because people were dying and you could not stand to watch. That was not virtue. That was instinct. The same instinct that makes a mother lift a cart off her child." She gestured at the shelves. "This is not instinct. This is administration. You are not healing anymore. You are deciding. And once you decide who suffers, you are not a healer at all. Then what am I?" Sarah looked at her, long enough for the candle to dip and gutter. "A ruler," she said. "And every ruler's hand grows heavy with the weight of who they spared and who they fed to the furnace. The only question is whether you notice the weight before it crushes you." Linnet wanted to argue. She wanted to list the soldiers saved, the fever contained, the border held against 3,000 advancing men. She wanted to open the ledgers and show Sarah the generations of arithmetic that predated her, the system she had inherited, not invented. But the words stuck, because Sarah was not wrong. She had stopped shaking. She had stopped counting the cost. She had walked through the archive door because Berengar gave her a key, and she wanted to understand. But understanding was not the same as refusing. She had read the ledgers. She had felt the ancient presence in the ink. She had seen Mira's name and known, with a certainty that tasted like ash, that Mallender had written it there to remind himself what he was building on. She had not burned them. She had not closed the book. She had kept reading. Sarah watched her, reading the silence the way she had always read wounds, by feel, by the shape of what was missing. "What will you do now?" Sarah asked. Linnet looked at the key in her hand, the iron still warm from her grip, the lock that had sealed her in, and the woman who had opened it. "I do not know," she said, and for the first time in weeks, the admission did not feel like weakness. It felt like a door. Sarah nodded, just once. Then she turned and walked to the archive door, holding it open. "Then come with me. I know a place where they still ask the question before they cut." Linnet did not move. "The palace will notice you are gone," she said. "The palace notices nothing that does not feed its ledger." Sarah's voice was flat. "And you have been in that room long enough to smell like rot. Walk with me. Breathe air that has not been counted." Linnet looked at the ledgers one last time. The rows of names, the ancient symbols, Mira's fresh ink. Then she stepped through the door. The corridor was empty. The sconces burned low. Sarah moved ahead with the certainty of someone who had learned to navigate palaces by ignoring their grandeur, cutting straight through service passages and narrow stairs that servants used and courtiers forgot. They did not speak. The air shifted as they descended. Stone cooled. The smell of beeswax and old hangings gave way to damp and lye. Sarah pushed open a low door and stepped into a courtyard Linnet had never seen. A well. A single lantern. A woman washing bandages in a stone trough, her hands moving in the practiced rhythm of someone who had done this for decades. The woman looked up. "You found her," she said. Sarah nodded. "The angel of Mirelle," the woman said. The words were not mocking, they were heavy like stones placed on a grave. "I know who she was." Linnet's throat tightened. The woman went back to her bandages. Sarah turned to face Linnet. The lantern light carved hollows in her face, making her look older than Linnet remembered. Older and harder and more tired. "You asked what you are now," Sarah said. "I will tell you what you still could be." She reached into her habit and pulled out a small bundle. Cloth, worn soft. She unwrapped it. A candle, plain, unlit. "The last lamp," Sarah said. "The order that taught me. We carry one each into every sick room. We light it when there is nothing else to do but stay." She held it out. "Burn the ledgers, Lynn. Let the dead stay dead. Come back to the villages and heal the way you were taught." Linnet looked at the candle. It would be so easy. She could walk away. Let Berengar die. Let Mallender's system crumble. Let the ledgers burn and the truth die with the king. Return to Mirelle, to wounds she could touch and names she could mourn. She reached out. Her fingers brushed the wax. And then she stopped, because she remembered the debtor's tune. The threads that moved in the dark. The presence in the old ink that was older than Berengar's dynasty. Older than the ledgers. Older than the arithmetic. Some things did not die when the records burned. She pulled her hand back. "I cannot," she said. Sarah's face did not change, but something in her shoulders, a tension Linnet had not noticed, settled into defeat. "Why?" "Because the rot is not a disease," Linnet said. "It is residue. Centuries of mercy turned inward, and it is still alive." She looked at the sky. The stars were coming through the smoke and the wet. "If I walk away, I do not end the system. I only leave it running without me. And the next healer they drag into Gathram will not have read what I read tonight." Sarah said nothing. "I have to understand it first," Linnet said. "The old language, the symbols, what came before Berengar's line, what the debtor is, what the tune means. And then?" Linnet met her eyes. "Then I will decide." Sarah held her gaze for a long moment. Then she tucked the candle back into her habit. "The girl I taught would have taken the candle. I know. She would have trusted that mercy meant staying small, staying clean." Linnet felt the words land, felt the weight of who she had been, fading like the filigree on her palms. She could not have saved the kingdom. Sarah's smile was bitter. She would not have tried. She turned and walked back through the low door, leaving Linnet standing in the lantern light beside the well, the woman washing bandages, and the question that had followed her from the archive. The same question, written in Mallender's shaking hand on the oldest page in the room. "Mira, what are we building on?" Chapter 25. The well in the courtyard was still. The woman washing bandages had not looked up again, and Sarah had vanished through the low door without another word. Linnet stood alone in the lantern light, the cold seeping through her boots. She had refused the candle. She had chosen knowledge over staying small and clean, and now she had nowhere to put the choice but her own chest. She walked back through the service passage. The palace swallowed her the way it swallowed everything. Silence and beeswax and the distant clatter of kitchens. She did not go to her chamber. She went to the archive. The door was open. She stopped. The lock was intact, the key still in her pocket. Someone had opened it from inside. She pushed the door wider and stepped through. The shelves were undisturbed, the ledgers in their rows. The oldest volume lay open where she had left it, the page with Mira's name catching the candlelight. But beside it, a single sheet of paper she had not left. Fresh, unfolding, she picked it up. "The princess is not safe. Meet me in the chapel of the last lamp within the hour. Do not tell anyone. Do not trust Mallender." NQ Linnet read it twice. Mirelle's hand, elegant and precise, the M and Q curling into each other like a knot. She folded the note into her pocket and left. The palace at this hour was a different animal. Fewer servants, more shadows. The guards at the main corridors were alert but lax, their eyes passing over her as she moved through the lesser passages, the ways Sarah had shown her, the ways Mirelle had taught her. The chapel was small, a side room off the eastern gallery, tucked behind a tapestry of the Harvest Judgment, rarely used now that the king could not attend services. She pushed the door open and stepped inside. A single candle burled on the altar. Railway Quist stood beside it, her amber gown glowing in the low light. She did not turn. "You came," she said. "Your note said to come. Your note said to come in the hour." Mirelle turned. Her face was not its usual mask of warm calculation. There was something raw beneath the paint. "Who is counting?" Linnet said. Morelle's throat moved. "Everyone," she said. "Rakes, the Regency block. 3 families I will not name aloud because the walls in this palace have learned to repeat what they hear. They are all counting the same thing." She stepped closer. "The king is dying. Everyone knows it. The only question is whether the succession holds long enough for Esme to take the throne." "Berengar has hours left," Linnet said. "Maybe days. The rot is not slowing." "I know." Morelle's voice was flat. "And the moment he stops breathing, the regents will move. Rakes has a candidate for the throne. The block has another. The 3 families I will not name have a third. Esme is the heir. Esme is 11 years old and her mother is dead, and her father is a corpse who is not finished dying." Mirelle held her gaze. "An heir is only an heir while the people with swords believe she will live long enough to inherit." Mirelle felt the words settle into her bones. "You said the princess is not safe." "I said the princess is not safe." Mirelle reached into her sleeve and pulled out a folded paper. Not the note she had sent, a different one, official seal. "The Regency block has drafted a contingency order. If the king dies before Esme turns 12, the Regency passes to a council of 5. Rakes holds 1 seat, Mallender holds another. The remaining 3 go to families who would benefit if Esme vanished." Vanished. Vanished, disappeared, married off to a foreign house before she can claim the throne, found dead in her bed with a fever that no physician can name. Mirelle's voice dropped. "There are a dozen ways to make an 11-year-old girl disappear. The block has drafted a contingency for each one." Linnet looked at the paper. "Why are you telling me this?" Mirelle's smile was thin. "Because I have watched you for weeks. You are not a court player. You do not understand how the pieces move. But you have something the block does not." "The mercy? The mercy?" Mirelle's eyes were hard. "You can take suffering out of bodies. You can move it, allocate it, hide it inside people who will never speak again." She stepped closer. "The block is counting on Esme dying. They are counting on the succession fracturing. They are counting on chaos they can control." "Then what are you counting on?" Mirelle held her gaze. "I am counting on you to keep her alive." The words hung between them. Linnet thought of Esme's pale gray eyes in the gallery, watching the ceremony without smiling. The way the girl had asked who pays when adults say the realm is safe. She thought of the debtor's tune, the threads in the dark, the presence in the old ink that had been waiting longer than anyone knew. "I cannot stand guard over her every hour," Linnet said. "No, but you can make sure that anyone who tries to take her pays a price their faction cannot afford." Linnet looked at her hands. The scars, the calluses, the fingers that had stopped shaking. "I promised Berengar I would not let his daughter become another entry in the ledger." Mirelle's expression did not change. "Then do not let her become one. But understand that keeping her alive may require you to write other names." The candle flickered. The chapel was cold. Linnet thought of the black book in her pocket, the names she had already written, the ones she had not. "Who would benefit if she vanished?" she said. Mirelle's jaw tightened. 3 families. House Valens, House Arneth, House Kestrel. They have been meeting in secret since the banquet. Rakes knows, Mallender knows. They are waiting for Berengar to die so they can move. "And if I move first?" Mirelle's smile was sharp. "Then you learn the game faster than I expected." She reached into her sleeve again and pulled out a second paper, smaller, unsealed. "The names of the meeting, the locations, the dates. I have been collecting them for weeks." She held it out. Linnet took it. You said you would call in a debt someday, Mirelle said. I am not calling it yet. I am investing. She turned and walked toward the side door. Keep her alive, Linnet, however you have to. The door closed. Linnet stood alone in the chapel, the paper warm in her hand, the candle burning low. She unfolded it. 3 names, 3 houses, a schedule of meetings in the East Wing, the wine cellars, a private residence near the river gate. She traced her finger over the ink. The game was bigger than she had known, and she had just promised to play it. Chapter 26. The rain started sometime after midnight. Linnet found him in the west corridor, standing at a window that looked out over the dark city. He had not heard her approach. His reflection hung in the glass, sharp-angled and tired, the hard lines of his face softened by the water streaming down. She stopped 3 pieces away. Corin. He turned. His brown eyes found her in the dim light, and something in his chest moved that she could see even from where she stood. I thought you would be with the king, he said. His lucid hour passed. He is sleeping. She paused. I needed to walk. The lie sat thin between them. She had not needed to walk. She had needed to find him. The rain drummed against the glass. The corridor was empty, no servants, no guards at this hour. You have been avoiding me since Thornwood, she said. His jaw tightened. I have been trying to understand what I saw. You saw me save the army. I saw you kill 50 men. The words landed like stones. She felt them settle in her chest, heavy and familiar. They were enemy prisoners. They were men, and our soldiers would have died without them. She kept her voice level. You know this. You were there. He said nothing. The rain kept falling. Linnet took a step closer, then another. She could smell the leather of his coat, the rain on his shoulders, the faint trace of wood smoke from the ward fire. I am not asking you to approve of it, she said. I am asking you to understand that I did not have a choice. No one ever does. His voice was low. That is what frightens me. You believe every choice was forced on you. The prisoners, the debtors, the men in the pit. You never chose any of it. I chose to save lives. You chose to stop counting. The words hit harder than she expected. She looked at her hands, the scars, the calluses, the fingers that had not shaken in weeks. You are right, she said. I stopped counting. But I started recording. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the black book. Small, leather-bound, the edges worn from handling. He looked at it. What is that? My ledger. Every name, every transfer, every life I have touched with the mercy since I came to Gathrem. She held it out. He did not take it. Why are you showing me this? Because you asked what it cost. Her voice trembled. I want you to know that I have not forgotten. I write them down. I remember them. Every single one. The rain streaked the glass behind him. He looked at the book in her hand, then at her face. How many names? She hesitated. Enough. Linnet? 130. She said it fast, as if speed could soften the number. 130 that I killed, and I do not know if I have saved more than I have spent. The silence stretched. She held the book out again. Take it. Read it. See for yourself what I have become. He did not move. I do not want to read it. Then what do you want? He stepped closer. 1 step. 2. Close enough that she could feel the heat of him through the cold air. I want to understand, he said, if the woman I knew in the wards is still inside you, or if she died on the frontier with the prisoners. Linnet's throat tightened. She is still here. Show me. She did not understand what he meant until his hand came up and touched her face. His palm was rough and warm against her cheek. His fingers traced the line of her jaw, gentle, almost reverent. He does that more and more now. Linnet. She looked at him. I am trying, she said. I am trying to hold on to who I was. Then let me help you. His other hand came up. He cradled her face between his palms, and she felt the calluses, the soldier's hands that had killed and healed and held. I have been a fool, he said. I let what I saw at Thornwood blind me to what I already knew about you. What do you know about me? he smiled. It was a sad smile, but it softened the hard lines of his face. I know you stayed in the ward until your hands bled. I know you wept over a bread thief you barely knew. I know you carry the names of the dead because you are afraid of forgetting that they were human. His thumbs brushed her cheekbones. I know that you are not the same woman who arrived at Gathrem, but I also know that you are not the thing you are afraid of becoming. Linnet's breath caught. She wanted to believe him. She wanted to believe it so badly that it hurt. Corin. Tell me the truth, he said. Not the arithmetic, not the ledger. Tell me whether you still believe that what you are doing is right. She looked at him. The rain, the dark, the warmth of his hands on her face. The truth, she said, is that I do not know anymore. He kissed her. It was not gentle. It was not careful. It was the kiss of a man who had been holding back for weeks, months, and the restraint finally broke. His lips were warm and firm, and his hands slid into her hair, and she felt the wall at her back as he pressed her against it. She kissed him back. Her hands found his chest, the leather of his coat, the hard muscle beneath. She felt his breath against her mouth, his heart beating through the fabric, the raw, desperate need in the way he held her. The black book fell from her hand. It hit the stone floor with a soft thud. She did not reach for it. His lips found her throat, her jaw, the corner of her mouth. His hands traced her sides, her hips, her waist, and she gasped at the warmth of him, the solid weight of him against her. I should have done this sooner, he said against her skin. You should have. He laughed, a low, rough sound that vibrated through her chest. You are impossible, he said. I know. He kissed her again, slower this time, tender. His hands cradled her face like she was something precious, something he was afraid of breaking. I want to be with you, he said. Not the angel of Marrowfell, not the king's healer. You. Linnet felt the tears before she knew they were coming. I do not know if I am worth being with, she said. That is not your choice to make. She looked at him, the rain, the dark, the warmth of his hands. I have done things that I cannot take back, she said, things that would change how you see me. Show me. She hesitated, then she bent down and picked up the black book. She held it out. He looked at it, at her. Read it, she said. Read it, and then tell me whether you still want to hold me. He took it. His fingers closed around the worn leather. He looked at her. Then he opened it. The first page was covered in her handwriting, neat, precise. The date of her first arrival in Gathrem, the name Jareb Runnel, condemned murderer, transferred King's Rot, died. He turned the page. She watched his face. The debtors, the bread thief, the prisoners at Thornwood, the names she had written in ink that felt like blood. His jaw tightened. His thumb traced the edge of the page. He turned another, and another. And when he reached the entry that read, 50 enemy prisoners saved, 43 Marrowfell soldiers, he stopped. He looked up. Linnet. Read the rest. I have read enough. She felt her heart crack. Then you know. I know that you wrote it down. His voice was rough. I know that you did not hide it. I know that you could have burned this book 100 times, and you kept it. He closed the ledger. Keeping a record of your sins does not mean you are forgiven, he said. But it means you have not lied to yourself about what they were. She stared at him. I thought you would hate me. I thought I would too. He held the book out to her. But I cannot hate a woman who refuses to forget. She took it. Her fingers brushed his. The rain kept falling. He pulled her close, and she let herself be held, her face pressed against his chest, his arms wrapped around her, the steady rhythm of his heart beneath her ear. Stay with me, he said. Tonight. Just stay. She nodded. She could not speak. They stood together at the rain-streaked window, the city dark below them, the black book pressed between their bodies, and for a long moment she almost believed that she could still be saved. Then the door at the end of the corridor opened. A servant's boy in wet livery stood in the threshold, pale-faced and breathless. Lady Harrow, his voice cracked. The king's physician sent me. His lucid hour has returned and he is asking for you. He says it is urgent." Then it felt Corin's arms tighten around her, the book in her hands, the rain on the glass, the boy waiting for her answer. She looked at Corin. "Go," he said. "I will be here when you return." She wanted to believe that, too. Chapter 27. The rain followed her down the corridor. The boy's footsteps echoed ahead, his wet livery leaving dark spots on the stone. Linnet walked behind him, the black book pressed against her ribs, Corin's warmth still on her skin. She stopped. "I will be there in a moment," she said. The boy turned, uncertain. "Tell the physicians I am coming. I need to gather my supplies first." He hesitated, then nodded and hurried ahead. Linnet watched him disappear around the corner. Then she turned and pushed through the first door she found. A side chamber, small, empty of furnishings except for a scarred work table and a cold hearth. The room smelled of dust and old tallow. A servant's waiting room, unused for years. She closed the door behind her. Her hands were shaking, not from the cold. She pulled the black book from her coat and laid it on the table. The worn leather gleamed in the faint light from the corridor. 130 names. Every transfer, every death, every choice she had made since the first locked door of the king's bedchamber. Corin had seen it. He had read it, and he had held her anyway. She should burn it. The thought came from somewhere cold and clear. If she burned it, no one else would ever read those names. No one else would ever know. She could tell herself she had kept the record for accountability, and when the time came, she had let it go. Her fingers touched the cover. She did not lift it. Instead, she reached into her coat again and pulled out a smaller ledger, a working record, the one she had used at Thornwood to track fevers and doses, names and yields, the one that still held the rough arithmetic of 50 prisoners divided into 43 saved soldiers. She opened it. The pages were smudged, blood, dirt, the crease where she had folded it against her thigh during the long ride home. She tore out the first page. The sound was loud in the silence. She tore out the second, the third, the fourth. She did not count them. She did not read them. She tore until the ledger was half its thickness, until the pages that held Thornwood, the frontier, the worst of her arithmetic, lay in a pile on the table. She crossed to the hearth. No fire. She found a striker on the mantel, rusted but usable. The flint sparked. The third strike caught the tinder she had stuffed beneath the pages. Flame curled up. She watched them burn. The ink darkened, the edges curled. The names she had written in haste and blood and exhaustion turned to ash and floated up the chimney. She did not feel lighter. She felt thinner. When the flames died, she stirred the ashes with the striker. Black dust, a few scraps of unburned paper, nothing legible. She turned back to the table. The black book lay where she had left it. She picked it up. The weight of it. The worn leather, the pages that held every name she had sworn not to forget. She could burn this one too. No one would know. No one except her. And Corin. And whatever part of herself still believed that keeping count meant she had not become a monster. She tucked the black book back into her coat. Then she looked at the hearth again. Something caught her eye. Not the ashes, the floor. A scrap of paper half hidden beneath the table leg. She bent and picked it up. A single page, folded. She opened it. Her own handwriting. A name. Not one she recognized. Mira Venner, Green District, transferred rot residue from sealed vessel. Result, clearance. She stared at it. She had never written that name. She had never performed that transfer. The page was torn from a ledger she did not own. The ink was hers. The handwriting was hers. The date at the top was 3 weeks before she arrived in Gothrem. Linnet's hands went still. Someone had been writing in her hand. Someone had been keeping records of transfers she had never made. Someone had placed this page where she would find it. The rain hammered against the window. The ashes in the hearth stirred in the draft. She looked at the door. The boy was waiting. The king was waiting. And somewhere in this palace, someone was writing her name into ledgers she had never opened. She folded the page and slid it into her pocket. Then she walked out into the corridor and followed the sound of the rain toward the king's chambers. Chapter 28. The corridor stretched ahead, empty but for the rain hammering against the tall windows. Linnet's footsteps echoed. The forged page burned in her pocket like a brand. Mira Venner, Grain District. Transferred rot residue from sealed vessel. Result, clearance. 3 weeks before she had ever seen Gathrem's walls. She tried to focus on the king, his urgent summoning, the second lucid hour in as many days, which meant something was breaking. But the page kept surfacing. Her handwriting, her name, a transfer she had never performed. Someone had been writing her into a ledger before she arrived. Someone had known she was coming. A door opened ahead, not the king's chamber. A side door set back in an alcove she had passed twice before without noticing. Lord Tivon Rakes stepped out. No velvet, no chains of office, just a plain wool coat, dark trousers, boots that had seen mud, as if he had come from somewhere the palace did not acknowledge. "Angel of Marrowfell," he said. "Walking alone. How fortunate." Linnet's hand touched her coat where the black book rested. "Lord Rakes." "Walking to the king, I assume." He fell into step beside her, matching her pace. "I will not keep you long. A few steps, a few words." "I am expected." "You are always expected now." He smiled. "That is the problem." They reached a junction. The left corridor led to the king's tower. The right led to the Treasury annex. Rakes stopped and turned to face her. "I have been reading your ledgers, Angel." Her blood went cold. "Your working records," he said, as if sensing her alarm. "The ones you filed with the sick room, casualty counts, transfer dates, survival rates." He tilted his head. "You are efficient, more efficient than Mallender ever was." "I do what is needed." "Exactly." His voice dropped, "And what is needed now is not what Mallender will tell you." He reached into his coat and pulled out a sheet of paper. Not a ledger page, a grain forecast. Columns of numbers, districts and yields. "Marrowfell has 3 bad harvests in a row," he said. "The eastern granaries are at half capacity. The western roads are too degraded to move what we do have. If the rot spreads into the civilian population this winter, we will see famine in every province within 8 weeks. You cannot know that." "I can. I do." He held up the paper. "This is not speculation. This is arithmetic. The same arithmetic you used at Thornwood." Linnet stared at the columns. She had seen numbers like those before, in the archive, in Mallender's ledgers, in the oldest books with their warm, pulsing ink. "What do you want, Lord Rakes?" "Control." He said it plainly, without shame. "The mercy is the most powerful instrument in this kingdom, and it is held by one woman with no formal accountability. If you die tonight, everything you know dies with you. The system collapses. Berengar rots. Esme falls to the Regency block, and the next 3 years will make the Velen famine look like a lean season. I am not going to die tonight. You do not know that." He folded the grain forecast and tucked it away. "Mallender keeps you close because you are useful. I would keep you close because you are irreplaceable. There is a difference. The same difference." "No." His eyes met hers. "Mallender will spend you to preserve the kingdom. I would preserve the kingdom to keep you whole. He sees you as a tool. I see you as the only inheritance that matters." The words hung in the corridor. Linnet thought of the forged page, the handwriting that was hers but not hers, the name that linked to Mallender's sister. "You want the mercy under Treasury oversight," she said. "I want the mercy under your oversight, with Treasury as your shield instead of your cage." He stepped closer. "Mallender has built a system that depends on secrecy. One exposure, one investigation, one noble family deciding they have had enough of hidden sacrifices, and the whole architecture collapses. But if the mercy is formalized, authorized, written into law, then every transfer you perform is legal. Every death is accounted for. Every life you save is a matter of public record. And every life I take. Yes, no flinch. That is the cost of legitimacy. You stop being a secret and start being a minister." Linnet's fingers brushed the edge of her black book through the fabric of her coat. 130 names. She had never imagined them as a ministry. "You asked me to trade one master for another." I ask you to choose the master who will let you survive. And if I refuse? Rakes smiled. It was not the smile of a man who had lost. It was the smile of a man who had watched her walk exactly where he needed her to go. You will not refuse forever, he said. But you may refuse tonight. I understand. You have other pressures. He glanced down the corridor toward the king's tower. Go, he is waiting. And when you are finished, consider what I have said. He turned and walked back toward the Treasury annex. Linnet stood at the junction. The forged page pressed against her thigh like a wound that would not close. She thought of Mirelle, Mallender's sister, the name in the oldest ledger, the name in the forged record. She thought of Rakes, who had just offered her a future that did not depend on Mallender. She thought of Corin, who had read her ledger and held her anyway. She thought of the king, who was dying in a room at the top of a tower, and who had summoned her with an urgency that felt like the last door closing. She walked. The corridor narrowed. The rain grew louder. The guards at the king's door stepped aside without meeting her eyes. She reached for the handle. The page in her pocket seemed to breathe. She pushed the door open. The king was not in his bed. He sat in the chair by the window, fully dressed, his hands wrapped around a cup of untouched water. Tallow-faced, thin as winter kindling, but his eyes were clear. Close the door, he said. She did. The lock clicked. There is a man in the palace, he said. He has been here longer than I have. He walks the corridors at night, and the guards do not see him. Linnet's hand went to her pocket. I know, she said. Berengar's eyes held hers. You know part of it, he said. You do not know the rest. He set the cup down. His hands were shaking. The red-haired man you brought from Thornwood, he said. The one who hums, the one who should be dead. Linnet's chest went cold. He escaped tonight, Berengar said. And he is coming here. Chapter 29. The door clicked shut behind her. The corridor swayed. Linnet pressed her palm to the stone and breathed. The debtor was coming. The guards did not see him. Berengar had said it with the calm of a man who had already accepted what came next. She took a step, then another. Sarah stood at the junction where the corridor split toward the chapel. Gray hair pulled tight, riverstone eyes fixed on Linnet's face. You look like you have seen a ghost, Sarah said. I have seen worse. Then come with me. Not a request. Linnet followed because her legs moved without her deciding. Because the alternative was standing alone in a corridor where a man who should be dead was walking unseen toward the king. Sarah led her through a low door she had never noticed, down a stairwell that smelled of damp stone and old incense. The air changed, grew warmer, thick with candle wax and the sharp tang of wound salves. The chapel infirmary was smaller than the palace wards. 6 pallets, 3 occupied. A woman with bandaged forearms sat against the wall, staring at nothing. An old man lay with his eyes closed, chest rising in shallow hitches. A boy, maybe 12 years old, curled on his side, ribs showing through his shirt. Sarah stopped beside the boy. Tell her what you told me. The boy's eyes tracked to Linnet, pale, frightened. The kind of fear that had lived in him long enough to hollow out the rest. It comes every autumn, he said. The shaking fever. My dad says it has always come, but this year it took my mother and my sister both. The old ones say it never used to kill so many. Linnet's hand went to her coat, to the black book. Where are you from? Farthingford, west of the Chalk Ridge. She knew the name. She had read it in the oldest ledger. A district marked for seasonal yield. 3 fever cycles in 60 years, each one listed with the same bureaucratic precision she had used at Thornwood. What else? She asked. The boy swallowed. The men in fine clothes came last spring. They counted the houses and the livestock and the children, said the district was due for a lean season and the crown would manage the shortfall. His voice cracked. 2 weeks later the fever started. It did not touch the fine men. They were gone before the first burial. Sarah knelt beside the boy. Her rough hand cupped the back of his head. You see, she said quietly. You see what the ledgers produce? Linnet's fingers pressed against the page in her pocket. The forged page. Mira Venner. Transfer date 3 weeks before she reached Gathram. "This is not my system," she said. "No." Sarah stood. "But you are keeping it alive. Every time you take the king's rot into a debtor, every time you write a name in that little book of yours, every time you choose who bears the cost, you are feeding the same machine that ate this boy's family. He would die without it. He should die." Sarah's voice was raw. "That is the mercy you were taught. That is the mercy I gave you. Let him go. Let the rot die in him. Let the dynasty end its secret violence, and let the realm face the truth." The boy watched them both. Linnet thought of Berengar's trembling hands, his clear eyes, his plea to let him go. She thought of the debtor, the hum in the bone, the threads that moved in the dark. "I cannot," she said, "because you will not. Because if I let him die, the Regency block takes Esme. Rex formalizes the mercy into a ministry anyway. The system does not end, it just changes hands." Sarah's face tightened. "That is what Mallender tells himself. That is what every custodian of cruelty tells themselves. That the blood will flow regardless, so it might as well flow through them." The infirmary door banged open. A rider stood in the frame. Palace livery, mud splashed to the knees, face pale as linen. "Linnet Harrow," he said. She turned. "The princess. Her escort was attacked on the eastern road." The room stopped. "Esme," Linnet said. "She is alive, badly shaken. Her guards are dead, all of them." The rider's voice broke. "They were waiting in the tree line. They knew the route. They knew the timing. Someone inside the palace told them." Sarah's hand found Linnet's wrist. "Do not go," she said. "This is the game. This is how they pull you deeper. Let the child come to you. Let the palace come to you. Do not run toward the trap." The boy from Farthing Ford stared at the rider. The rider stared at Linnet. She thought of Mirella's note. The houses, Welland, Arneth, Kestrel, the meetings she had not acted on. She thought of the debtor, walking unseen toward the king. "I need a horse," she said. Sarah's grip tightened. "Linnet. If Esme dies, the Regency block wins. Rakes wins. The system survives without me, and no one in this kingdom ever knows what the ledgers contain." She pulled her arm free. "I will not let that happen." Sarah's eyes held hers. "Then you are already lost." The rider was already moving. Linnet followed. Behind her, the boy from Farthing Ford began to cry. Chapter 30. The horses' hooves hit mud and stone, and the bodies came into view before Linnet could brace. 3 guards lay in the road. The 4th had made it to the tree line, sprawled face down with a crossbow bolt between his shoulders. Rain had washed the blood-thin, pink rivulets running into the ditch. Linnet pulled the horse up before it could trample the nearest corpse. Corin rode past her 20 yards, then wheeled back. His face was hard. He had not spoken since the stable. "Spread out," he said to the 6 soldiers behind him. "Check everybody. Find the princess." The men dismounted and fanned into the tree line. Linnet slid from the saddle. Her boots hit mud. The dead guard nearest her lay on his back, eyes open, throat cut clean. Professional, no hesitation. The wound had been made after he fell, not in the fight. A mercy kill or a message. She forced herself past him. The carriage sat 50 yards ahead, listing on a broken wheel. The horses were gone, cut loose or stolen. The door hung open. Dark stains spread across the seat cushions. She could not see Esme. "Corin!" He was already moving toward the carriage. His hand went to his sword. "Esme!" he called. Low voice. "Careful." No answer. Linnet's pulse hammered. She thought of the forged page in her pocket, the debtor walking unseen through the palace, the timeline that meant someone had been preparing for her arrival before she knew the king's name. The attack on Esme had been planned. She knew the route. She knew the timing. The men in the tree line knew where to wait. "Your Grace," Corin's voice changed. "I need you to come out now." A rustle from the ditch beyond the carriage. Esme rose from the mud. Her dark braid had come loose. Her plain wool dress was soaked, stained with something dark along the sleeve. Her pale gray eyes were wide and dry. She had not been crying. Linnet's chest tightened. The girl looked at the dead guards, at the broken carriage, at the men searching the tree line, then at Linnet. "They knew," Esme said. Her voice was steady, too steady. "They knew the route. They knew which of my father's seals would open the gate. They knew I would be riding at dusk because the court would not miss me until morning." She stepped over the body of the guard with the cut throat. "Someone inside the palace told them." "Yes," Linnet said. Esme stopped in front of her, barefoot, mud up to her calves, blood on her sleeve that was not her own. "I killed one of them." Linnet's breath caught. "The man who cut my guard's throat. He came for me after the horses ran. Thought I would be easy." Esme's hand moved to her belt, a small knife, still wet. "He was wrong." Corn reached them. He did not touch the princess. He simply stood between her and the tree line. "We need to move," he said. "There could be more." "There are not." Esme's gray eyes held Linnet's. "They were paid to hit the carriage and leave, paid in silver that came from Gathram. I saw the purse. The seal was broken, but the cloth was court weave." Linnet's hand went to her coat, to the forged page. "Can you ride?" Esme nodded. Corin gave a sharp whistle. One of the soldiers brought a horse forward, a gray gelding with mud splashed to its flanks. Esme took the reins without waiting for help and swung up bareback, legs gripping the animal's sides. The soldiers finished their search. 12 dead, 8 guards, 4 attackers. No survivors among the attackers. Someone had made sure of that. "Slit their own throats," one soldier said, "after the fighting was done." Linnet looked at the bodies. Linen tunics, no sigils, no identifying marks, faces she did not recognize. Men who had come to die for a purse of court weaved silver. She mounted. The ride back to Gathram took twice as long because the road was soft and they moved under cover. Esme did not speak. Her small hand stayed on the knife at her belt. The palace gates opened before they reached them. Horses waited, soldiers in full livery. The courtyard was lit, torches burning against the dark. And Mallender stood at the center, still in his day coat, ink stains fresh on his fingers. He looked at Esme first, checked her for wounds with a single sweep of his pale gray eyes. Then he looked at Linnet. 12 dead, he said. Not a question. All her guards, 4 attackers. They killed themselves after the fight. Mallender's jaw tightened. The thin burn scar along his right jaw caught the torchlight. "Inside," he said. "Both of you. Now." Esme slid from the horse. She walked past Mallender without looking at him. A soldier fell in behind her. Linnet stayed where she was. "You knew," she said. Mallender turned. "I knew someone would move against her. I did not know when or where." His voice was flat. "If I had known the route, I would have doubled the escort. I did not." "Someone in the palace gave them the route." "Yes, someone in your administration." Mallender's gaze held hers. The torchlight carved shadows across his face. "The corridor goes both ways," he said. "Every leak I find gives me a path back to whoever sent those men, and I will find them." He walked toward the gate, stopped, and looked back. Esme survived. That is what matters. The rest is arithmetic. He disappeared into the torch shadow. Linnet stood in the wet courtyard, the forged page pressed against her ribs. Someone inside had planned this. Someone inside had forged her handwriting. Someone inside had opened the archive door and left Mirella's note, and the debtor was coming. She turned and followed Mallender into the palace, the rain washing the mud from her boots, the name Mira Venner burning in her pocket like a second heartbeat. Chapter 31. Rain slid down the back of Linnet's neck as she stood in the courtyard, watching Mallender's shadow vanish into the torchlight. The forged page pressed against her ribs. Mira Venner, 3 weeks before Gathram. Rot residue from a sealed vessel. Someone had placed that page where she would find it. Someone had known she would come to the servants' waiting room. Someone had been watching her since before she ever passed through the palace gates. She walked. The corridors were quiet. Servants pressed against walls as she passed, eyes down, hands folded. The news of Esme's attack had already spread. She could feel it in the way they held their breath, the way their gaze slid past her like she carried something dangerous. She did. Mirelle's chambers were on the 3rd floor of the east wing, behind a door painted with faded roses. Linnet knocked without knowing why she had come. The door opened before her hand fell. "Come in," Mirelle said. "I have been waiting." She stood by the window in a pale amber gown, hands folded, face unreadable. A fire burned low in the hearth. Tea sat untouched on the table. "You knew," Minette said. Mirelle's eyes met hers. "That someone would move against Esme?" "Yes, I told you as much." "You did not tell me when." "Because I did not know the hour." Mirelle's voice was soft, almost gentle. "But I knew the shape of it. The houses Valand, Anisar, Kestrel have been meeting for 6 weeks. Their plan was always to take Esme on the eastern road, when her guard would be lightest and the court's attention fixed on the king." Minette's hands curled into fists. "You could have warned me." "I did warn you. Not enough. Not with names and dates and—" "I gave you names." Mirelle's voice sharpened. "I gave you houses. I gave you meeting locations. What did you do with that information, Linnet?" The words landed like a blade. Linnet opened her mouth, closed it. "You did nothing," Mirelle said. "You carried the knowledge in your pocket and told yourself you would act when the crisis came. But the crisis was already moving. It had been moving for weeks, and you were waiting for permission." "I was trying to find proof. There is no proof in a palace. There is only action and consequence." Mirelle stepped closer. Her perfume filled the space between them, warm and cloying. "I did not come to you with rumors, Linnet. I came to you with certainties, and you hesitated." Linnet's throat burned. "You used Esme as bait." Mirelle's expression did not change. "I used the attack as an opening. There is a difference. 4 guards died. 8. The same." "Yes." Mirelle's voice was quiet. 8 men died so that the conspiracy against Esme would show its hand before the king's death made the succession uncontrollable. I chose the smaller slaughter to prevent the larger one. That is Mallender's arithmetic. It is arithmetic. I did not invent it. I simply learned to read the numbers. Mirelle turned back to the window. The men who attacked Esme's escort were hired through a broker in the river district. That broker takes his orders from a factor in House Kestrel's trade office. And that factor answers to a man named Alo in Venice, who sits on Lord Rake's personal staff. Linnet's breath caught. "Rake's?" "I told you he was not to be trusted." Mirelle's reflections stared back from the dark glass. "Venice is his grain man, the one who compiles the harvest reports, the one who knows exactly how many mouths the eastern provinces can feed and exactly how many need to vanish before the winter." Linnet thought of the grain forecast Rakes had shown her. 3 bad harvests, eastern granaries at half capacity, famine in every province within 8 weeks. "You are saying Rox ordered the attack?" "I am saying the trail leads to his door." Mirelle turned. Whether he knew the specifics or simply created the conditions for men like Venice to act does not matter. The blood is on his ledger. Linnet's hand moved to her coat, to the forged page, to Mira Venner's name. "Someone has been forging my handwriting in the palace ledgers." Mirelle's eyes flickered. Interest, recognition. "Show me." Linnet pulled the page from her pocket. Mirelle took it, carried it to the candle, read it in silence. The flame caught the edges of the paper, casting shadows across her face. "Rot residue from a sealed vessel," she said. "I have not heard that term in years. You know what it means? It is an old technique. Before the district quotas, before the ledgers were standardized, the earliest mercy bearers would store transferred corruption in sealed containers. Clay jars, iron boxes, sometimes the bodies of the dead." Mirelle's gaze lifted. "It was unreliable. The rot would leak, seep into the ground, find new hosts." Minette's skin crawled. "Someone used that technique on a woman named Mira Venner, 3 weeks before I arrived in Gathrem." "Venner?" Mirelle's brow furrowed. "That name. You know it." "I know it was the name of a family that died in the Velen grain riots, the same riots that killed Mallender's sister." Mirelle's voice dropped. Mirelle was a grain merchant's daughter. She tried to expose the hoarding before the court silenced her. She died the same night as Wybert Mallender. Mirelle's voice dropped. Mirelle was a grain merchant's daughter. She tried to expose the hoarding before the court silenced her. She died the same night as Wybert Mallender. Mirette's stomach turned. Someone wrote her name in the oldest archive ledger, in my handwriting, dated before I ever stepped foot in this city. Mirelle was silent for a long moment. Then she said, "You were never meant to be a healer, Linnet. You were meant to be a vessel, a record, a signature that could be used by anyone who knew how to hold the pen." "And you?" Mirette's voice was hoarse. "What were you meant to be?" Mirella's smile was thin. "I was meant to be the woman who handed you the names of your enemies and watched you decide what to do with them." She pressed the forged page back into Linnet's hand. "You can burn this. You can carry it. You can use it to tear down half the court, but you cannot pretend it does not exist any longer." Mirelle's eyes held hers. "The game is on the board, Linnet. The only question is whether you will play or be played." Linnet stood in the rose-painted room, the paper burning against her palm. She thought of Esme's steady voice, of the knife still wet in the girl's hand, of Mallender's arithmetic and Rake's grain forecast, and the red-haired debtor walking unseen through the palace. "There is no clean path," she said. "No," Mirelle agreed. "There never was." Linnet folded the page and tucked it back into her coat. Outside the window, the rain had stopped. The courtyard was empty. But in the shadow of the east gate, a figure moved where no figure should be. Tall, red-haired, unchained. Linnet's blood went cold. The debtor looked up and smiled. Chapter 32. The red-haired debtor's smile held in the torchlight. A greeting, a recognition, as if he had been waiting for her to see him. Linnet's hand moved to her coat, to the forged page, to the knife she had not carried since Thornwood. "Who let him loose?" she said. Mirelle stepped to the window. Her reflection stared out at the empty courtyard. "No one let him. He walks where he chooses. You knew. I knew he was here. I did not know he would show himself tonight." Mirelle's voice was flat. "That is a different piece on the board." Linnet turned from the window. The debtor was gone. The courtyard held only shadows and wet stone. "I am done being pieces on other people's boards." She walked out. The corridor was empty. The torches had burned low. Linnet moved fast, her boots echoing off the stone, the forged page pressing against her ribs like a second heartbeat. She did not know where she was going until she arrived. Mallender's door. She knocked once, twice, then pushed it open. He was seated at his desk, ink staining his fingers, a ledger open before him. He did not look surprised. "I heard about the courtyard," he said. "Then you know the debtor is loose." "I know." He set down his pen. "I also know you have been holding a forged page in your coat for 2 days." Linnet's breath caught. "You knew." "I knew someone was forging your hand before you arrived in Gathrem." Mallender's pale gray eyes held hers. "I did not know who. I still do not." "And you did not tell me?" "You were not ready to hear it." She wanted to argue. She wanted to throw the page at his face and demand answers, but the words would not come because he was right. 2 days ago she withdrew the page and pretended it had never existed. Now she pulled it out and laid it flat on his desk. "Mirelle," she said. "Rod residue from a sealed vessel, dated 3 weeks before I arrived in Gathrem." Mallender looked at the page for a long moment. Then he looked up. "I know. You know everything. You let me walk into this city blind." "I let you walk into this city as a healer." Mallender's voice was quiet. "If I had told you on the first night that your handwriting was already being used to fabricate records, you would have fled. Or you would have tried to tear the system down before you understood it." "I still might." "No." He shook his head. "You will not. Because you have seen Esme's face after she killed the man. You have held Berengar's hand while he begged for death. You have read the ledgers." He paused. "You know what happens if you burn it all down." Linnet's hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against the desk. "What do you want from me? Tonight?" Mallender rose. "I want you to help me keep this kingdom from fracturing before dawn." The debtor. The debtor is one problem. The attack on Esme is another. The conspiracy in the grain offices is a third. He moved around the desk. But the immediate crisis is Berengar. His lucid hours are lengthening. That means the rot is preparing to peak. Linnet's stomach turned. How long? A day, perhaps 2. Mallender's voice was steady. When he goes, the Regency block will move within hours. Rakes will claim authority over the Mercy. Houses Valens, Arneth, and Kestrel will press for Esme's removal. The army will fracture if Corrin cannot hold them. And the debtor? The debtor is a weapon I cannot yet name. Mallender's eyes flickered. But I know this. He was not sent to kill Berengar. He was sent to watch, to wait, to be present when the rot finally peaks. Linnet thought of the debtor's smile, of the threads pulsing inside him, of the tune she almost recognized. "He is connected to the oldest ledgers," she said, "to the language I cannot read." "Yes. Then he is connected to whatever the Mercy was before your system." Mallender's jaw tightened. "Yes. And you have no idea what he wants." "No." Linnet stood in the candlelight, the weight of the night pressing against her. She thought of Esme, of Corrin, of Sarah's face when she had said, "Then you are already lost." She thought of the black book in her coat, 130 names, and the names she had not yet written. "I need access to Berengar tonight," she said, "unrestricted, without your physicians in the room." Mallender's pale eyes studied her. "Done. I need Corrin to know that if the army moves, it moves on my order. He will not accept that. He will if you tell him the alternative is Rex holding the Mercy." Mallender was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded. "What else?" Linnet pulled the forged page from his desk and folded it back into her coat. "I need the name of the broker in the River District, the one who paid the men who attacked Esme." "Kalen Voss? He works out of a smokehouse on the 3rd Wharf. You knew his name." "I knew his name the night of the attack." Mallender's voice dropped. "I was waiting for you to ask." Linnet's hands went still. "You wanted me to come to you? I wanted you to choose to come to me." He stepped closer. "I have spent months showing you the arithmetic, the ledgers, the cost of innocence. But I could not make you see it. You had to arrive here yourself. And if I had not, you would have died in the courtyard tonight." Mallender's voice was flat. "The debtor was not smiling at you because he recognized an ally. He was smiling because he recognized a woman who had not yet decided whose side she was on." Linnet's blood went cold. "You knew he would be there." "I knew he might be." Mallender turned and walked back to his desk. "And I knew that if you walked out of Mirelle's chambers and went to your room, you were still the woman who burned pages in a cold hearth. But if you came to me, you were ready." Linnet stood in the silence. The candle flickered. The ink on Mallender's fingers caught the light. "I never wanted an accomplice," he said quietly. "I wanted a successor, someone who could choose what others cannot." He sat down and opened the ledger. "Now, we have a king to stabilize, a princess to protect, and a debtor roaming the palace halls. Shall we begin?" Linnet's hand went to her coat, to the black book, to the names that would grow before dawn. "Yes." She pulled out her chair and sat across from him. The game was on the board, and for the first time, she was not a piece. She was the one holding the pen. Chapter 33. Mallender's steward brought them in a wooden box lined with velvet. 3 keys, iron, brass, and a third of blackened steel that looked older than the palace itself. Linnet took the box from the steward's hands and set it on the sickroom table while the man retreated without a word, his boots fading down the corridor. She had not slept. The candle had burned to a nub while she and Mallender mapped the hours ahead. Berengar's chamber, the dosing schedules, the list of physicians who could be trusted and the ones who could not. By the time the steward arrived with the keys, the gray light of false dawn was bleeding through the high windows. Linnet lifted the iron key first, heavy, warm from the steward's palm, or perhaps from something else. She turned it over and saw the royal crest stamped into the bow, a sheaf of wheat crossed with a sword. "The physician's corridor," Mallender said from the doorway. He had not left either. His coat was rumpled, his ink-stained fingers pressed against the frame. "Every locked door between the sick room and the king's bedchamber. Yours now." She set it down and picked up the brass key. Lighter, newer, the wards were sharp and precise. The records room, dosing ledgers, patient histories, the log of every transfer performed in the palace for the last 30 years. He paused. "No one has held that key alone since I took it from my predecessor." Linnet's throat tightened. She did not let it show. "The third." She lifted the blackened steel key. It was cold. Not the cold of metal left in shadow, but a deeper cold that seemed to come from inside the metal itself. The steel was pitted with age, the wards worn almost smooth, as if something had been trying to turn it through the lock for years. "That key opens the lower archive," Mallender said. "The stone chamber beneath the wine cellar. It was sealed before my predecessor's predecessor held this office." "What is in it?" "I do not know." His voice was flat. "I have never seen the door open." Linnet turned the key over. The pitted steel caught the candlelight and swallowed it. "And you are giving it to me now?" "You asked for unrestricted access to Berengar. This is what that means." Mallender stepped into the room. "The keys are not symbols, Linnet. They are tools. Every physician who held them before me used them to decide who lived and who paid. If you take them, you take that weight." She heard what he did not say. "If you take them, you stop pretending you are still the woman from Marrowfell." Linnet closed her hand around the keys, the iron warm against her palm, the brass sharp and clean, the blackened steel cold as a buried bone. "Show me the records room." Mallender led her through the eastern corridor, past the door where the night guard had once stopped her, into a narrow passage she had not known existed. The brass key turned the lock with a clean click, and the door swung open on oiled hinges. The room was small. A desk, a shelf of ledgers, a single window that looked onto the inner courtyard, where the first light was touching the flagstones. But it was the wall that stopped her. A map of Marrowfell, hand-drawn in ink and chalk, covered the entire surface. Every province, every district, every village. And next to each name, a number. Linnet stepped closer. Farthen Ford, 847. Thornwood, 1203. Gathrem itself, 4600. "What are these numbers?" Mallender stood at the desk watching her. "Population estimates, updated quarterly by the Treasury surveyors." "Why are they on your wall?" He did not answer. He did not need to. Linnet's stomach turned as she understood. Each number was a body count, a harvest estimate, a calculation of how many lives a district could lose before production collapsed, before the roads emptied, before the realm noticed. She had been staring at a butcher's inventory. "And the physician's records?" she said, keeping her voice steady. "On the shelf, alphabetized by district, then by year." Linnet turned from the map. She walked to the shelf and pulled the first ledger. The leather was dry and cracked, the spine split from decades of use. She opened it. Physician Aldrich's hand, small, precise, written in ink that had faded to brown. She scanned the entries. Names, dates, symptoms, treatments prescribed. But there was a second column, written in a different ink, added after each entry. Category A, Category C, Category B. "Explain these." Mallender came to stand beside her. He looked at the column and said nothing for a long moment. "That is not my system." Linnet turned the page. More entries, more categories. A, B, C, and rarer markings. Category D, Resilience, High. Category E, Resilience, Extreme. "Who writes these?" Physician Aldrich by the hand. Mallender's voice had gone carefully neutral. "But I did not instruct him to do so." Linnet looked up at him. "Then who did?" He did not answer, but his pale eyes had gone sharp, tracking the entries with a focus that told her this was new to him too. She flipped further into the ledger. The markings grew denser in the most recent pages. Aldrich had been categorizing every patient, every servant, every courtier who came near the sick room for weeks. The resilience ratings climbed. Lord Rakes, resilience, B. Lady Mirelle Quist, resilience, A. Marshal Corin Bly, resilience, E. Linnet's hand stopped. Corin's name. Category E, extreme. What does E mean? I do not know. Mallender's voice was tight. But I intend to find out. He reached for the ledger. Linnet pulled it back. No. He stared at her. Physician Aldrich made these markings in secret, in a ledger he knew you would not see unless someone came looking. She closed the book. I want to know why, and I want to know who told him to do it. Linnet. I am the one with the keys now. The words hung between them. Mallender's jaw worked. Then he gave a single nod. Then find out. She tucked the ledger under her arm and walked past him, out of the records room, down the narrow passage, back toward the sick room. The keys swung from her belt, striking against the stone in a rhythm she was not yet used to. Behind her, she heard Mallender's footsteps follow. The door to the sick room was unlocked. She pushed it open. Physician Aldrich was inside. He was standing at the dosing table, his yellow beard trembling, his red-rimmed eyes fixed on the door as if he had been waiting for her. His hands were empty. The table was bare. Lady Harrow. His voice cracked. I did not expect you so early. The records room has a map, she said, and your ledger has a second column. His face went gray. I can explain. I am sure you can. Linnet set the ledger on the table between them. Start now. Aldrich's mouth opened, closed. His hands twitched at his sides. Please, he whispered. You do not understand what is coming. Then tell me. The candle on the table flickered. The light caught the blackened steel key at Linnet's belt, and Aldrich's eyes locked onto it, his face drained of blood. The lower archive, he breathed. You have the key. I do. You are not supposed to open that door. Tell me what you know about the categories. Aldrich shook his head, backing away. The physician who held that key before Mallender opened the door. He came out changed. He would not speak of what he saw. Aldrich's voice dropped. He was found dead 3 days later with black marks on his hands that would not wash off. Linnet's blood went cold. The Queen, she said. Princess Esme's mother. She had the same marks. Yes. Aldrich's eyes were wide. The resilience categories are not mine, Lady Harrow. They were given to me, in a note, slid under my door the night the red-haired man arrived in the palace. Linnet's hand went to the keys. Who wrote the note? I do not know. He swallowed. But the handwriting was yours. Chapter 34. The blackened steel key felt wrong against Linnet's hip. Heavier than iron, heavier than brass, as if the metal remembered what it had seen. She left Aldrich trembling by the dosing table and walked to the corridor alone. The stones were cold through her boots. The torches had burned low. Somewhere above, the palace slept, but down here the walls breathed damp and silence. The physician's corridor opened onto the sick-room antechamber. 2 liveried servants sat on benches, heads drooping. They snapped upright when she passed. She did not acknowledge them. The door to Berengar's chamber was unlocked. She pushed it open. The king was awake. He sat propped against 3 pillows, his tallow face turned toward the window where the first pale gray of false dawn bled across the glass. His hands lay on the blankets, knuckles too large, skin papery. The dark filaments had receded into his chest, pulsing slow and deep beneath the sheet. He looked at her. His eyes were clear. How much time? She stood at the foot of the bed. The keys clinked. Physician Aldrich has been categorizing the palace by resilience without your knowledge or Mallender's. The lower archive door was opened once before, and the man who opened it died with black marks on his hands. She paused. The same marks your wife had. Berengar's breath caught. A small sound, almost lost in the rattle of his lungs. Ilara, he said. They told me it was fever. It was not fever. He closed his eyes. For a long moment he said nothing, and she watched the filaments pulse beneath the sheet, slow and patient, waiting. "I knew," he said. Linnet's hand tightened on the key. "You knew." "I suspected." He opened his eyes. "When she died, I told myself it was grief that made her hands darken, that she had held mine too long during the wasting sickness that took our first child, and the mercy had marked her as it marks everything it touches." His voice cracked. "I knew. I chose not to look." The words hung between them. Linnet thought of the map in the records room, the population estimates next to every village, the butcher's inventory hidden behind administrative language. "How many did you choose not to look at?" Berengar met her gaze. "All of them." She walked around the bed and sat in the chair beside him. The wood was worn smooth from years of Mallender's body. She could feel the shape of it against her back. "Tell me why." "Because the alternative was worse." He said it flatly, without defense. "I believed that. I still believe it some days. If I had torn the system down the moment I understood what it cost, Marrowfell would have fractured. The Regency block would have taken control within a year. The districts that depend on the Crown's protection would have been carved up by men who do not count lives, only harvests." "So you kept it alive?" "I kept it alive." His voice dropped. "I told myself it was stewardship, that I was holding the burden until someone strong enough to end it properly took the throne. That Esme would be that someone, if I could keep the kingdom whole long enough for her to reach it." He laughed, a dry scrape of sound. 30 years, and every year I moved the line further. Next year, I told myself, when the harvest is stable, when the border is quiet, when the Regency block has been pacified, there was always another reason, until the reasons became the walls I lived inside. The filaments pulsed. The light shifted as the candle guttered. "Guilt does not lessen what I allowed," he said. "I want you to understand that. I am not confessing to earned absolution. I am telling you so you know what you are inheriting." Linnet's throat tightened. "I am not inheriting anything. You are carrying the keys." He looked at the blackened steel on her belt. "You have already unlocked doors I was afraid to open. That is not inheritance. That is succession." She wanted to argue. The words rose in her throat, hot and defensive, but she had felt the weight of the keys since Mallender placed them in her hands. She had held Aldrich's ledger and seen Corrin's name marked Category E. She had walked past the lower archive door and known she would open it. She said nothing. Berengar reached out. His hand trembled, but his fingers found her wrist and held. His skin was dry and hot. "You and I share something that no one else in this room can understand." His voice was barely a whisper now. "The mercy runs in your blood as it ran in mine. Bastard branch, distant cousin, crooked inheritance. It does not matter. You know what it means to touch another person's suffering and decide where it goes." She did not pull away. "I am going to die soon," he said. "Hours, perhaps a day. And I am asking you, as one bearer of the gift to another, do not let survival become your only god." The word struck her like a blade between the ribs. "I have knelt at that altar for 30 years, he said. "I have nothing left to burn. But you still have a choice. You can take the keys and build something that does not require regular sacrifice. Or you can let the system remake you into the next custodian of pain. And if I choose the keys, then you will have to live with what you build." His grip tightened. "But at least it will be yours, not mine, not Mallender's. Not the inheritance of men who learned to call atrocity stewardship because they were too frightened to stop." The filaments beneath the sheet pulsed once, hard, and Berengar's breath caught. His hand went slack on her wrist. His eyes lost focus for a moment, then cleared. "I loved her," he said. "Ilara. I loved her. And I let her die because I could not bear to look at what I had become." Linnet sat in the silence. The candle guttered again. The gray light through the window was strengthening. Somewhere in the palace, a door opened and closed. Berengar's eyes had drifted shut. His breathing was shallow, the filaments pulsing in rhythm. She stood. The keys swung against her hip. She walked to the door and opened it. A servant stood in the antechamber, face pale. "Lady Harrow," the boy's voice cracked. "There is a man at the lower gate. He says he is the debtor from Thornwood. He says you told him to come." Linnet's hand went to the blackened steel key. She had said nothing of the kind. Chapter 35. The servant boy is still waiting, his face pale in the gray light. Behind him, the corridor stretches empty. The blackened steel key is cold against Linnet's palm. "I did not summon him," she says. The boy's throat works. "He insists, my lady. He will not leave. The gate guards are keep him there. Do not let him inside. Do not touch him." She is already moving, not toward the lower gate, but toward the king's chamber again. The keys swing against her hip. The forged page presses against her ribs. The debtor is at the gate, and someone used her name to bring him, and Berengar is dying, and every thread is converging on this hour. She finds the antechamber empty. The physician on duty is Aldrich Jr., a thin man who steps aside without meeting her eyes. The inner door is ajar. The light through the window has shifted from gray to thin amber. Berengar lies with his face turned toward the ceiling, the dark filaments visible even through the sheet. His breathing is shallow, each exhale carrying a thread of black that curls and dissipates. Sarah is already there. She sits on the low stool beside the bed, her rough healer's hands wrapped around a clay cup. The last lamp is unlit beside her. "You came," Linnet says. "I never left." Sarah does not turn. "I have been in the chapel ward since you rode out. When the news reached me that you returned with the princess alive, I thought perhaps you had found your way back. Then I heard the king is failing, and you came to watch him die." Sarah's riverstone eyes meet hers. "I came to see what you would do when the hour arrived." The filaments pulse. The king's breath catches, holds, releases. Linnet crosses to the bed and looks down at Berengar's face. The skin is stretched thin over the bone, the eyes sunken, the lips gray. He is still lucid. She can see it in the way his gaze tracks her, slow but deliberate. "You are still here," he whispers. "I am." The debtor. His chest rises, falls. He is at the gate. I can feel him, like a second heartbeat under the stone. "I know." He was sent to witness, not to act. But he will act if the rot peaks without a vessel. Berengar's hand moves beneath the sheet, a twitch of the fingers. He is the old method, the sealed vessel. If I die with the burden still in me, he will take it. That is what he was made for. The words settle into the room like ash. Sarah sets the cup down. "Then let him." Linnet turns. Sarah rises, small and solid, her gray-streaked hair catching the thin light. "Let the debtor take the rot. Let Berengar die clean. Let the system end here, with a king who chose to stop rather than pass the poison forward." "The debtor is not willing," Linnet says. "He is a vessel, sealed and stored. He was made for this." "Then unmake him." Sarah's voice is flat. "Set him free by ending what he was created to carry. Let the rot die with Berengar, and let the debtor become a man again, or let him die empty. Either is cleaner than what you have been doing." The door opens. Corin steps inside, still in his riding leathers, dust on his boots. His brown eyes find Linnet, then Sarah, then the king. He says nothing, but he crosses to stand beside Linnet, close enough that his arm brushes hers. "Heard the news," he says quietly. "The debtor at the gate, the king failing, the whole palace is holding its breath. Then they know what is at stake. They know something is happening." He looks at Berengar. "They do not know what you are deciding." Esme appears in the doorway. She is wearing a plain wool dress, her dark hair braided tight. No jewels, no crown. Her pale gray eyes are dry. "I heard shouting," she says. "The servants are panicking. They say the king is dying and there is a man at the gate who hums." Linnet looks at the four of them. Sarah, hard and righteous, still believing mercy can be clean. Corin, steady and waiting, still trusting her to choose well. Esme, young and watching, learning what power costs before she inherits it. And Berengar, who chose 30 years of atrocity because he was afraid to stop. "We could do it," Linnet hears herself say. "Let him die. Let the debtor take the rot, or let it die with him. End it here." Sarah's eyes flash. "Then do it." Corin says nothing, but his hand finds hers and holds. Esme steps closer. "If my father dies with the rot unspent, what happens to the realm?" "The Regency bloc takes control," Linnet says. "They have a contingency order. They will claim you are too young to rule. They will install a council of 5, and rakes will hold the mercy authority within a week. And the fevers, the blights. Lynn's throat tightens. Without the transfer system, the rot will spread into the civilian population. The shaking fevers will surge. The border districts will see outbreaks within weeks. Esme is quiet for a long moment. Then she says, "How many will die?" "Thousands, perhaps tens of thousands. Ending the system means accepting that cost." Sarah's voice is hard. "It means trusting that the realm can survive the truth, that villages can rebuild without being fed into a machine that decides who is bearable loss." "You do not know that." Linnet's voice cracks. "You stood in the chapel ward. You saw the children dying of the shaking fever. That is what happens without the system. That is what has always happened when the Crown stops managing the burden." "And that is better than this?" Sarah gestures at King, at the filaments pulsing beneath the sheet. "Better than selecting who suffers so the court can sleep clean." The door slams open. A guardsman stands in the threshold, his face red, his breath ragged. "My lady." He looks at Linnet. "The debtor is through the gate. He walked past the guards like they were not there. He is in the courtyard, and he is humming, and he will not stop." The sound reaches them then, low, shapeless. The same tune the bread thief hummed in the camp, the same vibration that crept through the ground at Thornwood. Berengar's eyes open. "He is coming," the king whispers. "The sealed vessel is coming, and I am almost empty." Linnet's hand goes to the blackened steel key. The humming grows louder, and behind it, another sound. Boots in the corridor. Mallender's voice, sharp and urgent, and beneath it, the distant clatter of a city that does not know it is balanced on the edge of a blade. Chapter 36. The humming stopped. Not faded, not muffled by distance, simply gone, as if the debtor had drawn the sound back into his lungs the moment Mallender's boots reached the chamber door. The Chancellor stood in the threshold, pale gray eyes sweeping the room in a single practiced pass. He took in Sarah at the bedside, Corin beside Linnet, Esme standing alone near the window, her braided head high. The guardsman still panting in the corner. "The courtyard has been cleared," Mallender said. "The debtor is contained behind the east gate. The gate is locked, chained, and watched." "Contained," Linnet repeated. "You mean trapped?" "I mean held." Mallender stepped inside. A clerk materialized behind him, carrying a leather-bound folio and a brass inkwell. He walked through 24 armed men as if they were mist. He did not attack. He simply stood in the center of the courtyard and hummed until I ordered the gate opened, and he walked through. "He is waiting," Berengar whispered from the bed. "He knows what is coming." Mallender's gaze went to the king. Something flickered in his expression. Not grief, recognition. "The Regency chamber is being prepared," he said. "The lords have been summoned. Lord Rakes, Lady Mirelle, the senior physicians, the crown's steward. They will arrive within the hour." "To watch him die," Sarah said flatly. "To witness the succession." Mallender turned to Linnet. "And to determine who holds the mercy authority when Berengar cannot." Linnet felt Corin's hand tighten around hers. "And if I refuse?" she said. Mallender's mouth curved, barely. "Then Lord Rakes will claim the authority by default. The Regency bloc has already drafted the order. They are waiting for the king's breath to stop so they can ink the date." Esme stepped forward. "What authority does Lord Rakes have over the mercy? He cannot touch it. He cannot perform a transfer. He cannot even name what it is." "He does not need to touch it." Mallender's voice was soft. "He needs to own the person who can." The room went still. Linnet looked at the king. Berengar's eyes were half closed, the dark filaments pulsing sluggish and thick beneath the sheet. His breath rattled. He had hours at most, perhaps less. "Then I will go to the Regency chamber," she said. Sarah's head snapped up. "Linnet." "I will go," Linnet repeated, "and I will see which of them is willing to carry what I name." She felt Corin's hand tense. He did not let go. The Regency chamber was a long, low room off the great hall, paneled in dark wood that swallowed candlelight. A table ran its length, scarred by ink and wine and the pressure of documents signed in crisis. Linnet stood at the head of the table. She had left the blackened steel key in her pocket, but she had brought Aldrich's ledger, the one with the secret column, the one that ranked the court by resilience. They came in order of reach. Lord Rakes entered first, silk-voiced and composed, his small, even teeth showing in a smile that did not reach his eyes. He took the seat to Linnet's right without being invited. Lady Mirelle Quist followed in a gown the color of old honey, her face unreadable. She sat across from Rakes, folded her hands, and waited. Physician Aldrich came next, his yellow beard trembling, his red-rimmed eyes fixed on Linnet's belt where the blackened steel key hung. He took a seat near the door. The Crown Steward, a gray man named Bartram, entered with a sheaf of documents and a seal. He sat at the far end, as if distance might spare him. Mallender came last. He did not sit. "The king is dying," he said without preamble. "His breath is failing. The physicians give him until midnight, perhaps dawn if the rot slows. The Regency block has a contingency order. It will be executed the moment his heart stops. Unless we act first." Rakes leaned back. "The mercy is the only instrument that can stabilize the succession. If Linnet transfers the king's burden into a suitable vessel, the rot does not spill into the civilian population. The Regency block cannot claim emergency authority if there is no emergency." "And you would be that suitable vessel?" Mirelle's voice was silk over steel. "I would be the one who holds the authority to choose the vessel," Rakes smiled. "As Treasury Minister, I am the natural steward of any crown resource, including the mercy system. The mercy is not a resource. It is the most valuable resource in the kingdom." Rakes turned to Linnet. "You know this. You have seen the ledgers. You know what happens when the burden is not managed." She did know. She had seen the map in the records room, the body count harvest calculations, the villages marked as bearable loss. She had read the oldest ledgers, the ones written in a language that predated Berengar's bloodline. She knew that the system was not cruelty chosen by wicked men. It was architecture built by desperate ones. But she also knew what Sarah had said. Let the rot die with him. Let the system end here. "Mallender," Linnet said, "what happens if I refuse the transfer?" Mallender's pale gray eyes held hers. "Then the king dies with the burden inside him. The rot will seek a new host. The debtor at the gate is the most likely vessel, shaped by the old methods to receive exactly this weight. But if he cannot hold it, or if he dies in the transfer, the rot will fragment and spread into the nearest living bodies." "How many?" "Everyone in this room." The silence that followed was not empty. It was full of breath held, of pulse counted, of futures balanced on a blade. Esme spoke from the doorway. "Then transfer it into me." Every head turned. The princess stood in the threshold, her dark braid tight against her scalp, her pale gray eyes steady. "I am his daughter," she said. "The mercy runs in my blood as it runs in his. If the rot must find a vessel, let it find the one who is meant to inherit." "No!" Linnet's voice came out harder than she intended. "You are 11 years old. Old enough to understand what is at stake." Esme stepped into the room. "Old enough to know that if you transfer the rot into a debtor who cannot speak, or into a courtier who will use it as leverage, the realm does not survive. But if you put it in me, it stays in the bloodline. It stays controlled. And when I am old enough to rule, I can end it the way my father could not." "You do not know what you are asking." "I am asking to carry what my family made." Esme's voice cracked, but she did not stop. "I am asking to be the vessel so no one else has to be." Linnet looked at her, at the child who had killed a man with a knife and not wept, at the princess who had watched her father rot for years and learned to calculate cost before most children learned to read. And she understood, with a clarity that felt like ice in her chest, that this was the moment. Not Berengar's plea, not Sarah's argument, not Mallender's pressure. This. A child offering to become the next container so the system could continue without her. "No," Linnet said again, softer this time. "It will not be you." She turned to the table. She opened Aldrich's ledger, and she began to read the names aloud. Chapter 37. The chamber had gone still. Berengar's breath came in shallow pulls, each one a thread of dark vapor that curled from his lips and dissolved against the pillow. His eyes were open, clear. The lucidity that had come in fragments over the past days now settled over him like a second skin, and Linnet recognized it for what it was, the last kindling before the fire went out. She stood at the bedside with the blackened steel key cold against her hip, the names from Aldrich's ledger still warm on her tongue. The court waited in the corridor. Mallender watched from the door. Sarah sat on the opposite side of the bed, her riverstone eyes fixed on Berengar's face with a tenderness that made Linnet's chest ache. "Leave us," Berengar said. His voice was thin, but it carried the weight of a man who had spent 30 years choosing what others would not see. Mallender did not move. "Your Grace, the Regency chamber is—" "I said leave us." Mallender's jaw tightened. Then he bowed once and stepped into the corridor. The door closed behind him with a soft click. Sarah did not rise. "Sarah," Berengar's hand found hers, papery fingers curling around her rough knuckles. "You too?" "I am not leaving her alone with this. She will not be alone." Berengar's gaze shifted to Linnet. "She will be with someone who knows what it costs." Sarah held his eyes for a long moment. Then she stood, pressed her palm to Linnet's cheek in a gesture that burned like a brand, and walked out. The door closed again. The silence that remained was the kind Linnet had learned to measure in heartbeats. 12, 17, 23. It stretched until Berengar broke it with a sound that might have been a laugh if there had been anything funny left in the world. "You look like you are about to perform an execution." Linnet's throat tightened. "I am trying to decide whether I am." Berengar turned his head on the pillow, the dark filaments pulsing beneath the sheet with a rhythm that matched his slowing pulse. His eyes were the same pale gray as Esme's, and they held her with a clarity that made her want to look away. "I have 1 hour," he said. "Maybe less. The rot is singing in my blood, and I can hear it now. All the voices that came before. My father, his father, the ones whose names we burned so we would not have to remember what we did." "Your Grace!" "Do not call me that. Not now." His grip on her hand tightened, the bones sharp beneath the skin. "Call me what I am. A man who let his wife die so he would not have to look at his own reflection. A king who fed villages to the rot so the capital could keep its festivals. A father who taught his daughter that survival is more important than truth." Linnet's hand trembled. She did not pull away. "I am asking you for one last mercy," Berengar said. "Not the kind you write in your black book. The kind that ends something." His fingers moved to the dark filaments pulsing beneath the sheet. The threads rose to meet him, curling around his wrist like living things, and Linnet saw the marks on his palms. Black. Permanent. The same marks that had killed the physician who opened the lower archive. The same marks that had been on Ilara's hands when she died. "Do not transfer it," he said. "Let it die with me. Let the debtor take what he was made for, or let it spill into nothing. End the line. End the bargain. Let Esme inherit a kingdom that does not feed on its own." Linnet's pulse hammered in her throat. She thought of the map in the records room, the body count harvest calculations, the villages marked as bearable loss. She thought of the shaking fevers, the wasted districts, the children in Farthing Ford who had died because someone in fine clothes had counted them and decided there were too many. She thought of what would happen if she said yes. The Regency block would move within hours. Rakes would claim the Mercy Authority. The shaking fevers would surge, not in measured doses, but in waves that would drown whole provinces. Thousands dead. Tens of thousands. Esme, a child with a knife and a steady voice, trying to hold together a kingdom that had been built on bones. "Is that what you want?" she asked. "A kingdom that starves in the truth?" "I want a kingdom that does not kill its children to keep its feasts." She looked down at his hand in hers. The black marks had spread since the morning, creeping up his wrists toward the veins. She could feel the rot pulsing beneath his skin, heavy and patient, waiting for the moment it could leap into another vessel. She could stop it. She knew the technique now, the fracture method, the microdoses, the exact naming that would drive the burden into 100 bodies instead of one. She had done it before, in the camp, on the battlefield, in the sick room with the debtors who sang as they died. She could do it again. "Corin would stand beside you," Berengar said softly. Sarah would stay. Esme would learn to rule without the poison in her blood. You could be the woman who ended it. Or I could be the woman who let the realm burn. Or that. She closed her eyes. The chamber was quiet except for the slow rasp of Berengar's breath. She could hear her own heartbeat, steady and stubborn, refusing to slow. She could feel the weight of the keys at her belt, the cold press of the blackened steel against her thigh. She thought of Corin's hand in hers, the way he had held her after reading the black book, the way he had seen the 130 names and stayed. She thought of Esme, standing in the doorway, offering to carry the rot herself. I am asking to be the vessel so no one else has to be. She thought of Sarah, who had traveled 3 days to warn her, who had lit the last lamp and watched Linnet choose knowledge over cleanness. She thought of Berengar, dying in a bed that had been built for a man who had stopped believing he could be saved. And she thought of the ledger, the names, the architecture, the kingdom that had been built on mercy and survived because of it. 1 hour, she said. Berengar's eyes held hers. She did not let go of his hand. The rot pulsed beneath the sheet, and in the corridor she heard footsteps approaching. Mallender's voice, low and urgent. Corin's, answering. The scrape of boots on stone. The knife edge did not disappear. It sharpened. Chapter 38. The dart filaments quivered as Linnet released Berengar's hand. She stood. The door opened before she reached it. Mallender stood in the frame, his pale eyes tracking from her face to the bed behind her. Corin was at his shoulder, hand resting on his belt, jaw set in the hard line she knew meant he was ready for anything except what she was about to do. "Clear the antechamber," she said. "Summon everyone who was in the Regency chamber. Bartram, Aldrich, Rakes, Mirelle, the lords who signed the contingency order. Every one of them." Mallender's brow tightened. "Linnet, now!" She did not wait for his answer. She walked past him into the corridor, her pulse steady, her hands steady, the blackened steel key cold against her thigh. Corin fell into step beside her. "What are you doing?" "Ending it." "That is not an answer." She stopped, turned, looked at his brown eyes, packed earth and honest ground, the man who had read 130 names and held her anyway. She wanted to tell him. She wanted to say, "I cannot let the realm burn for my cleanness," and have him nod and stand beside her and believe her. But he would not believe her. That was the grief of it. He would see what she was about to do and understand it was the same logic she had used at Thornwood, in the camp, with the debtors who sang as they died. Just larger, just cleaner, just dressed in ceremony and sealed with the crown's authority. "It is the only answer I have left," she said. She turned and walked toward the chamber. They assembled in less than an hour. Bartram came first, the gray man carrying a leather case of documents as if routine could shield him. Aldrich followed, his red-rimmed eyes fixed on the blackened steel key at Linnet's belt, his yellow beard trembling. Lord Rakes arrived in silk the color of old wine, composed and watchful, taking the same seat he had claimed hours ago. Mirelle Quist entered in honey gold, her face unreadable, and sat across from him. The others filed in. Lords she had seen at the banquet, faces she had memorized from Mirelle's paper. The men who had signed the contingency, the women who had smiled while discussing Esme's future. Mallender stood at the door. Corin took the wall beside the window, arms crossed, watching her with the same unnameable expression he had worn after Thornwood. Esme was not present. Linnet had given orders to keep her in the east tower with Sarah and 2 guards who answered to Corin. "You have 1 hour," Linnet said. The room went still. "I am going to take the rot from King Berengar's body and distribute it into each of you." She let the words land. "Every lord, every minister, every signatory to the Regency block. You will carry a measured dose of what this kingdom has spent 60 years outsourcing to debtors and prisoners and villages too weak to refuse." Rex's smile did not waver. "That is not a treatment, that is a weapon." "It is both." She met his eyes. "You wanted the mercy as a treasury resource. You wanted to own the person who could name and assign suffering. Here I am. You will carry your share. or you will explain to the Succession Council why you refused to save the king." By Linnet's order, Berengar is stabilized enough to sign Regency orders and die later, his burden now distributed among the court. She began with Bartram. He sat rigid in his chair, papers clutched to his chest, as she crossed to him. "This will feel like cold," she said. "Then like weight, then like something you cannot name." His throat moved. "Will it kill me? It will make you indispensable." She pressed her palm to his chest, felt the rot stir beneath her skin, eager and ancient, the voices of Berengar's ancestors humming through her blood. She named him Bartram, Crown Steward, document keeper for the succession, bearer of measured burden, 1/87th of the king's agony. The transfer was clinical, precise. A thread of darkness left her fingertips and entered his ribcage like a needle drawing silk. Bartram gasped. His hands clenched. The document slid from his lap and scattered across the floor. He did not die. She moved to the next, a lord who had signed the contingency, a woman who had whispered about Esme's fragility, to Aldrich, whose yellow beard trembled as she touched his forehead, to Mirelle, whose honey-colored eyes held hers without flinching. "Carry this," she thought at each one. "Carry what you built." The chamber filled with the sound of breathing. Berengar's voice had gone quiet. The dark filaments had stopped pulsing. He lay still as a carving, his chest rising and falling in a rhythm that was no longer a death rattle, but was not life either. Linnet stood in the center of the room, her hands cold, her arms trembling from the effort of so many transfers in so short a time. She had counted 87 names, 87 doses. Every lord, every minister, every schemer who had built the architecture that fed on the poor and called it governance. They sat or stood in their places, each carrying a hidden weight. Some pressed hands to their ribs, some breathed through their mouths. Some stared at her with expressions she could not read. Rakes had not moved from his seat. He watched her the way a man watches a fire he has set himself, measuring its spread, calculating the damage. "Clever," he said. "But you cannot watch all of us." "I do not have to." She lifted the key. "You will carry it until I decide otherwise. Every headache, every tremor, every night you wake with the rot singing in your blood. That is the mercy now. It lives in you." Mallender stepped forward. "The Regency orders," he said. "Berengar must sign before the hour ends." She nodded. She did not look at Corin. She could feel his gaze on her back, heavy and unreadable, and she could not bear to see what his face held. The king signed with Linnet's hand guiding the pen. His fingers barely gripped the shaft. The black marks had spread up his forearms, curling toward the elbow, but his eyes were clear when he looked at her. "You did it anyway." "Yes. I asked you to let it die with me. I gave it to the people who built the system that killed you." She set down the pen. "They will carry it now, every one of them." Berengar's mouth curved, not quite a smile. "That is not ending it, Linnet." "I know." She watched the chambermaid do, lords filing out with hidden pains, women pressing hands to their sides, Bartram walking carefully as if his bones had become glass. Mirelle paused at the door and looked back, and for a moment Linnet saw something like respect in her face. Or fear. Or both. Rakes was the last to leave. He stopped beside her, close enough that she could smell the wine on his breath and the oil in his hair. "You have made every one of them your enemy," he said softly, "and you have given them a reason to keep you alive." "I have made myself indispensable." "Yes," he smiled, small, even teeth, silk soft. "That is what I would have done." He walked out. Corin did not speak. She felt him cross the room, felt the air shift as he stopped beside the table where she still stood, the blackened steel key pressed into her palm. "Tell me one thing," he said. She did not answer. "Did you believe it was mercy when you started?" The question hung between them, sharp and clean as a blade. She looked at her hands. They were steady. They had been steady throughout the entire working. She had not trembled once. "I believed it was necessary." "That is not the same." "I know." He walked away. His boots echoed down the corridor, and the sound of them fading was the sound of everything she had chosen to lose. Linnet stood alone in the emptied chamber. The king breathed in his quiet rhythm. The ledgers lay unopened. The pen still rested where she had set it, dark ink drying on its tip like the residue of old thread. She pressed the key to her chest. It was still cold. And in the corridor, footsteps, not returning. Different, a running rhythm, urgent, a servant's quick tread. The footsteps stopped at the door. "My lady," a boy's voice, breathless. "The princess, she has locked herself in the East Tower. She says she will not come out until you tell her the truth." Linnet turned. The boy's face was pale, his hands were shaking. "She says she knows what you did. She says she can feel it." Chapter 39. The king died as the bells began. Linnet heard them from the corridor, the deep iron tolling that had not sounded from the Gathrim Cathedral Tower since the old queen's passing. She had not ordered it. Someone in the chamber must have felt his pulse stop and given the signal before she could stop them. She stood in the antechamber, her back against the cold stone, the blackened steel key still pressed into her palm. The boy had not moved. He stood at the edge of the light, waiting for her answer. "Tell the princess I am coming," she said. He ran. The corridor filled with people, lords in mourning black, their faces arranged into grief that did not touch their eyes. Ladies in dark silk, hands pressed to chests that carried new and unfamiliar aches. Clerks with ledgers, stewards with seals, guards with ceremonial halberds that had not been sharpened in years. Linnet watched them flow past her like water around a stone. Mallender found her in the alcove beneath the east stair. He looked older than she had ever seen him. The lines around his mouth had deepened, and the ink stains on his fingers seemed darker, as if they had bled into the skin. "The succession is secure," he said. "Bartram has the documents. The lords signed before the news spread." "All of them?" "The ones who could still hold a pen." She did not ask about the others. She did not need to. "The princess?" "Still in the East Tower. The mother is with her." He paused. "She refuses to open the door until she speaks to you." "Then I will speak to her. After." He held up a hand before she could argue. "The council convenes in 1 hour. They will confirm the Regency. They will name you as physician to the crown." "I am already physician to the crown." "You are a healer they summoned from a village." He stepped closer, and she saw the tremor in his fingers that he could not quite suppress. "Tonight they will confirm you as the woman who holds the mercy, the woman who holds their bodies. The two are the same now." She looked at his hands. "You are afraid." "I am prudent." He lowered his hand. "There is a difference." "No." She met his eyes. "You are afraid of what I have done, and you are afraid of what I will do next." He did not answer. The bells continued tolling above them. The council chamber was smaller than she remembered. Or perhaps she had simply grown used to larger spaces. The walls pressed close, hung with tapestries that showed old kings receiving tribute from kneeling provinces. The table was scarred from decades of ink and sealing wax. 14 lords sat around it. Some held themselves stiffly. One man, Lord Parnell, kept pressing his hand to his ribs as if checking that the darkness was still there. Rakes sat at the far end, his face unreadable. Mirelle sat beside him, her honey gold gown replaced with deep blue wool, the color of mourning. She looked at Linnet once, briefly, and then looked away. Bartram stood at the head of the table, a scroll spread before him. "The Regency is confirmed," he said. "Princess Esme Harrow shall ascend upon her 12th birthday. Until then, a council of 5 shall govern: Lord Rakes, Lady Quist, Chancellor Mallender, Marshal Corn Bly, and Physician Linnet Harrow." The words landed like stars. Linnet kept her face still. She had not expected a seat on the council. She had not expected to be named at all. Mallender had done this. She could see it in the set of his jaw, the way he met her gaze across the table, and did not look away. "The physician's role," Bartram continued, "is defined as follows: oversight of all mercy transfers, authority over the crown sick room, and sole right to name recipients of the king's burden." The king's burden, not the rot, not the curse. The king's burden, as if it were a duty he had carried and now must be carried by others. "The seal," Rex said. His voice was flat, not hostile, not approving, simply flat, as if he were reading a line from a ledger. Bartram nodded. He lifted a small velvet cushion from the table, and on it lay a silver seal set into a bone handle. The physician's seal of the Regency. Linnet looked at it. It was smaller than she had imagined. It would fit in her palm. It would leave an impression in wax that could be recognized across the kingdom. She thought of the black book in her pocket, the names, the deaths, the forged page that someone had placed for her to find. She thought of Corin, walking away. "Take it," Mallender said. She reached out. The seal was cold. The bone handle had been polished smooth by the hands of whoever had held it before her. There was no engraving on the side, only the mark on the face. A crown above a hand, open and empty. "I accept," she said. The chamber emptied. One by one the lords filed out. Some walked carefully. Some did not meet her eyes. Some did meet them, and in their gazes she saw calculation, fear, and the beginning of something that might become either alliance or enmity. Rakes stopped at the door. "You carry all of us now," he said. "Every ache, every tremor. Every night we wake with the rot moving in our blood." "Yes, I hope you know what that means." "I know exactly what it means." He studied her for a long moment. Then he smiled, that thin, soft smile that she was beginning to recognize as the mask he wore when he was thinking hardest. "Then I suppose we are bound together, you and I, for as long as the rot holds." He left. Mallender waited until the door closed. "You are the physician now," he said. "The first in a generation to hold the seal. The first to hold it who understands what it truly means." "I know what it means." "Do you?" He stepped closer. "You have bound 87 people to your mercy. You have made yourself indispensable. You have done what I spent 30 years trying to do without ever having the courage to finish." It was not courage. No. His voice was quiet. It was necessity. But necessity and courage often look the same from the outside. He held out his hand. She looked at it. The ink stains, the thin burn scar along the jaw, the eyes that had watched her for weeks, measuring her, testing her, waiting to see if she would become what he needed. "I am offering you the stewardship," he said, "not as my successor, as my equal. The mercy is yours now. The ledger is yours. The kingdom is yours to hold or to break." She did not take his hand. "I will hold it," she said. He let his hand fall. "Then we are partners." "We are allies," she said. "There is a difference." He nodded once, slowly, as if she had confirmed something he already suspected. "There is," he said, "and you are learning it faster than I did." He turned and walked to the door. "The princess is waiting," he said. "She will not wait forever." He left. Linnet stood alone in the chamber. The seal was cold in her hand, the black book pressed against her ribs. The key to the lower archive hung from her belt, still unnaturally cold, still swallowing the light. She heard footsteps in the corridor, not the measured pace of a lord, not the quick tread of a servant. She looked up. The red-haired debtor stood in the doorway. He was not chained. He was not humming. His face was pale, and the dark threads that had once pulsed under his skin had faded to faint gray lines, like veins in old marble. He looked at her. "You carry all of them now," he said. His voice was not the voice she had heard from the debtor in Thornwood. It was older, deeper, layered with something that was not entirely human. "You are the vessel," she said. "I am what was made." He stepped forward. "And you are what will come after." The seal pressed against her palm. The corridor was empty behind him. She was alone with him, and with whatever he had become. "What do you want?" she asked. He smiled. It was not a kind smile. "I want to show you the lower archive," he said, "before it is too late." He turned and walked into the darkness, and Linnet, the seal still in her hand, followed him. Chapter 40. The chamber was empty when Corin returned. The council had dispersed an hour past midnight. The great table still held the inkpots, the scattered parchments, the sealed document that made Linnet Harrow physician to the Regency. But the air had changed. It was thinner now, as if something had been drawn out of it and not yet replaced. He had not meant to come back. He had walked the corridor until his boots ached, past the guards, past the east tower where Esme was locked inside with Sarah, past the sick room where Berengar's body lay in state. Every door he passed was closed. Every shadow held a shape he almost recognized. The black book was on the table. He saw it the moment he entered. Tucked against the ink pot, its leather covered dark and soft, the pages swollen with use. She had left it behind. Or forgotten it. Or set it down the way a carpenter sets down a chisel at the end of a shift, as if the work was finished and she would not need it again. He crossed the room. His hand hovered over the cover. He had seen this book before. In the ward, when she wrote names while the surgeons worked. In the archive, when she pressed it against her ribs. In the dark corridor where he had held her and she had said she could not burn it. He opened it. The first page was dated the day she arrived in Gathrem. Jareb Runnel, condemned murderer, transferred portion of royal rot, death within minutes. He turned the page. The entries were small, precise, the same hand that had written the ledgers in the archive. Each name followed by a cause, a method, a time. 13 debtors, silver contract, transferred measured rot doses. 5 dead within the hour, 8 stabilized. 20 names, 40, 60. He read them all. The battlefield entries from Thornwood. Prisoners named by number, not by name. Transferred battlefield wounds into 17 enemy captives, 7 deceased, 10 stabilized for disposal. The camp fever, the forward post, the siege line where she had taken the suffering of 43 Marrowfell soldiers and placed it into 80 captured men. He counted 130 names. Some were marked debtor, some prisoner, some condemned. A few had no designation at all, only a name and a single word: volunteer. His hands were steady when he closed the book, but he felt the weight of it settle into his chest, not as anger, not as judgment, but as something worse: understanding. He understood why she had done it. He understood the arithmetic. He had seen the same arithmetic on every battlefield he had ever commanded. 3 scouts dead to save a company, a village burned to deny the enemy supply lines, a man left behind because carrying him would cost 2 others. He had done it himself, but he had never written the names. That was the difference. She had carried, the one he had never seen. She had written every one. She had looked at each face and named them before she let them die. That was not administrative coldness. That was witness. He looked up. The door was still closed. The room was still empty. She had not come back for the book. He thought of the way she had said, "I believed it was necessary," with her hands stained dark and her eyes clear. She had not lied to him. She had told him the truth, and he had walked away because the truth was worse than the lie would have been. Love had not vanished. That was the cruelty of it. He still saw her face in the lamplight, still felt the curve of her back under his hand, still remembered the way she had said his name in the dark corridor, as if it meant something she had not expected to find. But trust had fractured into something he could not name. He could forgive her for the names. He could forgive her for the arithmetic. What he could not forgive was that she had carried the book every day, every hour, every time she touched him, and she had chosen not to let him see. He stood. The black book was in his hand. He did not know what he meant to do with it. The door opened. Linnet stood in the frame. She looked at him. She looked at the book in his hand. Her face did not change. "You found it," she said. "I read it. And?" He did not know how to answer. The word "and" was too small to hold what he needed to say. "There is nothing in this book I did not already know," he said. "Then why do you look at me like a stranger?" He held up the book. "Because I did not know you were still writing it," he said. "I thought the names stopped when we came back from Thornwood. I thought you had drawn a line." She was silent. "Did you believe it was mercy when you started?" he asked. She looked at him. She did not answer. And in the silence before dawn, the black book passed from his hand back into hers, and she accepted it the way the seal had passed into her palm, the way the kingdom had passed into her keeping, the way every name she had ever written had passed through her mercy into flesh that could not refuse. She accepted it, knowing she could not defend herself without repeating the logic that had already destroyed her. "Linnet," She looked up. "There are 18 more pages," he said, blank, waiting. "Yes." He held her gaze. There was no accusation in it, no judgment, only the hollowed look of a man who had seen the full shape of what he loved and could not look away. "What comes next?" She did not answer. The bells began to toll for the morning hour, and she held the black book against her chest, with the seal cold in her other hand, and she knew that what came next was worse than what had already passed, because the blank pages were still waiting, and Corin was still watching. And soon, the princess would open her door. Chapter 41. The look between them was worse than a shout. Linnet stood in the doorframe with the black book pressed against her chest and the seal cold in her other hand, and she watched Corin not speak. His jaw worked once. His hands hung empty at his sides. The morning bells had stopped tolling, and the silence that replaced them was heavier than any accusation she had prepared for. "Say it," she said. He shook his head. "Corin, I have nothing to say you do not already know." That was the wound. Not rage, not a slammed door. He looked at her the way a man looks at a river he has crossed and knows he will not cross again. The distance was already in his eyes, not as rejection but as recognition. He had seen the full shape of her, and he was still standing, still breathing, still present, but he was no longer beside her. "You think I enjoyed it?" she said. "No. You think I chose it without grief?" "I think you chose it," he said. "That is enough." He took a step toward the door. She did not move aside. He stopped, close enough that she could see the hard lines of his face, the packed earth brown of his eyes, the muscle jumping in his jaw. "What do you want me to say?" she asked. "Nothing." "Then what do you want me to do?" He looked at her. For a long moment he said nothing. Then his hand moved, slow, almost gentle, and he touched the edge of the black book where it pressed against her ribs. "I want you to tell me which of the 18 pages will be filled by the time the princess opens her door." She had no answer. He let his hand fall. "That is what I thought." He stepped around her. She felt the brush of his sleeve against her arm, the warmth of his body passing close, the absence that followed. He did not look back. At the threshold he paused. "There was a page torn from the back of your book," he said. "The one with the Thornwood casualty count? I saw the ragged edge when I closed it." She turned. He held up his hand. Between his fingers was a folded square of paper, pale and creased, the paper of her working ledger. "I took it from the chamber floor after Mallender's clerks cleared the table," he said. "Before you came back. I thought it might be something you needed." He did not offer it to her. "It is the page I thought I burned in the servants' hearth," she said. "Then you did not burn it well enough." He tucked it into his coat. "Corin, I am not going to use it against you," he said. "I am going to hold it until I understand what it means that you kept it." He walked away. The corridor swallowed him. She stood in the empty chamber with the book and the seal and the weight of the morning pressing down on her chest. And she thought of the 18 blank pages and the tear in the binding where the Thornwood casualty count had been ripped free, and the way Corin had touched the book as if he were touching her face. She did not follow him. She could not, because the moment she moved, something would break that could not be mended, and she was not yet ready to feel that fracture. The door at the end of the corridor opened. A steward in Mallender's gray livery appeared, breathless, his collar undone, and his face the color of old milk. He did not bow. He did not wait for permission. "Physician Harrow, Chancellor Mallender requires you in the East Wing. Lord Rello has collapsed." She blinked. "Lord Rello?" "The fourth signatory of the contingency order. He was in the chamber last night. He's vomiting black threads and cannot stand." The steward's hands were shaking. "The Chancellor says to tell you the rot is moving." She looked down at the black book in her hand, then at the seal, then at the corridor where Corin had vanished. She tucked the book into her coat. She followed the steward. The East Wing was a corridor of closed doors and muffled voices. The windows faced the cathedral, and the morning light fell across the stone in long, pale slabs. But the air was wrong. It smelled of copper and sweat and something else. something that had soaked into the tapestries and gathered in the shadows. The steward stopped outside a door. Mallender stood in the frame. He looked at her. His pale gray eyes were steady, but his hands were stained with ink and something darker, a thin black smear across his thumb that he had not bothered to wipe away. "It is faster than I expected," he said. "How fast?" "He was fine at dawn. Putram found him on the floor of his chamber 20 minutes ago." Mallender stepped aside. "See for yourself." She entered. Lord Rello lay on the floor with a cushion under his head and a basin beside his face. He was a heavy man, broad-shouldered, white-haired, the kind of man who had spent 40 years in the Treasury and learned to live on arithmetic and wine. Now he was curled on his side, his breath coming in wet gasps, his fingers clawing at the stones as if trying to pull himself through them. His lips were black. Black threads crawled across his chin, fine as hair, pulsing with a rhythm that did not match his heartbeat. She knelt beside him. "Lord Reller." His eyes found hers. They were bloodshot, terrified, lucid. "I thought it was a dream," he said. "I thought the fever would pass." "When did the threads appear?" "An hour ago. I woke coughing. I thought it was phlegm. Then I saw the basin." She touched his wrist. His skin was hot, too hot, the kind of heat that came from something burning from inside. She felt the rot pulsing under his flesh, the dose she had placed into him the night before. But it was not dormant. It was active, growing. It should not have been growing. She had measured each dose precisely. She had balanced the burden across 87 bodies so that no single recipient would carry enough to trigger symptoms for weeks, perhaps months. This was not a measured dose. This was a bloom. "He received the same amount as everyone else," she said. Mallender stood in the door. "I know." "Then why is he worse?" He did not answer. She looked down at Lord Reller's hands. The black threads were spreading. They were crawling up his wrists, into his sleeves, following the paths of his veins. She had seen this before, on Berengar's hands, on the physician who opened the lower archive, on Alara's hands before she died. "This is not the dose I gave him," she said. "It is the dose that was in him," Mallender said. "The question is where the rest came from." Lord Reller seized, his back arched, his mouth opened. A thick clot of black thread pulsed out of his throat and splattered across the stones, and the threads kept moving, kept crawling, reaching toward the basin, toward the tapestries, toward her knees. She stood. She looked at Mallender. He was afraid. She had never seen him afraid before, not when Berengar was screaming, not when the debtor walked through the gates, not when she had fractured the king's rot into the court. Now his hands were still and his face was gray, and he was looking at Lord Reller the way a man looks at a fire he cannot contain. "There is no precedent for this," he said. "The ledgers do not describe synchronization." "Synchronization?" "The burden should remain separate in each host. But Reller's dose is drawing from something else, something outside himself." She looked at the black threads crawling across the stones, and she thought of the lower archive, and the blackened steel key, and the debtor who had called her what will come after. The steward was still standing in the corridor, shaking. "Physician Harrow," he said, "there are 3 more." She turned. "3 more what?" "Collapsed. Lord Parnell, Lady Orris, Steward Rennick, the same symptoms, the same threads." The morning light fell across the stones, and she felt the weight of the black book against her ribs, and the seal cold in her pocket, and the knowledge that the burden she had spread was not sleeping. It was learning. Chapter 42. The steward stood shaking in the corridor. Linnet looked past him at the morning light falling across the stones, and for a moment she felt nothing at all. Not fear, not guilt, just the clean blankness that came when the body knew what the mind had not yet accepted. Then she moved. "Show me the others." The steward led her through the east corridor, past 2 maids who pressed themselves against the wall, and a clerk who dropped his gaze like a stone. The palace was waking to grief, and the court was already wearing its mourning faces, but Linnet saw what they tried to hide behind the black crepe and bowed heads. Lord Sennet pressed a handkerchief to his nose. Lady Varlow kept her hand pressed to her ribs. A young steward in rake's colors walked with his jaw tight, swallowing hard, his knuckles white against the wall. They were hiding it, every one of them. She passed a footman who flinched when she glanced at him, and she knew he had felt something shift in his chest when she walked by. Lord Parnell lay in his own bedchamber with a cool cloth over his eyes and a basin beside his pillow. The black threads were thinner here, barely visible at the corners of his lips, but his skin was hot, and his breath came in shallow bursts. "It came on like a fever," his wife said. She stood at the door with her hands clasped, her voice careful, controlled. "He woke, trembling. He said his bones felt hollow." Linnet touched his wrist. The rot pulsed under his skin, active but not yet blooming. She measured the rhythm against her own pulse, counting, comparing. It matched Reller's. Not the same dose, the same cadence. She moved to Lady Orris, then Steward Rennick. Each body told the same story. The rot waking earlier than it should, the threads following the same pattern, the fever climbing at the same rate. By the time she returned to the sick-room corridor, she had 13 reports. Mallender was waiting for her. "The ledgers do not describe this," he said. "I know. Then what is happening?" She looked at the black smear still on his thumb, the ink he had not bothered to wipe away. "The doses are learning from each other." His face did not change, but something in his stillness sharpened. "Explain." "I placed 87 separate burdens into 87 separate bodies. Each dose was measured, contained, isolated. But they are not isolated anymore. They are synchronized. Reller's bloom matches Parnell's, Orris's matches Rennick's. The cadence is the same. The symptoms are the same. The rot is behaving like a single organism distributed across multiple hosts. That is not how it works. That is how it is working." He was quiet for a long moment. The corridor was empty except for them and the distant sound of bells tolling the morning hours. "Then the system you built," he said slowly, "is already developing beyond what I designed." She met his eyes. "It is not your system anymore." She left him standing in the corridor. The east tower stairs were cold, and the stone felt damp through her boots. She climbed past the guards at the third landing, past the servant who tried to stop her, past the door that had been locked since the king died. She knocked. "Esme." Silence. "I know you can hear me." The door opened a finger's width. A pale gray eye looked out, Berengar's eye, Elara's eye, watching her with a stillness that did not belong to any 11-year-old. "Did you feel it?" Esme asked. "Yes." "The lords are sick." "Yes." "Because of what you did." "Yes." Esme opened the door wider. She was still in her nightdress, a plain wool shift, her dark hair loose and tangled. She looked smaller without the braids, younger, but her voice was as steady as stone. "Is it spreading?" "It is changing." "Can you stop it?" Linnet looked at the girl who had killed a man to survive, who had volunteered to carry her father's rot, who had felt the mercy working from a locked tower. She did not know which answer would save her. She told the truth. "Not yet." Esme looked at her for a long moment. Then she stepped back and opened the door fully. "Then come in. Tell me everything." Linnet crossed the threshold. Behind her, the door swung shut with a click that sounded softer than a lock, but heavier than a seal. And in the corridor below, in the shadow of the east stair, someone was watching. Someone who had not been there a moment before. Someone whose dark threads had faded to gray lines like veins in old marble. Someone who smiled as the door closed and began to hum a shapeless tune. Chapter 43. Dawn came gray and damp through the high windows of the council chamber. Linnet stood at the long table with the physician's seal already cold against her palm. She had not slept. Her bones felt hollow, her eyes raw, but her hands were steady. Esme was in the east tower with Sarah, the door locked from the inside, and there was a shape in the shadows of the stairwell that hummed tunes she did not want to name. Mallender entered first, his boots silent on the stone. He carried a flat leather case that he placed on the table between them. "The Crown sick room is yours as of this hour," he said. Physicians, records, and all distribution authority fall under your signature. No transfer may proceed without your name on the order." He opened the case. Inside, beside the physician's seal she already held, lay Berengar's old signet ring. The royal crest, the golden band worn smooth by 3 decades of use. She did not touch it. "Why is that here?" "Because the king is dead and the princess is 11, and the court now carries a burden only you can manage. There are things that require the crown's mark that cannot wait for her to come of age." "You want me to use his ring? I want you to have the option." She stared at the gold. The weight of it seemed to fill the room. The door opened. Aldrich entered with 2 junior physicians, their faces pale, their hands clasped. They bowed to her. All 3 of them. Aldrich's yellow beard trembled as he straightened. "Physician Harrow," he said, "the sickroom records have been collated for your review. We await your direction." She had never heard him use her title that way, like a door closing. "The court physicians will report to you directly," Mallender said. "The clerics, the infirmary stewards, the supply officers, every body that carries the rot will be logged under your authority. And the synchronizations will be addressed when you have the resources to address it." "That is not an answer. It is the only one I have." She looked at the case again, the signet ring, the seal, the 2 objects that together meant she could command any gate, any door, any body in Marrowfall. "Bow your heads," she said. Aldrich and the junior physicians obeyed, but she was not speaking to them. Mallender's eyes flickered. Then he lowered his chin a fraction, and the movement was enough. She picked up the ring. It fit her index finger, turning slightly loose. Gold against the neat rows of scars across her palm. She had seen Berengar wear it a dozen times, turning it absently during their conversations, pressing it into sealing wax without looking. She pressed it into wax now because Bartram entered with a stack of requisition forms and a blot of red wax already cooling, and there was no one else to stamp them. The first one cracked under the pressure, and she felt something settle in her chest like a key turning. The ceremony was not a ceremony, it was a shift in the air. Clerks came and went, physicians bowed and received their orders. A steward placed a roster on the table with 87 names and a column for daily observations beside each one. 87 bodies that carried Berengar's agony in measured doses. Her handwriting filled the first page before the bells finished striking the hour. She ordered the infirmary tripled. She ordered Reller moved to a private chamber, and the black thread progression charted hourly. She ordered Lord Parnell's wife to bring her husband's sleeping schedule, and the exact moment the tremors began. She did not open the signet case again, but she felt it at her side like a second heartbeat. Mallender watched from the corner of the room, silent and present, ink stains fresh on his fingers. "The northern granaries will be inventoried by week's end," he said when the last clerk left. "Lord Rakes has requested a copy of the rot distribution list. He will not receive it. He will demand it. Then he will demand it from someone who cannot be compelled." Mallender looked at her for a long moment. "You have not slept." "No. You cannot govern a system of this scale, exhausted. I can govern it until I collapse. After that, someone else can try." He did not argue. That was the strangest part. The morning wore on. More clerks, more forms. A messenger from the East Tower reporting that Princess Esme had eaten bread and cheese for breakfast and asked for news of the city. A physician's apprentice arriving breathless with a report that Lady Oris had stabilized and the threads had receded by half a finger's width. Linnet recorded it all, stamped the forms, checked the fulls of each entry against the growing map in her mind. 87 doses, 13 already blooming, 1 man watching from the shadows. She looked up from the ledger and found the gray-threaded figure standing in the doorway of the council chamber, still as stone, a smile on his lips that had nothing to do with warmth. The debtor from Thornwood, the one who had called her what will come after. He stepped inside, and the clerks did not look up. The physicians did not turn. Mallender's eyes tracked him, but he said nothing. "You opened the case," the debtor said, not a question. "I took the ring. You will need more than a ring for what comes next." She set down the pen. "Then tell me what I will need." He tilted his head, the gray threads moving like veins across his throat. A key, a name, a choice you have not made yet. You are speaking in riddles. I am speaking in memory. You have not learned to listen yet. Mallender's hand moved toward his belt where a blade might hang, but he did not draw it. The debtor looked at the signet case, then at Linnet's hand, then at her eyes. The lower archive will not wait forever, he said. The rot is learning, it is remembering, and it knows you carry the seal now. He smiled. It has been waiting for you. He turned and walked out of the chamber, and the clerks kept writing and the physicians kept reading their reports, and no one seemed to notice that the air had gone cold and the candle flames had bent toward the door like compass needles following iron. Linnet looked down at the signet ring on her finger. It was warm. She had not put it near the candle. Chapter 44. The council chamber fell quiet at last. Linnet stood alone at the long table, the black book open before her, the signet ring warm against her finger. The candle flames had stopped bending toward the door, but the air still carried the debtor's presence like a residue that would not wash away. She sat down. The chair was still warm from Mallender's body. She pushed it back and took the one at the head of the table instead, the one that faced the door, the one Berengar had never sat in because he had not left his sick room in 6 months. The black book had 130 names in her hand. The roster on the table had 87. She needed to combine them before the sun rose again, before the clerks returned with their fresh ink and their silent judgments and their hands that did not tremble when they touched the pages of a dead king's inventory. She turned to the first blank page, the 18 that remained. Name, date, origin, recipient, outcome. She wrote the 87 new names in a column down the left margin, numbering them as she went. The handwriting stayed steady. That surprised her. She had expected the pen to shake. At the bottom of the column she wrote, Berengar, line of, rot distributed 87 bodies, 13 blooming early, remaining 74 latent but synchronizing. Then she added a line she did not expect. Pulse for each dose matches exactly, timing identical across all hosts. Doses are not independent. She stared at the sentence. Then she drew a circle around it and wrote, How, in the margin. The candle guttered. She reached for the torn pages from the thornwood ledger that she had carried in her coat since the night she took them from the cold hearth. The paper was brittle. The ink faded at the edges where fire had kissed it without consuming. She laid them beside the black book. The casualty counts, the deployment dates, the names of the dead that should have been in the official records but had been burned instead. 23 dead at Thornwood, 81 prisoners executed after transfer, 43 survivors, 0 witnesses. She pressed the pages flat with the heel of her hand. Then she began to copy the casualty numbers into the back of the black book, in the section she reserved for the dead, the ones whose names she had not written because she had not known them. She wrote Thornwood, 23 Marrowfell dead, and then Thornwood, 81 prisoners, names unknown, and then Thornwood, commander's order, no record kept. And then she stopped, because the hand that wrote no record kept was her own, and she had been the one who decided not to write the names. She set down the pen. The signet ring caught the candlelight, throwing a shadow across the page that looked like a crown balanced on an open hand. She turned the ring on her finger. Warm. Always warm now. She had not noticed when that started. She lifted the black book and held it up to the candle, tilting the spine to see if the binding had loosened from the weight of so many names. That was when she saw it. A crease in the leather where the spine met the back cover, a fold that did not match the book's shape. She ran her thumb along the seam and felt something shift beneath the stitching, not paper, thread. She took the small knife from her belt, the one she used for cutting bandages, and slit the stitching open along the seam. The thread came apart in strands of pale linen, and inside the hollow space between the leather and the backing, a slip of parchment lay folded so flat it had become invisible. She pulled it out. The ink was old, older than her book, older than her hand. The writing was small, precise, and unmistakably Mallender's. If the rot must be shared, the sharing is the scar. Do not split a king's burden into the bodies of those who share his blood. The rot knows its lineage. It will seek reunion through the nearest kin. Let the vessel be a stranger. Let the vessel be a fool. But never let the vessel be a child of the same root. She read it 3 times. The nearest kin. She looked at the ring on her finger. Berengar's ring. His blood in her ledger. His rot in 87 bodies that she had chosen by name, by rank, by convenience. Not one of them a stranger. All of them court. The nearest kin. She thought of Esme. The way the girl had felt the mercy working from the East Tower. The way she had known, without being told, that something had changed in the air. The way she had asked, "Can you stop it?" And Linnet had answered, "Not yet." She looked at the notation again. The rot knows its lineage. It will seek reunion through the nearest kin. The nearest living kin to Berengar was not a lord or a minister or a treasury clerk in silk. The nearest living kin was an 11-year-old girl locked in an East Tower with a healer who had taught Linnet to write names. And the girl was sensitive to the mercy. And the mercy was Berengar's rot. And the rot was learning, and it knew where to find her. A knock came at the door. Linnet did not look up. She was still staring at the parchment, at the warning Mallender had written and hidden in the binding of her book, at the question that had just become a certainty. The knock came again, and then a voice, young and steady and too composed for the hour. "Physician Harrow, I need to speak with you, Esme." At the door, and the rot in 87 bodies was already looking for her. Chapter 45. The candle flame bent toward the door, as if Esme's voice had drawn it. Linnet did not move. The torn slip of parchment lay between her fingers, Mallender's old ink still sharp against the yellowed fold. She had not hidden it. She had not closed the black book. She had not covered the torn pages from Thornwood, the casualty counts laid bare beside the new roster of 87 names. She looked at the door. The shadow beneath it was small, barely taller than the coat rack in the corner, the nearest living kin. Another knock. Fingertips, not a fist. Patient and composed. "Physician Harrow, I know you were in there. I heard you stop writing." Linnet set the parchment down. She pressed her palm flat against the open page of the black book, feeling the warmth of the signet ring against her scarred hand. She stood. The candle guttered again as she crossed at the room, the same strange pull toward the door that she had seen in the debtor's presence, the same invisible current bending the air. She stopped with her hand on the latch. "Your Highness, it is late." "I know. You should be with Mother Sarah." "I should, but I am here instead." Linnet opened the door. Esme stood in the corridor in a plain wool dress, her dark hair braided tight against her scalp, her pale gray eyes fixed on Linnet's face with a directness that made the air thinner. No crown, no jewels, no attendant. She had come alone, in the hour before dawn, dressed for mourning but standing like someone who had already finished grieving. She held a candle of her own. It did not flicker. "May I come in?" Linnet stepped aside. Esme walked past her into the council chamber, her gaze moving across the table in a slow, deliberate sweep. The black book, the torn pages, the open roster of names, the slip of parchment with Mallender's handwriting. She took them in without comment, the way a soldier read a battlefield before the fighting started. She stopped at the chair Linnet had been using. "This is where you sat when you decided what to do with him." It was not a question. "Yes." "How long did it take you to choose?" Linnet closed the door. The latch clicked, the sound too loud in the silence. "Not long enough," she said, "and too long." Esme turned to face her. "That is not an answer. It is the only one I have." The girl set her candle down beside Linnet's and pulled out the chair across from the black book. She sat, folded her hands on the table, and looked up with her father's eyes. "Tell me what you did." Linnet remained standing. Her hand found the signet ring on her finger, turning it once, feeling the warmth that should not be there. "Your father was dying," she said. "The rot in him would have killed him within the hour. It would have killed him in pain, and the things inside it would have found new bodies before his heart stopped. I know what dying looks like." Esme's voice did not waver. "I watched my mother die. I watched her hands turn black while the physicians said it was fever. I was 7, but I was not stupid." Linnet felt the words land like stones in her chest. "Then you know I did not kill him," she said. I spread what was killing him into other bodies so he could live long enough to put his name on the succession. 87 bodies. She did not say it aloud. Esme's gaze dropped to the black book, the pages Linnet had filled after midnight, the names she had written in ink still not dry. How many? The question was soft, precise. Enough to hold the burden. That is not a number. Linnet met her eyes. 87. Esme did not flinch. Lodrello collapsed tonight, the girl said. I heard the steward telling Mallender in the corridor. Lord Parnell, Lady Oris, the steward who files the Treasury papers. I know. They all attended the same meeting, the one where you called every lord and minister into the chamber. I know. And now they are dying. Linnet hesitated. The word dying sat between them like a blade laid flat on the table. Not yet, she said. Not unless I cannot stop what is happening to them. Esme leaned forward, her small hands still folded, her pale eyes unblinking. Did you mean to make them sick? The question stripped everything away. No court language, no careful evasion. A child asking whether she had done harm on purpose. Linnet could have said, I meant to save your father. She could have said, I meant to keep the kingdom from breaking apart. She could have said, I meant to give you a throne worth sitting on. Instead, she said, I meant to save as many as I could. Esme stared at her. That is not an answer either. It is the only one I have ever had. The silence stretched. Linnet watched the girl's hands, the way they stayed still, the way her fingers did not twist or fidget. Esme was holding herself the way Berengar had held himself in his lucid hours, like someone who had learned that showing fear cost more than feeling it. The men in this room, Esme said slowly, the ones who carry it now, they forced my father into that sick bed. They let him suffer for years while they maneuvered for his throne. She paused. Do they bleed for it now? Linnet felt the question land in a place she had not expected. The girl was not asking about justice. She was asking about consequence. Some of them do, Linnet said. Some of them will. And you can stop it. I do not know. The words came out before she could shape them into something softer. She saw the girl's composure flicker, a crack so brief it might have been a trick of the candlelight. You do not know, Esme repeated. I did not plan for it to spread this way. I did not know it could. The ledgers do not describe it, and the man who kept them for 30 years has never seen it before either. But you are the one who chose them. Yes. Then if they die, that is your doing too. Linnet had no answer. Esme looked down at the black book. Her hand moved toward it, stopped just short of touching the page. The burden my father carried, she said. The thing that ran in his blood. It can be moved from body to body. That is what you do. That is mercy. Yes. Can it reach heirs? Linnet's hand froze on the signet ring. She thought of Mallender's note. The words she had read 3 times, the wording sewn into the binding of her own book. Larot knows its lineage. It will seek reunion through the nearest kin. She looked at Esme, the girl's dark hair, her pale gray eyes, the steady hands that had already killed a man, that had felt the mercy working from a locked tower. The nearest living kin. I do not know, Linnet said. Esme's eyes did not leave her face. You are lying. Linnet opened her mouth to deny it. The candle flame bent. Both of them saw it. The way the fire leaned toward Esme. The way the smoke twisted into a thin black thread that hung in the air between them like a question given form. Esme looked at the thread. Then she looked at her own hands. The black book lay open on the table. The parchment with Mallender's warning lay beside it. And the rot in 87 bodies had just found what it was looking for. Chapter 46. The cathedral bells began tolling before dawn, their iron voices rolling across Gathrem in slow, measured strokes, one for each year of Berengar's reign. 34. Linnet stood at the council chamber window, watching the gray light creep over the rooftops. Below, the courtyard had filled with black cloth and bowed heads. Horses shifted in their traces. Priests from the chapel of the Last Lamp arranged themselves in a slow column, their censers trailing smoke that smelled of myrrh and rot. She had not slept. The black book sat in her coat pocket, the names warm against her ribs. 87 names, plus the ones that had come before. All the people who now carried what Berengar had carried alone. A knock at the door. Mallender entered without waiting for answer, dressed in formal black wool, his face unreadable. "They are ready to bring him down." Linnet turned from the window. "Is Esme in the procession?" "She will walk behind the bier with the Regency Council." He paused. "She asked for you to walk beside her." The words hit like a blade between the ribs. "I am not family. You are the one who held him while he died. That is closer than blood in this city." Linnet said nothing. She thought of the candle flame bending toward Esme, the black thread of smoke hanging in the air between them, the girl's hands, steady and still, asking questions that cut to the bone. "Does she know the rot is reaching for her?" Mallender's face did not change. "She knows she felt something in the tower. She does not know what it means." "Then I should tell her." "Not today." His voice was flat, final. "Today she is the heir of Marrowfell walking behind her father's body. Today she must be seen as unbroken." Linnet looked at him. "And tomorrow?" "Tomorrow you can tell her whatever truth you think she can carry." The bells stopped. The silence that followed was heavier than the ringing. Linnet followed Mallender down the corridor, through the great hall where servants had draped every mirror in black silk, and out into the courtyard where the morning air tasted of incense and wet stone. The bier stood in the center of the open space, oak and iron, draped in the king's banner, the crowned stag of Marrowfell picked out in gold thread against the black. Beneath the cloth, the shape of a man, smaller than she remembered. The body had been prepared by the chapel priests, sealed in wax and winding sheets, the black marks on Berengar's hands hidden beneath embroidered gloves. Esme stood at the head of the bier. She wore a black dress, no jewels, no crown. Her dark hair was braided tight against her scalp, and her face was the face of someone who had already learned that tears changed nothing. She looked at Linnet. The look said nothing, and everything. Linnet took her place at the girl's right side. Mallender moved to the left. Behind them, the Regency Council arranged themselves in order of precedence. Rakes in black silk, his face pale. Mirelle in mourning wool, her eyes fixed on the bier. Corin in his dress uniform, his gaze somewhere far beyond the courtyard walls. He did not look at her. The procession began. They moved through the palace gates, past the rows of soldiers standing at attention with their spears reversed, and into the streets of Gathram. The crowd lined both sides, pressed against the buildings, silent and dense as a held breath. Linnet had never seen so many people. They filled every window, every doorway, every patch of cobblestone that was not claimed by the procession. Some wore black. Some wore their work clothes, aprons and leather and rough wool, as if they had stopped mid-task and walked to the street without thinking. Children sat on their father's shoulders. An old woman at the front of the crowd made a sign of protection as the bier passed. The woman beside her began to weep, not loudly, not performatively, the tears running down her face without any sound at all. Linnet watched them. She watched the way their hands reached toward the bier, not touching, just reaching, as if proximity to the dead king might offer something they could not name. She watched the grief of people who had never met Berengar, who had only known him as a name on decrees and a weight at the top of the tithe, and she realized they were not mourning the man. They were mourning the idea that something was watching over them, and she had just helped kill that idea. The procession turned onto the high road that led to the cathedral, and the slope made the horses strain against the bier's weight. One of the bearers stumbled, caught himself, but not before Linnet saw the tremor in his shoulder. She recognized him. One of the 87. The rot dose in his blood was pulsing. She could feel it now, a low hum at the edge of her awareness, a rhythm that did not belong to her heart, but spoke to something in the marrow of her bones. The bearer straightened. His face went blank. He kept walking, but Linnet had seen the flicker of pain behind his eyes. She looked down the column of nobles walking behind the bier. Lady Oris, pale as milk, leaning on her husband's arm. Lord Reller, moving stiffly, his hand pressed to his ribs. Steward Rennick, whose collar was dark with sweat despite the cold morning air. 13 of them, blooming. She counted the others, the ones who had not yet collapsed but carried the same seed. They moved through the procession with careful steps, their faces composed, their bodies betraying nothing to the crowd. But she saw it. The way they held themselves, the tightness in their jaws, the moments when their eyes went distant as if listening to something only they could hear. Lord Rakes walked with perfect posture, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on the bier ahead. He did not stumble, he did not falter. Then they passed under the shadow of the cathedral, and the light shifted, and Linnet saw his shoulder twitch. A single spasm, quick as a blink. His hand came up to press against his collarbone, then dropped again. He looked back. Not at the crowd, not at the priests. At her. Their eyes met across the distance of 20 paces, and in that look Linnet saw something that made her breath catch. He knew. Not just that the rot was blooming, not just that she had put it there. He knew what it meant. His mouth moved. A single word, shaped without sound, meant only for her. Mine. Then he turned forward again, his posture perfect, his stride measured, a man walking behind his king's body with all the dignity the realm required. Linnet's hand found the signet ring on her finger. The metal was hot against her skin. Beside her, Esme walked without speaking, her small hands pressed together at her waist, her eyes fixed on the bier ahead. She had not looked at Linnet since the procession began, but as they reached the cathedral steps and the priests came forward to receive the body, Esme's hand brushed against Linnet's, a touch so light it might have been accidental. Then the girl's fingers closed around Linnet's wrist and held. Chapter 47. The council chamber was empty when Linnet reached it. The lamps still burned low, their flames leaning toward the east door where Esme had vanished with her attendants. The black book lay open on the table, the ink still wet on the final 18 names. She did not sit. She stood at the window and watched the cathedral spire cut the gray sky. The bells had stopped. The crowd had dispersed. Gathrem had returned to its morning rhythm, as if a king had not just been lowered into stone. The door opened behind her. Lady Mirelle Quist entered alone, her honey-gold gown exchanged for deep gray wool, her hair pinned tight. She closed the door and stood with her back to it, one hand resting on the latch. "You should not be alone," Mirelle said. "I am the Regency physician. I am always alone." "Then you are the only one who has not learned the first rule of Regency." Mirelle moved toward the table, her steps measured, her eyes scanning the open book without touching it. "Never sit alone in a room with evidence of what you have done. Someone will walk in and see the guilt before you have time to close the cover." Linnet turned from the window. "You came to advise me on hiding. I came to keep you alive." Mirelle pulled out a chair and sat, her hands folded on the table in front of her, careful not to touch the ledger. "You have 87 people in this palace carrying the king's rot. 13 are already failing. The others will follow unless you give them a reason to stay loyal to the woman who marked them. And you would have me give them relief. I would have you give them measured relief." Mirelle's voice was soft, almost gentle. "Not enough to cure, enough to keep them grateful, enough that they come to you when the pain sharpens, and remember that you are the only one who can ease it." Linnet looked at her. Mirelle did not look away. "You are suggesting I make them dependent. I am suggesting you make them choose you." Mirelle's fingers traced the edge of the table, a slow, deliberate movement. "There is a difference. Dependence is what happens when they have no other option. Choice is what happens when you give them a reason to prefer your hand over another's. And if they refuse, then they refuse the relief, and the rot blooms faster, and the problem solves itself." Mirelle's voice carried no cruelty, only arithmetic. "You do not have to kill them, Linnet. You only have to be the one who decides who is worth saving." The words settled into the quiet between them. Linnet thought of Reller's trembling hands, Parnell's gray lips, the steward's dot collar, 13 blooming, and the others waiting, and the rot in all of them learning, synchronizing, reaching for Esme. "And in exchange for this counsel," she said slowly, "you want something." Mirelle smiled. It was the same smile she had worn at the banquet, warm and empty, a mask that gave nothing away. "I want to know which page you tore from the Thornwood ledger before you burned it." The air in the room changed. Linnet did not move, did not blink. She kept her hands still on the table, her voice level. I burned the whole volume. No. Mirelle's tone was light, almost curious. You burned the cover, the binding, and most of the pages. But one page was missing before the fire started. A page that listed 43 names with casualty counts sorted by district, and I am told that page did not burn. Linnet's mouth went dry. She had burned the page, had held it over the flame and watched the edges curl, the ink darken, the names dissolve into ash. She had watched it burn, had she not? She remembered the cold hearth in the servants' room, the blackened fragments, the forger's page folded in her pocket, the real Thornwood record still warm from her hands. She remembered standing in the empty room with the ash cooling on the stone, telling herself the evidence was gone. But she also remembered Corin's voice, later, in the council chamber. The torn page in his fingers, the words he had said before he walked away. I will keep it until I understand. She had burned the wrong page. She had burned the forger's page, the forged Mia Venner record, the one that proved someone had been writing her name before she arrived. She had left the Thornwood casualty count intact, and Corin had found it. Linnet's hands were still on the table. She made them stay there. The page is not mine anymore, she said. Morelle's head tilted. The mask cracked, just slightly, and Linnet saw something sharp and hungry behind it. Who has it? Corin Bly. The name landed between them like a stone dropped into still water. Morelle sat back. Her fingers stopped moving. For a long moment she said nothing, and when she spoke, her voice had lost its honey. You let the Marshal of Marrowfell carry the evidence of your battlefield transfers. I did not let him. He took it. That is worse. Morelle's jaw tightened. A man who takes evidence is a man who intends to use it. And Corin Bly has no faction, no patron, no reason to keep your secrets except love, and love is the most fragile container for a secret I have ever known. Linnet said nothing. Morelle stood. She smoothed her gray wool dress with both hands, a gesture that seemed casual but was not. I came here to give you a way to survive the Regency, she said. But survival requires control of the story. If the Marshal has the Thornwood page, then the story is already slipping through your fingers. She walked to the door, paused with her hand on the latch. You have 24 hours, Linnet, maybe less. Once the page starts moving through the court, it will not stop until someone dies. She opened the door and stepped into the corridor. The door closed behind her. Linnet stood alone in the council chamber with the black book open on the table and the signet ring warm against her skin and the taste of ash in her mouth. She had burned the wrong page, and Corin was still holding the truth. Chapter 48. The council chamber had not been designed for solitude. It had been designed for ceremony, for the weight of gold braid and sealed documents, for voices that carried across polished stone and landed like verdicts. But at this hour, with the candles burning low and the black book closed on the table, it felt like a cell. Linnet sat with her hands flat on either side of the roster. 87 names, 12 of them blooming, one of them dead within a month if the pattern held. She had not moved since Mirelle left. The signet ring was warm against her scarred palm. Not hot, not the way it had been when rakes mouthed mine across the procession, but warm, like a low-grade fever held against skin. She did not know what that meant. She did not know if she wanted to find out. A knock came at the door. Linnet did not rise. Enter! The door swung open, and a man stepped inside, closed it behind him, and stood with his back to the panel as if he expected someone to follow. He was past 60, with the soft hands and precise posture of a career chamberlain, the kind of servant who had learned to make himself invisible while watching everything. His livery was dark blue, the crest of the royal household stitched over his heart. I apologize for the hour, Physician Harrow. She recognized him. He had been at the fracture, standing near the eastern wall, close to the door, as if he had hoped to slip out before his name was called. She had called it anyway. I know you, she said. Gethin. He gave a small bow. Senior Chamberlain to the royal household, 23 years of service under King Berengar. He stopped, swallowed. I was present for the procedure. Linnet watched him. The way his hands hung at his sides, not quite still. The way his weight shifted from one foot to the other, subtle, controlled. The body language of a man who had spent decades learning to hide discomfort. "How long have you been in pain?" His composure cracked, just slightly, a flicker across his jaw. "Since the second night." He touched his lower back, a brief, almost apologetic gesture. "It started as a pressure, like a stone lodged between my spine and my ribs. By morning it had become—" He searched for a word. "Stabbing." Linnet nodded. She had expected this, had known, somewhere beneath the exhaustion, that they would come. That the pain would drive them to her door one by one, begging for the relief Mirelle had told her to parcel out in measured doses. "Why did you come at night?" Gethin's gaze dropped to the floor. "Because I did not want anyone to see me ask." She understood. A senior chamberlain who could not stand straight was a chamberlain who could be replaced. A man who begged the physician for mercy was a man who had already surrendered his independence, and Linnet needed men like him. "What do you want from me?" she asked, though she already knew. "Relief." His voice was low, careful, stripped of the deference that usually coated every word from a man in his position. "Not a cure. I am not foolish enough to ask for that, but enough to stand through the next council session without my knees giving way." Linnet studied him. The black book lay open on the table. She could add his name to the schedule, give him a measured dose of relief, send him back into the palace grateful and dependent. That was what Mirelle had advised. Make them choose you, because you are the only one who can stop the pain. "And in exchange?" Linnet asked. Gethin's eyes met hers. There was something hard in them now. The look of a man who had spent 23 years watching nobles betray each other and had learned exactly how valuable information could be. "Lord Rakes has been meeting with the Treasury clerks every night since the funeral," he said. "I know which clerks. I know what they are copying. I can tell you which accounts he is moving and where the grain is being diverted before the winter shortages hit." Linnet's fingers went still on the table. "How do you know this?" "Because I have been the chamberlain who serves the late refreshments during those meetings for the past 12 years. Gethin's jaw tightened. "Men forget that servants hear everything. They treat us like furniture, and furniture does not talk." A thread of cold satisfaction wound through Linnet's chest. She suppressed it. "I can ease the pressure in your spine," she said slowly. "Enough to stand through a session, enough to walk without wincing. But it will not last, and it will not stop the progression. I understand, and I will need the names of those clerks tonight." Gethin's shoulders dropped, just slightly. Relief, barely visible, the kind a man showed when he had already decided to sell his secrets and only needed confirmation that the price was worth it. "The lead clerk is named Hedrick Salo," he said. "Standard office on the second floor of the Treasury wing, 3 doors past the counting room. The others are junior men, copyists, but Salo keeps the master ledger in his personal cabinet." Linnet stood. The chair scraped against the stone, a sound that felt too loud in the quiet chamber. "Stand with your back to me." Gethin obeyed. She crossed to him, placed her palm flat against the base of his spine, and closed her eyes. The rot was there. She felt it. A dark knot of pulsing threads lodged between 2 vertebrae, sending spikes of black pain up his spinal column and down into his hips. It was not blooming yet, but it was growing, slow and patient, like a root finding cracks in stone. She drew a portion of it into herself. The pain hit her low in the belly, sharp and electric, and she breathed through it the way she had learned in Marrowfell, letting it settle, letting it sit in her own marrow until she could find a place to put it later. She did not take all of it. She left enough to keep him hungry, enough to keep him coming back. When she pulled her hand away, Gethin let out a breath that sounded like it had been held for days. "Thank you," he said. "There will be more nights like this," Linnet said. "The rot will return. When it does, you will come to me again, and I will decide how much relief you deserve." Gethin turned. His face was pale, sweat beaded along his hairline, but his eyes were clear. "I understand the terms, Physician Harrow." "Good." He bowed, deeper this time, the bow of a man who had accepted his position in the new order. Then he opened the door and slipped into the corridor, closing it behind him with a soft click. Linnet stood alone in the chamber. She looked at her palm. The scars were still there, neat rows of white lines across her skin. The signet ring was warm against her finger. She had done what Mirelle advised. She had made him dependent. And she had the names she needed to move against Rex. The door opened again. It was not Gethin. A junior steward stood in the frame, his face the color of ash, his hands shaking against his thighs. "Physician Harrow," he said. "They found another one." Linnet's chest went cold. "Who?" "Lord Parnell, in his bed. The sheets were full of black thread." The steward's voice cracked. "He had them in his mouth, physician. In his mouth." The room tilted. 13 blooming. 12 after the death in the cathedral aisle. Now 11, if Parnell was gone. And the others waiting, the rot learning, the timing tightening around them all like a fist closing. Linnet stood very still. "Who else knows?" "Just his wife and the maid who found him. I came straight here." "Good." She heard her own voice, flat, distant, the voice of someone who had learned to compartmentalize death into manageable pieces. "Tell Mallender, tell no one else. I will examine the body before anyone enters the room." The steward nodded and fled. Linnet looked at the black book. 87 names, 86 now, and nothing she had done had stopped it. Chapter 49. Linnet found Lord Parnell in a room that smelled of copper and damp earth. The sheets had been stripped back by the maid who discovered him, and he lay in his nightclothes with his mouth open, black threads spilling from his lips like roots seeking soil. They had crawled across his jaw, down his throat, into the hollow of his collarbone. The pillows were stained with the same dark weeping. She stood at the foot of the bed and counted, 12 distinct filaments emerging from his mouth, 3 more from his nostrils. A cluster at the corner of his left eye where the rot had pushed through the tear duct and curled against his cheek like a dark vein. 87 names. 86 now. The door opened behind her. Linnet did not turn. She knew the step, the weight of it, the small, solid tread of someone who had walked infirmary floors for 40 years and learned to make no sound she did not choose. "I heard," Sarah said. "The steward told Esme. She sent me. She should not have sent you. She is 11 years old, and she has already watched her father die and her mother die, and now she watches lords rot from the inside, while the woman she trusted stands over their bodies counting threads." The door closed. "Where else would I be?" Linnet turned. Sarah stood in the doorway with her gray-streaked hair pulled tight and her river-stone eyes fixed on Parnell's face. Her hands hung at her sides, rough and still, the hands of someone who had learned to wait before she touched. "You know what killed him?" Sarah said. "I know the rot bloomed." "The rot did not bloom, child. The rot was forced into a body that was never meant to hold it, and when that body could not balance the burden, the rot spread until it filled every space the man had left." Sarah crossed to the bed and touched Parnell's wrist, lifting the sleeve. Black threads had crawled up his forearm in branching patterns, like frost on winter glass. "This is not a disease. This is a failed containment." Linnet said nothing. "Do you know what happens to a clay jar when you fill it beyond its firing strength? It cracks. It shatters." Sarah released Parnell's wrist and straightened. "And everything inside it spills out. That is what you are seeing. Not one man dying. The system cracking open. Every body you filled was a jar, and you have no idea how much pressure each one could bear before breaking." Linnet's jaw tightened. "I know their resilience categories. Aldrich kept records. Aldrich kept guesses." Sarah's voice was flat, not angry, which made it worse. "He sorted men by observation, not by knowledge. No one has studied this, Linnet. No one has studied any of it. The court used debtors and prisoners because they could be replaced, not because anyone understood what the rot did to them when it settled." The word hung between them. Replaced. Linnet looked at Parnell's face. She had seen him at the council table 3 days ago, broad-shouldered, white-haired, arguing grain allotments with the confidence of a man who had never been asked to carry a king's death in his blood. "Where is the ledger?" Sarah said. Linnet felt the weight of the black book in her coat pocket. "I need to see the names," Sarah said. "Every name you wrote, every dose you gave, the timing, the sequence, the order of transfer. If the rot is synchronizing across hosts, there will be a pattern. The pattern will tell us how to stop it." "And then?" And then we end it, patient by patient, dose by dose. We draw the rot back out of the living and let the dead stay dead. And we stop the system before it kills everyone who was in that room. Linnet's hand moved to her pocket. Her fingers brushed the worn leather cover. The system is the only thing keeping the succession stable, she said. If I start drawing rot out of the court, the balance shifts. Rakes will move. The Regency block will fracture. Esme will be exposed. Esme is already exposed. Sarah's voice cracked, just slightly. The rot knows her blood. You told me that yourself. It will find her whether the system holds or not. And when it does, the only question is whether you have weakened it enough to save her or strengthened it enough to devour her. Linnet's hand stayed on the book. I will not give you the ledger. Sarah stared at her. Then you are choosing this, she said slowly. Not because you have no other path, because you have decided the system is worth the bodies it costs to maintain. I am choosing the only path that keeps Esme alive long enough to take the throne. You are choosing the path that keeps you in control. The words hit like a blade slipped between ribs. Linnet felt them settle, felt the truth in them, and did not flinch. Maybe, she said, but I am the only one in this room who has held 87 doses of the rot in her own hands and walked away alive. I am the only one who understands how it moves, how it learns, how it finds its way through blood and proximity. If I give you the ledger, you will burn it. You will try to undo what I did. And in trying to undo it, you will spread the rot further than I ever could. Sarah's face went pale. You do not know that. I know you, Sarah. You taught me that mercy should never be used to transfer suffering into another without bearing it yourself. You would try to draw the rot into your own body, rather than let it stay in the court. And you would die. And then 85 people would still be carrying Berengar's death in their blood, and I would have no one left who remembers how to read a body the way you do. The room was very quiet. Sarah looked at Parnell's body, looked at the black threads curling from his lips, looked at Linnet with eyes that had seen 40 years of suffering and learned to recognize the exact moment when a healer stopped healing and started governing. You are not my student anymore, Sarah said. No. That is not pride I hear in your voice. It is grief. Linnet did not answer. She crossed to the door, opened it, and spoke to the steward waiting in the corridor. Have Lord Parnell's body moved to the old archive room beneath the physician's wing. Tell no one from the chapel. If the chapel asks, he died of a seizure and was buried by family request before dawn. The steward hesitated. He was a lord of the court, Physician Harrow. His family will want the rites. The rites will be performed privately, by me. Go. The steward went. Linnet turned back to the room. Sarah had not moved. She stood beside Parnell's body with her hands folded at her waist, her river-stone eyes fixed on the black threads as if she could will them back into the earth. I will stay with him until they come, Sarah said. Someone should. Linnet nodded. She stepped into the corridor. The door closed behind her. And in the silence of the stone corridor, she heard the soft sound of someone breathing in the shadows to her left. Not a servant, not a guard. The rhythm was wrong, too steady, too patient. She turned. A figure stood in the recess where the torchlight did not reach. Gray threads traced his face like veins in old marble. His eyes caught the dim light and held it without blinking. The debtor from the east gate, the one who had walked through armed men like mist. He hummed the shapeless tune, and then he spoke in that layered voice, older than it should have been, patient as rot. You are running out of time, Physician Harrow. Linnet's hand went to the signet ring. It was warm against her finger, warmer than it had been a moment ago. The debtor smiled. Not for the body in that room, for the girl in the tower. He turned and walked into the dark, and the torchlight did not follow him. Chapter 50. The workroom smelled of dust and old ink and the cold that seeped up through the archive floor. Linnet sat at the table with the black book open, the roster of 86 names spread beside it, Parnell's body 3 doors down in the dark. She had not moved since the debtor vanished. The gray-threaded face hung in her memory, the layered voice. For the girl in the tower. She was reaching for the ink when the door opened. Corin stood in the threshold. No servant, no guard. Just him in the same leather and wool he had worn to the procession. His face a mask of hard lines and something underneath, something that looked like the last ember of a fire she had helped extinguish. He closed the door behind him and laid the torn page on the table between them. The Thornwood casualty count, 43 names in her handwriting, sorted by district, each marked with a number beside it. The real one, the one she had meant to burn. Corin did not sit. "I have read it," he said, "twice. Once the night I took it, once this morning before the sun rose." Linnet said nothing. 43 names, he said. 17 captives who received wounds, 80 who received suffering from men I commanded, and at the bottom, in your hand, the words, "Command structure preserved." His voice was flat, careful. The voice of a man who had been holding something heavy for too long and had not yet decided where to set it down. "I need you to tell me the version of this I can still carry," he said, "before someone else forces it into the open." The room was very still. Linnet looked at the page, looked at the names she had written in the field tent at Thornwood, her hand steady, her stomach hollow, the torchlight throwing shadows across the canvas while men bled in rows outside. "I did it to save the army," she said. "I know. Then what version is there to give you?" Corin's jaw tightened. He did not look at the page. He looked at her. "The version where you tell me it cost you something," he said. "The version where you say you would not do it again if you had another choice. The version where I can still see the woman I thought I knew underneath the weight of what she has become." Linnet's hand moved to the signet ring. It was warm. Not hot, just warm, as if it had been held too close to a flame that had already burned out. "I would do it again," she said. The words came out before she could stop them. She saw something in his face shift, a door closing that she had not even realized was still open. "If I had to choose between the command structure and 43 named prisoners," she said, "I would choose the command structure, every time. Because choosing the prisoners would have meant the army collapses, the frontier collapses, and the number of dead becomes hundreds, not dozens. That is the arithmetic I was given. That is the arithmetic I used." Corin's hands stayed at his sides. "In the court," he said, "the 87 names in your book, was that the same arithmetic?" Linnet's voice wanted to break. She would not let it. "Yes. The same arithmetic that told you to put rot into women who have never held a sword, into clerks, into stewards, into a child's lady-in-waiting, into anyone who was in the room when the king died." The silence stretched. "I wanted you to prove I was wrong," Corin said quietly. "I came here wanting you to give me a reason to burn this page." He touched the torn paper with 2 fingers, but he did not pick it up. "And you cannot." "I can tell you the truth," Linnet said. "That is all I have left to give you. And the truth is that I do not know if there was a better choice. I only know I made the one I could live with." Corin looked at her. "Can you live with it?" The question caught her in the chest, low and sharp. She opened her mouth to answer, and then the bells began. Deep, heavy. The great bronze bell in the cathedral tower, followed by the second bell, then the third, until the whole city was ringing with the summons. The Regency bells. The call for every officer of the crown to gather at the cathedral and swear the witness oath to Princess Esme. Corin straightened. His hand closed over the torn page, lifted it, folded it once, and tucked it inside his coat. "I wanted you to prove I was wrong," he said again. He reached for the door. "Corin." He stopped, did not turn. "I am not the woman who wrote those names," Linnet said. "I am the woman who kept writing them. There is a difference, and it is the only thing I have left that still feels like a choice." He stood in the doorway a long moment, then he walked out. The door did not close. It hung open, the corridor beyond empty, the bells still ringing, the sound of them filling the stone like a heartbeat that would not stop. Linnet sat alone at the table, the black book open, the roster of the living beside it. And somewhere in the cathedral, a girl in a plain wool dress would kneel and swear to carry the weight her father had laid down, not knowing she already stood in the shadow of the same rot that had killed him. The debtor's words came back, running out of time for the girl in the tower. Linnet looked at her hands. The signet ring gleamed in the candlelight, warmer than it had been a moment ago. Chapter 51. The cathedral's bronze doors closed behind Linnet and shut out the sound of rain against the morning stones, but not the tremor she had carried across the threshold. The nave stretched ahead in gray light, candles burning in iron stands, the smell of old incense and wet wool settling into every breath. Courtiers packed the side aisles. Officers of the crown stood in ordered rows before the raised dais where the Regency throne waited, smaller than the king's seat, draped in black velvet and crowned with a single stag banner. Esme knelt before the altar. She had not turned when the doors closed. Her dark head was bent, her hands clasped, her plain wool dress the only thing about her that still looked like a child's garment. No jewels, no crown, just a girl praying to a god who had already taken her father. Linnet took her place among the physicians' tier, third row from the front, where she could see the faces of the kneeling lords. Lord Reller stood to her left, his shoulders braced too tightly, sweat standing on his temples despite the cold. Lady Orris touched the base of her throat as if something crawled beneath her collar. Steward Rennick kept his gaze fixed on the altar stones, his jaw working on nothing. 13 she had counted in the procession. 13 she could see now, scattered through the nave like threads waiting to pull tight. The Archbishop raised his voice over the assembled silence. "We gather in the sight of God and the crown to witness the oath of succession. Let all who hold allegiance to the throne of Marofel kneel and speak." The rustle of fabric, the creak of old knees on stone. Esme rose. She turned. Her face was composed. Her gray eyes moved across the assembly with a steadiness that did not belong to 11 years. She looked at no one and everyone, and when she spoke, her voice carried to the furthest pillar. "I, Esme of House Berengar, do swear before God and this realm to bear the weight of Marofel as my father bore it before me. I will defend its borders with my breath. I will judge its disputes with my conscience. I will serve its people with my life. So witness the crown, so witness the court." The Archbishop lifted the Regency circlet, plain silver set with a single river stone, and placed it on her dark hair. It was too large. It sat crooked on her brow, and she did not adjust it. "Let the witness oath begin," the Archbishop said. "By rank and office, let each sworn agent of the crown come forward and place their hand upon the altar. Let them swear to serve the Regency until the heir comes of age." Lord Rakes moved first. He walked the length of the nave with perfect composure, his shoulder no longer twitching, his face arranged into something appropriate for ceremony. He knelt before the altar, placed his hand flat on the stone, and spoke the oath without hesitation. "I, Tivon Rakes, do swear fealty to the Regency of Princess Esme, my hand, my house, my accounts." Linnet watched his back as he rose, watched the way his fingers curled at his sides, watched him step aside and take his place among the Treasury ministers without looking at her. Lady Quist followed, then Mallender, then Corin. Corin's oath was the shortest. "I, Corin Bly, do swear, my sword, my men, my honor." He did not look at Linnet when he said it. The line moved. Names and titles she had written into her black book passed before the altar and placed their hands on the cold stone. Clec Valan, Sturielt, Lady Vanik, Chextukile. Each one kneeling, each one swearing, each one carrying a measure of the king's rot in their blood. Linnet counted them as they passed. 86 names on her roster, 86 bodies carrying Berengar's legacy. And in the nave, one by one, they knelt and swore to a child who did not know what they carried. The Archbishop read the next name. Lord Harville. A heavy-set man with gray in his beard stepped forward. Linnet did not know him well. He sat on the Trade Council, kept his head down, voted with Rakes on most matters. She had not dosed him heavily. Category D, Aldrich's ledger had said. Low risk. Lord Harville knelt. He placed his hand on the altar stone, and his arm began to shake. It started in the fingers, a fine tremor that traveled up his wrist to his elbow, his shoulder, his jaw. His mouth opened. No sound came out. "A convulsion," someone whispered. "He has fits," someone said. Lord Harville's back arched. The oath broke in his throat and became a wet sound, a cough, a choke, something thick rising past his lips. He fell sideways off the altar step, his hand still reaching, his fingers scraping the stone as if he could pull himself back to the words he had not finished. The black threads came out of his mouth first, then his nose, then his eyes. The nave contracted, a woman screamed, several men stumbled backward, and the space around Lord Harville's body emptied like a stone dropped into water, leaving him alone on the floor with the threads crawling across his skin, reaching for warmth, reaching for the next living vessel. He was not dead. His chest still moved, his mouth still shaped one word, over and over. No sound now, just the shape of it, the name carved into his throat by the rot that was blooming through him. Berengar. The Archbishop's voice cracked. Guards! Guards, clear the— No. Esme's voice cut through the chaos. She had not moved from the dais. The Regency circlet still sat crooked on her brow. Her gray eyes were fixed on Lord Harville's body, on the black threads that crawled across his skin, on the name his mouth kept shaping. "He is calling for my father," she said. "Let him finish." The nave held its breath. Lord Harville's chest rose once, twice, a third time, shallow, almost nothing. Then still. The black threads stopped moving. The silence stretched. Esme looked at the body at her feet, looked at the court that had watched a man die in the middle of her oath ceremony, black corruption spilling from his face while he whispered the king's name, looked at the faces of the lords who knew exactly what they carried, because she saw their fear now. She saw the way Reller's hand pressed against his own chest, the way Lady Oris stared at her own fingers as if expecting threads to burst through the nails. She did not ask what it meant. She did not ask why. She looked at the Archbishop and said, "Continue the oath." The Archbishop's mouth opened, closed. He looked at the body, at the threads, at the child queen who stood above both, as if death were an inconvenience she had been trained to ignore. "Continue," Esme said again. "I will not be interrupted by illness." Linnet's hand moved to her pocket. The black book was there, the roster, the names. And somewhere behind her, in the shadows between pillars, a figure stood where no one stood. Gray-threaded lines like veins in old marble, watching the child on the dais with eyes that held no warmth. The debtor did not speak. He did not move. But Linnet felt his gaze like a hand on her spine, and she knew, with a certainty that sat cold in her chest, that the girl in the tower was not the only one running out of time. The ring on her finger burned, not warm, burning. And Lord Harville's body lay at the foot of the altar with black threads still wet on his lips, the first of them to die in front of the throne, and no one in the nave dared ask how many more would follow. Chapter 52. The body was still warm when they carried it out. Two stewards in cathedral livery lifted Lord Harville by the shoulders and ankles, black threads still wet on his lips, dripping a thin trail across the stone as they moved him toward the side door. The nave did not breathe. The court watched the trail darken and dry, watched the steward's boots step around it, watched the Archbishop wipe his mouth with a shaking hand and turn back to the altar. Esme stood where she had been standing. The Regency circlet had not shifted. Her gray eyes had not left the spot where Lord Harville had fallen. She looked at the empty space as if memorizing its shape, as if the stain on the stone were a lesson she intended to keep. "The oath," she said. The Archbishop's voice cracked on the next name. The ceremony continued. Linnet did not move from her place in the physician's tier. Her hand was pressed against her pocket where the black book sat. 86 names reduced to 85, and the ring on her finger had not stopped burning. The debtor was gone. She had looked for him after Lord Harville fell, after the threads stopped moving, after Esme spoke the word "continue" in a voice that did not belong to a child. The shadows between the pillars were empty. The gray-threaded figure had vanished like smoke through a cracked window, and she did not know whether that was relief or the prelude to worse. The last oath was sworn. The Archbishop blessed the Regency. Esme turned from the altar and walked down the center of the nave alone, circlet crooked, gray eyes fixed on the great doors ahead, and the court parted around her like water around a blade. The council chamber convened within the hour. Linnet arrived before the stewards finished lighting the candles, found her seat at the long table, set the black book flat in front of her. She did not open it. She did not need to. The names were already warm on her tongue, 85 of them, each one a vessel that could crack the way Lord Harville had cracked, black threads erupting from a face she had not bothered to learn. Mallender entered second, took his place at her right. His face was unreadable, the burned scar on his jaws silver in the candlelight, his gray eyes moving across the empty chairs as if counting the living. Rakes came in behind him. He did not sit. He stood at the foot of the table, silk-soft voice carrying through the chamber, before Mallender could call the session to order. "We have a body still warm in the cathedral mortuary," Rakes said, black threads in his mouth, black rot in his blood, and the woman who distributed that rot sits at the head of our council table. The room went still. The council members who had filtered in behind him froze in their chairs. Lady Quist, gray wool and honey perfume, did not move. Corin, standing by the window with his back to the room, did not turn. Linnet kept her hands flat on the black book. "Lord Harville received the same dose as everyone in this room," she said. "If you believe I killed him deliberately, you are calling for an investigation into yourself." Rakes smiled. It did not reach his eyes. "I am calling for a Treasury audit of the Crown Sick Room's medical accounts," he said. "Every transfer recorded since your arrival, every prisoner, every debtor, every village that lost its healer to a palace summons and never saw her return." He pulled a folded paper from his coat and laid it on the table. "I have the requisition records from the quartermaster's office. 23 debtors in your first month, 40 prisoners at Thornwood, and now 87 lords and ministers carrying a dead king's corruption in their blood because you decided we could bear what he could not." His voice did not rise. It did not need to. "That is not medicine. That is assassination by ledger." Mallender moved before Linnet could answer. He did not stand, did not raise his voice, simply leaned forward and placed his ink-stained fingers on the table between them. "The Crown Sick Room has operated under royal seal for 3 generations, he said. "If you want to audit it, you will need a Regency order signed by the child who watched a man die at her feet and ordered the ceremony to continue. Are you prepared to explain to Esme why you want to investigate the same procedure that kept her father alive long enough to secure her succession?" Rakes did not flinch. "I'm prepared to explain to her why the woman who calls herself a healer left a trail of bodies from Marrowfell to Gathrim and calls it mercy." The silence stretched. Linnet looked at Rakes and saw what he was doing. Not revenge, not justice. He was measuring the room, testing who would flinch, who would step forward, who would step back. He was using Lord Harville's death to force a vote, to force her onto a defensive she could not hold, because every answer she gave would cost her one more ally. She looked at the folded paper on the table. "You have requisition records," she said. "I have a grain diversion ledger kept by your Treasury clerk Hedrick Solo, detailing every shipment rerouted from the eastern granaries before winter shortages were announced." Rakes' smile did not change, but his hand moved, a fraction, toward the paper, then away. "Grain diversion is a trade matter," he said. "Dead lords are a Regency crisis." "Dead lords are a symptom," Linnet said. "And I have been watching you since the night you called the rot mine in the funeral procession. You knew what it was before I distributed it. You knew what it would do. And you waited for the first death to use it against me." She stood, the chair scraped against the stone. "Audit the Crown Sick Room," she said. "I will open every ledger, every record, every name I have written since I arrived in Gathrim. And when you finish reading my accounts, I will open Hedrick Solo's cabinet and show the council where your treasury has been sending grain while the eastern districts prepare for famine." She held his gaze, the chamber held its breath, and Rakes, for the first time, looked at her as if she were not a piece on his board. The council recessed without a vote. Mallender caught her arm in the corridor, his grape harder than she had expected, his gray eyes close to hers. "You do not have the grain ledger," he said. "I have Gethin," she said. "He knows where it is." "Knowing and holding are not the same. Then I will hold it before the next council session." He studied her face. The ink stains on his fingers, the silver in his hair, the thin burn scar that caught the candlelight as he released her arm and stepped back. "You are making enemies faster than you are making allies," he said. "I am learning from the best." He did not answer. He walked away, his footsteps fading down the corridor, and Linnet stood alone in the candlelight with 85 names in her pocket and a burning ring on her finger, and the certainty that rakes would not wait for the next council session to strike. She turned toward the Treasury wing and found Corin standing in the doorway behind her. He did not speak. He did not move. His brown eyes held hers for a long moment, and then he held out his hand. In it was the Thornwood casualty page, folded, creased, damp at the edges, as if he had been carrying it pressed against his chest for hours. "I have been trying to decide what to do with this," he said. His voice was quiet, flat, the voice of a man who had used up all his feeling on an earlier hour and had nothing left but the words. "Rakes does not know I have it," he said. "Mirelle does. She sent me a note an hour ago, offering to buy it at a price I could not refuse." Linnet's throat closed. "What did you tell her?" "Nothing." He held the page out. "Take it. Burn it. Keep it. I do not care anymore." She looked at the paper in his hand, the names she had written at Thornwood, the casualty counts sorted by district, the evidence that could destroy her, now offered back by the man she had lost. "Why?" she said. "Because if I give it to Rakes, he will use it to kill you, and if I keep it, I will have to choose between loving you and telling the truth." He let the page fall from his fingers. It landed on the stone between them. "And I have already lost both." Chapter 53. The Thornwood page lay on the stone between them. Linnet bent and picked it up. The paper was soft from moisture, the ink smudged at the edges where Corin's hands had held it too long. 43 names. 43 casualties sorted by district. Her handwriting, her arithmetic, her choice. She folded it and slid it into her coat. Corin watched her. His face told her nothing. His hands hung empty at his sides. "Where will you go now?" she asked. "To find a reason to stay?" He turned and walked down the corridor. His footsteps faded into the echo of the cathedral bells still ringing in her memory, and then there was only silence and the candlelight and the burning ring on her finger. She did not follow him. She walked to the workroom instead, locked the door, and spread the torn page flat on the table beside the black book and the hidden note Mallender had sewed into the binding. 85 names in the roster, 43 names on the Thornwood page. 128 lives she had ridden into suffering, and she could still feel each one at the edge of her awareness, a low hum that never stopped, like the distant vibration of a struck bell long after the sound died. She set the candle closer and read Mallender's warning again. "The rot knows its lineage. It will seek reunion through the nearest kin. Vessels should never be children of the same root." Nearest kin. She had read the words a dozen times and understood them only as warning about Esme. The rot would seek her because she was Berengar's blood. That was the danger. That was why the candle flame had bent toward the girl in the council chamber. That was why the debtor watched her with eyes that held no warmth. But the note said more than that. Vessels should never be children of the same root. Not one vessel, not one root. Linnet pulled the roster of 85 names toward her and read them not as individuals, but as a map. Lords, ministers, clerks, stewards, courtiers who sat in the same chambers, ate at the same tables, breathed the same air, shared the same bloodlines through marriage and alliance, and generations of interwoven houses. She pressed her palm to the paper. 85 doses of the same rot, pulsing with identical timing. The synchronization had felt like a failure of her technique, but Mallender's note, the synchronization, the debtor's appearance, the warning about Esme, they were not separate threads. They were one thread. The rot was not trying to escape. It was trying to join. Linnet stood so fast the chair scraped against the stone. She paced the length of the workroom, her hands pressed to her temples, the ring burning against her skin like a brand. 37 years of mercy records. 4 generations of ledgers. The sealed vessel system, the prisoner transfers, the debtor contracts, the district calls, all designed to keep the rot separate, distributed, contained in bodies that never touched, never mingled, never formed a chain. And she had done the opposite. She had placed the rot into the court, into men and women who sat in the same chamber, breathed the same air, shared the same stress and fear and proximity. She had created the one condition the old system was designed to prevent: a living chain. She stopped pacing. The candle flame flickered, and a scream tore through the palace. It came from the east tower. Esme. Linnet ran. She took the stairs 2 at a time, her boots slipping on the worn stone, the black book pressed against her ribs, the ring blazing against her finger with every pulse of her heart. The corridor blurred past her. Guards shouted behind her. She did not stop. She reached the tower door and found it already open. Esme stood in the center of the chamber, her nightgown soaked through, her gray eyes wide and unseeing, her mouth open in a scream that did not stop. Her hands were clawed at her chest. Her body shook with a violence that did not belong to a child. Sarah was already there, her gray streaked hair loose, her hands on Esme's shoulders, her voice cutting through the noise. "Linnet, now!" Linnet crossed the room in 3 strides and took Esme's face in her hands. The girl's skin was cold, too cold, and beneath it, Linnet felt the rot pulsing not as a single dose but as something that stretched beyond the room, beyond the tower, beyond the child who should never have carried it. Esme's scream stopped. Her eyes focused, and she said, in a voice that was not entirely her own, "They are burning." "Who?" Linnet said. "Lord Reller, Lady Oris, the steward with the red collar. 3 men in the west wing. Their spines are on fire." Linnet's hands went still. Reller, Oris, Rennick. All 3 were in the west wing. All 3 carried doses of Berengar's rot. All 3 were 40 paces from the nearest kin of the root. She looked at Esme's face. The girl was not in pain. She was feeling their pain. The rot had found its chain. Chapter 54. The chamber had become a sick room again. Linnet knelt on the stone floor with Esme's body braced against her chest. The girl's spine curved like a bowstring pulled past endurance. Sarah worked opposite her, rough hands moving over Esme's wrists, her throat, the hollow behind her knees, pressing, reading, muttering prayers Linnet had not heard since Mirelle. "Hold her head steady." Linnet cupped Esme's jaw. The girl's skin was cold, but the rot beneath it burned, a current that jumped and scattered under Linnet's palms like something alive and panicked. "She is not the vessel," Sarah said. "She is the bridge." "I know." "Then do not feed her. Do not draw toward her. You keep the rot in the chain and let it pass through without settling." Linnet had never done that before. Mercy was transfer, not channeling. You moved suffering from one container into another. You did not let it flow like water through a sluice. But Esme was not asking to carry. She was asking to be held open so the rot could move past her, through her, into whatever waited on the other side of the chain. Sarah produced a clay jar from her satchel, the kind Linnet had not seen since the village infirmary, wide-mouthed and unglazed, the rim stained with old wax. "Where did you get that?" "Brought it from the chapel. The old sisters still make them." Sarah pressed the jar against Esme's sternum, and Linnet felt the rot shift, a fraction of its weight dragging toward the fired clay like water seeking a crack in the dam. The old sealing method, crude, temporary, but it bought time. "Talk to me," Sarah said. "Tell me what you feel in her spine." Linnet closed her eyes and let her hands find the map of Esme's back, the thread of each vertebra, the spaces where the rot had pooled and thickened. She traced the pattern with her fingertips, naming each node as she found it. Tempford on the left, the junction where the chain bends toward Reller. She feels his hips burning, not his spine. The dose settled lower in him. Sarah adjusted the jar's angle. "What else?" "Rennick. She feels his jaw. The rot reached his skull before she stopped it." "How?" Linnet opened her eyes. "I do not know. She is doing something I cannot teach. She is holding the chain open without becoming its anchor." Sarah's hands paused. Then she said softly, "Berengar's blood had gifts beyond mercy." The words settled between them like a stone dropped into deep water. Linnet had known the king shared her ability. She had not considered that Esme might carry something else entirely. Not transfer, not reception, but a different branch of the same root. "Keep talking," Sarah said. "Do not stop reading her." Linnet worked her way down Esme's spine, naming each node, each pulse of heat, each point where the rot had tried to settle and Esme had pushed it through. Sarah followed with the clay jar, pressing it to the places Linnet named, drawing the excess into the porous walls of the old vessel. For an hour, they moved like that, teacher and apprentice, hands finding rhythm without words. Sarah reached for fresh cloths, and Linnet anticipated the angle of her arm, passing her the roll before she asked. Esme's breathing slowed. The violence in her body eased from convulsion to tremor, from tremor to shiver, from shiver to stillness. The candle burned low. Linnet's arms ached. Her knees were numb against the stone. But Esme's eyes had closed and her pulse had steadied, and the rot no longer raced through her like a flood. Sarah set down the jar. "It is passing through her," she said. "She is not keeping it. Can she hold it open long enough?" "That depends on how many bodies the chain has to feed through." Linnet counted. 85 names. 1 dead, 84 still carrying, and the rot was not trying to reach a single destination. It was trying to braid them all into one thread. Esme was not the target. She was the loom. "We need to break the chain," Linnet said. "We need to understand how it was made first." "I made it. I placed the doses. I chose the court." Sarah looked at her. The candlelight caught the gray in her hair, the lines around her mouth, the exhaustion she had not let herself show. "I know," she said, "but you did not make the rot want to join. That was already in it." A guard knocked at the door. Linnet did not move. Sarah rose, crossed the chamber, and spoke through the wood in a low voice. The guard answered. Sarah listened. Her shoulders tightened. When she turned back, her face was unreadable. "Lord Reller has stopped screaming." "Stopped?" "They found him sitting up in bed, his eyes open, his mouth moving. He is writing something on the wall with his own blood." Linnet rose. Esme stirred behind her, a thin sound, not quite awake. "Do not leave her," Linnet said. "I was not planning to." Sarah returned to Esme's side and took the girl's hand. The gesture was so familiar, so practiced, that Linnet felt the old grief rise in her chest, the memory of being the one who sat beside Sarah's table, waiting for direction. She crossed to the door. "I will come back." "I know." Linnet opened the door and stepped into the corridor. The guard waited, pale, his hand on his sword hilt. Behind her, she heard Sarah begin to hum, a low, shapeless tune she had not heard since she was 12 years old, the song Sarah sang when a patient was too far gone for medicine and all that remained was company. She walked toward the west wing, and 3 steps from the tower door, she felt it. The signet ring went cold. Not cool, not warm, cold, as if the metal had been plunged into winter water, and beneath the cold, a pulse, identical to the one she had felt in Esme's spine, in Reller's hips, in Rennick's jaw. The rot was not finding the chain. It had already found it. And the cold ring meant the chain had found her, too. Chapter 55. The cold spread up Linnet's arm like water finding the path of least resistance. She stopped in the corridor, 3 steps from the tower door, and pressed her palm flat against the stone wall. The ring pulsed once, twice. A rhythm she recognized from Esme's spine, from Reller's hips, from Rennick's jaw. The chain had her. She could feel it now, a low thrum beneath her breastbone, not pain, but the shape of pain waiting to arrive. 84 bodies, 1 thread. She was no longer the woman who assigned the doses. She was one of the knots. Footsteps approached from the opposite end of the corridor. Mallender. He moved fast for a man his age, his silver temple hair catching the torchlight, his ink-stained fingers wrapped around a leather portfolio. He stopped when he saw her pressed against the wall, reading her face in a single glance. "You felt it," he said. "The chain found me. The chain found everyone. The question is whether the court knows yet." He did not offer comfort. He never did. He offered information, which she had learned to value more. "Reller is writing on the walls with his blood," she said. "I know. I came from there." "What is he writing?" Mallender's jaw tightened. The thin burn scar along his right cheek caught the light. Names, districts, numbers he should not know. He is reciting the casualty ledger from Thornwood as if he were there. Linnet pushed off the wall, her legs held. I need to see him. You need to do something else first. He opened the portfolio and pulled out a folded map, cheap parchment, freshly inked. It showed the lower levels of the palace, the archive rooms, the wine cellar, and something else. A corridor that branched east beneath the old chapel foundations. What is this? The private infirmary, Mallender said. I had it prepared while you were with the princess. Linnet stared at the map. The infirmary sat beneath the old archive rooms, accessible through a passage she had never noticed, a space the size of the great hall's undercroft. You built an infirmary without telling me. I built it for you. The marked courtiers cannot be seen failing in public. Lord Harvard died in the nave during a regency oath. One more public collapse and the succession fractures, the border dukes move, and Rakes takes control of every relief route in the realm. So you hide them. So you triage them. Mallender's pale gray eyes held hers. The same arithmetic you used at Thornwood, the same ledger, the same decisions. Only now the patients are the ones who decide policy, and how much pain they can carry while still ruling determines how long the kingdom holds together. She wanted to argue. The words formed in her throat, sharp and clean. I am not doing this again. I am not sorting suffering by rank. But the cold ring pulsed against her finger, and she could feel Reller's burning hips beneath her own skin, and she knew she had already crossed this line the moment she placed the first microdose into the first courtier. Take me there. Mallender turned without another word. They walked through the archive corridor, past the locked door where Berengar's ledgers still sat on their shelves, past the wine cellar where the blackened steel key had been found. Mallender stopped at a section of wall that looked like solid stone, pressed his palm to a seam, and a door swung inward on oiled hinges. The stairwell descended 20 steps into torchlight. The air changed. Cooler, thicker. A smell of clean linen and lime wash, and something metallic underneath, the copper tang of old blood. The infirmary spread before her like a field hospital carved into the palace's bones. 12 beds, 12 narrow frames arranged in 2 rows, each with a linen curtain that could be drawn for privacy. A work table ran along the far wall, stacked with bandages, clay jars, and a fresh ledger book with blank pages waiting to be filled. Lamps burned at even intervals, casting steady light without shadows. Linnet counted the beds again. 12. There are 84 marked courtiers still living, she said. These are not for all of them. These are for the ones whose pain will break them before the rot does. Reller, Rennick, Lady Oris, the 4 council members who carry the heaviest doses, the ones whose judgment must remain intact through the next 6 weeks. And the others? They manage at home, in their chambers, in the corridors. They come to you when the dose spikes, you give them measured relief, and they return to their duties. She had done this before, in the frontier camp, in the Thornwood stockade, sorting men by how much agony they could carry and still fight. The thought settled in her stomach like cold lead. A movement at the far end of the infirmary caught her eye. A linen curtain stirred, and a figure stepped out. Young, sandy-haired, wearing an orderly's apron over a clerk's shirt. He carried a basin of water and a roll of clean cloth. This is Renford, Mallender said. He will assist you. He asks no questions and repeats nothing. Renford nodded once. His eyes were steady, unafraid. Linnet walked down the row of beds, reading the names written on small chalkboards at the foot of each frame. Reller, Rennick, Oris, Bartram. Havel's name was still there, crossed out with a single line. She reached the last bed in the second row and stopped. No name. The chalkboard was blank, but the bed was prepared. Fresh linen, clean pillows, a clay jar of relief water on the bedside table, the same preparation she used for the worst cases. This bed is ready, she said. Mallender came to stand beside her. Yes. For whom? He did not answer immediately. He looked at the empty bed, then at her, and something moved behind his pale eyes that she could not read. Lord Rakes sent a request through my steward an hour ago. Not an admission of pain, a request for a private consultation. Tonight. The cold ring pulsed. He has not bloomed, Linnet said. His shoulder twitched in the procession. Nothing more. He is Treasury Minister. He will not show weakness until the weakness is the only card he has left. She looked at the empty bed, the fresh linen, the waiting jar. For 3 years, Lord Tivon Rakes had measured human worth in efficiencies. He had pushed for Mercy to fall under Treasury control. He had watched her across council tables with silk-voiced patience and hunger in his small teeth. And now his body carried the same rot that had killed Berengar, and he needed her. The power in that knowledge was cold and sharp and tasted like iron. When is he coming? Midnight. He will use the garden entrance. No one will see him. Linnet set her hand on the empty bed frame. The wood was warm, as if someone had already lain there, as if the room itself knew who the bed was waiting for. I will be ready. Mallender studied her for a long moment. Then he said quietly, This is the part of the work I never taught you. The part where you decide how much mercy to give an enemy, knowing the relief you offer will also make them dependent. You taught me that the first night in the king's chamber. You showed me a condemned man and told me suffering could be measured. I showed you triage. You learned dependence on your own. He turned and climbed the stairs without looking back. Linnet stayed at the empty bed, the cold ring pulsing against her finger, counting the minutes until midnight, when Lord Tivon Rakes would walk through the garden entrance and ask her for a mercy he had never offered anyone else. Behind her, Renford began arranging bandages in even stacks, asking no questions, repeating nothing, as if this hidden infirmary had always existed, as if she had always been the woman who sorted suffering by rank in the dark beneath the palace. The ring pulsed again, and somewhere in the west wing, she felt Reller's hand moving across the wall, writing Thornwood's numbers in his own blood, completing a record she had tried to burn. Chapter 56. The hidden infirmary breathed. Linnet stood at the work table with her back to the empty bed, arranging jars in rows she did not need to arrange. The cold ring pulsed against her finger in steady intervals, counting something she could not name. Above her, the palace continued its night rhythm. Footsteps. Distant laughter. The shift change at the east gate. Renford had lit 3 oil lamps and positioned them so the light fell evenly across the 12 beds. He worked without sound, stacking bandages, checking the seal on the clay jar of relief water, adjusting a pillow that did not need adjusting. His hands were steady. His eyes never lingered on her face. The stairwell door opened. Not a knock, no announcement, just the sound of the latch lifting and the hinges turning, as if whoever had come knew the door would be unlocked. Lord Tivon Rakes descended into the infirmary alone. He had shed the court sock. Instead, he wore a plain dark coat and boots muddied at the heels, the kind of clothes a man chose when he did not want to be recognized. His face was the color of old tallow, and sweat glistened along his hairline despite the cold air rising from the stone floor. He stopped at the bottom of the stairs and looked at the room, at the beds, at Renford, at her. You built this, he said. Mallender built it. For you. She did not answer. Rakes walked past the first row of beds without looking at them. His gait was careful, measured, the stride of a man who did not trust his own body to hold him. He stopped at the work table and set both hands on its surface, fingers spread, as if he needed the wood to keep him upright. I have not told anyone I am here. I assumed. If my absence is noted, I will say I was reviewing grain ledgers in the Treasury office. You are not required to account for yourself to me, Lord Rakes. His mouth moved into something that was not quite a smile. That is the first time you have called me by my title without irony. He pulled back the sleeve of his coat and showed her his forearm. The black threads were there, not many, a tracery of fine lines climbing from his wrist toward the inner elbow, barely visible against the skin, but unmistakable once she saw them. The pattern was delicate, almost ornamental, like veins drawn in ink by a steady hand. It started 3 days ago, he said. I thought it was dirt. I scrubbed it. It came back darker. Linnet set her hand flat on the work table, palm up. An invitation. A test. Rakes looked at her hand for a long breath. Then he laid his arm across her palm, his skin cold and damp, the black threads pulsing with the same rhythm she felt in her ring. She closed her eyes and read him. The dose was sitting in his ribs, curled like an animal waiting for spring. It had not bloomed yet, not fully, but it was growing. Every heartbeat fed it, every breath gave it purchase. She could feel the edges of it reaching toward his lungs, his spine, the soft tissue behind his eyes. She opened her eyes. "You have time. Weeks, not days. But the dose is spreading. I know. If I take it out completely, the shock will kill you. The rot has been inside you long enough that your body has begun depending on its presence. Removing it all at once would collapse your organs." Rake's jaw tightened. "Then do not remove it all at once. Partial relief, measured doses. You will need to return. Every few days at first, then more frequently as the rot learns to compensate. And if I do not return? Then, within a month, you will begin coughing black threads. Within 6 weeks, you will be dead. Your mouth will shape Berengar's name as you go, and the last thing you see will be your own blood turning to ink on the floor." He held her gaze. His hand did not tremble. "Then give me the relief." Linnet reached for the clay jar. She poured a thin stream of the preparation into a clean cup, then added a measured amount of clear spirit from a bottle Renford had placed on the shelf. She stirred it once with her finger and held it out. Rakes took the cup. His fingers brushed hers, cold and deliberate. "You are not going to tell me what is in it." "No." "You are not going to tell me how long it will hold." "No." He drank. The effect was immediate. His shoulders dropped. The tension around his mouth softened. He set the cup down, and for a moment, just a moment, his face was young again, unmarked by the arithmetic that had carved lines into his brow. Then he straightened, and the Treasury Minister gurmed. "I have a proposal," he said. "I assumed that as well." Rakes reached into his coat and produced a folded sheet of paper. He laid it on the work table, smoothed it flat with the heel of his hand. Columns of numbers, grain yields, transport costs, district population figures. "Winter will be hard," he said. "The harvest was thin, and the grain I diverted was meant to keep the army fed through the spring campaigns. If I release those stores now, the soldiers will starve by planting season. If I do not release them, the cities will riot by midwinter. You are asking me to choose which population starves. I am asking you to help me choose which population starves less." He tapped the paper. "I can offer you grain, enough to supplement the hospital stores and the abbey kitchens for 3 months. But in exchange, I want access to your ledger." Linnet's hand stilled on the work table. "You want to classify recipients by civic value. I want Treasury to have a voice in how the mercy is distributed. Not control, a voice. You decide who receives. I help you decide who can be saved without breaking the kingdom. You want a triage by tax contribution. I want a triage by survival value." He leaned forward, his voice dropping. "You and I both know that not every noble in this court is worth saving. Some of them are parasites. Some of them would bleed the realm dry for another year of comfort. If we work together, we can ensure the rot settles where it does the least harm." The cold ring pulsed. "And if I refuse?" Rakes looked at her. His eyes were flat, unreadable. The eyes of a man who had spent 20 years measuring losses against gains. "Then I walk up those stairs, and I tell the council that Physician Harrow is running a secret infirmary beneath the archive rooms, treating marked courtiers in the dark, and that she has not reported the full scope of the rot bloom to the regent. Esme knows. Esme knows there is a sickness. She does not know you are the one who decides who lives." The air between them held. Linnet looked at the paper on the table. The columns of numbers, the districts named in neat ink, the same kind of arithmetic Mallender had shown her on the first night in the king's chamber, the arithmetic of bearable loss. "I will not give you the ledger," she said. Rakes did not move. "But I will share my assessments with you, by district, by class, by the civic weight of the infected household." He studied her for a long moment. "That is not what I asked for. It is what I am offering." He was silent. Then he picked up the paper, folded it, and tucked it back into his coat. "I will send a clerk with the grain allocation by morning." He turned toward the stairs, then he stopped. "Linnet," She did not answer. He did not turn around. He stood with his hand on the railing, his back to her, his voice low enough that Renford, at the far end of the room, could not have heard. Kingdoms always keep duplicate records. He climbed the stairs. The door closed. The latch fell. Linnet stood at the work table with her hands flat on the wood, the cold ring pulsing, and the weight of what he had said settling into her chest like lead. Duplicate records. Reller was writing Thornwood's numbers on the wall in his own blood, reciting a ledger from memory. If the rot could remember, it could record. And if it could record, then somewhere, in some form, the full list of every mercy transfer ever performed, every body used and discarded, every district culled and blessed and bled, was still written in the bones of the people who carried Berengar's rot. The hidden infirmary waited. The beds waited. And somewhere in the palace, in stone and ink and blood, the second record was already being written. Chapter 57. She climbed the stairs from the infirmary with Rake's warning still coiling in her chest. Duplicate records. The phrase followed her through the empty corridors, past the guard who nodded without meeting her eyes, past the guttering torch that spat resin onto the stone. The palace was settling into the hollow hour between midnight and dawn when even the rats paused between walls. She did not go to her chamber. She went to Berengar's. The door was unsealed now. No guard stood watch. The room had been stripped of sheets and curtains, the bed frame bare, the windows thrown open to let the rot smell air out. A servant had been through with vinegar and lye. The floor still gleamed wet in the candlelight. Linnet stood in the doorway and listened. Nothing moved. She crossed to the medicine chest where she had first seen Berengar's rot, where she had watched Mallender's clerks measure doses and record responses. The chest stood against the far wall, its brass handles tarnished, its surface marked with rings from wet cups and spilled tinctures. She pulled open the first drawer. Empty. The second. Bandages, a mortar, dried herbs crumbling to dust. The third drawer was deeper than the others. She had to reach past the back panel to feel the edge, the gap where wood met wood at an angle that did not match the drawer's frame. A false bottom. She pressed. The panel gave. Her fingers found 3 flat packets bound with red wax, stacked in the hollow space as if placed with care. She lifted them out, laid them on the bare mattress. The candlelight caught the seals. The crowned stag pressed into each disc of wax, unbroken. She turned the first packet over. No inscription, no date. She cracked the seal with her thumb. Inside, a single sheet of parchment folded into thirds. Names. Rows of them, sorted by district: Fartham Ford, Velen, Thornwood. Each name followed by a number in the same hand. She recognized the script from the archived ledgers, the same precise loops and strokes that had recorded 60 years of mercy transfers. She set the first packet aside. The second held prison names: the iron cells beneath the East Tower, the quarantine block at the river gate, the holding pens at Thornwood Camp. Each name marked with a date of intake and a date of release, but the releases had no corresponding transfer note, no destination ward, no record of survival. She set the second packet beside the first. The third packet was thinner. The wax seal bore the same crowned stag, but the parchment beneath it was yellowed, older, the edges soft with handling. The inscription on the outer fold was written in a hand she did not recognize, elderly and unsteady, the letters pressed deep as if the writer had been fighting a tremor. Harrow, her own surname. The candle flame bent toward the packet, or her hand shook. She could not tell which. She sat on the edge of Berengar's stripped bed and cracked the seal. Inside, a single name in the same elderly hand. Ilara Harrow. Beneath it, a date, 22 years ago. Beneath the date, a single line of text. Of sound mind and willing body I consent. There was no record of where the rot went, no ledger entry, no follow-up note. Just the name, the date, the consent phrase, and at the bottom of the page, a small symbol she had never seen before. A circle divided by a line that curved into a hook, like a crow's ear bent around a lock. The ring pulsed cold on her finger. She turned the packet over and found a second page, folded so tightly it had creased into itself. She worked it open with nails that left thin tears in the paper. To the physician who opens this drawer, if you have found this packet before the king's death, return it to its place. If you have found it after, you must choose whether to burn it or pursue what was started. The woman named above was not a debtor. She was not a prisoner. She was not a volunteer from a village that could not pay its tithes. She was brought to Gathrem by a clerk who told her the crown had need of a healer, and she came because she believed her gift could serve the realm without cost to others. She was wrong. If you carry the same surname, you will know why these words were left in darkness. If you do not, burn this and forget. The mercy does not end. It is only past. Linnet read the note twice. The candle guttered and steadied. She looked at the name again. Linnet Harrow. Her mother's name. Her mother, who had died of a fever in Marrowfell when Linnet was 12, who had never spoken of Gathrem, never mentioned a summons, never told her daughter that she had carried the same gift and used it under the same roof. She pressed her palm flat against the paper as if she might feel warmth, a pulse, a sign that the words were wrong. The ring pulsed, cold. She looked at the other 2 packets on the mattress, the district names, the prison names. The same system, the same arithmetic, the same bodies arranged into bearable loss. And now her mother's name, written in a trembling hand, sealed in a drawer beneath Berengar's medicine chest, left for someone to find after the king was dead. She did not know how long she sat there. The candle burned down to a nub. The wine-blue light through the windows began to pale toward gray. She folded the packet carefully, the way one handles something too fragile to survive rough hands, and tucked it into the pocket of her coat beside the black book. The other 2 packets she returned to the hollow beneath the drawer. She had a name now, and a choice the note had given her. Burn it or pursue what was started. She rose from the bed and walked out of Berengar's chamber without looking back. The corridor was empty. The torch had gone out. The first birds were calling from the eaves, thin and distant, as if they knew something about the light returning that the palace did not. She stopped in the middle of the passage and pulled the packet from her coat. Linnet Harrow. The elderly hand trembled even in stillness. Not Mallender's writing, not Berengar's. Someone else, someone who had known her mother's name and sealed it in darkness, waiting for the right physician to open the drawer. The ring pulsed, the birds kept calling, and somewhere in the palace, in stone and thread and blood, the second record was still being written. Chapter 58. She carried the packet through the empty corridor with her mother's name pressed against her ribs, past the dead torch and the first gray light bleeding through the high windows, until she reached the council chamber, where no one would find her before the day's business began. She locked the door. The room smelled of cold wax and old paper. The black book lay open on the table where she had left it, 85 names still waiting for her to decide what came next. She pushed it aside and laid the packet flat, the yellowed parchment catching the weak dawn light. Her hands were steady. She had expected them to shake, but they did not. Grief had a shape she recognized by now, a cold hollow in the chest that made everything else feel distant, like watching her own fingers move from very far away. She unfolded the second page again. The elderly hand, the trembling letters, the wording she had already memorized. If you carry the same surname, you will know why these words were left in darkness. She turned the packet over and found what she had missed in the dim candlelight of Berengar's chamber. The seal on the reverse was not the crowned stag. It was the same symbol from her mother's consent page. A circle, divided by a curved line, a crozier bent around a lock. She worked the wax loose with her thumbnail and spread the contents across the table. 3 pages. 2 covered in the same trembling hand. The third written in a cramped, precise script she recognized from the ledger archives. The hand of a clerk trained to fit many numbers into small spaces. The first page was a list. Names, dates, locations. 12 women, stretching back 60 years, each entry noting a village and a year and a single word in the margin. Survived, deceased, transferred, unknown. Ilanarewa was the 8th entry. The date matched the consent page. The margin read, deceased, natural cause, no transfer recorded. Above Ilara, 7 other women. Below her, 4 more. The last dated 15 years ago with the chilling notation, no gift detected, line presumed dormant. Linnet read the list twice before she understood what she was seeing. A breeding record. A generational tracking of women in her bloodline, monitored for the appearance of the mercy gift, recorded and filed in the same system that managed prisoners and debtors and district culls. Her fingers touched the page at the oldest name. Mirelle, year 47 of the previous dynasty's reign, survived. The same name as Mallender's sister, but written a generation before any famine, before Mallender had even been born. She pulled the second page toward her. It was a letter. The same elderly hand, but looser, as if the writer had been tired or in haste. To whoever maintains this record after me. The branch traces to a royal bastard, born in year 12 of Berengar's grandfather's reign. The mother was a kitchen girl from Farthing Ford. The child was female. She displayed the gift at age 9. The Crown sick room took no action. The branch was allowed to grow untended, on the understanding that the line would be monitored and reclaimed only if the king's bloodline failed to produce a viable vessel. Berengar's father produced 2 sons. The backup measure was never activated. I have kept this record because systems forget their own origins, and someone must remember what the Crown's sick room agreed to leave alone. The girl from Farthing Ford was my grandmother. I do not know what you will do with this information. I only know that if you are reading it, you carry the same gift she did, and the same blood, and the same claim the Crown's sick room has been tracking in secret for 3 generations. Burn it or use it, but do not pretend you found it by accident. Linnet set the letter down. 3 generations. A kitchen girl from Farthing Ford, a royal bastard, a bloodline left untended until it produced another bearer, and another, until Linnet Harrow gave birth to a daughter in Mirelle, who learned mercy at her mother's knee without knowing where the gift had come from. She looked at the 3rd page. The cramped clerk's hand, the numbers pressed tight. A single column of dates and locations, tracking one woman's movement over 2 years. Arrivals, departures, observations. Linnet Harrow, Mirelle, registered age 19. Traveled to Gathrem, met with Crown Sigroom clerk, signed consent. Assigned to Farthing Ford district for observation. Transferred to Velen district for relief rotation. Returned to Mirelle, condition deteriorating. Final entry. Deceased, natural cause. No residue detected. Infant female, Linnet Harrow, shows no sign of gift at time of mother's death. Recommend annual observation until age 12. Linnet read the final line 3 times. Recommend annual observation until age 12. Someone had been watching her. A clerk, a physician, whoever maintained this record had noted her birth, her mother's death, and the absence of the gift in her infant body, then scheduled annual checks to see when it would appear. She had never seen a stranger in Mirelle, never noticed anyone watching, but the record existed, precise and cold, tracking her childhood the same way the ledgers tracked prisoner transfers and district casualties. She turned the page over. A single sentence on the reverse, written in a different hand, fresher ink, the letters sharp and decisive, as if the writer had made the note in haste. The child displayed the gift at age 8. Recommend reclamation before the line produces another sealed vessel. Below it, a second note in the same sharp hand. Countermanded by order of the Chancellor. No action. Allow branch to remain dormant until crisis requires activation. The Chancellor, Mallender. He had known about her since she was 8 years old. He had known about her mother, about the bastard lineage, about the Crown sick room's generational tracking. And he had chosen to leave her in Mirelle, watching from a distance, waiting for the moment when the kingdom's need would justify reclaiming what his predecessors had agreed to leave alone. She pressed both palms flat against the pages, feeling the cold of the table through the paper. The ring pulsed on her finger. She thought of the clerk who had come to Mirelle with a sealed order. The summons she had believed was a response to Berengar's crisis, a chance encounter between a dying king and a village healer whose reputation had spread far enough to reach the capital. But there had been no chance. She had been tracked, catalogued, assessed, left dormant until the crisis required activation. The summons had been a retrieval. She looked at the first page again, the list of 12 women stretching back 60 years. Her mother's name, her own name, nowhere on the list because she had been too young, or because the record keeper had not yet updated it, or because someone had decided she should never know what the Crown's sick room had written about her before she drew her first breath. Burn it, or use it. The elderly hand had known. The clerk, the archivist, whoever maintained this secret record for 3 generations, had known that the truth would feel like a trap. She gathered the pages carefully, folded them into the packet, and tucked it into her coat beside the black book. The ring pulsed. Cold. She sat in the empty council chamber as the light grew stronger, and she thought about the kitchen girl from Farthing Ford who had never known her daughter would be tracked, and the daughter who had never known her granddaughter would be reclaimed, and the granddaughter who was now holding a record of all of them in her pocket, trying to decide whether to burn it or use it. The first bell of the day rang from the cathedral tower. She did not move. Somewhere in the west wing, Lord Reller was still writing Thornwood's numbers on the wall in his own blood, completing a record she had tried to destroy. And then somewhere in the palace, in a ledger she had not yet found, the duplicate was still being written. She had a choice now: burn the truth she had found, or pursue what was started before she was born. But the packet was warm against her ribs, and the ring was cold on her finger, and the ink would not be unwritten no matter how long she sat in the growing light. Chapter 59. The council chamber held the dawn cold the way old stone held winter. Linnet sat with the packet open before her, the list of 12 women facing the gray light, her mother's name still the only word that would not blur no matter how many times she read it. She had not moved when the first bell rang, had not moved when the footsteps passed in the corridor, had not moved when the lock clicked and the door swung open, and Mother Sarah Duchardin stepped into the chamber with riverstone eyes already fixed on the papers spread across the table. Sarah closed the door behind her. The latch settled with a sound like a held breath releasing. "Close it," she said, her voice flat. "Whatever you have found, close it before someone else walks through that door." Linnet did not close the packet. She turned it instead, letting Sarah see the first page. The list of 12 women, the 8th entry written in the same precise hand that had tracked her mother from Farthing Ford to Velen to Marrowfell to death. Sarah's face did not change, but her hand, the rough hand that had taught Linnet to set a splint and pack a wound and hold a dying man's gaze without flinching, that hand reached out and touched the edge of the page as if the paper might bore her. "You knew." Linnet's voice came out stripped of everything. No accusation, no plea, just a fact laid flat on the table between them. "You knew my mother was brought here. You knew the bloodline. You knew what the Crown sick room was tracking." Sarah pulled her hand back, drew herself to her full, small height, the gray streaked hair tight, the wool habit clean and worn. She looked older than Linnet remembered, not frailer, older, like a blade that had been sharpened too many times. "I knew your mother carried the gift," Sarah said. "I did not know she was brought here until after she returned to Marrowfell. She did not speak of it. She would not let me ask." "Then how?" "Because she came back wrong." Sarah's voice cracked on the word, the first break in her composure. "She came back hollow, Linnet. She could still heal, but she would not touch mercy, would not transfer, would not even name the gift aloud. She let the village believe she had lost it, and she let men believe she had chosen to stop." Linnet pressed her palm flat against the packet. She signed a consent form. She was told she could serve without cost to others. The note in the drawer says she was wrong. She was wrong. Sarah's eyes held hers. "She was wrong the same way you are wrong when you tell yourself the court is different from Thornwood, and Thornwood is different from the debtor cells, and every line you cross is the last one you will ever need to cross." The words landed like stones in still water. Linnet did not look away. "You saw my gift when I was a child. You watched me heal. You knew mercy did not come from common blood, and you never told me." Sarah took a long breath. The pause stretched until the silence became a third presence in the room, heavy and cold. "I hid every rumor," Sarah said, "every whisper that reached Marrowfell about a child with a healer's gift too strong for her years. I told the Abbey sisters she learned from me. I told the traveling merchants she was a prodigy with no family history. I lied to anyone who asked, and I burned the name of anyone who looked too closely. Why? Because if the court found you before you were ready, they would have taken you the same way they took her. Sarah's voice dropped. The same way they took every woman on that list. Catalogued, used, discarded, and I would have lost you before you ever learned to choose for yourself. Linnet's throat tightened. You stole the choice anyway. You kept the truth from me. You let me walk into Gathram blind, thinking I was answering a summons when I was being retrieved. Yes. Sarah met her gaze without flinching. I did, and I would do it again if it meant giving you 10 more years of freedom before the ledger swallowed you. The words hung between them, raw and unforgiven. Linnet thought of the kitchen girl from Farthing Ford who had never known her daughter would be tracked. She thought of Alara, hollow and silent, choosing to let the village believe she had lost her gift rather than speak the truth. She thought of Sarah standing between a child and the Crown sick room for a decade, burning records and turning strangers away, fighting a war no one would ever thank her for winning. She did not know whether that made Sarah a protector or a thief. Before she could speak, the door slammed open. 2 guards in royal livery hauled a man into the chamber by his collar. He was thin, past 50, with ink-stained fingers and a clerk's stooped shoulders. His lip was split. Blood traced a thin line down his chin and dripped onto his collar. The lead guard shoved him to his knees. Found him in the lower Treasury office at the second bell, Physician Harrow. He was burning papers in the grate. Linnet stood. The packet slid closed beneath her hand. Who is he? Hedrick Solo's junior ledger clerk. Name is Yarrick. The guard's jaw tightened. We pulled 3 sets of copied figures from his satchel before he could feed them all to the fire. Linnet crossed the room and crouched before the kneeling man. His eyes were red from smoke or tears, she could not tell which. His breath came in short, sharp gasps, the rhythm of a man who had been caught mid-panic and had not yet found the bottom of his fall. Who did you sell them to? She asked. Yarrick's gaze flicked to her, then away. Lord Rakes. Treasury requisition. He wanted the grain route numbers and the Mercy District assessments you had not filed yet. I copied them from the master ledger and passed them at the east gate. Rakes. Linnet's voice stayed level. And the other buyer? Yarrick's shoulders went rigid. There was someone else, she said. 3 sets of copied figures, you said. Rakes gets 1. Who gets the other 2? The clerk's mouth opened, closed, opened again. A man, he whispered. I do not know his name. He came to my room 3 nights ago and offered silver for anything related to the physician seal, the Mercy ledger, and the Harrow bloodline records. Linnet's pulse stopped, then restarted at double speed. Describe him. Tall, elderly. He walked with a stick, but the stick was not for weight. It was for show. His hands were steady. His voice was soft. Yarrick swallowed. He knew things. He knew about your mother. He knew about the Crown sick room's generational records. He asked for the numbers and the names and the dates, and he paid an old coin stamped with a symbol I did not recognize. A circle divided by a curved line, like a crozier bent around a lock. The room went cold. Linnet straightened slowly. The packet in her coat pressed against her ribs like a second heartbeat. The same symbol, the same elderly hand, the same crozier and lock that had marked her mother's consent form and sealed the hidden packet in Berengar's drawer. His name, she said. You tell me his name, or I will have the guards take your fingers one at a time until you remember it. Yarrick's face drained of color. I do not know it. He never gave it. He said I would know him when I saw him again and that I would recognize the seal when it arrived. When it arrived, where? The clerk's eyes widened. A tremor ran through his body. Not fear this time. Something deeper. Something that started in his chest and spread outward in visible waves. Black threads began to crawl from his collar. Linnet stepped back. Get the guards out, now! Sarah was already moving, reaching for the clay jar she had carried from the chapel, but the threads moved faster, climbing the clerk's throat, spilling from his lips, curling across his cheeks like cracks in a drying riverbed. Yarrick opened his mouth to speak. What came out was not a name. It was a sound that did not belong to any human voice, low and resonant, the hum of a thread stretching across a loom too wide for mortal hands to hold. And in that sound, Linnet heard something that turned her blood to frost. A woman's voice, familiar and impossible, speaking words she had never heard and recognized anyway. The mercy does not end, it is only past. Chapter 60. The woman's voice faded from Yarick's throat, leaving only the wet rasp of his breathing. Sarah had not moved. She stood frozen with the clay jar half raised, her riverstone eyes fixed on the clerk's face as if she expected Alara to surface again. Linnet's hand went to the packet in her coat, the crozier and lock seal pressed against her palm like a brand. "Who marked you?" she said. Yarick's lips trembled. Black threads clung to his lower teeth, pulsing with a rhythm that matched the ring on Linnet's finger. "I do not. You do not get to be ignorant." She grabbed his collar and pulled him upright, feeling the rot heat beneath his skin, the same synchronized pulse she had felt in the infirmary beds. "Someone put this in you. Someone knew you would be caught, knew you would speak, and made sure you would not survive the confession. Who?" His eyes rolled. "The old man, the one with the stick. He gave me wine before the first meeting, said it would steady my hands." Linnet released him and stepped back. The door opened behind her. Mallender entered with the measured tread of a man who had been listening from the corridor long enough to know exactly what he was walking into. His pale gray eyes moved from Yarick to the black threads on the floor to Sarah's unmoving hands, then settled on Linnet. "The old man," he said. "Describe him again." Yarick's voice cracked. "Tall, white-haired, show-stick with a silver head. He walked like someone who had owned every room he ever entered." "And the coin?" "Crozier and lock. Same as—" Yarick's gaze flicked to Linnet's coat pocket. "Same as the seal on the packet she carries." Mallender's expression did not change, but Linnet saw his jaw tighten, the thin burn scar pulling white at the edge. He knew the symbol. He had seen it before. "You will tell me his name," Mallender said. "I do not know it." "Then tell me whose agent he is." Yarick's mouth opened, closed. The black threads pulsed faster, climbing toward his jaw, and Linnet realized with a cold understanding that the rot was not just killing him, it was timing his answers. "Border," Yarick whispered. "He spoke of the eastern marches, said the dukes there had grown tired of bleeding for the capital's comfort, said they wanted proof." "Proof of what?" "That the throne's stability is built on hidden human cost, that the rot did not begin with Berengar, that the crown has been dosing its own people for generations and calling it mercy." Yarick's voice cracked. "He said a single district's death list would be enough. Farthing Ford, Velen, Thornwood. He said the numbers would speak for themselves." Linnet's stomach turned. A border duke with proof of the mercy system would not use it for reform, would not use it for justice. He would use it to fracture the Regency, invite intervention, and claim the eastern provinces as his own while Gathrim burned. "That is what you sold him," she said. "The district assessments, the grain route numbers, the bloodline records." Yarick nodded. "And he marked you with the rot to ensure you could not be questioned further." The clerk's face crumpled. "I did not know. He said the wine would help me sleep. He said—" The black threads surged. They poured from his throat in a thick, glistening clot, spilling across his chest and pooling in his lap. Yarick's body convulsed. His hands flew to his neck, clawing at the threads as if he could pull them back inside. Sarah moved at last. She crossed the room in 3 steps, pressed the clay jar against Yarick's chest, and began murmuring the old sealing prayer, the same words Linnet had heard her use on dying villagers in Marrowfell. The threads did not retreat. They climbed the clay jar, curled around Sarah's fingers, and kept climbing. "Linnet," Sarah's voice was sharp. "This is not a natural bloom. This is a trigger dose. Someone measured it to activate on capture. He was dead the moment the guards found him." Linnet dropped to her knees beside the clerk. She pressed her palms to his shoulders, felt the rot boiling beneath his skin, the same pressure she had felt in Berengar's chamber on the first night. A burden designed to break the vessel. She could take it. The thought came before she could stop it. She could draw the rot into herself, let it settle in her bones, and pick it apart later the way she had done with rakes. She had the capacity. She had the training. But she also had the memory of Sarah's voice saying, "Mercy must be borne by the giver or not used at all," and the cold arithmetic of Mallender's question behind it. Which lives justify the cost? Yarix was dying. He had sold records to a border agent. He had known the risks. Every moment she spent saving him was a moment she was not preparing for the crisis his confession had already set in motion. She did not move. Yarix's eyes found hers. The rot had reached his chin, his cheeks, the corners of his mouth. He looked like Lord Harville on the cathedral floor. He looked like every vessel whose name she had written and forgotten. "Please," he breathed. The word was barely human. Linnet's hand twitched toward his chest, stopped, hovered. Mallender spoke from behind her. "If you take that dose, you will be incapacitated for hours. The border agent already has the district records. He already knows about your mother. He already knows about the bloodline. If you collapse now, you will not be standing when the proof surfaces." She knew he was right. She hated him for it. Yarix's body arched off the floor. The threads erupted from his mouth in a final black spray, and his eyes went glassy and still. Sarah lowered the clay jar. It was cracked, useless, the ceiling prayer broken. The room fell silent. Linnet knelt beside the clerk's body, her hands covered in black residue, her ring pulsing cold against the blood and rot. She had not saved him. She had not even tried. And the worst part was she could not tell whether that was wisdom or the first true sign she had become what Mallender always needed her to be. She stood. "You knew the symbol," she said to Mallender. "The crozier and lock. You have seen it before." His pause was barely a beat. "The lower archive is sealed with a lock that bears that mark. It is the oldest seal in Gathrem, pre-dynastic, the same civilization that wrote the ledgers in the unknown language." "The man with the show stick," Sarah said slowly. "He carries a key." Mallender's pale eyes met Linnet's. Foul this, Weddard. Slow peach and gloven, the man with the show stick," Sarah said slowly. "He carries a key." Mallender's pale eyes met Linnet's. "Or he is the one who forged the seal in the first place." Linnet looked down at Yarix's body, at the black threads already cooling on his skin. The other buyer was not just a border agent. He was someone who had been waiting for her long before she ever reached Gathrem. Chapter 61. Yarix's body was still warm. Linnet's hands hovered over his chest, black residue sticky on her palms, the rot threads already cooling against his skin. She had not saved him. She had not even tried. The room held the shape of her failure like a held breath. "He is gone," Sarah said, her voice flat. "The dose was designed for this. There was nothing you could have done." Linnet heard the kindness in the lie. She pressed her fingers to Yarix's throat anyway, searching for a pulse that was not there. The skin was already cooling. The threads had stopped moving. Whatever the old man with the show stick had placed inside him, it had done its work with surgical precision. But the information died with him. The missing page, the other buyer, the proof already moving through the eastern provinces. Linnet's hand found the rot residue smeared across Yarix's collar. The threads were still wet, still fresh, still carrying the echo of what had been placed inside him. She had felt this before. In Berengar, in Rallor, in every vessel whose pain she had touched and named and moved. She could still feel it. The thought came before she could stop it, and this time she did not push it away. She pressed her palm flat against Yarix's chest. "Linnet," Sarah's voice sharpened. "Do not." "He had a name," Linnet said. "He was going to tell me who passed the page before the threads took him. Linnet, that rot is measured for containment. If you draw it into yourself, you will not be standing for—" Linnet closed her eyes. She let the rot find her. It was not like the measured doses she had managed in the infirmary. It was not like the controlled transfers she had performed on the court. This was raw, undirected, boiling with the same pressure she had felt in Berengar's chamber on the first night, the same hunger she had felt in every sealed vessel she had ever touched. It poured into her. Her spine arched, her hands locked against Yarix's chest as the rot climbed her arms, filled her ribs, settled behind her eyes with the weight of a held scream. She tasted copper. She felt the shape of the old man's intent, the exact measurement of the dose, the precise timing designed to break the vessel on capture. And beneath it, buried in the rot's memory, a single word: Pendercross. The name surfaced and sank before she could grip it. Sarah caught her as she fell. Linnet's knees hit the floor. The room tilted. Black threads curled at the edges of her vision, not enough to bloom, not enough to break her, but enough to fill her bones with the remembered weight of every vessel she had ever filled. She gasped. The rock settled inside her like a living thing finding a new nest. "I told you," Sarah hissed. "I told you not to." Mallender did not move from the doorway. His pale eyes watched her with something between assessment and recognition. "You took a triggered dose, the same one that killed him." "I took part of it." Linnet's voice came out hoarse. "Not all, enough to keep the information alive." Sarah's hands found her shoulders, steadying her. The old healer's fingers pressed hard, feeling the rot pulse beneath Linnet's skin, reading the damage the way she had read fever patients in Marrowfell. "You are shaking," Sarah said. Linnet looked down at her hands. They were trembling, the black residue already drying into her palm lines, the ring pulsing cold against the stain. She had not done this in months. She had not taken suffering into her own body since the early days in Marrowfell, since before the frontier, since before she learned to let others carry the weight. The remembered purity of the old rule pressed against her chest like a bruise. This was what she had been. This was what she had abandoned. "Pendercross," she said. Sarah's hand stopped moving. "What?" "The name. Buried in the rot." Linnet forced herself upright, the room still tilting. "The old man's dose carried a name. Pendercross. I do not know what it means." Mallender's expression did not change, but something in his posture shifted, a tightening at the edges. "There is no Pendercross in the court rolls, no house, no district, no title." "Then it is something older," Linnet said. She stood, her legs held. The rot in her chest pulsed once, testing the boundaries of its new container, and then settled into stillness. She had taken enough to reach the buried information. Not enough to bloom, not enough to break her, but enough to feel the weight of what she had done. Sarah's hand remained on her shoulder. "You will need to be treated before the rot settles. The partial dose will. I know what it will do." Linnet cut her off. "I wrote the protocols. I know how to manage a partial load." She looked down at Yarick's body. The clerk's face had relaxed in death. Whatever the old man with the show stick had paid him, whatever secrets he had sold, they had died with him, except for the single name buried in the trigger dose: Pendercross. "The missing page," Sarah said slowly. "Yarick said it was passed. He said, through Corin's aid. Do you know what that means?" Linnet's blood went cold. Corin's aid. The young man with the sandy hair and the steady hands, the one who had carried messages between the marshal and the court, the one who had access to Corin's private chambers, his correspondence, his movements, the one who had handled the Thornwood casualty page before Corin surrendered it. "When did the aid touch it?" Linnet asked. Sarah shook her head. "I do not know. Yarick did not say. He only said the page was passed through the aid before it vanished." Linnet's hand went to her coat pocket. The Thornwood page was still there, folded and sealed, the same page Corin had given her in the Treasury wing. But Yarick had said it vanished. If someone had already copied it, if the old man with the show stick had already seen the names. The ring pulsed cold against her palm. She looked at the black residue on her hands, at Yarick's cooling body, at Sarah's worried face and Mallender's unreadable stillness. "I need to find Corin's aid," she said. Mallender's voice came from the doorway, soft and precise. "The aide was found dead in his quarters 20 minutes ago. Throat cut, no witnesses. The page was not found." The room went silent. Linnet felt the rot shift inside her, settling deeper, finding its place. Someone had moved faster than her. Someone had known Yarick would talk. Chapter 62. The rain had not stopped. Linnet crossed the courtyard with her collar pulled high, the rot pulsing inside her in a rhythm that did not match her heart. Pendercross. The name pressed against her ribs like a splinter she could not reach. Someone had moved faster than her. Someone had known Yarick would talk. Corin's residence stood in the East Garrison Row, a narrow stone house with shuttered windows and a single lamp burning in the upper room. She had never been inside. He had never invited her, and she had never asked, as if entering that space would make the distance between them harder to measure. She knocked. The door opened before her hand dropped. Corin stood in the threshold with his sleeves rolled past his elbows and a sheen of sweat on his throat. Behind him, papers covered the floor like a battlefield. Drawers hung open. A chair lay on its side. "You know," she said, "I know my aide handled the Thornwood page without my leave." His voice was flat, scraped clean of warmth. "I know he copied it before you ever took it from me. I know someone paid him, and I know he is dead." He stepped back and let her enter. The room smelled of lamp oil and old wool. A fire burned low in the grate, casting long shadows across the scattered documents. Linnet stepped over a fallen ink pot and pressed her back to the wall, watching him watch her. "How long have you known about the copying?" 20 minutes before Mallender's messenger arrived. Corin picked up a page from the floor, glanced at it, let it fall. "I found the payment silver beneath his bunk, 30 coins. Crozier and lock stamped on every one. The symbol, the same mark on Alara's consent form, the same mark on the old man's coin. He was not working alone," Linnet said. "No, he was the one who touched the page, but someone told him what it was worth." Corin's hands hung at his sides, fists half clenched. "I trusted him. He was 17 years old. He carried my orders through 3 campaigns. He was also the one who handled the page before you surrendered it to me." The words came out before she could stop them. Corin's jaw tightened. "I know. Then you know the chain is longer than one dead clerk. The old man with the show stick is not the only buyer. Rakes wanted the page. Mirelle wanted the page. Whoever killed your aide was someone who knew the page had already left this room." Corin's voice rose, then dropped. "Someone who did not care about the page. Someone who wanted the aide silent." The fire popped. Linnet felt the rot shift inside her, the partial dose settling deeper, testing the boundaries of its new container. She pressed her palm to her chest and felt the pulse beneath her ribs, not her heart, the other rhythm, the one that matched the chain. "What did your aide copy?" "Everything." Corin picked up a second page. "Names, districts, casualty counts. The same numbers that are burning through Reller's blood on the infirmary wall. The same numbers that made you choose 43 prisoners over the command structure." He held the page out to her. She did not take it. "I did not come here to relitigate Thornwood," she said. "Then why did you come?" The question hung between them, raw and unfinished. Linnet felt the answer pressing against her teeth, the truth she had been carrying since the throne room, the truth she had withheld in the corridor that night when she almost told him everything. "Because someone is destroying the people who touched the page," she said. "Because the old man with the show stick has been waiting for me since before I reached Gathram. Because my mother signed a consent form with the same symbol that paid your aid, and I do not know what it means." Corin's expression shifted, something cracking beneath the anger. "Your mother. She was here, 22 years ago. She used mercy in this palace and she left hollow, and no one told me until I found her name in a locked drawer." Corin's fist unclenched. He set the page down on the table and stood still, the firelight carving shadows across his face. "Linnet, I am not asking for forgiveness," she heard her voice crack. "I am asking you to understand why I held the page, why I did not tell you about the chain, why I could not choose differently." "You could have chosen differently at any point." "I could have. I did not." The silence stretched. Corin's voice came low. "I can forgive the horror. I have seen what war does to people who never wanted to hold the sword. I have watched men become something they would not recognize, and I have held them anyway." He stepped closer. "But I cannot forgive the deception. You let me believe the cost was smaller than it was. You let me love a version of you that had already stopped existing." The rot pulsed. Linnet felt it rise up her throat, the black thread stirring. The name Pendercross burning in her chest like a brand. She opened her mouth to speak, to tell him about Yarrick, about the trigger dose, about the name that meant nothing and everything. A knock came at the door. Corin moved past her without hesitation, crossing the room in 3 strides and pulling the door open. A young soldier stood in the rain, his face pale, his hands shaking. "Marshal, I found him in the stables, the second aid. He was—" Corin's body went still. "Show me." The soldier led them across the wet stones to the stable block, where a lantern burned low and horses shifted in their stalls. The smell of hay and leather and copper filled the narrow aisle. The second aid lay in the straw, throat cut, eyes open, page not found. Linnet stood in the rain beside Corin, the rot pulsing inside her, the name Pendercross burning, and watched him stare at the body of another man who had touched the Thornwood record and died for it. Someone was erasing the chain, and they were not done. Chapter 63. The council chamber had not been aired since Berengar died. Linnet felt it the moment she stepped through the door. The stale weight of old arguments and unspent grief pressed into the paneling, the tapestries, the wax-stained table where 18 lords and ministers now sat in various states of bloom. Rakes stood at the head of the table, a map of the eastern provinces pinned across the wood, grain roots marked in red ink. His voice carried the silk-smooth cadence of a man who had already rehearsed every objection. "The border dukes have moved 3 companies toward the Gathrem Road. They are not marching. They are positioning. They want to see how fast we fracture." No one answered. Linnet took her seat at the far end, the physician's seal cold against her collar. 18 faces turned toward her, and she read the rot in every one of them. Lord Vellen's hand pressed against his ribs as if holding something in. Lady Arneth's lips had gone gray at the edges, the color of old tallow. Sir Jarvis Temple, the master of supply, had developed a twitch in his left cheek that pulsed in time with the rhythm Linnet carried in her own chest. They were all singing the same song now. They just did not know it. "We need emergency authority over the relief routes," Rix continued. "The grain stores in the eastern depots are being diverted before they reach the capital. If winter holds another 6 weeks, we will be feeding the army with seed stock. Or we could stop feeding the army." Mallender's voice came from the shadowed alcove by the cold hearth. He had not taken a seat. He stood with his arms crossed, the thin burned scar on his jaw catching the candlelight. "If the border dukes are positioning, they are waiting for us to strip the garrisons. Every wagon of grain you send to the capital is a wagon the eastern companies will not see." "Then we starve the capital." Lady Arneth's gray lips barely moved. "The city has how many mouths now? 30,000? 40? We tell them the army needs the grain, and they will riot before the week ends." Riggs turned to her with the patience of a man explaining arithmetic to a child. "Then we do not tell them. We redirect the medical stores instead. The fever wards, the infirmary supplies, the mercy assessments. Lady Arneth, what are you doing?" She had pressed both hands flat to the table, her knuckles white, her breathing shallow. Linnet felt the pulse in her own chest spike in sympathy. "She needs a moment," Linnet said. "I need an answer." Rakes did not look away from Lady Arneth. "The Regency Council does not stop because a lord feels faint." Lady Arneth's jaw tightened. She pulled her hands back and folded them in her lap, the gesture careful, controlled, the movement of a woman who had learned to hide pain in public rooms. "I am fine, Lord Rex. Continue." But Linnet felt the lie. She felt the rot in Lady Arneth's chest curl tighter, felt the thread of it reach toward the next marked body in the room, and the next, and the next. A web of living pain, and every council member was caught in it. Sir Jarvis spoke without looking up from the papers in front of him. "The medical stores are already allocated. We have 1,200 sick in the city infirmaries, another 600 in the garrison wards. If we redirect supplies to the grain routes, we will have to choose between feeding the army and treating the dying." "Then choose." Rake's voice dropped. "That is what councils are for." The silence stretched. Linnet felt them all, the 18 bodies around the table, the pulse of the rod moving through them like a tide, and beneath that, something else. A current she had not noticed before. A direction. They were not just suffering. They were being pushed. The rot was not random. It was driving the pain toward the edges of the map, toward the border routes, toward the eastern depots, toward the same places Rakes wanted to send the grain. She pressed her palm to her chest and felt the rhythm beneath her ribs. It wanted something. "Lord Rakes," the words came before she could stop them. "The relief routes run through Farthing Ford." Rakes turned to her, his small teeth showing in something that was not quite a smile. "They do. And Farthing Ford is where the shaking fever began." The room went still. Mallender stepped forward from the alcove. "What are you saying, Physician Harrow?" Linnet met his pale gray eyes. "I am saying the rot is not just in the court. It is in the districts. It is in the routes. It is in the grain itself, if the old records are true." "There are no records of that. There are records of everything." She did not look away. "You showed me the infirmary. You showed me the ledgers. You know the same names I know, the same numbers." Rake's smile vanished. "You are suggesting the Crown Stick Room has been seeding district outbreaks to control grain distribution." "I am suggesting the system is older than any of us, and it does not stop at the palace walls." Lady Arneth's gray lips parted. "Then what do we do? Cut the routes? Let the army starve while the rot spreads through the city?" "We find the missing lord first." The words came from the doorway. Everyone turned. A young clerk stood there, pale-faced, a paper in his trembling hand. He did not look at the council. He looked at Linnet. "Lord Harwood. He was due to attend the morning session. He did not arrive." Rex's jaw tightened. "Harwood is one of the marked. He has been complaining of chest pain for a week. He has been dosing himself with opiates." The clerk's voice cracked. "His wife found the bottles, laudanum, poppy resin, enough to quiet a horse. He emptied his cabinet and left the residence before dawn." Linnet felt the words land like a stone in still water. A marked courtier, dosing himself to silence the rot. A marked courtier, gone missing while the council debated the fate of the grain routes. A marked courtier, who had been one of Rake's most vocal supporters on the relief committee. Rakes turned to her, his silk-soft voice gone hard. "Did your mercy drive him to it?" The question hum in the air like smoke. Linnet felt the rot pulse inside her, felt the web tighten around the 18 bodies in the room, felt something push. Not pain, not fear, direction. The rot was not just recording, it was steering, and Lord Harwood had tried to cut himself free. Chapter 64. The council chamber held its breath. Rake's question hung in the stale air, pointed and waiting. "Did your mercy drive him to it?" Linnet felt the 18 pairs of eyes on her, felt the rot pulse beneath her ribs in answer, steady and patient, as if it knew something she did not. "I need to see his residence." She did not wait for permission. The door closed behind her with a soft click that cut off the murmuring. The corridor stretched empty, torchlight flickering against damp stone, and she walked without knowing where her feet were taking her until she realized she was heading east, toward the northern gate, toward the quarter where minor lords kept townhouses near the river. Someone fell in step beside her. Mallender. His breath came measured, unhurried, as if he had known she would leave and had simply followed. "The bathhouses," he said. "The Eastern Row. Harwood kept a private room there. Paid for it in silver. Told his wife it was for his joints." Linen did not slow. "How do you know?" "I make it my business to know where marked men go when they want to be alone." The Eastern Row smelled of sulfur and damp linen when they reached it. An old attendant with rheumy eyes pointed to a door at the end of the tiled corridor, locked from inside, and said the lord had arrived before dawn with a leather bag and instructions not to be disturbed. Linen pressed her palm to the wood. The rock inside her stirred. She felt him on the other side. Faint, thinning, but present. The thread of connection between them pulsed once, twice, then went slack. "Break it down." Mallender gestured to 2 guards stationed at the entrance. They put their shoulders to the door and the wood splintered on the 3rd blow. Steam rolled out. The bathhouse room was small and close, heated by a copper boiler against the far wall. A single window, shuttered and bolted. A wooden bench. Towels on the floor, wet and crumpled. And Lord Harwood. He sat in the shallow bath with his back against the tiles, arms floating at his sides, Water stained pink around him. His eyes were open and fixed on nothing, his mouth slightly parted, the skin of his chest laid open in long, deliberate lines. Letters. He had carved his own name into his flesh. Harwood. Each letter cut deep, the edges already pale where the blood had washed away in the water. He had used a straight razor, still resting on the rim of the bath, its blade clean. He had cut his name to break her hold. Linnet's knees hit the tiles before she knew she had moved. Her hands found his face, cold and slack, and she searched for the thread of connection between them, the exact naming that held the rot in place. It was gone. She could feel the rot still inside him, curled in his chest like a sleeping thing, but the precision of the transfer had unraveled. Without the name properly anchored to a living vessel who accepted it, the rot had simply stopped responding. Her mercy could not hold a man who refused to be named. He was still alive when he finished. Mallender's voice came from the doorway. The cuts are too clean for a death wound. He bled into the water slowly, watched himself fade. Linnet's throat tightened. You knew he would do this. I knew someone would. Lord Harwood's lips moved. She leaned closer, her ear nearly touching his mouth, and caught the breath that escaped him like a sigh. Better to cut my name out than let you hold it. The words rattled in his chest. His eyes found hers briefly, and in them she saw not pain, but triumph. The small, fierce triumph of a man who had chosen his own end rather than remain in her ledger. Then the light in them went out. Linnet did not move. She knelt there in the pink water, her hands still cupping his face, and felt the absence where the thread had been, a gap in the web, a hole where a knot had come undone. Mallender stepped closer. He was not the first. She turned her head. The night before last, a clerk in the Treasury office took a blade to his own tongue, cut it out so he could no longer speak his own name if questioned. He survived, but he cannot form the words anymore. Linnet's hands fell from Harwood's face. The mercy requires exact naming, Mallender said. It requires a living vessel who knows what they carry and accepts it. These men have found a way to slip the knot. They cannot break the rot, but they can break the precision. Linnet looked at the carved letters on Harwood's chest. The blood had stopped seeping. The water was cooling around her knees. She had written his name in her book, spoken it during the transfer, anchored the dose to his exact identity. And he had taken that identity and cut it open, because remaining in her ledger was worse than dying. How many? Mallender's pause lasted a breath too long. I do not know. You always know. Not this time. His voice dropped. This is new. They are learning from each other. Harwood told someone before he came here, that someone told another. The idea is spreading faster than I can track it. Linnet rose, her wool habit soaked and heavy. The guards stood in the doorway, pale-faced, their eyes fixed on the body in the bath. Pull him out, she said. Wrap him and take him to the infirmary. The council will need to see the body. Mallender's jaw tightened. You want to show them? I want them to understand what they are choosing. She walked past him into the tiled corridor. The old attendant had vanished. The steam clung to her skin, damp and close, and she felt the web of rot inside her shift, adjusting to the loss of one thread. A gap, a loose end. And somewhere in the palace, in the hidden rooms and candlelit corners, others were learning that the ledger could be escaped, not through cure, through destruction. She pressed her hand to her chest and felt the name Pendercross burn beneath her ribs like a second heart, not yet carved out, not yet surrendered. Someone would come for it. Someone always did. Chapter 65. The infirmary table had become a map. Linnet set 3 candles along its edge, each one marking a district where the rot had spiked in the last hour. Lady Arneth's thread had tightened twice since midnight. Lord Vellen's chest was heating. Somewhere in the east wing, a minor courtier named Orris had begun coughing dark sediment into his handkerchief, though he would not report it until the bloom was visible. She traced her finger along the lines she had drawn on the parchment, a crude web of names and connections. 83 living knots and 1 gap where Harwood had cut himself out. The web was unstable. Every spike threatened a cascade. One uncontrolled blew in the council wing, and the synchronization would ripple toward Esme before Linnet could reach the tower. She had felt it happen once, in the cathedral, when Harwood's death sent a shudder through all 86 threads. Esme had stiffened on the altar steps, her pale gray eyes widening, and only Sarah's hand on her shoulder had kept the girl standing. It would happen again. The rot was learning. It was pressing. Linnet dipped her pen and wrote a name. Not a dose, not a transfer, a cipher, a countermark. The theory had come to her in the hour after Harwood's body was carried to the infirmary, while she stood over his cooling chest and traced the letters he had carved into himself. If the rot could be synchronized, it could be dampened. If the web could distribute pain across multiple hosts, she could create a counterpole, a small, balancing transfer that siphoned pressure from the spikes before they reached the chain. She would not remove the rot. She would bleed it. Minute doses, measured in fractions, drawn from the hottest knots and redirected into bodies that could absorb the overflow without triggering a cascade. The question was where to send it. She looked at the prison manifest on the corner of the table. Fever deaths. 12 men in the East Ward, already marked by the turnkey as too far gone to survive the week. Their names had been listed in the morning report, a formality before the lime pit. Her pen hovered. They were dying anyway. She wrote the first cipher. A single transfer, the smallest she had ever attempted. Not a wound, not a sickness, just a fraction of pressure. The equivalent of drawing a cup of water from a flooding basin and tipping it into already soaked ground. She pressed her palm to the parchment and felt the web shift. Lady Arneth's thread loosened. It worked. The pressure in Linnet's chest eased by a measurable degree. The spike that had been climbing toward Esme's tower flattened into something manageable. For one breath, the web was stable. Linnet opened her eyes and looked at the prison manifest. 12 names. 12 men who would never know that a fraction of Lady Arneth's creeping rot had been bled into their failing lungs, because they were already dying of fever and would not last the week. She wrote the second cipher. Another fraction from Lord Vallon's chest. Another name from the manifest. She wrote the third, the fourth, the fifth, working through the hottest knots in the web, bleeding them into the prison ward one tiny dose at a time, each transfer small enough to go unnoticed. Each one a death sentence for a man who was already sentenced. They are dying anyway. She repeated it like a prayer. By the time the candles had burned to stubs, she had bled 12 spikes into 12 dying men. The web was quiet. Esme was safe. The streets would not see another seizure tonight. Linnet set down her pen and looked at her hands. They were steady. She had expected them to shake, the way they had shaken when she wrote the first debtor's name in the black book. But her hands were steady, and the absence of tremor was worse than any guilt. A knock came at the door. Renford stepped in, sandy-haired and silent, carrying a fresh ledger book. He set it on the edge of the table without asking what she had been doing. "Mallender sent this," he said. "Said you would need it before dawn." Linnet looked at the blank pages. A new book, a new system. Countermarks, ciphers, the arithmetic of bleeding pressure from the hot knots into the already dying. She opened the cover and wrote the date. Then she wrote the first cipher name. Lady Arneth. Fraction transferred. Destination, Prison Ward East, Cell 7. Renford did not ask. He lit another candle, adjusted the bandages on the shelf, and left as quietly as he had come. Linnet wrote the second name. The third. The fourth. She filled 8 pages before the candle burned out. When she blew out the flame, the web was still quiet. The spikes had not returned. Esme was sleeping in the East Tower, untouched by the pressure that had been climbing toward her veins. The countermarks worked. They worked because the prison ward was full of men who would never tell anyone what had been done to them, because they were dying already, because the fever would take them before the rot bloomed, because the system required bodies that could absorb without speaking. Linnet pressed her palm to her chest and felt Pendercross burning beneath her ribs. Someone would come for it. Someone always did. But tonight, the web held. She stood and walked to the door, her hand on the latch, when she felt a shift in the thread she had bled into the prison ward. A small flutter, barely perceptible, like a fish breaking the surface of still water. She stopped. The flutter came again, stronger. She reached for the thread, trying to trace it back to its source, and found something she had not anticipated. The prison ward was not silent anymore. Someone in that ward had survived the fever. Someone was still alive in cell 7, carrying the fraction of Lady Arneth's rot that Linnet had bled into the dying man, carrying it with a pulse that was not fading, but strengthening. Linnet stood in the dark infirmary, her hand on the latch, and felt the rot pulse in rhythm with her own heart. The countermarks had worked, but now there was a thread in the web that should have gone slack, and it was pulling tight. She released the latch and lit another candle. Chapter 66. Linnet stood in the dark infirmary with her hand on the latch and felt the thread pulse again from the prison ward. Not fading, strengthening. She should have gone to investigate. She should have crossed the yard and stood over cell 7 and learned exactly what fraction of Lady Arneth's rot had taken root in a man who was supposed to be dead by morning. Instead, she walked back to the table and opened the fresh ledger. The countermarks had worked. 12 spikes bled, 1 survival. That was acceptable arithmetic if she did not think about the man in the cell as a man. She wrote the note. Prison East, Cell 7, Monitor. Do not release. Renford would find it. Renford would handle it. Renford asked no questions. She sealed the note and left it on the table, then climbed the stairs out of the hidden infirmary and stepped into the corridor where the candles had burned to stubs and the air smelled of dust and old wax. Mirelle found her before she reached the council chamber. She came down the east corridor in a gown the color of ash, her hair braided tight against her scalp. No jewelry, no perfume. The wariness in her face was new. You look like you have not slept, Mirelle said. I have not. Good. You will need to be awake for this. Linnet stopped. Mirelle did not stop with her. She kept walking past, forcing Linnet to turn and follow or lose whatever information she was offering. What happened? Mirelle did not answer until they reached the alcove beside the chapel door, where the candlelight was thin and the shadows pressed close. She leaned against the stone and folded her arms, studying Linnet with an expression that might have been concern or might have been calculation. Your old teacher is holding a meeting in the crypt of the Last Lamp Chapel. She has gathered 3 Abbey sisters, 2 village healers from Farthing Ford, and a woman whose husband died in the shaking fever. They are preparing witness statements, old district records, numbers. Linnet's chest went cold. Sarah. She means to force a public reckoning, Mirelle said, before the Regency seals the truth forever. She believes the realm deserves to know what was done in its name. She may be right. And you are telling me this because you want me to stop her. Mirelle's smile was thin and sad. I am telling you this because I want to see what you choose. The question hung in the air between them. Linnet could send Mallender's men into the crypt. She could confiscate the records, scatter the witnesses, silence the testimony before it reached a single ear. She could preserve the Regency's stability by making sure the truth stayed buried. Or she could let Sarah speak. Let the realm know that kings had been preserved by distributing their rot into districts, debtors, prisoners, villages. Let the border dukes have their proof. Let the riots begin. She could let the truth burn everything she had spent months building. And then, in the ash, what exactly would remain? What do you want me to do? Linnet asked. Mirelle's eyes held hers without flinching. I want you to decide whether you are a physician who happened into politics or a politician who learned to heal. The answer will determine how the Regency remembers you. The crypt door was 6 steps from the alcove. Linnet could hear nothing through the stone. No voices, no movement, no evidence of the conspiracy gathering below. But she knew Sarah, knew the set of her jaw when she had committed to something she believed was right, knew the way her hands moved when she was preparing evidence, the same way she had prepared bandages and poultices in the Marrowfell Infirmary, with the same precise certainty. Sarah believed Linnet was lost. Sarah believed the truth would save her. Sarah believed that if the realm saw the numbers, the names, the years of hidden suffering, the people would rise and demand a different kind of governance. Linnet had believed that once. She had believed that naming the harm made it accountable. Now she understood that naming the harm only meant you could measure it. and measuring made it easier to justify. She walked past the alcove and stopped at the crypt door. Her hand hovered over the iron ring. Mirelle watched from behind her, still and silent. Linnet pressed her palm to the cold stone of the door and felt the rock pulse beneath her ribs. Pendercross, the missing page, the names in her black book, the countermarks, the prison ward's cell where a dying man now carried a fraction of a noblewoman's rot and was not dying anymore. She could push the door open. She could walk down the stairs and face Sarah and let the truth spill into the open. But the truth would not stop at Mallender. It would not stop at the Crown's sick room. It could not stop at the ledgers. The truth would reach Esme, and Esme, at 11, would inherit a kingdom that had been built on the bones of its own people. Would she rule it differently? Or would she learn, as Linnet had learned, that the system survived because it worked, and that working was the only justification anyone had ever needed? Linnet released the door. She turned and walked back toward the council chamber. Mirelle fell into step beside her, not speaking. The silence was louder than any accusation. At the chamber door, Linnet stopped and looked at the older woman. "If Sarah testifies," she said, "the border dukes will have everything they need to fracture the Regency within a month. The grain routes will collapse, the city will riot, Esme will be dead before midsummer. Tell me I am wrong." Mirelle did not tell her she was wrong. "I can delay the testimony for 3 days," she said quietly. "That is the best I can do. After that, the crypt will speak whether you are ready to hear it or not. Delay it. And after 3 days?" Linnet met her eyes. "After 3 days, I will have something else to offer." Mirelle's expression did not change, but something in her posture shifted, a softening, a resignation, as if she had already known the answer and had only wanted to hear Linnet speak it aloud. She turned and walked away. Linnet stood alone in the corridor, her hand on the council chamber door, and felt the wrought web pulse beneath her ribs. Somewhere in the crypt below, Sarah was laying out records. Somewhere in the east wing, Esme was sleeping. Somewhere in the prison ward, a man who should have been dead was carrying a fraction of rot that should have faded. And somewhere, on the other side of the chapel door, Pendercross burned like a brand in Linnet's chest, waiting for her to learn what it meant. She pushed open the chamber door. Mallender was already waiting. He did not ask where she had been. He only slid a sheet of paper across the table and said, "The delegation from the Chapel of the Last Lamp has requested permission to address the Regency Council at the session tomorrow evening." Linnet looked at the request. Sarah's handwriting. Neat, precise, the same hand that had taught Linnet to write names in her first black book. She could refuse the request. She had the authority. She pressed her palm flat against the paper. "I will give my answer before dawn," she said. Mallender's pale gray eyes held hers for a long moment. Then he nodded and left, and Linnet was alone with the paper, the rot, and the impossible shape of the choice that was forming in her mind. She did not need to suppress the testimony. She needed to make it irrelevant. Chapter 67. The choice of silence. Mallender waited. Linnet stood at the council table with Sarah's request still flat against the wood. The candle had burned low enough that the wax pooled across the signature, blurring the edge of the final letter. "Let them speak," Mallender said. She looked up. His pale gray eyes held nothing but patience. He had already made peace with whatever came next, or he had already calculated 3 moves ahead and was waiting for her to catch up. "Let the delegation address the council," he repeated. "Let Sarah lay out her records. Then we discredit them." How? Grief-struck survivors who cannot read the numbers they carry. Chapel superstition dressed as evidence. A widow who lost her husband and blames the crown because she cannot blame the fever that took him. He said it as though he were reading a menu. "We compensate the loudest survivors privately, quietly. By the time the delegation finishes speaking, half of them will be arguing about whether the silver was enough." Linnet's jaw tightened. She had seen him do this. In council meetings, in sick-room negotiations, in the way he had talked the debtor system past Berengar's dying conscience. He did not lie in large strokes. He laid small truths like trapdoors and let people fall through them. "That will not work," she said. "No? Sarah is not a widow with a grievance. She is a healer with ledgers. She taught me how to write names. She knows the difference between fever patterns and transfer residue. If you call her testimony superstition, she will prove it was measurement. Mallender's mouth curved slightly, not a smile, a recognition. Then what do you propose? She felt the wrought pulse beneath her ribs. Pendercross, the missing page, the prisoner in cell 7 carrying Lady Arneth's fraction with a strengthening pulse. 3 days until Sarah spoke. 3 days to make the testimony irrelevant. The fever convoy, she said. Mallender's expression did not change, but something in his posture shifted. He was listening now. The delegation comes from the eastern districts, she continued. Farthenford, Velen, the villages where the shaking fever hit hardest. Those are the same districts Sarah has been visiting, gathering witness statements, collecting records of the dead. I am aware. If we redirect the convoy through Farthenford before it reaches the capital, if we deliver the grain and the medicine ahead of schedule, the people will see the crown moving before the testimony lands. Mallender was silent for a long moment. Redirecting the convoy means stripping the garrison relief, he said slowly. Rakes has already allocated those stores. You allocated the stores. I allocated what Rakes told me was available. The difference will be noted. Linnet met his eyes. You asked what I propose. That is what I propose. Let the delegation testify. Let them speak about years of neglect and hidden suffering. And let the first question from the council be, then why did the crown just save your district before you even finished speaking? The silence stretched. Mallender's fingers were still against the table. His burn scar caught the candlelight, a thin line of silver along his jaw. Gratitude divides outrage, he said. Yes. People who have just been saved rarely want to burn the hand that fed them. No, they do not. Mallender studied her, the way a man studied a blade he had forged himself, checking for flaws, testing the edge, measuring whether the steel would hold or snap under pressure. This is not the method I taught you, he said. I know. This is older. She did not answer. She did not need to. They both knew where that method came from Berengar's ledgers, from the pre-dynastic records in the lower archive, from the same arithmetic that had decided which districts could bear loss and which could not. Mallender nodded once. I will see to the convoy. He turned and walked toward the door. His hand was on the iron ring when he stopped. The clerk, he said without looking back. The one who cut out his own tongue. He has stopped breathing. The guards found him an hour ago. Linnet felt the thread in her chest go slack. Another vessel lost. Another name that would never speak again. How many others have learned the method? I do not know. That is what makes it dangerous. He pulled the door open. 3 days, Physician Harrow. Make them count. The door closed behind him. She stood alone in the council chamber with Sarah's request still on the table, the candle guttering, the wax spreading across the signature until the name was barely legible. Gratitude divides outrage. She had learned that from the court, from watching Mirelle smile at women she planned to ruin, from watching rakes measure human worth in harvest yields and transport costs, from watching Mallender build a system that kept the realm stable by deciding who was allowed to suffer. She had learned it, and now she was going to use it. The door opened again. Mirelle stepped inside without knocking. Her amber gown was gone, replaced by dark wool that blended with the shadows. She looked at the candle, at the paper, at Linnet's face. The convoy, she said, not a question. You heard. I hear everything. Mirelle waved to the table and picked up Sarah's request, holding it to the light as though she could read the grief in the paper's grain. You are going to save the people who came to condemn you. I am going to give them reason to hesitate. Same thing. Mirelle set the paper down. Sarah will know what you did. She will know the timing was deliberate. Let her know. By the time the convoy reaches Farthingford, the children will have food. The sick will have medicine. The widows will have something to bury their dead with. Sarah can stand in the council chamber tomorrow and call me a monster, and the first question from every lord will be, then why did your district thank us? Mirelle was quiet. The candle flickered. You have learned, she said at last, what it takes years for most courtiers to understand. What? That the truth does not matter, only what people believe after they have been given a reason to doubt. Linnet felt the words settle in her chest like stones. She had learned, and the learning felt like losing something she would never find again. "When does the convoy leave?" Mirelle asked. "Dawn. Mallender will see to the orders. Then you have until dawn to decide what else you are willing to do." Linnet looked up. "The prisoner in cell 7, Mirelle said. "You left a man alive who should be dead. He carries Lady Arneth's rot. He is not dying. He is growing stronger." "He is a prisoner. He is not going anywhere." "He is a vessel. And vessels that the rot does not kill become something else. You know that. You have seen the debtor." Linnet's hand went to her chest. The rot pulsed beneath her ribs. Pentacross, the name that burned. She had not checked on the prisoner. She had left a note for Renford to monitor him, not to release him, not to treat him, not to do anything but watch. And the rot had kept strengthening. "What do you think he is becoming?" Mirelle asked. "I do not know." "Then find out, before the testimony, before the convoy, before the rot decides for you." Mirelle turned and walked toward the door. At the threshold, she paused. "You asked me to delay the testimony for 3 days, she said. "I agreed because I believed you meant to stop it. But you are not trying to stop it, are you? You are trying to outrun it." Linnet did not answer. Mirelle left. The door closed. The candle died. Linnet stood alone in the dark with Sarah's request, the convoy orders, the strengthening pulse from the prison ward, and the impossible shape of the 3 days stretching ahead. She had made her choice, and the choice had not stopped anything. It had only bought time. Time to save Farthing Ford. Time to let gratitude divide the outrage. Time to find out what the prisoner in cell 7 was becoming. Time to make Sarah's testimony irrelevant. But time was not mercy. Time was only the space between one decision and the next. And Linnet knew, with a certainty that felt like a blade settling between her ribs, that when those 3 days ran out, she would still be standing here, holding the same impossible choice, with no clean hands left to make it. Chapter 68. The convoy reached Farthing Ford with daylight still 3 hours from breaking. Linnet rode at the head beside the quartermaster, a wool cloak pulled over her face against the mist, watching the first shapes of the village emerge through the rain. Rotten thatch, mud streets, a well with the rope snapped and the bucket lying sideways in the dirt. The shaking fever had been here. She could feel it in the silence. No dogs barking, no smoke from cook fires. The kind of quiet that meant people had stopped believing morning would bring anything worth waking for. The quartermaster reined in. "Where do you want the stores?" "Chapel, if it still has a roof." He nodded and signaled the wagons forward. They rolled into the village square with wheels splashing through standing water, and the first door opened before the lead horse had stopped. A woman stood in the gap, gaunt, hollow-eyed, clutching a child against her hip. She watched the wagons as though she did not trust what she was seeing. Linnet dismounted. "We brought medicine," she said. "Grain, bandages. Who is your elder?" The woman stared at her. "The chapel sisters left 3 days ago," she said. "They said help was coming. They did not say when. It is here now." The woman's gaze moved past Linnet to the wagons, the crates, the drivers already untying the canvas covers. Her hand tightened on the child. "Why now?" she asked. "Why not last month, when my boy could still keep food down?" Linnet had no answer that would not sound like arithmetic. She turned to the wagons and began directing the unloading. By dawn, the square had become a distribution point. Linnet worked alongside the drivers, lifting sacks of grain, passing bandages to the village women who had emerged from their homes with slow, cautious steps. She measured fever medicine into clay cups and watched thin hands close around them like they were holding something sacred. A man with a twisted leg limped up to her. "Are you the healer?" he asked. "Yes. They said a healer would come from Gathram. They said she saved the king." His eyes searched her face. "Is it true?" She did not answer the second question. "How long have you had the fever in this district?" 6 weeks. Started in the East Fields. Then the well went bad. Then the children started shaking. He said it flatly, as though he had run out of room for horror. Linnet gave him a cup and watched him drink. The chapel sisters returned at mid-morning. They came in a cart with a cracked wheel, 3 women in stained habits, their faces set in the particular exhaustion of people who had buried too many of their own flock. The eldest stepped down and walked through the distribution line without stopping, straight to the crates, the grain sacks, the neat rows of medicine jars. She looked at the supplies, then at the drivers, then at Linnet. "This came from the capital," she said, not a question. "Yes." "How?" "The Regency Council approved a convoy. I requested it be routed here first." The sister's gaze sharpened. "We petitioned the council for 6 weeks. 6 letters. No reply." Linnet felt the weight of the truth settling between them. "The timing was arranged," she said. "I am aware." The sister did not blink. "You are the one they say saved the king in the locked chamber." "I am Linnet Harrow." The sister studied her for a long moment. Then she turned and walked back to the cart without another word. The village did not ask about politics. They asked about the medicine, about whether the shaking would return, about whether the children would stop coughing black in their sleep. Linnet moved from house to house, from pallet to pallet, checking fevers, listening to lungs, writing names in her head that she would not put in the black book. She saved a girl of 7 whose fever had climbed so high the mother had already begun to keen. She held an aid man's hand while he coughed blood into a rag and told her she had kind eyes. She worked until her hands trembled and her vision blurred and the sun began its long fall toward the western hills. Sarah arrived at dusk. Linnet was kneeling beside a woman in the 3rd house from the square, pressing a cool cloth to a sweating forehead when she heard the footsteps stop in the doorway. She knew the weight of them before she looked up. Sarah stood in the frame with her gray-streaked hair pulled tight and her riverstone eyes fixed on the scene before her. A healer with a cloth. A fever patient. The village that had been dying until today. Linnet finished what she was doing. Rose, met Sarah's gaze. "You came," Sarah said. "I brought medicine. You brought a performance." The words hung in the air. The woman on the pallet shifted, watching them both with fever-bright eyes that understood more than she should. Linnet stepped past Sarah into the lane. The evening had turned cool. Mist clung to the thatch and gathered in the hollows of the street. Sarah followed, and for a moment neither spoke. "The chapel sisters told me you were here," Sarah said. "They did not know whether to thank you or curse you." "I saved their district. You saved it to silence them." Linnet turned. "Does it matter why the medicine came if it came? Does the child I pulled back from the fever care whether I did it for her sake or for mine?" Sarah's face did not soften. "Yes," she said. "It matters, because you are teaching them that mercy must be earned, that if they are grateful enough, quiet enough, the crown will deign to let them live. That is not healing, that is training." Linnet felt the words press against her ribs like a blade finding the gap between armor. "I saved them," she said again. "You saved them so you could keep using the system that kills them." A woman passed between them carrying a sack of the grain Linnet had brought. She did not look at either of them. She was crying. Sarah watched her go. "Do you know what they will remember?" she asked. "Not the medicine, not the convoy. They will remember that the help came only when you needed something from them, that their suffering was never enough to move the capital until it became useful." Linnet said nothing. Sarah stepped closer. "You wanted to make my testimony irrelevant," she said. "You have done it. The village will bless your name. The abbey will hesitate. The council will point to Farthing Ford and say, 'See, the crown provides.' And you will stand in the chamber tomorrow and tell yourself you did the right thing." She paused. "But you did not do it cleanly, and that is the difference between a healer and a politician. A healer saves because the suffering demands it. A politician saves because the suffering becomes a tool." Linnet's hands were steady at her sides. She wished they were not. "I have 3 days," she said. "Mirelle promised me 3 days before you speak. I used one of them here. Tomorrow I will face the council. The day after I will find out what the prisoner in cell 7 has become. And then? And then I will do what is necessary." Sarah looked at her for a long breath. "You already did," she said, "and you called it mercy." She turned and walked back toward the chapel, leaving Linnet standing alone in the mist with the smell of medicine and grain and the hollow gratitude of a district that did not know it had been saved by calculation. Linnet stood there until the light failed and the first lanterns flickered in the village windows. Then she mounted her horse and rode back toward Gathram, the wrought pulse beneath her ribs counting down the hours she had left. Chapter 69. The palace corridors felt wrong when Linnet reached them. Not silent. Gathram was never silent, but the wrong kind of wrong. The air too still, the torches burning too low, as if the building itself had drawn breath and not let it out. Her boots echoed off the stone, and she realized she had not eaten since dawn, had not slept since the night before, was running on the wrought pulse and the memory of Sarah's voice saying, "You called it mercy." She climbed the east stair. The door to Esme's tower room stood ajar. Candlelight bled through the gap in a thin yellow line. Linnet pushed it open. Esme sat at the small writing desk by the window, still in her day dress, her dark hair unbraided and falling across her shoulders. She was 11 years old. She looked older in the candlelight, hollows under her eyes that had not been there before the wrought chain. The ledger lay open before her, not the black book, a different one, bound in plain leather, its pages blank. "You are awake," Linnet said. "I have not slept since Farthing Ford." "You should not have been told about Farthing Ford." "I am regent." Esme did not look up. "I should not be hidden from the things done in my name." Linnet crossed the room. She did not sit. She stood at the edge of the candlelight, letting the warmth touch her hands, remembering the cold of the mist on the road. "Sarah Dujardin will speak before the council the day after tomorrow," Esme said. "She will tell them about the prisoners, the debtors, the system my father's court built." "Yes, and you will try to stop her." "I will try to make her testimony irrelevant." Esme looked up then. Her gray eyes were the same shade as Berengar's, the same depth, the same patience that had always felt like judgment. "That is the same thing," she said, dressed in better cloth. Linnet said nothing. Esme turned back to the ledger. She touched the first page with her fingertip, tracing the grain of the paper as if she could read what had not yet been written. "I want you to keep a second book," she said. Linnet waited. "This one will not record who bore the pain." Esme's voice was steady, too steady, a child who had learned to sound like a queen because no one else would protect her. "It will record who ordered it, who approved it, who benefited while others carried what they could not bear. Esme, I am not asking for confession." The girl's hand flattened against the page. "I am asking for accounting. The ledgers in the lower archive will show the transfers, the numbers, the names of the vessels, but they will not show who signed the orders, who looked away, who took the grain from districts that were too weak to resist." Linnet felt the wrought pulse shift beneath her ribs, slower, waiting. "That book will implicate half the court," she said. "I know. It will give your enemies weapons against you. I know. It will make me a target for every noble who fears their name appears in it." Esme met her gaze. "You are already a target. This will only make the aim visible." The silence stretched. Linnet heard the wind outside, the distant cry of a night bird, the creak of the palace settling around them like an old animal curling into sleep. "Why now?" she asked. "Because I am regent." Esme's voice cracked for the first time, a hairline fracture in the composure. "Because my father let the truth rot in the dark, and it killed him. Because if I do not know the shape of what I have inherited, I will become the same thing he was. A king who told himself suffering was necessary because he never had to look at the names." Linnet looked at the blank ledger. Blank pages. A record of complicity. Hand moved before she decided it would. She sat in the chair across from Esme, the one Berengar had used when he visited his daughter in the hours between lucidity and collapse. She pulled the ledger toward her. "Who should be the first name?" she asked. Esme did not hesitate. "Mallender." Linnet wrote it. The ink took well, dark and clean against the pale page. She wrote the date beside it, the district, the system he had built. Rex, Esme said. Second name, district assessments, grain routes, Treep. Lady Arneth, Esme said. Third name, the council vote that redirected relief from Farthingford the first time. Sir Jarvis Temple. Fourth name, medical store allocations that favored the army over the city infirmaries. They worked through the names in silence, Esme speaking, Linnet writing, the candle burning lower as the list grew. Some names she knew. Some she had only heard in corridors. Some she had not known belonged in this book at all. But Esme knew. The girl had been watching, listening, learning the shape of the court that would try to eat her alive. When the first page was full, Linnet paused. There will be more, Esme said. Many more. I know. Will you keep writing them? Linnet looked at the names. Mallender, Rakes, Arneth, Temple. The system of suffering that had made her useful, necessary, complicit. She had thought the black book was her confession, but this was something else. This was the architecture beneath the confession, the scaffolding of power that made the mercy necessary in the first place. Yes, she said. Esme nodded. She did not smile. She looked at the page as if memorizing it, as if she intended to carry these names inside her until she was old enough to do something about them. The day after tomorrow, Esme said, Sarah will speak, and you will have to choose whether the second book becomes testimony or a weapon. Linnet turned the page. She stopped. A name was already written there, not in her handwriting, not in Esme's. The ink was darker, the strokes sharper, pressed into the paper with a hand that had known exactly what it was doing. Corin Bly. Linnet stared at it. The wrought pulse surged beneath her ribs, a spike of recognition that was not her own. The name burned in her chest like Pendercross, like a brand she had not known was being pressed. Linnet? Esme leaned forward. What is it? Linnet touched the page. The ink was dry but barely, the fibers of the paper still raised where the pen had pressed deepest. Someone had written this tonight, in this room. While Esme was awake, while the guards were at the door, while the whole palace sat in the breath between crises. Do you know who wrote this? She asked. Heavy looked at the name. Her face went still. No, she said. But her voice wavered. And Linnet knew, with the certainty of the wrought pulse counting down beneath her ribs, that someone was already writing the story they were not ready to tell. Chapter 70. Linnet's fingers stayed on the page, tracing the dried ink as if touch could tell her something sight could not. The strokes were confident, deliberate, written by someone who knew exactly what they were doing. Stay here, she said. Where are you going? Esme's voice had lost its regent's composure. She sounded 11 again. To find the person who wrote this. Linnet crossed the room before Esme could argue. The door opened onto the dark corridor, empty but for the guard at the far end who straightened at her emergence. Did anyone pass this door tonight? She asked. The guard blinked. No, physician, only the princess's visitors who are accounted for. Think carefully. I would remember. No one. She walked past him before he could finish the sentence. The wrought pulse beneath her ribs pushed against her steps, faster now, as if the name had woken something that wanted to be followed. Crone's residence sat in the East Garrison Row, a narrow stone house with a single lamp burning in the window. Linnet knocked once, then pushed the door open without waiting for answer. He was at the table, boots off, a map spread before him. He looked up at her entrance, and his hand moved toward the knife at his belt before he recognized her. Linnet, did you write your name in a book tonight? The question hung between them. Corin's hand stayed over the knife, not reaching for it, not releasing. What book? A blank ledger, in Esme's tower. Someone wrote your name in it while she was awake, while her guards were at the door, while the ink dried fast enough that it was only barely dry when I found it. Corin rose from the table. The map crumpled beneath his elbow, but he did not smooth it. I have been here since sundown, alone, reading reports from the eastern garrisons. Can anyone vouch for you? No, my veriless child. His voice hardened. Can anyone vouch for you? The wrought pulse flickered. She had not expected him to turn the question back at her. I found the name, she said. I did not write it. Who else was in that room? Esme. No one else. Then someone entered after she left, or before she arrived. Corin stepped closer. His boots were off, but he still carried himself like a man ready to fight. Unless you think I wrote my own name and walked out without the princess noticing me in the same room. I do not know what I think. That is the problem. He stopped an arm's length from her. His brown eyes searched her face the way they used to, looking for something he had once trusted. Someone is baiting you. They put my name in a book they knew you would find, in a room they knew you would enter, at a time when I could not possibly have written it unless I walked through walls. Why your name? Because if you believe I am already implicated, you will either protect me by hiding the book, or you will turn on me to prove you are not corrupt. Either way, the army and the sick room become enemies instead of allies. Linnet felt the logic settle into her chest like a second rot pulse. Clean, cold, irrefutable. Who knows about the ledger? Everyone who has eyes on that tower. Corin ran a hand across his jaw. Esme talked to Sarah. Sarah talked to the delegation. The delegation talked to half the crypt before they sealed the witness statements. The name of the game is anticipation, and someone anticipated what you and the princess would do before you did it. Then the person who wrote your name is the same person who is erasing the Thornwood page's chain of custody. Or a different player entirely. Corin's voice dropped. There are more factions in this city than you have names in that book. The Border Dukes, the Old Seal Man, the Treasury Circle, Mallender's Inner Knot. You have been so busy tracking what you can see that you forgot to count what you cannot. The words landed like a blade between her ribs. The rot pulse answered from within her, a surge of recognition that made her sway. Corin caught her elbow. His grip was hard enough to hurt. "When did you last sleep?" he asked. "I do not remember." "Eat Farthing Ford, a piece of bread, this morning." He did not let go. His fingers stayed locked around her arm, holding her upright, and for a moment she let herself feel the solid warmth of his hand. The person she had been before the ledger would have leaned into that grip. The person she had become stood straight and pulled away. "I need the night watch logs," she said. "Every guard who was stationed near the tower, every servant who carried water or candles or messages. I will get them." "Corn." She waited until he met her eyes. "If you know anything about that name, tell me now. I know that someone is trying to make you choose between trusting me and protecting yourself." His voice was quiet. "And I know that the last time you made that choice, you chose yourself. You gave me the Thornwood page and told me to find a reason to stay." She had no answer. The door behind them banged open. A messenger stood in the frame, young, pale, breath coming in hard gasps. The boy's livery marked him as a runner from the lower ward, but his face was the color of milk, and his hands were shaking. "Physician Harrow," the voice cracked. "The prison ward, the one you used." Linnet's blood went cold. "What about it?" The boy swallowed. He looked at Corin, at Linnet, at the floor, as if the words themselves might burn him. "There is a seizure, spreading through the whole ward. Men on the ground, black threads, howling, people coming out of their houses to watch. It is visible from the street." The rot pulse surged beneath Linnet's ribs, the pulse of Cell 7 strengthening, the thread from the surviving prisoner vibrating like a plucked string. "Someone open the cell," Corin said. It was not a question. The messenger shook his head. The door was already open when the night guard made his round. The first man he found was standing in the corridor, staring, black threads crawling out of his mouth. Linnet was already moving. The runner's voice followed her down the corridor, thin and desperate. "They are asking what you did to them." She did not stop. The city air hit her face as she burst into the street, cold and wet with the mist that never fully lifted from Gathrem's lower quarters. The prison ward was 3 streets east, a squat building of gray stone with barred windows and a door that should have been locked. It was not locked. Light spilled from the open entrance, and she could hear the sound before she reached the threshold. Not screaming, something worse. A wet, rhythmic thudding, bodies hitting stone, threads slapping against walls. She crossed the threshold and stopped. The corridor was full of men on their knees, faces tilted toward the ceiling, mouths open as black threads poured from their throats and nostrils and ears. The threads did not fall, they rose, climbing the walls, the rafters, the barred windows, pulsing with a rhythm that matched the pulse beneath her ribs. At the far end of the corridor, a single figure stood, Cell 7. He was not convulsing, he was watching her, and the threads wrapped around his body did not crawl, they swayed. Like wheat in a wind she could not feel, the wrought pulse in her chest synced with his, and the figure smiled. Chapter 71. The sound was worse than the sight. Linnet stood in the corridor of the prison ward, the door gaping behind her, and the wet thud of bodies hitting stone filled her ears like a second heartbeat. Men on their knees, black threads rising from their mouths like inverted rain, climbing the walls, the rafters, the barred windows, pulsing with a rhythm that matched the pulse beneath her own ribs. At the far end, the figure from Cell 7 stood upright. He was not convulsing. The threads around him did not crawl, they swayed. Suspended from his shoulders, his arms, his open palms, like a harvest waiting to be cut. His smile was slow and patient, the smile of someone who had been expecting her. The wrought pulse in her chest surged, and his pulse answered, not in echo, in harmony, two instruments playing the same note. She forced her feet forward. The thread webs parted around her as she walked, pulling back from her shoulders, her hair, her skirts, as if the wrought recognized something in her that it did not wish to touch. Do not move. Her voice was steady. She did not know how. The figure tilted his head. Black threads shifted across his throat like a collar of living silk. You named me, he said. His voice was not his own. It was layered, harmonic, as if multiple throats were speaking through the same mouth. And beneath it, buried like sediment at the bottom of a river, she heard something familiar. The old man with the show stick, the crozier and lock seal, the forger who had been waiting for her before she reached Gatharim. You are not the prisoner. She stopped 10 feet from him. You are what was put inside him. The smile widened. I am what was always inside him. You just woke me. The threads around him flared, and the men on their knees began to scream, not in pain, in recognition. Their mouths opened wider than jaws should open, and the black threads pouring from them thickened, darkened, became ropes of living corruption that lashed across the corridor, finding each other, weaving together into a single pulsing net. Linnet's hand went to the black book in her pocket. The figure laughed. That will not help you now. The names in that book are already written somewhere else. She heard a crash from the street, glass breaking, a woman's scream. The seizure was spreading. She turned and ran. The night air hit her face as she burst through the ward door, cold and wet with Gatharim's perpetual mist. But the mist was wrong. It was thicker than it should be, darker, threaded with strands of black that curled through the fog like veins through milk. The street was chaos. Prison wagons had overturned at the corner where the ward met the main road. Horses screamed and kicked against their traces, eyes rolled white, foam streaking their flanks. Chapel carts carrying the dead from the day's fever work had collided with the wreckage, and corpses lay spilled across the cobblestones, mouths open, black threads still trailing from their lips. A woman stumbled past her, clutching a child, both of them covered in black thread residue that clung to their clothes like wet spider silk. "Run!" Linnet said. "Get inside! Bar your doors!" The woman did not answer. Her eyes were fixed on something behind Linnet's shoulder, and her face was the color of ash. Linnet turned. The figure from Cell 7 stood in the ward doorway. He had not followed her. He had simply arrived. The threads around him stretched from the doorframe into the street, finding the fallen horses, the spilled corpses, the overturned carts, pulsing through each like a root system claiming new ground. You see? His voice carried across the chaos without effort. This is what mercy becomes when it stops pretending. This is the truth beneath the ledgers. A stone struck Linnet's shoulder. She staggered, more from surprise than pain, and turned to face the crowd that had gathered at the intersection. 20 people. 40. More spilling from side streets, drawn by the screams and the crash and the impossible sight of black threads crawling through the fog. A second stone hit her thigh. "You!" A man's voice, raw and shaking. He was standing at the front of the crowd, his face twisted with a fear that had already curdled into fury. "You are the one who did this. The healer. The angel they call you." A murmur rippled through the crowd. The word passed from mouth to mouth, twisted and venomous. Harrow. Harrow. The name she had built in Marrowfell. The name that meant safety. The name that mothers whispered to their sick children in the night became a curse in the street. A third stone caught her above the eye. The pain split through her skull like a blade. Warm blood ran down her brow, into her left eye, staining the world red. She did not raise her hands to protect herself. She stood still, feeling the blood drip from her jaw, and looked at the crowd as if she could see through their faces to the fear beneath. "I did this," she said. The crowd went silent. She had not meant to say it. The words came out of her like rot from a wound, unstoppable and true. "I did this, and I will undo it." The figure behind her laughed again, soft and patient, the sound of someone who had already read the ending of the story and found it satisfying. "You cannot undo what you are," he said. The threads around him surged, and the crowd began to move forward, not running away, but pressing in, their faces shifting from fear to something older and darker, the need to find someone to blame. Linnet wiped the blood from her eye and reached into her pocket. The black book was warm against her fingers. She had 18 blank pages left, and the street was full of names she did not yet know. Chapter 72. The soldiers came through the intersection like a blade through flesh, shields locking, boots striking cobblestones in a rhythm that drowned out the screaming. Corin was at their head. His sword was drawn but not raised, held low and steady, the blade catching torchlight as he moved between the crowd and the woman bleeding on the stones. He did not look at her. He looked at the faces in front of him, reading them the way a man reads weather before a storm breaks. "Back," he said. Not loud, the word carried anyway, sharp enough to cut through panic. 3 paces, now. The front rank of the crowd hesitated. The man who had thrown the first stone stood with his arm half raised, a fresh cobble clutched in his fingers, his eyes darting between Corin's face and the black thread still crawling through the fog behind him. "She did this," the man said. "You saw? She said so herself." "I saw," Corin said, "and I will handle it. But you will not throw another stone at her." The man's hand trembled. The crowd murmured, restless, hungry for someone to blame. But the soldiers had formed a wall now, shields overlapping, and even fury hesitates when steel locks into place. "Go home," Corin said. "Bar your doors. If the threads reach your street, send word to the garrison. We will come." The man lowered his arm. The stone clattered to the cobblestones. One by one, the crowd began to dissolve, retreating into side streets and doorways, their fear curdling back into the private terror they had carried before they found a target to throw at. Within 2 minutes, the intersection was empty except for soldiers, overturned carts, spilled corpses, and the woman with blood still drying on her brow. Corin turned to face her. His brown eyes swept over her face, the cut above her eye, the blood matting her hair, the black book pressed against her ribs. Something moved behind his expression, something she could not name, and then it was gone. "Where is the cell 7 prisoner?" he said. Linnet pointed toward the ward door. The doorway was empty. The black threads that had spread through the street were still pulsing along the cobblestones, still climbing the wheels of the overturned carts. But the figure who had spoken through the prisoner was gone. Corin followed her gaze. His jaw tightened. "Secure the ward," he said to the soldier beside him. "Every cell, every door. I want a count of every prisoner alive and dead within the hour." The soldier saluted and moved, taking half the squad with him. Corin stepped closer to Linnet. His voice dropped, low enough that only she could hear. "How did you stop it?" "I did not stop it," she said. "It stopped itself. The entity left when the crowd became a target it could use to distract me." "That is not what I asked." His eyes dropped to her hands. She looked down. Her fingers were black. Not stained, not the residue of thread contact. The black had seeped into the creases of her palms, into the beds of her nails, spreading up toward her wrists like water rising through cloth. She had not noticed. The pain had been distant, the way rot pain always was when she was working, a hum beneath the surface, ignorable. Corin's voice went flat. "What did you do in the alley?" She followed his gaze past her own hands to the narrow gap between the ward wall and the chapel cart, where 3 bodies lay in the shadows. Prisoners. The ones who had been kneeling in the corridor, screaming, their threads weaving into the net. They were still now. Their chests did not move. Linnet had no memory of crossing the street, but she remembered the feel of it. The hot pull, the way the seizure loads had poured into her arms and out again, through her, into the empty vessels that had been stacked behind the cart. Fever corpses. Men who had died before the seizure reached them. She had used them the way she had used the dying in the prison ward, the way she had used the fever patients at Farthing Ford. They had not consented. They were already dead. But she had done it anyway, because the crowd had been pressing in, because the threads had been spreading, because stopping the seizure in the street had mattered more than the ethics of a body that would never know what had passed through it. "I stabilized the street," she said. "With the dead." "Yes." Corin's face did not change. That was worse than anger. Anger could be met. This was the stillness of a man who had stopped hoping for a different answer and had begun measuring the one he had been given. "Show me your hands," he said. She held them out. The black was still spreading, climbing past her wrists, threading toward her elbows in thin, branching lines like cracked earth. She could feel them moving, not under her skin, but through it, settling into the spaces between muscle and bone. Corin looked at them for a long moment. Then he looked past her, to the ward door where the soldiers had begun dragging bodies into the street, and to the empty doorway where the figure had stood, and to the carts and corpses and still forms that marked the path of the seizure spread. "You used the dead as vessels," he said. "That means there is rot in them now. Rot that cannot be recalled. Rot that will leak into the ground, into the water, into whoever touches them." "I know. You just created a dozen new infection points in the middle of the city." "I know. Linnet." His voice cracked on her name. Not loud, not angry. It cracked the way old wood cracks before it breaks, a sound that carries more warning than any shout. "I am running out of ways to watch you do this." She met his eyes. The black threads had reached her shoulders now, weaving through the fabric of her sleeve, and she could feel them pressing against the rot that already lived beneath her ribs, the trigger dose, the Pendercross brand, the synchronized pulse that had answered the cell 7 prisoners' smile. "I am running out of ways to stop," she said. The street was silent. The soldiers had finished their count. The corpses lay in rows. The fog had begun to thin, revealing the stars above Gathrem, cold and distant, and utterly indifferent to the black threads still pulsing through the cobblestones at their feet. Corin opened his mouth to speak. A scream tore through the night. Not from the ward, not from the street, from the palace, from Esme's tower. Chapter 73. Corin moved before Linnet could speak. He was already running toward the palace, his boots striking cobblestone in hard, measured beats. The soldiers at the ward door saw his face and parted without question. Linnet followed. Her legs worked, but the black threads in her arms dragged at her muscles, thick and heavy as wet rope. She did not know if she was running toward Esme's scream or running from what Corin would say when he stopped moving. The palace gate opened before they reached it. A guard stood in the archway, pale, breath coming too fast. "Marshal, the princess!" "What happened?" She screamed. Then she stopped. "The door's locked. We cannot open it." Corin did not slow. He passed the guard and took the stairwell at a sprint, 3 steps at a time, his hand already on the knife at his belt. Linnet followed, one hand against the wall, the black threads pulsing in time with her heartbeat. They reached the tower door. It was not locked. It stood open a hand's width, the gap dark, the room beyond silent. Corin pushed it open with his shoulder and stepped inside. Esme sat on the edge of her bed, fully dressed, her dark hair loose around her face. She was not bleeding. She was not crying. She was staring at the far wall where a single line had been written in black ink, not on paper, not on parchment, on the whitewashed stone itself. "The ledger does not close." Corin read the words. Then he turned to the window, which stood open to the night air, the curtains stirring in the cold draft. "Who was here?" Esme did not answer. Linnet crossed to her. The girl did not flinch when Linnet took her wrist, checking her pulse, scanning her face for signs of rot bloom or seizure. Her eyes were clear. Her breathing was steady. "Esme, who was here?" "The air changed," Esme said. Her voice was flat, distant. The voice of someone describing a thing she had already decided was real. "I felt it move, like someone had walked through it, but I did not see anyone." Corin crossed to the open window and looked down at the courtyard below. 3 stories, no rope, no ledge. "Nobody climbed out." "I know." He turned back to her. His face had gone hard, the way it did before a battle, when the terrain had shifted and the enemy had shown a hand he had not expected. "Linnet, take her to the council chamber. Bar the door. Do not open it until I come back." "Where are you going?" He did not answer. He was already walking, his stride long and deliberate, the kind of walking a man did when he had decided exactly what he was about to do. She caught him at the stairwell. "Corin!" He stopped but did not turn. "I am going to tell them," he said. "Not some of it. I'm going to tell the officers what the ledger is, what the mercy has cost, what is spreading through this city because of the choices that kept their men alive at Thornwood. And then they will decide whether they still serve a regency that runs on pain." Linnet felt the black threads pulse beneath her ribs. "Some of them will not forgive you for telling them. Some of them will not forgive me for having been grateful," he said, "for having called you an angel while the accounting was still hidden. That is worse." He turned. His eyes met hers. "Come with me, or do not. But I am done carrying this alone." The garrison mess hall had been cleared. 40 men stood in the long room, officers from every regiment that had fought at Thornwood, every company that had been treated by the Angel of Marrowfell. They stood in silence, their faces hard, their hands at their sides. Corin stood at the front, his back to the cold hearth. Linnet stood at the edge of the room, where the shadows pulled thickest. "I am going to tell you something," Corin said, "that will make you want to kill the person who says it. Listen anyway." He told them. He told them about the prisoners, the debtors, the measured doses. He told them about the hidden infirmary, the countermarks, the prison ward seizure. He told them about the black threads spreading through the city and the names written in ledgers that no soldier would ever see. He did not soften it. He did not frame it as necessity. When he finished, the room was silent. Then a heavy man with a gray beard stepped forward. Captain Ordell. His hollow eyes were fixed on Corin, not on Linnet, as if he knew exactly where she stood but refused to look at her. "How many of my men are alive because of this?" Corin held his gaze. "I do not know the exact count." "Then estimate." "At Thornwood? 200, maybe more." "And where did their suffering go?" "Into prisoners who were already dead." "Already dead," Ordell's voice was flat. "Or would be dead, because we captured them." "Yes." The captain stood still for a long moment. Then he said, "I have a wife, 2 sons. If those prisoners had not been used, I would be dead. My sons would be fatherless. My wife would be a widow." He turned and walked out. No one stopped him. Another officer stepped forward, younger, his hand wrapped in bandages from a wound that had healed clean. "I was in the 2nd battery," he said. "I saw her work. I saw men who should have died walk back to their posts." He paused. "I did not ask where the healing came from. I did not want to know." "And now," Corin said, "now I know." The young officer looked at his bandaged hand. "And I do not know what to do with it." A third voice, older, from the back of the room. "We survived." Everyone turned. The speaker was a grizzled sergeant with a scar across his throat, the kind of scar that should have killed him. He stood with his arms crossed, his face unreadable. "We survived Thornwood because she carried the cost somewhere else. I do not like it. I do not like that I did not know. But I was there. I saw the banners falling. I saw the men who should have died. And if someone had told me then that the price was prisoners who were going to die anyway, I would have paid it." He looked at Linnet for the first time. "You should have told us, but I cannot say I would have refused." Linnet felt the words land like stones in her chest. The room held. Then Corin said, "That is the question, isn't it?" He was looking at her now, across the space between them. "Would you have refused?" She opened her mouth to answer. A hand closed around her ankle. Cold, tight. The grip of something that should not have been there. She looked down. A black thread, thick as a finger, was coiled around her boot. It had come from nowhere. From the gap between the floorboards, from the space beneath the foundations, from the earth under the city. It pulled. She fell. The room erupted. Chapter 74. The black thread pulled. Linnet hit the floor. The impact drove the breath from her chest. Her fingers scraped wood grain, searching for purchase as the thing around her ankle tightened, dragged her toward the gap between the boards where the darkness breathed. The mess hall erupted. Men shouted. Boots hammered the planks. Corin was there, his hand closing around her wrist, his other hand going for the blade at his belt. "Do not cut it," she gasped. He froze. The thread pulled again. Her body slid a handspan toward the gap. The floorboards creaked beneath her, and she felt the space below, the hollow foundation where something waited, patient and cold. Then what do I do? She did not know. The thread pulsed against her skin, and she felt it then. The rhythm beneath her ribs answering, the same sync, the same note, the same hunger. The entity had found her, not through the Cell 7 prisoner, not through the showstick buyer's voice, through the rot already inside her. "You hear it?" she said. Corin's grip tightened. "I hear you talking. I do not hear anything else." She looked at him. His face was hard, his jaw set, his eyes fixed on hers as if the thread did not exist. He was going to hold on until she told him what to do. "Get me upright." He pulled. The thread resisted, and she felt the fibers dig into her boot leather, the scrape of something older than leather, older than the floor, trying to hold her down. Then the grip loosened. Not because she had won, because the thing beneath the city had decided to release her. She scrambled back, stood. The gap between the boards was empty. The officers had formed a half-circle around her, their faces shifting from shock to wariness. The young soldier with the bandaged hand was white. The buzzled sergeant had his sword half drawn, staring at the floor as if waiting for the floor to stare back. Corin stood between her and the gap. What was that? Something that knows where I am now. She meant it literally. The entity had touched her, held her, learned the shape of her resistance. The next pull would be harder. The next grip would not let go. The mess hall door opened. Renford stood in the frame, his face pale, his orderly's apron still stained with the night's work. He did not look at the officers. He looked at Linnet. "Physician Harrow, Chancellor Mallender requests your presence in the council chamber, immediately." The room did not settle. Linnet walked past the officers, past Corin's silent question, past the gap in the floorboards that still breathed. She followed Renford through the garrison courtyard, past the chapel cart where the dead fever corpses lay cooling, past the prison ward where the seizure had already begun to draw spectators and whispers. The palace corridors were empty. She found Mallender in the council chamber, standing at the head of the table with a stack of documents before him. His pale gray eyes met hers as she entered, and he did not ask about the thread, the seizure, or the mob. He simply gestured to the chair beside him. "Sit." She sat. "The Regency is fractured," he said. "The officers know, the district knows, the border dukes will know within days if they do not already. I can no longer protect you by keeping you hidden." "I did not ask you to protect me." "You did not have to. It was the only strategy that preserved your ability to act without scrutiny." He tapped the stack of documents. "That strategy is finished. I am introducing you in council tomorrow as the Regency's indispensable physician." Indispensable. "You will answer questions. You will accept authority publicly. You will become visible, accountable, and untouchable, because the alternative is worse." She knew what he meant. The alternative was losing control. "Rakes will resist," she said. "Rakes will propose a ministry of public relief that would nationalize the mercy system under Treasury oversight. He will argue that the work must be regulated, supervised, and separated from personal loyalty. He will frame it as reform. It is reform. It is a cage with a different lock." Mallender's voice was flat. "He does not want to end the transfers. He wants to own them. And if he owns them, He owns every name in every ledger from this day forward. Linnet looked at the stack of documents. She could see the corner of a fresh ledger beneath the papers, bound in dark leather, the spine unbroken. "He cannot own what he cannot use," she said. "He will learn." The chamber felt smaller than it should have. The candles guttered, the shadows pressed. "What do you need from me?" "Your presence at dawn, a willingness to let me speak for you in the opening arguments, and the discipline to answer only what I have prepared you to answer. And if Rakes forces a vote—" Mallender's jaw tightened. The thin burn scar along his right jaw caught the candlelight, the tissue pale and old, the story he never told about that scar written in the grain of his skin. "Then I will need you to choose." "Choose what?" "Whether you would rather serve a system that answers to the Treasury or one that answers to you." The words hung between them. Linnet felt the rot pulse beneath her ribs, the trigger dose, the Pendercross brand, the black threads that had reached her shoulders and were still climbing, patient as roots. "You have been preparing me for this," she said. "I have been preparing the kingdom for you." It was not an answer. It was a confession. She stood. "I will be at the council at dawn." Mallender nodded, his pale eyes unreadable, his ink-stained fingers resting on the unbroken ledger as if he were already reading the names it would hold. She left the chamber. The corridor was empty. The torches burned low. She walked toward the east tower where Esme sat with the words on her wall and the question of who had written them burning in her silence. Behind her, in the council chamber, a single candle guttered and died. She did not see the shadow that passed across the closed door. She did not hear the whisper that curled through the gap beneath it, soft as thread, hungry as rot, speaking a name she had not yet learned to answer. Pendercross. Chapter 75. The east tower stairs wound tighter than she remembered. Linnet climbed with her hand on the wall, the stone cold and damp beneath her fingers, the rot pulse beneath her ribs beating a rhythm she could not name. The whisper still curled at the edge of her hearing. Pendercross, a name she did not know, a name the rot had branded into her chest. The tower door stood ajar. She pushed it open and found Esme on the bed, still as carved marble, her pale gray eyes fixed on the words on the wall. "The ledger does not close." The ink had dried dark against the whitewash, each letter precise, unhurried, as if the writer had all the time in the world. But Esme was not alone. Lady Mirelle Quist stood in the corner near the writing desk, her amber gown catching the single candle's light like trapped honey. She held a leather satchel in one hand and a folded paper in the other. Her face was unreadable. "I found the answer," Mirelle said, "but you will not like it." Mirelle stopped at the foot of the bed. The missing page, the Thornwood casualty record, the chain of custody. Mirelle set the satchel on the desk and unfolded the paper. Corin's first aide took the copied page to a palace tutor on Princess Esme's household staff. The tutor believed the child queen should know the truth before men used it in her name during the Regency negotiations. Esme's head turned. Her expression did not change. "I never asked for theft," she said, her voice small and steady. "I asked Master Rennick to tell me what the court was hiding. He offered to find out." "Rennick," Linnet tasted the name. "He works in the nursery wing." "Worked." Mirelle's voice carried a flat finality. "He tried to flee when my people found him. He was carrying copies of the page, 2 district maps, and a sealed letter from the Border Duke's agent that I suspect he never intended to deliver." "Where is he now?" "Below, in the East Guard room. I thought you should question him before the council learns the chain traces to Esme's household." Linnet turned toward the door. "Keep Esme here." "You cannot go alone," Esme said. "I can." "You should not." The child's voice held something that was not fear. It was recognition. "Master Rennick taught me my numbers. He showed me how to read council allocation tables. He was the one who told me the relief routes never matched the death lists." Linnet stopped. "He was trying to arm you with truth," she said. "Yes," Esme's voice cracked. "And I am the reason he is caught." Mirelle stepped forward. "There is more. The letter from the Border Duke's agent. It names Pendercross." The rot beneath Linnet's ribs surged. "Read it," she said. "The agent offers the tutor safe passage to the eastern border in exchange for the full Thornwood record and a sworn statement from a palace witness who saw the transfer work. The agent believes Pendercross is a bloodline archive older than the royal dynasty. hidden beneath the lower city, and that the Duke's family was named in it as original stewards of the Mercy before Berengar's line claimed the throne. Linnet's hands were black now. The rot had reached her collarbones. "Where is the tutor?" "East guard room. He will not speak to anyone but you." Linnet left without answering. The East guard room was a low siloed chamber behind the armory, used for holding prisoners too valuable for the common cells and too inconvenient for the tower. 2 guards stood at the door. They parted when they saw her. The tutor sat on a wooden stool at the center of the room. He was a thin man, past 50, with ink-stained fingers and the kind of weary patience that came from years of teaching children who did not want to learn. His gray eyes met hers without defiance. "Physician Harrow?" "Mass Rennick. You have come to ask why?" "I have come to ask what you did with the copies." He smiled, a sad and knowing thing. "The copies are safe. I made 3. 1 is in the satchel Mirelle took. 1 is with a chapel sister who does not know what she carries. The 3rd is already on its way to the Border Duke's agent, carried by a boy who left Gathram at dusk and will not stop until he reaches the Eastern Road." Linnet felt the words settle like stones. "You have doomed yourself for nothing." "No," he shook his head. "I have told the truth. The child queen deserves to know what was done in her father's name. You of all people should understand that. I understand that truth without power is just another wound." "Is that what you tell yourself when you write names in your black book?" She did not answer. Rennet's hand moved to his mouth, quick, certain. She saw the glint of a small vial between his fingers, the dark liquid disappearing past his lips before she could cross the room and stop him. "No." He swallowed. His throat worked once, twice. His eyes did not leave hers. "I will not let you question me the way you question the dying," he said. "I will not become a vessel for your ledger. Master Rennick, tell Esme I am sorry I could not teach her a gentler truth." His voice was already thickening. "Tell her the Border Duke's agent knows where Pendercross is buried. Tell her to find it before they do." His body convulsed. Linda caught him as he fell, lowering him to the stone floor, her hands pressing against his chest where the poison was already closing his lungs. She could feel the rot pulse inside her, hungry, waiting, asking the question she had been avoiding since the mess hall. She could transfer the poison into herself. She could save him. She could keep him alive long enough to learn where the 3rd copy was going, what the Border Duke knew, how to find Pendercross before the network closed around Esme. She could. She did not. She held his shoulders while his breath slowed, while his eyes glazed, while the last tremor passed through his body and left him still. The guards had not moved. Linnet stood. Her hands were shaking. The black rot had climbed past her collarbones and was threading toward her throat. "Find the boy on the Eastern Road," she said, "before he reaches the border." The guards did not answer. She walked out of the room, past the armory, past the corridor that led to the council chamber where Mallender was already building tomorrow's arguments, past the stairwell that climbed toward Esme's tower where a child sat alone with a warning written on her wall. The rot pulse beneath her ribs was counting. She could feel it. Pendercross. The name was not a place, it was a summons, and she was running out of time to refuse it. Chapter 76. The east tower stairs felt narrower now. Linnet climbed them with her hands pressed against the stone, watching the black rot creep past the collar of her dress and curl along the edge of her jaw. Each step sent a pulse through her chest where Pendercross had branded itself into the bone. Esme's door stood open. The child sat on the edge of her bed with the 2nd ledger open across her knees. Her braids had come loose at the crown, dark strands falling across her pale gray eyes. The words on the wall behind her had dried into the whitewash. "The ledger does not close." "She is unharmed," Mirelle said from the window alcove. Her amber dress caught the last of the moonlight, but her voice carried none of its usual warmth. "I have been here since you went down." Linnet nodded. She could not feel her fingertips anymore. The rot had reached her throat. "Master Rennick is dead," she said. Esme's hand went still on the ledger page. Her face did not crumple. She looked up with Berengar's eyes, that same hollow steadiness that came before a king made a decision the kingdom would not forgive. "Did you kill him?" "He took poison when I came to question him." The child absorbed that the way she absorbed everything now, silently, like stone taking rain. He was trying to leave. He told me the border road was the only safe way out of Gathram for anyone who knew the truth. He said you would never let him go. He was right. Esme set the ledger aside and stood. She was small in her nightdress, the hem dragging on the floorboards, but she carried herself like someone who had already buried everyone she loved. Does ruling always mean making other people carry what you cannot? The question landed like a blade between ribs. Linnet opened her mouth, closed it. The rot pulse beat against her throat, counting something she could feel but not name. I do not know how to answer that without lying. Then do not answer. Esme stepped closer. Her bare feet made no sound on the boards. I have been sitting here since the scream, watching the wall, thinking about what Rennick said before he left. He told me the Border Duke's agent called Pendercross a record of who pays the cost when the throne pretends it does not need victims. Esme, I am not finished. The child's voice did not waver. He said the Duke wants the archive because it names every family that has been used to balance the ledger for the past 300 years. That the knowledge alone is a weapon. That if the Duke controls Pendercross, he controls who gets to tell the story of what was done. And you believe him? I believe he died for telling me. Esme's gray eyes held Linnet's. I believe you let him. Linnet felt the words sink into her chest alongside the rot. She did not deny them. Is mercy only another crown with a softer name? Esme asked. Is that what you learned here? That healing is just rule disguised as compassion? Mercy is not rule, Linnet said, but rule without mercy is just arithmetic. I have seen that arithmetic. I have written it. And you still do it. Because I have not found a way to stop and keep anyone alive. Esme was quiet for a long moment. The candle on her desk guttered, throwing shadows across the ledger's open pages. I will remember that, she said. The words carried weight Linnet did not fully understand until Esme turned and walked to the writing desk, where a folded paper lay beneath the candle's drip. There is something else, Esme said. Rennick told me before he left the tower. He said a counselor has been meeting envoys from the Border Duke in the nursery wing for the past 2 weeks. The room no one uses. The room with the broken lock. Which counselor? Lord Kelling. Esme picked up the paper and held it out. I had one of the kitchen girls follow him. She wrote down the dates. Linnet took the paper. The handwriting was unsteady, a servant's hand, but the names were clear. Kelling, the Border Duke's seal. 4 meetings in 14 days. The nursery wing is below the royal apartments, Esme said. If someone wanted to reach my chambers without using the main stairs, there is a service passage behind the old crib storage. Rennick found it when he was searching for evidence against the counselors who let Farthingford starve. Linnet folded the paper into her pocket. Her fingers felt like stone. Why did Rennick tell you this and not me? Because he trusted me more. Esme's voice cracked for the first time. Because I asked him to find the truth. Because you stopped asking questions the moment you started believing the answers would cost too much. The candle died. In the darkness, Linnet heard Esme's breath catch once, a child's involuntary grief before the mask went back up. I will find Kelling, Linnet said. And then what? I will make sure he cannot reach you. Like you made sure Rennick could not reach the border? The question hung between them. Linnet had no answer. She turned and walked to the door, the folded paper pressing against her ribs, the rot pulse counting down inside her throat. Behind her, Esme said nothing. The corridor outside the tower was empty. The candle brackets had burned low, and the shadows pooled in the corners like waiting water. Linnet stood at the top of the stairs, feeling the black threads curl past her jaw toward her chin. Pendercross. Kelling. The Border Duke. A network closing faster than she could track. Below her, in the palace she had helped stabilize, a counselor was trading access to the Child Queen for control of a buried archive that could rewrite 3 centuries of mercy into 3 centuries of guilt. And she had let Rennick die rather than save him. She started down the stairs. The paper in her pocket felt heavier than the black book ever had. The nursery wing was 3 floors down, past the armory and the abandoned solar where Berengar's mother had once held court. Linnet walked through corridors she had memorized during her first weeks in Gathram, when she still believed knowledge would protect her. The door to the nursery was ajar. Someone had oiled the hinges recently. The lamplight from inside was low, shielded, meant for private conversations no one was supposed to hear. Linnet pressed her hand flat against the wood. The rot pulse in her chest surged, recognized something. Someone. She pushed the door open. The room was empty, but the chair by the cold hearth had been pulled close to a table where 2 cups sat, one still warm, and a map of the eastern borderlands lay unfurled across the boards with a single name written in the margin. Pendercross. Linnet stood in the abandoned nursery, the black rot threading past her chin toward her lips, and felt the last hour of the countdown drain away. Someone had known she would come. Someone had left the map for her. And in the silence of the empty room, she heard a voice she recognized, low and unhurried, from the corridor behind her. "I was wondering when you would find me." Chapter 77. The voice came from the corridor behind her, low and unhurried, the tone of a man who had been waiting long enough to stop counting. Linnet turned. Lord Kelling stood in the doorway, his hands empty, his coat buttoned to the throat despite the hour. He was older than she remembered from the council chamber, 60 at least, with the kind of face that had learned to smile through decades of bad news. "I expected you sooner," he said. "Rennick was never going to reach the border. You know that." Linnet's hand stayed on the map. The name Pendercross was still warm where her fingers had touched it. "Then you knew about the copies." "I knew about the boy." Kelling stepped into the room, leaving the door open behind him. "I paid him double to bring the page to me first. He is in the cellar beneath the old armorer's hall, waiting for instructions I will not send." The rot pulse pushed against throat. The re-word cost her something. "You are trading proof of the ledger for border support." "I am trading control of the scandal." Kelling pulled the second chair from the table and sat, not as a supplicant, but as a man who had already made peace with his choices. "Rakes will nationalize the mercy system and turn every district into a tax ledger. Mallender will keep it as a personal weapon and hand it to you when he dies. Either way, the kingdom bleeds for their arithmetic. The border dukes offer a third path. They will bury the truth. They will bury the system." Kelling's voice did not rise. "The archive beneath the city contains 3 centuries of transfer records, every district used as a balancing sink, every family marked, every child bred for the gift. The Dukes want that archive opened and the names published so the kingdom knows what has been done in its name. Then they will burn every ledger, burn the sealed vessels, burn the breeding records, then rule through the ashes." Kelling smiled, and the smile was not kind. "You think I am the villain of this room?" He leaned forward, his hands flat on the table between them. "You have been serving a system that kills children wholesale and calls it stewardship. I am trying to end it. The fact that we agree on nothing else does not make the outcome the same." The rot pulse surged. Linnet tasted metal on her tongue. Behind Kelling, footsteps in the corridor. Fast. 2 sets. Corrin reached the doorway first, his sword half drawn, his face set in the hard lines of a man who had run through half the palace to reach her. Mirelle was a breath behind him, her usual silk replaced with plain wool, her hair loose. "Kelling." Corrin's voice was flat. "Step away from the table." "I am not armed, Marshal." Kelling spread his hands. "And I have said everything I came to say. The boy in the cellar knows where the cash is. The cash contains every name that needs to be spoken. Yours is among them, Physician Harrow. So is the princess's. So are the names of every district that was mapped for the next generation of balancing." Linnet's fingers found the edge of the map. "Where?" "Lower archive, west chamber, behind the false wall where the old records end." Kelling stood, slowly, as if rising from prayer. "The Border Duke's agent left it for me 3 days ago. I was supposed to deliver it to his courier at dawn. Instead, I am giving it to you." "Why?" "Because Rennick died for truth." Kelling's voice cracked once, the fissure of a man who had known the tutor for longer than Linnet had been alive. "I will not let that death be answered by another ledger." He walked toward the door. Corrin did not move to stop him. Mirelle did. She stepped into his path, her hand rising, palm flat, the gesture of someone who had learned to block exits before she learned to curtsy. You are not walking out of this palace without a guard, Kelling. I am not leaving the palace at all. Kelling met her eyes without flinching. I am going to the council chamber. I am going to tell every minister what I have done, and then I am going to wait for whichever faction decides I am worth killing. He walked past her, down the corridor, his footsteps steady and unhurried, the steps of a man who had already made his peace. Linnet stood in the nursery, the map in her hands, the rot threading past her lips into the soft tissue of her mouth. Corin caught her arm. Linnet, I am fine. You are black to the jaw. She pulled free and walked to the door, following Kelling's path with the map folded against her ribs. The cache was in the lower archive, the west chamber, the false wall. And the map was not the only thing Kelling had left. Beneath the chair where he had been sitting, a leather satchel lay open, spilling papers across the floorboards. Linnet stopped. She knelt. Her fingers found the first sheet. A list of names. Not courtiers, not prisoners. Districts. 40 of them. Farthingford was the first. The dates beside each name stretched forward, year by year, the next generation of suffering already calculated and mapped. Kelling had been telling the truth, and the cache beneath the city held the rest. Linnet looked up at Corin, the black rot curling around her tongue. Find Mirelle, wake Esme. We are going into the lower archive tonight. Chapter 78. The lower archive smelled of stone that had not breathed in centuries. Linnet led the way down the winding stair, her candle throwing shadows across walls that wept damp. Behind her, Corin's footsteps were steady, measured, the gait of a man who had learned to move through dark places without announcing his presence. Mirelle followed at a distance, her plain wool skirt whispering against the stone. Esme had refused to stay behind. I am the regent, she had said, her voice carrying Berengar's hollow steadiness. If the archive holds my kingdom's bones, I will see them. Linnet had not argued. The rot threading through her mouth made speech feel like swallowing glass. The stair ended at a door sealed with a lock she did not recognize. Iron, but older than the palace above, shaped with curves that did not match any smith's work she had seen. The keyhole was a vertical slit, narrow as a blade. The blackened steel key, Corin said. Linnet pulled it from her belt. The metal seemed to drink the candlelight as she slid it into the slot. It fit without resistance, turning with a sound like a bone settling into a joint. The door swung inward. The archive was larger than she had expected. Shelves stretched into darkness, row after row of ledgers and scrolls and bound records that predated Berengar's grandfather, predated the dynasty itself. The air was cold and still, heavy with the weight of centuries of ink. Behind the third row of shelves, Linnet found the west chamber. The false wall was exactly where Kelling had said, a panel of stone that looked seamless until she pressed her palm against it and felt the give of a hidden hinge. She pushed. It swung open. Inside, a wooden chest the size of a footlocker, bound with iron straps and a lock that had already been broken. Corin lifted the lid. Papers. Dozens of them. Ledgers with crumbling spines. Maps marked with district boundaries and dates. A bundle of letters tied with black ribbon, the ink faded to brown. And beneath them, a single sheet of parchment folded into thirds, the crease soft with age. Linnet reached for it. The parchment was warm. Before she could open it, the first scream echoed from the stair above. Mirelle's voice, sharp and cutting through the stone. Fire! Linnet turned. Smoke curled under the door of the archive chamber, thin and pale at first, then thickening, darkening, the color of burning oil. Heat followed, pressing through the cracks like something alive. They are burning the archive, Esme said, her voice flat, as if she had expected this. Not the archive. Linnet's throat burned as she spoke. The entrance. They want to seal us in. Corin was already moving, grabbing armfuls of ledgers from the chest, shoving them into a canvas sack he had brought. Grab what you can. We go out through the lower tunnels. There are no lower tunnels, Mirelle said from the doorway, her face lit orange by the fire climbing the stair. I checked the old palace maps. This archive was built as a dead end. Linnet's pulse surged. The rot in her mouth tasted like copper and ash. She grabbed the folded parchment and the bundle of letters, pressing them against her chest. Then she turned to the shelves. The oldest records, the ones written in the pre-dynastic language, the ones that predated the system, that might explain the crozier and lock, the entity, Pendercross itself. She pulled armfuls of them, passing them to Corin, who stuffed them into the sack until the canvas bulged. Smoke was pouring into the west chamber now, thick and acrid, stinging her eyes. Esme coughed, her small frame bent double. "Enough." Corin grabbed Linnet's arm. "We have to go. The maps will burn with us if we do not move." He was right. She knew he was right. But leaving felt like cutting off a limb. The ceiling groaned above them. A shelf collapsed in the main chamber, sending sparks spiraling through the smoke like falling stars. Linnet ran. They pushed through the fire together. The sack of records passed from hand to hand, Corin shielding Esme with his body, Mirelle following with her sleeve pressed against her mouth. The stair was an inferno, the flames licking at the walls, the heat so intense Linnet felt her hair singeing. They burst into the nursery corridor, coughing, black with smoke, their clothes smoldering, and found Kelling waiting for them. He stood at the end of the corridor, a torch in one hand, his face unreadable. "You," Corin growled, his sword half drawn. "I did not set the fire." Kelling's voice was calm, "But I did not stop it either. The council sent their men minutes after I gave my confession. They knew the archive would be opened tonight. They knew you would be inside." "Who?" "Every faction." Kelling's smile was tired. "Each one decided that burning the past was cleaner than letting you hold it. They could not agree on who should rule tomorrow. They could agree on that." Linna's hand tightened on the folded parchment. "You let them?" "I let them choose." Kelling stepped aside, clearing the path to the east wing. "The boy in the cellar is gone. I sent him east an hour ago with the second copy of the Thornwood page. The Border Dukes will have their evidence by morning." "Then why are you still here?" Kelling looked at her, and for a moment the mask slipped, revealing something raw and old and grieving. "Because I wanted to see what you would save." He turned and walked back toward the council chamber, the torchlight diminishing as he vanished into the smoke-hazed corridor. Esme's hand found Linnet's, small, cold, steady. "The parchment," she said. "Open it." Linnet unfolded it with fingers that trembled. The ink was old, brown with age, the script elegant and precise. A list of names, arranged in 3 columns. The first column was familiar, the bastard bloodline, the women who had borne mercy healers for the crown. Linnet Harrow was there, near the bottom. The second column was names Linnet did not recognize, old names, written in the pre-dynastic script. The third column had only one name, Pendercross, and beneath it, a single line of text in the same ancient hand. "The ledger does not close, it only changes hands." Linnet read it twice. The rot in her mouth pulsed. Then Corin spoke, and his voice was quieter than she had ever heard it. "Did any of that matter?" He gestured at the sack of records, the ledgers, the maps. "The evidence, the truth. If you still mean to use the system, if you still mean to keep the mercy as the kingdom's crutch, then what difference does it make who burned the past?" Linnet looked at him. His face was smoke-stained, his eyes red from the fire. He looked like a man who had been asking himself the same question for months. "Did we save these records to expose the truth?" His voice cracked. "Or did we save them so you could keep using the names?" The question hung in the corridor. Esme's hand tightened, and from below, through the stone, through the fire, through the layers of centuries, a pulse rose. Not the rot, something deeper, older, a sound like a door opening. Linnet turned toward the stair that led down to the burning archive. The flames were dying, not fading, dying, as if something in the dark below had drawn the heat into itself, swallowing the fire. The parchment in her hands went cold. Chapter 79. The sound did not stop. Linnet stood at the top of the stair, the cold parchment pressed against her chest, and listened to something below draw the fire into itself like breath drawn into lungs. The flames had not simply died. They had been consumed. "Get away from the stair," Corin's hand found her elbow, pulling her back. Now! She let him move her. Her legs obeyed, even though her mind was still fixed on that sound, that door, that darkness that had swallowed a fire hot enough to melt stone. Esme stood with Mirelle near the nursery door, the girl's face pale but steady, her hands still gripping the sack of records they had carried up from the burning. "The lower archive," Esme said. "There is something beneath it?" Mirelle's voice was thin. "There was something beneath it. Now there is a door that opens." Linnet looked at the parchment in her hands, the third column, Pendercross, the line beneath it in brown, ancient ink. "The ledger does not close. It only changes hands." She folded it and tucked it inside her coat. "We need to move." Her voice came out flat, practical, the voice she used when a wound was beyond saving, and the only question was how to stop the bleeding. "The council knows the archive is burning. They will send men to see what survived." "Kelling told them we were inside," Corin said. "Kelling told them we would be inside." She met his eyes. "He wanted to see what we saved, but he also wanted them to know we saved it. He is forcing a reckoning tonight, not tomorrow." Mirelle understood first. "He means to make you bargain from the evidence or from the fire. Either you hold the records and negotiate, or you burn with them and the council pretends nothing happened. Then we bargain." Linnet walked. The nursery corridor was empty, but the guards, who should have been stationed at the East Tower stair, were gone, called away, or paid away, or simply wise enough to be elsewhere. The palace felt hollow, waiting. She led them through the service passage behind the crib storage, the one Renning had discovered, the one that connected the nursery to the royal apartments. The passage was narrow and dark, the walls damp with old sweat, the air thick with dust that had not been disturbed in years. It opened into the council chamber's antechamber. The door to the main hall was closed. Linnet pressed her ear to the wood. Voices inside, low and measured, the rhythm of men who had been arguing long enough to exhaust their anger. "Stay here," she said. "Linnet, I will not be long." She pushed the door open and walked into the council chamber. 18 faces turned toward her. The room was lit by a single candelabrum, the shadows long and trembling. Mallender sat at the head of the table, his ink-stained fingers pressed together, his pale gray eyes fixed on her with something that might have been relief. Rakes stood near the window, his silk-soft voice silent for once, his small, even teeth visible in a smile that was not a smile. Lord Kelling sat at the far end, alone, his hands flat on the table as if he had already surrendered. "Physician Harrow," Mallender's voice was calm. "We were just discussing what to do about the fire." "I imagine you were." She walked to the table and set the cold parchment down in the center. "Burn the past, so no one can hold it against anyone. That was the agreement, was it not? Every faction agreed that the lower archive should not survive the night." No one answered. "The problem," she said, "is that some of it did survive." She unfolded the parchment. They leaned forward, craning to see the 3 columns, the names, the single line at the bottom. "The ledger does not close," Rakes read aloud. "It only changes hands." He looked up at her. "And whose hands are those now, physician?" "Mine." "Then we have a problem. We have always had a problem." She turned to face the table, the candlelight catching the white forelock in her dark hair. "You built the kingdom on the suffering of people you could afford to lose. You called it stewardship. You called it necessary. You called it mercy." She let the word hang. It was not mercy. It was arithmetic. Mallender's jaw tightened. "But I am not here to indict you." She pulled the parchment back toward her. "I am here to offer terms." "What terms?" "The mocked court remains under my care. Every lord, every minister, every clerk who carries a fraction of the king's rot will continue to receive treatment through the hidden infirmary. No one blooms without warning. No one dies because the system was left to rot. And what do you want in return?" She looked at Rakes. "The Chapel of the Last Lamp receives oversight of district outbreaks. Mother Sarah Duhardin and her abbey sisters will have access to every fever ward, every village that reports unusual wasting cycles, every well that goes bad. They will report what they find directly to the Regency Council." "You mean they will report to you?" "I mean they will report the truth." She turned to Corin, who had stepped into the chamber behind her, Esme at his side. Marshal Bly will secure the city. The garrison answers to him, not to the Treasury, not to the Council, not to any faction that decides tomorrow's power is worth tonight's blood. He will hold Gathram until the Regency is stable. And what does Marshal Bly receive in exchange for this service? Corin answered himself. A promise. His voice was rough from the smoke. No new large-scale transfers without my knowledge. No hidden culling circuits. No district-level balancing mapped in secret ledgers. If the mercy moves, I know where and whom. Agreed. Linnet said it before he could ask. Rakes laughed. It was a dry sound, worn thin. You have just reinvented the system you claim to hate. A physician who controls the rot. A marshal who controls the city. A chapel that monitors the districts. The only difference is the names at the top of the page. The difference is that you know the names now. She looked at him, and something in her gaze made his smile falter. The Border Dukes will have the Thornwood page by morning. They will know what this kingdom did to hold itself together. If you try to rebuild the old system in secret, if you try to hide another generation of culling, they will publish every record your family paid to suppress. And you think that will stop them? Rakes leaned forward. You think the Border Dukes want justice? They want leverage. They want Pendercross. They want the names of every family that sat on this council and watched while villages burned. Then let them want. Linnet folded the parchment again. But if you try to burn the truth a second time, I will open the door beneath the lower archive myself. The silence that followed was absolute. Mallender broke it. The arrangement might hold for a week. His voice was quiet, almost reflective. It might hold for a year. It will not hold forever. Nothing holds forever. Linnet tucked the parchment into her coat. But tonight, it holds. She turned and walked toward the door. Behind her, Kelling rose. She has your names, he said to the assembled council. She has your rot. She has the records of everything you did to keep your seats warm while villages starved. If I were you, I would let her walk out of this room. The door closed behind her. Esme was waiting in the antechamber, the sack of records at her feet, her pale gray eyes fixed on Linnet's face. It worked, the girl said. It worked for tonight. Linnet knelt and put her hand on Esme's shoulder. Tomorrow Rakes will find one surviving copy that names the prison wards as relief stock. The day after, the Border Dukes will arrive with the Thornwood page and demand Pendercross. The arrangement I just made is not a peace. It is a truce. How long will it last? Long enough to find the door. A noise from the corridor made them both turn. Renford stood at the entrance to the antechamber, his sandy hair disheveled, his apron stained with something dark. Physician. His voice was tight. The prisoner in cell 7. What about him? He is not in his cell anymore. Linnet straightened. She felt the rot pulse beneath her ribs, strong now, constant, a second heartbeat that had learned her rhythm. Show me. Chapter 80. The council chamber had not been aired since the fire. Smoke clung to the tapestries. Ash dusted the long table where 18 faces waited, some still smudged with soot from the archive stair. Linnet stood at the head of the table with the black book in one hand and the cold parchment in the other, and she felt the rot pulse beneath her ribs, counting something she could not name. Mallender sat at her right, Rakes at her left, Kelling at the far end with his hands flat on the wood like a man who had already surrendered everything. She laid the black book open. These are the names I wrote to save the king. These are the names I wrote to save the army. These are the names I wrote because Mallender told me there was no other way, and I believed him because I needed to believe someone. She turned the book so they could see the columns. There are 211 names in this ledger, 130 from the king's treatment, 81 from the battlefield and the prison wards and the countermark work I did to keep the rot from blooming through your children. Lady Arneth pressed her gray lips together. Lord Velland dropped his gaze. I am not asking for your forgiveness, Linnet said. I am not asking for your approval. I am telling you that I will continue to run the hidden infirmary, that I will continue to treat every marked lord and minister in this room, and that I will do it without your permission. Rakes started to speak. She cut him off. If you want to dismantle what I have built, You will have to answer for every death that follows. Every noble who blooms because I was not there to bleed the pressure. Every district that collapses because the balancing circuits were abandoned without a replacement. Every child who dies of a fever that could have been transferred into a vessel you were too principled to use. She waited. Who among you wants to explain to the border dukes why you let the Mercy die? The silence stretched. Mallender broke it. She is right, he said. The system is rotten. It was always rotten. But it is also the only thing keeping the realm from fracturing into a dozen warring territories, while the rot eats through the bloodline faster than the border lords can march. You taught her to say that. Rakes turned on him. You spent decades grooming a healer into a politician, and now you sit there pretending you are merely stating facts. I am stating facts. Mallender's voice did not rise. Linnet Harrow will hold the physician's seal. She will run the infirmary. She will manage the marked network. And if anyone in this room tries to stop her, I will produce the records that prove exactly how many council votes were bought with mercy transfers your families approved. Rakes went still. You kept copies. I kept everything. Mallender folded his hands on the table. I have been running this system for 30 years. Did you think I would leave myself without leverage? The council shifted. Eyes moved between Mallender and Rakes, measuring the new geometry of power. Linnet closed the black book. The arrangement stands. The chapel oversees the districts. Marshal Bly holds the garrison. The mugged court stays under my care, and if anyone moves against me, I will know before the knife leaves its sheath. She looked at Corin. He had not spoken since entering the chamber. He stood near the door with Esme at his side, his face unreadable, his hands empty. Now he moved. He crossed the room slowly, walked past the council table, and stopped in front of Linnet. His brown eyes held hers for a long moment. Then he reached into his coat and drew out a single folded page. The Thornwood casualty list. He placed it on the table between them. I have carried this for months, he said. I carried it because I thought the truth would matter. I thought if I held it long enough, saved it for the right moment, it would be a weapon against the system that killed those men. He pressed his palm flat against the page. Tonight I watched you walk into a burning archive and come out with a parchment that says the ledger does not close, that it only changes hands. And I realized you are not going to stop. I am not going to stop, she said, because if I stop, the next person who takes this seal will not have a black book and a guilty conscience. They will have Mallender's arithmetic without his regret. They will have Rake's efficiency without his caution, and they will finish what we started. Corin nodded slowly. Then this is not a threat, he said. It is a promise. He lifted his hand from the page and stepped back. If the day ever comes when I believe you have become the thing you fear, I will use this page to prove what you did, and I will not hesitate. I know. She did not look away. He held her gaze for another breath, then turned and walked back to the door. Esme watched him go. Then she stepped forward and stood at Linnet's side, her pale gray eyes fixed on the council. If anyone moves against Physician Harrow, the girl said, they move against me. Rakes let out a breath that was almost a laugh. The Child Queen has chosen her champion. The Child Queen has chosen the truth. Esme did not flinch. And the truth is that without her, most of you would be dead by my midsummer. The council said nothing. Linnet picked up the Thornwood page. She folded it carefully and tucked it into the black book beside the parchment from the archive. Then she turned to Mirelle, who stood near the nursery door with the canvas sack of saved records at her feet. The second ledger, Linnet said. The one Esme started. Mirelle reached into the sack and pulled out the leather-bound book. Linnet took it. She opened it to the first blank page and laid it on the table beside the black book. This is the kingdom now. One ledger of what was done to survive. One ledger of who ordered it. Both open. Both accountable. She looked at the faces around the table. If you want to be part of the second ledger, you can. If you want to burn it, you will have to burn me first. She closed both books and walked toward the door. Behind her, the council began to speak in low, urgent voices that she did not wait to hear. In the antechamber, Renford stood with his stained apron and hollow eyes. The prisoner in cell 7, he said. "He is not just gone." The cell door was locked from the outside. The bars were intact. He did not break out. What did he do? He vanished. Renford's voice cracked. I checked the floor, the walls, the ceiling. There is no hole, no gap, no passage. He is simply not there anymore. Linnet felt the rot pulse beneath her ribs. It was not counting down anymore. It was waiting. She looked at Esme, at Mirelle, at the canvas sack of records that held the kingdom's oldest secrets. "Find me the map of the lower archive," she said. "The pre-dynastic one, the one that shows what is beneath the foundation." Mirelle's face went pale. "You cannot be serious." "The dough beneath the archive swallowed the fire," Linnet said. "The So-7 prisoner vanished. The entity told me the ledger does not close. And every time I think I have reached the bottom of this system, I find another layer." She tucked both ledgers under her arm. "Tonight, I am going to find out what is down there." Esme caught her sleeve. "You will not survive it. I have survived worse." Linnet knelt and put her hand on the girl's cheek. "And if I do not, you have the records, you have the chapel, you have Corin. You are not alone anymore." Esme's jaw tightened. "Do not say goodbye. Goodbye is for people who do not come back." Linnet straightened. "I am coming back. I have too many names left to write." She turned and walked toward the stair that led down into the dark. Behind her, the door to the council chamber opened, and she heard Corin's voice calling her name, but she did not stop. The rot pulse surged once, twice, then settled into a rhythm that felt almost like welcome. And beneath her feet, deep in the stone, something answered.